Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the second part of What If Frozen Deku Had Meta Abilities? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The most important day of a person's education is the first day of school, not graduation day. Harry Wong. From Captain America to Commander-in-Chief. Subject: JPUA entrance exam results. After 10 days of standby, the results to UA's Hero Department entrance exam have arrived. Though I was given a brief scare, I am pleased to inform that I have passed both the written and practical portions of the test. To my surprise, I even secured the top spot, earning a full scholarship. Less money coming out of the American taxpayers' wallets. The shield gifted to me certainly played a factor in that high score. I can never thank you enough for such an incredible gift, sir. Phase 1 of Mission Assimilation has been completed. Phase 2 will begin with the start of the UA semester in April. Until then, I will continue with normal routines unless ordered otherwise. Following the conclusion of the entrance exam, the UA Hero Department faculty members were reviewing the final results of the practical exam, particularly the top 3 examinees. Midoriya Izuku. Villain points, 39, rescue points, 60. Uraraka Ochako. Villain points, 40, rescue points, 45. Bakugo Katsuki. Villain points, 77, rescue points, 0. Check out our young trio scholarship winners, an excited faculty member exclaimed. A promising group if I do say so myself. Midnight sounded pleased. Although, the third place winner didn't have any rescue points. Video clips of Bakugo's explosive fights with the faux villains played out on the monitors. He took down those faux villains like an ace. Snipe said, sounding impressed. When most of the examinees were running from the big targets, he stayed focused on letting the smaller targets get in close and counterattacking. He's a tough kid, no doubt. The screen shifted to show Uraraka jumping between buildings across the mock city. The second place winner was impressive as well. 13 said, using her quirk to help her cover large areas of the city and taking out the faux villains at an incredible pace. The screen then showed her leaning against a pile of broken robots looking sick before rushing in to save 2 students from the zero-pointer, and then using her quirk on the smaller faux villains before the zero-pointer crushed them. She lost speed at the end. It seems her quirk makes her ill with constant use. Cementos pointed out. However, pushing those frightened examinees out of the zero-pointer's path was courageous, and using its own power to eliminate those faux villains was clever. She probably could have been faster in pushing those kids out of the way though. Seemed like she hesitated, and it cost her a few vital seconds. Snipe nodded. Can't afford to hesitate like that in the field. He stated matter-of-factly. The scene of Uraraka flying across the mock cityscape and crashing into a building wall was then displayed. She doesn't appear to have much control of herself while in the air. Vlad King frowned. I'm sure that can be resolved with the proper equipment. Still, she's a tough girl with a very useful quirk. Midnight smiled. I approve. The screen shifted to show Midoriya jumping across rooftops, using the shield to offline faux villains from a distance. And then there's our first place winner. Midnight continued. He scored less villain points than the other 2 winners. After taking out those first few villains, he quickly changed up strategies, opting for the high ground to spot more targets and take them out from a distance while staying on the move. Snipe observed, sounding impressed. I approve. He's adaptable. Ectoplasm stated. Not afraid to switch plans when needed. Good quality to have. The monitors shifted to display Midoriya saving Tsunatori from a 2-pointer's surprise attack and later rescuing her from under the rubble, and then carrying the pony girl out of harm's way. Let's not forget his bravery. Cementos chimed in. When the zero-pointer appeared, he didn't run away with the other examinees. He headed towards the danger to ensure everyone else made it out safely and didn't hesitate to jump in and rescue an examinee when she was trapped. Quite commendable indeed. He nodded in approval. I still can't get over that support item he was using. Power Loader commented. It's strong enough to tear through the robots and bounce off objects too? I'd like to ask him where he had it made if I get the chance. Likely some American support company. Vlad King offhandedly said. It does say in his file that he came from America on a 5-year visa last year. The screen shifted to show Midoriya climbing up the zero-pointer, breaking into its giant head, followed by the giant mech falling to the ground. I can't say I've ever seen any applicant take out the zero-pointer from the inside before. Midnight noted. It's not the first time a UA hopeful defeated that giant robot, but to take it down by wrecking its processor was effective yet so simple. Snipe commended. Kid's got a good head on his shoulders. Sometimes it is better to fight smarter, not harder. Ectoplasm stated. He's smart, adaptable, strong, and wields that support item of his very well. It's no wonder he came away with the top score. 13 praised. Dean Nizu, who was sitting amongst his fellow faculty members, smiled at Midoriya's footage while sipping from a cup of tea. He's certainly a unique one. I expect big things from him. And to think his quirk is just a basic augmentation type. Meanwhile, Aizawa Shota had remained silent at the back of the room with his hands in his pockets. He watched the exam footage like a hawk, silently making his own judgments on the various examinees showcased on the monitors. There was plenty more footage he'd have to go back and cover as well. At the moment, his attention was squarely focused on the first-place winner. Clips of Midoriya throwing the shield at faux villains and expertly catching it while performing acrobatic moves were shown. It was impressive. However, Aizawa's tired eyes narrowed at these scenes. There were too many of them for his taste. Muzutafu, Japan, March 2197. The day after Midoriya and Uraraka received their UA University acceptance letters, Yaoyorozu was so elated by the news that she wanted to treat them to a nice lunch. Uraraka was initially hesitant to accept, but Midoriya convinced her otherwise, stating it'd be disrespectful to turn down a friend's gift. Uraraka couldn't argue with that. Plus, after getting into her dream university and receiving a full scholarship, she was definitely in a celebratory mood. Dressed in casual clothing, Midoriya and Uraraka hopped on a train and soon met up with Yaoyorozu outside a nice American-style restaurant that had recently opened up called Concord Dawn USA Diner. Midoriya smiled as they stepped inside the American-inspired establishment. The smell of hamburgers cooking on the grill from the kitchen and the decor sent a wave of nostalgia rolling through him. Various replica Americana items were hanging on the walls and displayed on shelves all around the restaurant. He recognized a few items such as old Coca-Cola advertisements, dated oil gas company signs, and a 1950s pedal car. A few small U.S. flags were also neatly displayed in various spots. Old American music was faintly playing in the background, though he didn't recognize any of it since it was from the 2150s and 2160s. It might have been considered old and classical in today's time, but it was all brand new to him. More things to add to the list. Midoriya inwardly lamented. Regardless of the newness, he could practically feel the American aesthetic bursting from the restaurant as soon as he stepped inside. It was a nice slice of home. Also, were there 52 stars on the flag now? Looked like he had more history research to do when he got back to his apartment. The trio were seated at a comfortable booth in the back with Yaoyorozu and Uraraka sitting together and Midoriya across from them. Uraraka was initially worried about the cost, but Yaoyorozu politely yet firmly told her not to worry about it since it was her treat. Uraraka quickly relented as Yaoyorozu could certainly be scary when she wanted to be. They gave their respective orders to the waitress and, needless to say, Uraraka and Yaoyorozu were both taken aback by the amount of food Midoriya ordered. Midoriya quickly apologized to Yaoyorozu, explaining that his metabolism was very high. Just as he was about to change his order to something smaller, the Ravenette immediately stopped him and stated it was no issue, admitting she was just initially caught off guard. After the stunned waitress left, the trio now had an opportunity to speak. "This place is nice, Yamamo." Uraraka complimented. "Good choice. I wasn't expecting there to be an American diner of all things in this city." Midoriya admitted. "Didn't think they'd be popular in Japan." "Well, I heard this establishment just recently opened its doors. Yaoyorozu replied. But it's gotten many positive reviews for the good food and service so far. I figured it was worth a try. I bet you've been to many diners during your time in America, huh, Midori-kun? Uraraka asked cheerily. He confirmed while glancing around with a nostalgic smile. They certainly got the aesthetic and the atmosphere right. Now we just have to wait for the food so I can approve it or not. All 3 plates full. Uraraka sniggered. Like I said, my metabolism is higher than normal. I have to eat more to compensate. Midoriya rubbed his neck sheepishly. I know. I'm just teasing you. Uraraka waved him off, giggling. While we're waiting, I wanted to say how proud I am of you both. To place first and second place in the exam is truly remarkable. Yaoyorozu praised. Thanks, Yamamo. You're too kind. Midoriya rubbed the back of his head bashfully. Yeah, I was only able to do as well as I did on the written part thanks to all the studying we did together. She placed her hands together and bowed in gratitude. Thank you both so much. It was my pleasure. Midoriya turned to the heiress. I appreciated your help too, Yamamo. Those extra lessons with Japanese and history certainly helped me out. Thank you. I was happy I could be of assistance. Really? Yaoyorozu smiled brightly. Getting that scholarship was a really big deal for me. Seriously, I can never thank you both enough. Uraraka sincerely said. She turned toward her verdette friend with a beaming smile. Especially you, Midori-kun. You were a big help. Really? Midoriya blinked. I helped you that much? Uraraka winked. More than you know. A light shade of pink dusted Midoriya's face. He wasn't sure what he did for Uraraka, but it felt good knowing he had apparently helped her out in a big way. What was with the wink though? Maybe she was just teasing him again. Yaoyorozu looked between her 2 friends' interaction and felt a small twinge in her chest. What is this feeling? The Ravenette shook her head to dispel whatever strange sensation she just felt and refocus on their conversation. Out of curiosity, how was the practical exam laid out? Midoriya and Uraraka spent the next few minutes taking turns explaining to Yaoyorozu how the practical exam was structured with the villain points and the rescue points being a hidden scoring factor. She took the explanation in stride and nodded. I see. She tapped her chin inquisitively. It sounded like the judges were testing applicants to see how well they responded in high-stress situations where they needed to take out as many enemies as possible without knowing their location or the layout of the area. Midoriya nodded in agreement. That's the impression I got too. Keeping the rescue points as a hidden factor was quite ingenious on their part as well. Yaoyorozu stated matter-of-factly. That way they could observe a person's true nature in those types of scenarios, and not someone saving others just for the sake of getting a higher score. Yeah, that's true. Midoriya internally admitted, remembering All Might's message in the projection last night. Makes sense now why the 0-pointer was in the test. Still, what about people whose abilities aren't suited for combat against things like robots, but are still powerful in their own right? Is there any system or backup net to catch those people? He wondered. I'm super grateful for the rescue points. Uraraka sighed in relief. They really did save me. Same here. Midoriya agreed. I wouldn't have passed the exam without them. How did the 10-minute mock battles play out for you two? Well, I got 40 villain points, by the skin of my teeth. I sort of had my own run-in with the 0-pointer. Heh. She laughed nervously. Wait, seriously? Midoriya's eyes widened in surprise. She never told him about running into the 0-pointer. Uraraka nodded and spent several minutes explaining her encounter with the 0-pointer, pushing the 2 terrified examinees out of its path, and then scoring her last 12 points before the 0-pointer sent her flying across the city. Thankfully, Recovery Girl healed me up, otherwise, I would have been too nauseous and sore to get back to my apartment on my own. Uraraka finished. Guess I would have had to carry you then, huh? Midoriya commented, making Uraraka's blush marks turn darker at the thought. But I'm glad you made it out okay. It was really brave of you to save those 2 students, Uraraka-chan. Uraraka smiled, feeling her face get warmer at Midoriya's sincere praise. And you used the zero-pointer to take out those faux villains for you. Yaoyorozu added, sounding impressed. Sound thinking on your part. Thanks, guys. She rubbed the back of her head in a cute, embarrassed fashion. Midoriya looked at Uraraka for a moment as a thought occurred to him. She said when she used her quirk on herself, the force behind the zero-pointer's punch sent her spiraling out of control. There has to be a way to prevent that. What about you, Midori-kun? Yaoyorozu inquired, snapping him out of his musings. I got 39 villain points. I already told Uraraka-chan after the test, but I can tell you. I had a run-in with the zero-pointer too. Midoriya casually replied. Yaoyorozu wasn't expecting that. Several minutes later, after explaining the events from the zero-pointer's activation and the final buzzer of the exam, Yaoyorozu looked at Midoriya with impressed eyes. Going for the CPU was very smart, Midori-kun. Yaoyorozu adopted a playful smile. I suppose you could say you picked its brain? Midoriya and Uraraka paused and stared at Yaoyorozu, both flabbergasted. Yamamo. Midoriya started. Did you just use a pun? Uraraka finished. Weiss. Yaoyorozu shrunk back, unsure. Did I not do it correctly? I've been reading up on how to better interact with friends. It's a book written by the smiling hero, Ms. Joke, herself, actually. Ms. Joke. Midoriya wasn't familiar with that name. Looked like he had another pro-hero to research when he got home. Yes. Yaoyorozu timidly continued. She recommended telling small jokes and puns as icebreakers to lighten up a regular conversation. The verdette and brunette didn't respond immediately, worrying Yaoyorozu further. She was relieved when bright smiles broke out on their faces. Never change, Yamamo. Uraraka patted her taller female friend's back. Never change. The creation girl smiled, glad she didn't offend her friends. She turned to Midoriya and smiled brightly. Anyways, I can see why the judges gave you 60 rescue points. You acted like a true hero in that situation. I mean, Midoriya looked away, mildly flustered. I was just doing what was right. I saw someone in trouble and acted. This guy is something else. Uraraka mused. Another thought crossed her mind. How could he not have had many friends growing up? He's way too likable. Maybe Yamamo and I can get him to open up a little more about that when he's ready. You both certainly earned your spots. Yaoyorozu declared sincerely. I'm proud to call you my friends and fellow heroes in training. Thanks, Yamamo. Uraraka gushed. I feel the same. The mention of school then made Midoriya consider something. By the way, on the subject of school, I guess we'll have to wait a few more weeks for our schedules, huh? Yaoyorozu nodded. Yes. As I'm sure you're both already aware, students in UA University's Hero program are held to a much higher standard than the rest of the student body, she explained. We're the only ones on campus required to wear uniforms, and our class schedules mostly line up with each other, at least for freshman year, that is. After that, we're allowed to take a few extracurricular courses outside of our heroics major, but most of our courses throughout our time at UA will still be in sync for the most part. Midoriya nodded in understanding. Right, makes sense. Most of the classes I'm taking at Mizudafu Community are pretty basic because UA's Hero department won't accept credits from other schools' advanced courses. Not that I could have taken those courses anyways since I was having to learn an entire language and catch up on a lot of history. He sheepishly thought. That means all three of us will probably be in the same classes, right? Uraraka grinned excitedly. That's great. Midoriya nodded with a smile. If we're taking the same classes, we can continue to study together too. I'm grateful. He smiled. UA's academics are a lot harder than America's public high school curriculum, so I'll take all the help I can get. Don't sell yourself short. You've come a long way on your own. Yaoyorozu looked at him curiously. I'm curious though, what's it like in America, Midori-kun? I don't believe I ever asked you before. I've read up on what it's like, but I'd like to hear from you as someone who grew up there. Uraraka turned to the verdette, equally curious. The zero-gravity girl recalled the last time she had asked him that question she had unintentionally caused him to remember some bad memories and didn't bring it up again. She had hoped he would tell them when he was ready. Midoriya smiled, not bothered by the question. Well, culturally it's a very different place. It's big. Much bigger than Japan. That goes without saying. Every state has a different culture and different way of doing things. He explained. Honestly, it can sometimes feel like each state is a different country. But all of them are bound by the same American spirit. Midoriya smiled fondly while recalling his time touring every state to raise national morale. That had been quite the experience for him. Though it certainly had its embarrassing and awkward moments, he recognized that it had helped him interact with different people from various backgrounds and understand them better. It had truly helped him grow as a person. Yaoyorozu nodded, smiling. They are very patriotic from my understanding. Guess it's no coincidence that their first superhero wore the American flag on his costume then. Uraraka giggled. Midoriya chuckled, trying to act inconspicuous. Wouldn't have been my first choice for a costume, especially that first version, but it really grew on me. Hard to imagine myself in anything else now. Yeah, but regardless of how different America seems on the outside, we're all the same on the inside, the vedette stated. I was born in Japan and raised in America, and I don't seem too different, do I? Well, Uraraka smirked, you are different, but not in a bad way. I think you're pretty cool, Midori-kun. Midoriya blinked twice. Really? Of course you are. She grinned brightly, pumping her right fist. I concur. Yaoyorozu smiled elegantly. For someone who moved to Japan just last year, you've really adapted quite well, minus your slip-ups, of course. Thanks. Midoriya felt his face get warmer. He's so cute. Uraraka inwardly giggled. Yaoyorozu stared at Midoriya's bashful, handsome freckled face and felt something stir in her chest. What's this? I've never felt this feeling before. Maybe I just need to eat. Right on cue, the waitress arrived with their food on a couple trays. One tray had 3 plates dedicated to Midoriya while the other tray held Uraraka and Yaoyorozu's meals. Uraraka had ordered spaghetti and meatballs while Yaoyorozu received a half rack of barbecue ribs with sides. The brunette would have thought Yaoyorozu was eating a lot until she saw Midoriya chowing down on a large burger and fries, a grilled steak, and a fried chicken BRST with a salad bowl to the side. Within a few minutes, he had already finished off his steak and burger before moving on to the chicken. The brunette was surprised by how fast yet cleanly he put away his food. He has to eat so much to stay healthy. I can't imagine how much it costs him every month. Uraraka pragmatically thought, sympathizing with her friend's presumed high food budget. Glancing at her ravenette friend, she was eating in a slow, refined manner, but the large meal in front of Yaoyorozu, and the barbecue sauce on her lips, disrupted her refined image just a bit. They can eat so much and stay so fit, the brunette inwardly cried. Meanwhile, if I even pig out on mochi ice cream for just one day, it all goes straight to my thighs and hips. It's so not fair. After the trio finished their respective meals, Midoriya gave a thumbs up with a little bit of sauce at the corner of his lips. I hereby rank these Western dishes as American approved. Uraraka and Yaoyorozu both laughed at their friend's silliness as the former reached over with a napkin to dab his lips, flustering Midoriya and amusing the 2 young women even further. As the trio started to settle down, Midoriya remembered something that UA Hero Program students were required to do before the semester started. Oh, do you guys have any ideas on what you want to do for your costumes? Midoriya asked. We're supposed to have that done and turned in like a week or 2 before the first day, right? Yaoyorozu nodded. Correct. It gives UA's support department and the support company affiliated with the school plenty of time to complete everyone's costumes. She turned to Uraraka. Do you have anything in mind, Uraraka-chan? Well, I have a rough idea of what I want. Uraraka said, smiling. Actually, I've been thinking about it since high school. I'd like to do something space-themed. Space-themed? Yaoyorozu repeated. Her eyes then widened in realization. Oh, to match the theme of your quirk, and as a tribute to 13, correct. Yeah. Uraraka beamed. She's my idol after all. Midoriya rubbed his chin, mulling over Uraraka's words. Space. Oh. His eyes shot open as he reached into his satchel to pull out a notebook, flipped it open, and slid it across the table. I just remembered that I finished up both of your profiles, and I think I may have some ideas you both could implement with your costume designs. Really? Uraraka hadn't expected that. Taking the book in their hands, Uraraka and Yaoyorozu both reviewed it. As an artist, the brunette was impressed by Midoriya's full-body sketch of her on the first page. All the information regarding zero-gravity strengths, weaknesses, current limits, and practical uses was neatly laid out across several pages. Both girls were stunned by how much information Midoriya had recorded. This is... Wow. Uraraka was at a loss for words. This is truly impressive. Yaoyorozu added, equally amazed. A full breakdown of Uraraka-chan's quirk. Thanks. Midoriya was mildly flustered. I've spent the last few months filling out your profiles. I'll fill them out more in the future as you develop them, but I thought maybe you both could use them to discover something about your quirks you didn't already know, or in this case, help design your first costumes. If you want to, of course. Turn a couple more pages and you'll see what I have. He instructed. Turning 2 more pages, Uraraka stopped on a page titled, Potential Features for Uraraka's Costume, which had a bullet list of ideas. Whoa, he's got way more ideas for my costume than I have. Uraraka was flabbergasted. Your quirk, zero gravity, is an emitter type that functions based on what you touch with the pads on your fingertips, and whatever you touch needs to be solid. Midoriya explained. You told me your weight limit is currently at 3 tons, and, like with any quirk, you'll need to train in order to increase your limit. Still, that's a really good max to start with. On the downside, you get nausea issues when you use your quirk for too long. From my research, the biggest cause of your nausea likely has to do with your semicircular canals in your ears. They help regulate balance, and when they're disrupted, like by a sudden loss of gravity, they'll give you a case of vertigo. You could train away that weakness, but I think your costume should apply a small amount of pressure to your neck and wrists. There are pressure points there that can alleviate nausea. It wouldn't be a bad idea to carry motion sickness pills with you too. Uraraka nodded, listening attentively to Midoriya's words. I see. That all makes sense. Also, he continued, remember when you said the shockwave from the zero-pointer's punch sent you flying across the mock city? Why? Uraraka tilted her head in confusion. What about it? Well, I had an idea. Satellites use ion thrusters to help keep themselves in orbit. In a zero-G environment, only a little move is needed to make a difference. Midoriya further elaborated. So, what if you had thrusters of some kind incorporated into your costume? You could have the ability to fly around when you use your quirk on yourself. Uraraka gasped, her eyes practically sparkling as her imagination pictured herself flying in the skies. Midori-kun, that's a great idea. Yes, Yaoyorozu held her chin thoughtfully. That would greatly improve Uraraka-chan's mobility, and only a small amount of move would be needed as long as it's used appropriately. Incorporating a gyroscope mechanism of some kind would also keep her level in midair too. Ooh, yeah, that would be a good feature. Midoriya agreed. I'd be flying around like an astronaut. But I love space so much and I never even considered an idea like this. Uraraka sheepishly admitted and looked back at the verdette eagerly. Midoriyan, could I borrow a paper and pen so I can write all this down? Of course. Midoriya complied with Uraraka's request and, as she started writing, he turned to the Ravenet heiress. I had some ideas for you too, Yamamo. You do. Yaoyorozu blinked in surprise. But first, what did you have in mind for your costume already? Yaoyorozu lowered her head as her cheeks turned pink. It isn't much. Oh. Midoriya was mildly surprised. He would have expected someone as brilliant as Yaoyorozu to have plenty of ideas for her costume at this point, maybe even a final design. Writer's block? Or something along those lines. And not exactly. Yaoyorozu looked embarrassed. Why, he thought. She looked up at the verdette. You know how my quirk functions, yes? Midoriya smiled and nodded. He opened the notebook to Yaoyorozu's section and pushed it toward her. Your quirk, creation, is an emitter type like Uraraka-chan's. Allows you to alter your lipids into other forms of matter by knowing the molecular structure of the item you wish to make. You can make as many creations as you want depending on your body's lipid count and how well you understand the item you're making. He recited all of that word for word from his entry on me. He has a good memory. Yaoyorozu inwardly noted. Midoriya continued, your creations are made from your body through the skin, which can be hampered by clothing. His eyes slightly widened, deducing the cause of Yaoyorozu's flustered state. I think I see the issue now. Your costume has to be revealing, doesn't it? Yaoyorozu nodded, frowning slightly. Yes. Wait. Uraraka stopped taking notes and turned to her friend in concern. How revealing are we talking? Yaoyorozu blushed lightly. Essentially, it's a leotard with some minor additions and modifications. Oh. Despite his best efforts, Midoriya's young adult brain couldn't help but imagine his appealing onyx-haired feminine friend in such a revealing outfit. A hearty blush appeared on his face, and he internally slapped himself. Come on, don't think about your friends like that. That's... Uraraka's blush marks turned darker as she sympathized with her female friend. I'm sorry about that, Yamamo. Are you sure there's nothing the support companies can do? I'm afraid not. Yaoyorozu shook her head. I face a similar issue that the heroine Midnight does. But it'll be okay, it's just how my quirk operates. She didn't sound too off-put from the notion of showing skin it seemed, but the vedette could tell something was still bothering the Ravenet. Perhaps it was her actual costume's design? Well. Midoriya held his chin while ruminating hard on his friend's predicament. You may have to show some skin, but maybe not as much as you think. Huh. Yaoyorozu and Uraraka both looked at him in curiosity. What do you mean? Taking his notebook and a pencil from his bag, Midoriya opened to a blank page and proceeded to draw a rough sketch of Yaoyorozu. It's just an idea, maybe it'll work for you or not. But let me show you what I'm thinking. He began to sketch the outfit onto Yaoyorozu's form. After finishing her costume notes, Uraraka looked over and was intrigued by Midoriya's sketching. Oh. Midori-kun's drawing isn't bad at all. Hey, Midori-kun, do you care if I come to your side and watch? She questioned. Sure. No problem. He smiled. Yaoyorozu let Uraraka slide out of the booth and SW's sides to sit by Midoriya. The brunette artist carefully watched Midoriya draw the rough design for Yaoyorozu's hero costume, and she was impressed with both the design and his drawing skills. Midori-kun's a good artist. Did he come up with all of this at the top of his head, or has he already been thinking about it? Uraraka wondered. Maybe I can show him my work and we can share ideas? She seriously considered that thought. Yaoyorozu, meanwhile, quietly watched in fascination as Midoriya's hand danced across the page like a professional. Several minutes later, Midoriya finished the sketch and turned the page around to show it to the Ravenet. Here's what I had in mind. Feel free to point out anything you don't like. Looking at the page, Yaoyorozu's eyes lit up and sparkles appeared around her. She was well drawn in her proposed hero costume, and it looked every bit as good as a professional support company's design. Midori, this is really good. She breathed out in surprise. Midoriya tried to fight back his blush while rubbing the back of his head. He still wasn't used to getting compliments from pretty girls. I've just had a lot of practice sketching over the years. He waved off. Whether it be 21st century metahumans, or the heroes and villains of today. So far, I can't really see anything I don't like. Yaoyorozu truthfully admitted. I like the guards and pads you added for protection, the utility belt with storage, and especially the touchscreen. Honestly, I'm a little embarrassed I didn't think of that feature myself. I was originally going to carry a book detailing the molecular makeup of elements and various compounds. Yeah, a touchscreen would be a lot faster than looking through a book. Uraraka remarked. It's more practical too. Midoriya added. And so is the footwear. Yaoyorozu said animatedly. Believe it or not, the support company our family employed for my costume's design featured heels of all things. Midoriya and Uraraka both winced at that revelation. Uraraka tilted her head, bemused. Wouldn't that be murder on your feet after walking for a while? I dunno. I just went with what they recommended. Yaoyorozu admitted bashfully. Heels would also interfere with your balance and footing when fighting, Midoriya mentioned. I think this is a much better alternative and your feet will thank you too. Both girls simultaneously agreed. I must say I had no idea you were as talented at sketching as Uraraka-chan is. Yaoyorozu offhandedly mentioned, returning her attention to the sketched costume. Oh, you draw, Uraraka-chan? Midoriya turned to the chestnut-haired girl, intrigued. Oh, you see. Uraraka felt her face get hotter. Yamamo? Why'd you have to mention that so casually? The heiress was oblivious to Uraraka's plight as she was still analyzing the costume design. Well, it was already in the open and she had already thought of sharing her hobby with Midoriya anyway, so there was no point in denying it. Weiss. That's cool. Midoriya said excitedly. You should show me your work sometime. I'd love to see it. Oh, She trailed off and looked away. Seeing her nervous state, Midoriya looked at her in concern. You okay? Something wrong? Nothing. It's just. She twiddled her thumbs nervously. You won't judge, will you? What? Of course not. It's nothing bad, is it? No. Yaoyorozu spoke up, still captivated by her new costume design. Uraraka-chan is a very talented artist. She's just too shy to share her work in person. You're one to talk, Miss Incredible Yamamo. Uraraka sweat dropped. Have you even told Midori-kun of your story yet? I didn't think so. Oh, is that all? Midoriya looked back, unaffected. You don't have to be embarrassed, Uraraka-chan. I won't judge you or anything. But you don't have to show me if you don't want to though. Thank you for being so understanding, Midori-kun. Uraraka happily thought, feeling a strange fuzzy sensation in her chest. What could that be? Maybe just heartburn from her meal. I guess it wouldn't hurt to show him my space drawings first. Nothing too embarrassing about any of those. Her brown eyes slightly widened as she remembered one particular drawing. Except for that one with my OC and Captain America. I'll just keep that one to myself. Shaking her head, the brunette turned to the verdette and beamed. Thank you, Midori-kun. I promise I'll show you sometime soon. Midoriya felt his heart flutter at her cute smile, and he smiled back reflexively. I look forward to it. Anyway. Yaoyorozu tried to get back to the initial topic of their conversation. I very much like this new design you came up with, Midori-kun. Would you mind if I kept this page to send to the support company? Feel free, Yamamo. Midoriya nodded, shaking off the last of his embarrassment. Yaoyorozu smiled beautifully at him, and Midoriya felt his cheeks heat up and his heart rate increase again. He had to admit that Yaoyorozu had a really pretty smile. In fact, the smile seemed vaguely familiar to him in a way, and he didn't know why. He pushed that thought aside, believing he was just imagining things. Midori-kun, again, this is amazing. Yaoyorozu breathed out happily. She carefully removed the page featuring her and her, hopefully, soon-to-be costume, placed it in her designer's purse, and then returned the notebook back to Midoriya. It covers what needs to be covered, while still allowing me the maximum use of my quirk. I can never thank you enough. There's no need for thanks, really. Midoriya smiled and waved his hands. I just want all of us to be the best heroes we can be. Yaoyorozu and Uraraka both smiled at their friend's kind sincerity. He was too kind for this world, they thought. On the topic of costumes, did you have anything in mind, Midori-kun? Yaoyorozu asked curiously. Yeah. Uraraka looked at him excitedly. I bet you have something really cool planned. Well, the verdette rubbed his neck awkwardly. Yes and no. I do have something in mind. I'm still working out the finer details though. Can you show us what you have so far? Uraraka inquired. I could. Midoriya reached into his bag to pull out another notebook, and both girls leaned forward in anticipation. But that would be telling. He smiled slyly, placing the book back in his bag. In response, Yaoyorozu and Uraraka both face-faulted on the table. That's not fair, Midori-kun. Uraraka puffed out her cheeks in mock frustration. You can't leave us in suspense like that. It is his choice, Uraraka-chan. We should respect it. Yaoyorozu was saying the right words, but one look at her facial expression proved she was just as disappointed as her friend. You don't believe that, Yamamo? Uraraka called out, causing the Ravenet to and blush. She turned back to her green-haired friend. Come on, Midori-kun. You have to at least give us a hint. Midoriya rubbed his chin, feigning contemplation. I suppose I could, but dashed it. Please. Uraraka gave him sad puppy dog eyes, making him inwardly flinch and blush. Ah, come on. That's not fair. He mentally screamed. Running into an active war zone? No issue. Liberating metahumans from inhumane concentration camps? No sweat. Fighting battles on two fronts against two maniacal groups with radical agendas calling for the extermination of the other? Not a problem. A cute young woman's begging eyes? He may as well be a chair given how quickly he folded. He could practically hear Bucky and his old teammates laughing at him in the afterlife. Okay. He relented, to which Uraraka cheered. Yaoyorozu studied this exchange intently. So, Midori-kun is weak to feminine charm and begging? Noted. Perhaps that information could be useful one day. Midoriya inwardly sighed. Honestly, I'm still working on the final design. So I can't show them that. I guess I could tell them my inspiration at least. You both know that I'm a Captain America otaku, right? He asked. Uraraka giggled. Obviously. We're all fans of the Captain, remember? He sometimes forgot his new friends were fans of his hero identity. That fact still baffled him honestly. Well, I was thinking of basing my costume off of his. Not copying it or anything. He quickly explained. Just more of a tribute, if you will. What do you two think? Yaoyorozu and Uraraka suddenly adopted serious expressions as if they were deeply contemplating his reply. What's with those looks? Did I make them upset? He worriedly thought, looking between the two girls. Midori-kun, Yaoyorozu sounded concerned. Even as a tribute, basing any costume design off the Captain's is not something to take lightly. You know that, yes? Actually, he didn't know that. What was the issue? Yeah. It comes with pretty big expectations. Uraraka added seriously. Most heroes try to stay away from anything too similar to his costume to avoid the comparisons, except for All Might and Star and Stripe, but those two are in completely different leagues. Star and Stripe, the United States #1 hero. Her quirk is super powerful, honestly, it's kinda scary what she can do. Thank God she's on our side. Midoriya offhandedly thought. But wait, why is it a big deal if a pro-hero's costume is close to mine? Even if most people in Japan don't really know Captain America outside of his name, he's still an important figure in the hero community to this day. Yaoyorozu elaborated further. Anyone who wishes to base their hero costume and name off of his must accept the public scrutiny and constant comparisons that comes with it. Are you sure you want to do that, Midori-kun? I get it now. No one wants to risk the backlash of copying the first hero's look and failing to live up to the legacy, I guess. He internally rationalized. Midoriya's mouth went straight with determination. I understand what I'm getting myself into. He clenched his fist under the table. Still, I'm ready to accept that challenge. The Ravenet and Brunette beauties stared at Midoriya, searching for any sign of deceit or nervousness. Not finding any, they both smiled at him. If that's the case, Uraraka supportively patted Midoriya's back. I'll be rooting for ya, Midori-kun. If anyone can live up to the Captain's legacy, it's you. Why, you really think so? He was mildly surprised, not expecting this response. Of course. Uraraka replied cheerily. You already have the look, and you're pretty heroic like the Captain too. Your quirk is also very similar to his as well. Yaoyorozu noted. His quirk, Augment, is very similar to Captain America's, actually. Is it just a coincidence? You also have that cool shield of yours. Uraraka added excitedly. So yeah, I think you can pull it off. Midoriya's face flushed. Thanks guys. I really appreciate that. He felt a pang of guilt in his chest. He hated lying to Yaoyorozu and Uraraka, especially after how they'd accepted him as their friend despite him technically being a foreigner. He wished he could just tell them both the truth, but he knew he couldn't. There was no way they'd believe he was, in reality, a 21st century war veteran who was frozen and miraculously revived in a new era. Heck, he could hardly believe it himself sometimes. They'd both think he was making fun of them if he tried to tell them such a ludicrous-sounding story. As much as Midoriya hated lying, he understood it was best to keep his true identity secret, for now, at least. He looked back at them with a determined smile. I can't show you my costume design now, but I promise you both it'll be worth the wait. I look forward to seeing it then, the creation girl said happily. Both of yours, actually. April can't get here fast enough. Uraraka pumped a fist in excitement. I can't wait to get started. They chatted for a little while longer over various topics. Nearly an hour later, Yaoyorozu's ride had returned, and she had to leave. After paying the bill, Midoriya and Uraraka both gave farewells to their friend before heading back to the train station together. Both had homework for their respective schools that they needed to catch up on. The start of the trio's UA freshman semester couldn't come fast enough. Later that day, Midoriya was at his desk finishing up a paper for one of his classes when he suddenly received a text from Yagi. Yagi, meet me on the pier at Takoba Park. 2200 hours, 10 p.m. Pretty late meetup with no context. Maybe he wants to talk about my acceptance. Midoriya reasoned. He sent a quick confirmation text that he would be there. Several hours later, Midoriya was briskly jogging down the sidewalk illuminated by the dim glow of street lamps. His attire consisted of red high tops, gray jogging briefs, and a black short-sleeved U.S. Army shirt. A pair of dog tags hung freely from around his neck. He knew he was getting closer to the park as he smelled and felt the fresh ocean air on his face, a stark contrast to the foul stench of garbage that had previously choked the air in this section of the city. As he approached the park, his eyes slightly widened from an unexpected sight. An old cherry-red Corvette convertible was parked near the main stairway. Holy CRP! Those cars were rare even in my day. How did someone find that? Parked behind the ancient, classic American sports car was a familiar white pickup truck. Toshinori's early. He glanced at his green-banded military watch. Still have 20 minutes till 22 p.m. Looking back at the flashy car, he wondered, is somebody with him? Walking down the stairs and across the empty beach, he received his answer as he saw two familiar men standing at the end of the pier. Coulson? You're here? He asked in English. Nonchalantly leaning against the metal railing, the SHIELD agent was dressed in casual wear consisting of black loafers, blue jeans, a blue button-up shirt, and black leather jacket over it. He and Yagi appeared to have been having a friendly discussion before his arrival. The agent turned to him and smiled. Good to see you again, Cap. We knew you'd be early, so we thought we'd beat you here. By the way, you can keep speaking English if you want. We all speak it fluently after all. I hope I didn't keep you two waiting too long. Nah, we just got here 5 minutes ago. We knew you'd be early, so we decided to beat you here. Yagi said in English. Coulson contacted me, wanting all three of us to meet up. It's long overdue, honestly. Midoriya looked between the two men in partial confusion. Not that he wasn't happy to see them, but why did they both want to meet him at the same time? Okay, what's this about? Is there something wrong? Nothing's wrong. Coulson assured, standing up straight. We just needed to notify you of a few things. But first, Yagi smiled and held out a hand. Congrats on getting in. Midoriya returned the high five. Oh, thanks. Your training was very effective. I can't thank you enough. I was just happy I could help you. Yagi chuckled. Couldn't have asked for a better protege. Coulson turned to admire the clean beachside. You did an amazing cleanup job. Won't be long before the couples start returning here. Couples? Midoriya looked at him, bewildered. Oh, you didn't know? This used to be a couples beach before all the trash started piling up. Coulson replied offhandedly. I didn't know. That. Midoriya became noticeably bashful. What's with the face? Coulson smirked. Don't tell me Captain America is nervous around women. He is. Yagi grinned wryly. Practically clams up. How he manages to talk to those two girlfriends of his is beyond me. Wait. It's not like that. Midoriya's face turned red and waved his hands frantically. They're not my dash. Ichichichis. Yagi laughed with blood spewing from his mouth while Coulson turned away to hide his amused grin. Relax. I'm just messing with ya. Geez, it's too easy sometimes. Midoriya settled down and glared half-heartedly at the shrunken superhero. So, I gather the old rumors of you being with multiple women across the world are all fake then? Coulson slyly asked. Obviously. Wait. Midoriya's eyes widened after fully processing what the agent had said. Hold on, is that really a thing? He smirked. It is. Some people born with an augmentation-type quirk will joke or claim that you're part of their family tree. But don't worry about it. Coulson reassured. It's just an old tale with no credible evidence to support it. No one really believes it. That's good. Midoriya slumped his shoulders in relief. I'd hate for people to think I was a playboy or something, especially since I only had eyes for one. He frowned at that thought. Both men noticed the melancholic expression on Midoriya's face and looked at him in concern. Everything all right? Yagi inquired. Why, it's fine. Midoriya recomposed himself. No need to worry. Anyways, what's this sudden meeting all about? Well, first, Coulson started, I also wanted to congratulate you on your acceptance. I knew you'd get in, but snagging first place? Didn't think you would take my text that day so seriously. Thanks, but, Midoriya looked at the agent seriously, please tell me you guys didn't dash. No. He immediately responded, already anticipating the super soldier's question. You earned that spot on your own. SHIELD didn't pull any strings. Not that we could have anyway, given who the dean of UA's hero department is. This piqued Midoriya's curiosity. But who's the dean? Oh, you'll find out soon enough. Coulson winked. Really helpful there, Coulson. The verdette sardonically thought. I can vouch that your acceptance was legitimate as well. Yagi added. As you know, I wasn't a judge in the exam, but I was in the monitoring room. The faculty was very impressed by your performance as far as I could tell. Midoriya felt a weight lifted off his shoulders. He was happy to know that he had legitimately earned his place in one of the world's most famous, prestigious hero academies. The thought of UA's 40 coveted hero program spots just being given to him rather than earning it was sickening. First hero or not, he didn't believe he was any better than the other applicants and should earn his place like everyone else had to. Midoriya sighed in relief. That's good to know. Guess this soldier's still got some fight left in him, huh? Heh. He lightly chortled. You got plenty. For an old man, you're pretty spry. Yagi jokingly commented. Old man, huh? Midoriya smirked. I mean, technically you are. Coulson pointed out. Considering the fact that you're older than both of us put together. Yeah, I know. Wanting to stay on topic, Midoriya asked, so, what else did you guys want to tell me? Just to inform you that SHIELD will continue to be here as a resource for you, myself included. Also, Coulson adopted a serious look, now that you'll be attending UA, you'll have a lot of eyes on you. You'll need a cover story for your advanced training and skill sets. The faculty there are bound to notice, if they haven't already. Is that really necessary? Midoriya pet a brow in skepticism. I mean, surely the other 39 hero students are just as skilled as me. I mean, I know 3 of them already and they're very capable. He said, referring to Uraraka, Yaoyorozu, and Tsunatori. Capable? Yes. Yagi chimed in. As trained and skilled as you are? It'll be unusual to have a freshman as knowledgeable in battle and rescue ops as you, young Midoriya. As your foundational heroics 101 field teacher, I won't need any explanation since I know the truth, but the other teachers, they may get suspicious. Midoriya lowered his head, processing this information. I guess playing dumb isn't an option then? No. Yagi shook his head. The staff will know right away if you're hiding your potential and they'll punish you for it, maybe even expel you from the hero course altogether. Besides, you're attending UA University to become a better hero, not to slide by. Makes sense? He nodded in understanding. If I hold back, I'll get in trouble with the school. If I don't, everyone will start asking where I learned to fight so well. A cover is needed. Coulson reached into his jacket and pulled out a manila envelope. Read this and memorize it. We matched it up with your existing cover now, with some additions. Right. Midoriya opened the envelope and pulled out the papers, briefly looking over them. Izuku Midoriya. Born July 15, 2174 at Muzutafu General. Parents, Inko and Hisashi Midoriya. Quirk, augment, enhances all bodily aspects. Family immigrated to America and grew up in Fresno, California. Mom died of cancer when Dad died in a car accident the next year. Lived with relatives during that time. Joined the U.S. Army at age served 3 years before moving to Japan, following dream of attending All Might's alma mater. After summarizing the story, he placed the papers back in the envelope. I almost believe it myself. I mean, I would've. Yagi admitted with a shrug. Both the US and Japanese government databases have been updated to support this story. Coulson stated. So, if anyone does any digging around, they'll find enough to hopefully satisfy their curiosity. S.H.I.E.L.D. sure has a scary amount of power and influence. Yagi inwardly noted. And if they don't? Midoriya pressed. We'll handle it. Coulson simply replied, but the ominous meaning behind it didn't go unnoticed by Midoriya or All Might. With that open-ended question, a thought crossed the symbol of peace's mind. What about the shield? It'll certainly turn some heads. Heck, even Power Loader was gushing over it in the monitoring room. Any cover story for that? Coulson smiled confidently. Already covered. He turned back to the verdette. It's in the parts you glossed over. Still holding the envelope, Midoriya lowered his head with a thoughtful expression. Something bothering you, young Midoriya? Yagi inquired. How long do I have to do this? I'm sorry? Coulson lifted a brow, confused. Yagi, however, instantly understood what he was referring to. I think he means how long does he have to keep lying about his quirk? He said, looking back to the verdette for clarification. Is that right? Not just that. Midoriya sighed sullenly. It's this whole cover story in general. Don't get me wrong, I'm grateful for all the work you and S.H.I.E.L.D. have done for me, Coulson. I'm especially grateful that not all of this, he held up the envelope, is a complete lie, but that's just it. Is this what I'll have to do for the rest of my life? Telling everyone half-truths or just straight-up lies? He paused momentarily to place his hands on the pier railing, introspectively looking out at the ocean. To become a pro-hero, do I really have to become a perpetual liar? Neither Yagi nor Coulson could immediately respond to that question. Coulson frowned and looked away, unsure. He was a high-class S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, so lying was a natural part of his job. It was second nature to him at this point of his career. He didn't particularly care to lie, but he firmly believed that people didn't need to know everything that was happening in this cruel world around them. Ignorance is bliss, after all. But Midoriya's circumstances were more complicated, and his hands were also tied by his superiors, so there was no clear answer. Yagi, on the other hand, was very empathetic towards Midoriya's plight. Ever since he had become the eighth bearer of One for All, he had to spend his whole life lying about the nature of his quirk. Only a select group of people he trusted knew of One for All and his recently weakened condition. If there was anyone who could come close to understanding Midoriya's issues, it was him. The haggard blonde placed a supportive hand on Midoriya's shoulder. In a way, I can understand how you feel. I have to spend every day hiding my own condition and essentially lying to everyone around me. It's hard, yes. But because I'm All Might, I have to keep the truth from them. If people knew their symbol of peace was weakened or could be hurt, then people would panic. Crime rates would soar. Midoriya finished and looked back at him pointedly. But I'm not the symbol of peace, Yagi. I'm just a kid who served his country the only way he could during a tumultuous time. I'm no better than you. You have no idea how wrong you are. Yagi internally countered. It's been over 150 years. I mean, would it really be bad if people knew my origin? Midoriya questioned. Would people really be upset if they knew Captain America used to be a young, skinny kid with no powers? For the next few moments, the only sound was the waves crashing against the shore and the distant cacophony of the city. Probably not. Coulson broke the silence. Both Midoriya and Yagi turned to the American agent, surprised by his response. I'll be honest with you, Cap, I'm not a big fan of this whole cover story thing either. Coulson revealed. I think a lot of people would be enthralled by your story. He smiled at the verdette. I always was a big fan of yours growing up, and when I reached a high enough rank in S.H.I.E.L.D. to know your true origin, I was even more inspired by you as a quirkless man myself. In fact, I believe all quirkless people and even those with quirks deemed weak or useless by society would love you greatly. Heck, if it were up to me, I'd tell everyone about you. He frowned as his brows scrunched up. But keeping your identity under wraps isn't about the populace's reaction or even how it would affect your legacy, it never was. It's about those in the shadows. Right. Yagi understood where the spy was getting at. If people knew that you received your abilities through a special serum, a lot of high-class villains and corrupt scientists would be working diligently to replicate it, or make something far worse. He lowered his head as one man in particular came to mind. I knew one villain who would have killed for that information. Midoriya glanced at the emaciated man's left side. Is it the same villain who injured you? Yagi visibly winced, looking away. I thought so. Did you want to talk about it? He gently asked, wanting to tread carefully. It was clear this was a sensitive topic for All Might. Yagi contemplated his reply. Was now the time to tell young Midoriya everything about the supervillain he fought 5 years ago? The man who was the reason his quirk even existed. The fact that said quirk would soon need a new holder. After weighing his options, he quickly came to a decision. He shook his head. I can't. Not yet at least. Off from the side, Coulson discreetly directed an irked look at the skeletal man, which didn't go unnoticed by Yagi. Midoriya, remaining oblivious to the silent exchange, nodded in understanding. I get it. If you ever need to talk though, I'll listen. From Midoriya's perspective, he could understand Yagi's aversion to discussing the full story behind his injury. The supervillain who inflicted the injury had to be super powerful and the battle itself was likely a brutal, traumatic one. It was something Yagi wouldn't be comfortable casually talking about, even with those who knew of his condition. Also, to be fair, Midoriya hadn't revealed everything about his own past to Yagi either, especially his last mission. So, he didn't really have any right to demand answers from All Might. Thank you, young Midoriya. Someday. Yagi hesitantly replied. The sickly blonde slightly sweated as he felt Coulson's gaze boring into his skull. Coulson, please tone it down. Ahem. The agent fake coughed into his hand, back to the topic at hand, though I would love for people to know who you are, Cap, it's best if it's kept hidden. The world already has enough issues with quirk-enhancing drags like Trigger. Adding something like the super soldier serum to the mix could spell disaster. Yeah, Midoriya relented, makes sense. I'll talk with Fury about this. Maybe we can come up with something. Coulson suggested. But I can't make any promises. I understand. Coulson, though having a high-ranking position, was still a cog in the very intricate machine that was S.H.I.E.L.D. Coulson went on. There was one more thing I wanted to know, unrelated. What's that? Coulson smiled. Hero costume. S.H.I.E.L.D. can design and build one for you, if you're interested. Is that allowed? Midoriya turned to Yagi for verification. Yeah, it's no issue. Yagi easily responded. Most wealthy hero students usually have their own costumes designed and built by support companies their families hire. For students that don't have that luxury, they're required to submit their paperwork before the school year begins. Right? Yamamo did mention her family contracted a support company to design her hero costume. Midoriya recalled. But I'm not wealthy, Midoriya pointed out. You have connections. That counts. Yagi countered. I guess. Midoriya shrugged, unsure. Did you have something in mind for a costume yet? Shrunken All Might inquired. Yeah, I do. I'll need a day or two to work out the details though. He turned to the super spy. Can I send it over to you when I'm done? Coulson nodded, looking excited. Absolutely. I'll get R&D started as soon as I receive it. Thanks, Coulson. For everything. He said sincerely. Coulson smirked proudly. Anytime, Cap. Hey, Yagi looked at him expectantly. Think you can clue me in on your new costume? Please, Midoriya playfully smirked. After that scare you gave me in your projection last night, you can forget it. You'll have to wait like everyone else, old man. Touché. But... Yagi rubbed his neck awkwardly. I guess I had that one coming. Moments later, after finishing up their talks, Midoriya bid farewell to the two men and began jogging back to his apartment after politely turning down offers to be driven there. Though Midoriya secretly wanted to catch a ride in Coulson's car, he knew he could do that another time. He had a lot to think about tonight. After the super soldier disappeared from sight, Coulson glared at Yagi from the corner of his eye. You had the perfect opportunity to explain everything to him. He spoke in Japanese. I know. Sighing heavily, Yagi stepped toward the pier's railing. Coulson crossed his arms over his chest. Toshinori, you've been training with him for almost a year now. I know. He sat down and leaned against the rails. And you still haven't told him anything about your quirk. I know. He groaned while leaning his head back. Coulson furrowed his brows in frustration. This isn't a game. If you don't believe he's worthy to be your successor, then just admit it and move on. That's not it, the pro-hero strongly retorted. That's far from it. Then what's holding you back? The SHIELD agent demanded. It's just... Yagi paused to collect his thoughts. He doesn't need one for all. The timing just doesn't feel right. Coulson's eyebrow ped in confusion. Doesn't feel right? It's hard to explain. It's like something inside me is just telling me now isn't the time. Yagi admitted, sighing deeply. Besides, I think young Midoriya will be just fine on his own. Then what about one for all? The American agent questioned. What are you going to do? Your time is running out. The symbol of peace didn't respond immediately. I dunno. I'll cross that bridge when I get to it. Mizudafu, Japan, April 2197. The first day of the UA University's spring 2197 semester had finally arrived. According to the schedule emailed to him a week prior, his first class, Foundational Heroics 101, started at 9 o'clock, 9 a.m. It was currently 7:30 a.m., and Midoriya was already preparing himself for the day ahead. Due to a nightmare he'd rather not discuss, he had woken up at 4 o'clock, 4 a.m. He'd been having a lot of those lately. Unable to fall back asleep, he decided to go for a morning jog at Takoba Beach mixed with several training exercises, and then returned later to shower and eat a hearty, calorie-heavy breakfast. Now, he was checking he had all of the necessary school supplies in his yellow satchel, muttering off his mental checklist while doing so. Number 2 pencils? Mechanical pencils? Pens? Paper? Erasers? Protractor? He continued on. He realized this may be overkill. After all, since it was only the first day, there would most likely be an entrance ceremony and orientation at some point. After that, classes would likely only cover the syllabuses and what was expected as Hero Corps students before being dismissed early. He inwardly recited his schedule for the semester. Foundational Heroics 101A, MWF, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 9 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. General English 101, MWF, 11 a.m. to 12:15 p.m. Modern Literature 102, MWF, 1:30 p.m. to 2:15 p.m. Algebra 102, TTH, Tuesday, Thursday, 9 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. Foundational Heroics Field 101, MWF, weekdays, 3:30 p.m. to 5:30 p.m. Nevertheless, it never hurts to be prepared. One or all of the professors could throw a curveball and make everyone hit the ground running. Considering it was UA Academy, he suspected that option was very probable. Ensuring that his bag was packed, he stepped toward the mirror on the wall near his bed to confirm that his uniform was presentable. The UA Hero Course uniform consisted of a gray coat with green highlights over a white button-up shirt, green breathes, and a red tie. He was thankful that he was able to keep his red shoes. For most of his life, he had been obsessed with having red shoes, something Uraraka and Yaoyorozu had teased him about. With his uniform in good condition and his satchel packed, Midoriya smiled confidently and nodded to himself in the mirror. "Go get him, soldier. You can do this." With that, he proceeded to the door. The only thing that he didn't bring was his leather shield, which was hanging in his closet, empty. Shutting and locking his door behind him, he stepped down the corridor and stopped in front of room. He gently knocked on the door. "Uraraka-chan? Are you ready?" There was no immediate response. Several moments passed before Midoriya knocked again. "Uraraka-chan. Midori-kun?" A muffled voice said. With a couple clicks, the door opened to reveal Uraraka standing in front of him in cute pajama bottoms with pink bunnies on them and a fairly revealing pink tank top. She had tired eyes that were barely open and a massive case of bed hair. Midoriya looked away, trying to suppress the blush from seeing Uraraka, especially since her thin shirt hugged her chest tightly. "Midori-kun? What are you doing?" "It's early." She wiped her eyes wearily as if she had just awoken. "Uraraka-chan, it's 7. Class starts at 9. He said, his head still turned away to hide his blush. "But we still have lots of time. Could have gotten more sleep." She covered her mouth to yawn. "We're Hero Corps students." Midoriya lightly admonished her. "We need to set a good example, Uraraka-chan." Uraraka groaned loudly. Give me a second." She closed the door. 15 minutes later, Uraraka finally walked out in a similar uniform to Midoriya's, but with a green skirt and black stockings. She had her black school bag on her back, and her hair was styled in a short ponytail with 2 bangs framing her round face. "Well, I'm up." Uraraka tiredly grinned. "How do I look?" "Cute." Midoriya responded without thinking. Realizing what he had said, his face began to turn red again in embarrassment. "CRP. Did I seriously just say that out loud?" Uraraka's blush marks turned darker before she beamed. "Thanks, Midori-kun." Taking a short moment to look him over, she continued, "You look really handsome yourself." Thanks." Midoriya stammered bashfully. Uraraka pulled out her phone for the time. "It's only 8 o'clock though. It'll only take us 20 minutes to get to UA. Don't you think it's a little too early?" Midoriya shook his head. "It takes us 5 minutes to get to the nearest station. Then, there's approximately a 20-minute train ride to UA, if there are no delays. From there, it's another 5-minute walk to campus. That'll optimally put us at UA around 8, so long as nothing slows us down." "That's still 30 minutes early?" Uraraka balked, wide-eyed. "If you're not 15 minutes early, you're late. Since it's the first day, we should be there a little earlier too, just in case." Glancing at his watch, he gently grabbed Uraraka's hand, careful not to touch all 5 fingers, and pulled her down the corridor. "Come on, we're already wasting time." But Uraraka felt her face get hotter from the sudden hand contact. "Can we at least stop for coffee?" At Uraraka's insistent request, the pair did eventually stop at a Dunkin' for coffee on the way to the train station. Midoriya was initially surprised to learn that the old coffee donut chain from his time was still in business. However, they were placing more emphasis on coffee than donuts nowadays, hence why they at some point dropped the donuts from their name. Guess even during times of war and social turmoil, people still need their coffee, he thought wryly. Uraraka did seem to perk up after drinking the caffeine, so that was good. "Much better." She sighed in contentment. "You do sound more like yourself now." Midoriya jokingly noted. "I'm not much of a morning person, I'll admit." Uraraka scratched her cheek bashfully. She questioningly looked back to her verdette friend. "By the way, why were you up so early, Midori-kun?" "Well, I normally get up pretty early for a morning jog and training on the beach." That was true, but it wasn't the reason he was up earlier than usual. Demon nightmares again. Same one too. He pushed that unpleasant thought aside, not wanting to dwell on it. I see. Uraraka nodded. That makes sense. No wonder you stay in shape. She placed her finger on her chin, thinking, maybe I should train in the mornings too? If you're okay with getting up early, I'd be happy to help. Midoriya kindly offered. Thanks. I may take you up on that. Sometime. She replied, flustered. The pair walked up the pathway from the parking lot as other students were coming in from the public transit stops. Like Yaoyorozu had previously stated, UA Hero Course students were the only ones required to wear uniforms. Everyone else was free to wear what they wanted as long as it adhered to the school dress code. Midoriya couldn't help but briefly gaze at the towers of UA's main academic campus past the front gate. He wondered who his classmates would be. He already knew Uraraka and Yaoyorozu would be in the same classes with him. Did Pony get in? The tall guy with glasses? Did that Bakugo guy get in? With their student ID on them, Midoriya and Uraraka safely walked through the security gate and proceeded toward the main building. Along the way, they received odd stares from other students, likely because they were wearing the coveted Hero Department uniforms. There, at the main doors, the pair spotted Yaoyorozu standing off to the side and looking down at her phone. Yamamo! Over here! Uraraka waved excitedly. The heiress looked up and smiled brightly seeing her two friends. Oh, you're here. I was about to text you both where I was. I thought we could walk to our new class together. She cutely said. Her hair was done up in her usual spiky ponytail, and she wore the same uniform as Uraraka, but instead of stockings she wore black knee-length socks. Midoriya's male mind noted that Yaoyorozu filled out the uniform very well. His green eyes quickly darted away so Yaoyorozu hopefully wouldn't notice him checking her out. No. Control yourself. He inwardly shouted. Uraraka did notice his gaze and she couldn't help but feel slightly annoyed for some reason. She quickly buried away that thought. Sure. Uraraka chirped. I still think it's early but might as well see what's in store for us this year. Early? Yaoyorozu tilted her head. It's 8. We only have 5 minutes to find our classroom. Not you too, Yamamo, Uraraka groaned in mock despair. You sound like Midori-kun. He couldn't help but chuckle. All right, come on sleepyhead, let's get to class. Midoriya gently pushed the brunette forward as the trio passed through the main doors. In the lobby, they looked over the large map detailing the layout of each floor as other students were doing the same. Let's see. Yaoyorozu quickly looked over the layout. Support. Business. The hero department's on the 3rd floor. I guess we should find the stairs then. Uraraka started looking around. The trio navigated down the hallways to find a stairway and along the way, Midoriya swore he heard a familiar voice, only it was in English. Stairs are that way, elevators closer, might as well take that. Looking over a passing group of students, he saw the source of the voice and familiar pair of lyre horns. Tsunatori-san. Midoriya asked, and the blonde perked up, turning around. Tsunatori's blue eyes lit up when she saw the vedette. Midoriya! She yelled in English, running over towards him. Good to see you again. Replying in Japanese, he held out his hand which she eagerly shook, impressed by her grip strength. He then noticed that she was wearing the Hero Course uniform as well without wearing any shoes or socks because of her hoofs. Yeah. She beamed, her tail swishing behind her. I'm so glad you passed the exam too. Who's your friend Midori-kun? Yaoyorozu politely asked. Oh, this is Tsunatori-san. We met at the entrance exam. Midoriya introduced the shorter blonde. Tsunatori-san, these are my friends. Hello. I'm Tsunatori Pony. She bowed. Pleasure to meet you. Uraraka's eyes widened slightly, recognizing her as the same girl that sat next to Midoriya in the exam. The same one Midoriya said he had rescued from the 0-pointer too. She then recalled seeing her and Midoriya getting along quite well in the auditorium that day. Why did that bother her so much? The brunette, ignoring that thought, smiled and held out her hand. I'm Uraraka Ochako. Nice to meet you, Tsunatori-san. I'm Yaoyorozu Momo. Yaoyorozu extended her hand. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance as well. Tsunatori happily shook both girls' hands. Likewise. I hope we all get along really well. What class were you heading to, Tsunotori-san? Midoriya asked. You can drop the honorifics with me. Just call me Tsunotori, or even Pony when it's just us, if you want. The blonde giggled. We're both from America after all. Oh, okay if that's what you want. Midoriya nervously replied. You can call me Izuku then too. He knew when people used first names in Japan that it was a sign of strong friendship and/or intimacy, but he and Tsunotori both spent most of their lives in America. Referring to each other by first names was the norm. Tsunotori smiled brightly. Sounds good, Izuku. Uraraka felt her right eye twitch. To her knowledge, this was only Midoriya and Tsunotori's second meeting and they were already using first names? Granted, they both grew up in the West, so it likely wasn't anything significant to them. Still, why did she not enjoy watching this exchange? Yaoyorozu, meanwhile, discreetly looked between Midoriya and Tsunotori and also felt a similar bothersome feeling deep within her. She wasn't sure what it was but decided to ignore it for now. Still, Tsunotori was already comfortable with Midoriya using her first name. So forward. But anyways, Tsunotori went on, I was heading to Foundational Heroics. Class A. That's great. Midoriya smiled. We were heading there too. Tsunotori's expression brightened. Awesome. Lead the way. With that, the group started walking down the hall. Where are you from in America, Tsunotori-san? Yaoyorozu curiously inquired, wanting to be friendly. And what brings you to Japan? I'm from Texas, Austin, specifically. The pony girl happily replied. My dad is running our ranch back home, and my mom sometimes works in Japan for her company. UA is one of the best hero academies in the world, and All Might went here, right? I thought it'd be a great opportunity to try to attend and learn from his alma mater. Walking further down the hall, the quartet found an elevator and walked into it. Smart career move. Midoriya nodded while pressing the button for the third floor. You'll have to tell us about your family's ranch sometime. After a brief elevator ride, the door opened, and the group walked down a long hallway. They finally arrived at a tall doorway with a large red painted on it. A dark green plaque with the number 101, labeled in white, was secured to the right. This was the place. Whoa, the door's huge. Uraraka said, shocked. And no kidding. Tsunotori gasped. Well, Midoriya scratched his cheek. I guess it's fitting. They probably had students and teachers who were very tall. Yaoyorozu nodded in agreement, appearing unaffected. Midoriya opened the door and stepped into the room with the girls following behind him. It was not exactly what Midoriya was expecting. It was a regular classroom that could have been taken from any school. What confused him though were the 20 desks as opposed to the 40 he was expecting. The room only had one other occupant at the moment who was sitting at a front corner desk. She was an attractive girl of average height at 164 centimeters, 5 feet 4 inches, with dusky green eyes and long lower eyelashes. Her mossy green stretched down below her shoulders and became waver and thinner the lower down it got. She was wearing the standard hero course uniform with black knee-length socks. Noticing she was no longer alone, the greenette looked at the quartet with a big smile, showing off sharp-pointed teeth. Oh hey, glad I'm not the only one who decided to show up early. Haha, what are you talking about? It's 8:45, so we're right on time, aren't we, Midori-kun? Uraraka looked up at him with a strained smile and eyes closed. Sass levels are alarmingly high. Midoriya inwardly deadpanned. What? The female greenette tilted her head, confused. Midoriya gently chopped Uraraka on the head. Ow! She reached up to grab the top of her head, pouting. That didn't hurt. Midoriya rolled his eyes, and then looked back to the greenette. Anyways, what she means to say is it's nice to meet you, Miss Dash. Tokage. Yaoyorozu stepped forward. The greenette, Tokage, finally noticed Yaoyorozu and walked over to her with a roguish grin. Hey, motorcycle girl. Good to see you. The others looked between the two girls in bewilderment. You know her, Yamamo? Uraraka asked. Yaoyorozu smiled and nodded. Yes. She was at the recommendation exam with me. Motorcycle girl? Tsunatori blinked in confusion. It's a long story. I can explain everything another time. Yaoyorozu sheepishly responded. Oh. Midoriya turned to his fellow green-haired classmate. Does that mean you're a recommendation student like Yamamo? Yamamo, huh? Tokage looked at Yaoyorozu slyly. Is that your nickname? Why, my friends call me that. Yaoyorozu bashfully said with a tiny blush. You can too, if you want. Sure thing, Yamamo. Tokage grinned, showing off her predator-like teeth. Yaoyorozu felt elated. Months prior, she didn't have any real friendships, especially with people in her age group. Now, she had Uraraka and Midoriya as her best friends and 2 more potential friends in Tsunatori and Tokage. And it was only the first day of UA. And to answer your question, Tokage turned to Midoriya, her smile dropping a bit. I didn't pass the recommendation exam. Came up just a little short. She chuckled while rubbing the back of her head awkwardly. But the school liked me so much they gave me the chance to take the standard exam. I passed that one, of course. That's wonderful. Yaoyorozu smiled. You certainly deserve to be here. Thanks. That means a lot. Anyways, Tokage regained her proactive aura and looked at Midoriya, Uraraka, and Tsunatori. Let me introduce myself. I'm Tokage Setsuna. Nice to meet ya. She held out her hand. Midoriya Izuku. Hi. I'm Uraraka Ochako. Tsunatori Pony. Good to meet you, Toki-san. Pleasure's mine. Tokage quickly and eagerly shook their hands. We're gonna get along just swell. Midoriya glanced around the room. Something had been baffling him since stepping inside. By the way, any clue where the other seats are? Other seats? Tokage blinked. Yeah. There are 40 slots in the hero course, right? Aren't we all supposed to be in the same class? He elaborated. No. Yaoyorozu shook her head and explained. UA splits their hero course into 2 classes, A and B, at every level. So that's why the A is on the door and on our hero-related classes. Midoriya was still curious. Why though? That's kind of strange. I mean, compared to other colleges, 40 people in a class isn't that big, the super soldier commented. Heck, he had over 60 people in several of his classes at the community college. Who knows? Tokage shrugged nonchalantly. UA is known for being unconventional and all. At that statement, Midoriya felt inwardly relieved that he packed his bag with everything school-related this morning. He had a feeling that today would not be a conventional, ordinary first day. With no assigned seating, Midoriya, Uraraka, and Tsunatori had taken their place in the back corner together on the window side. Yaoyorozu was at the corner with Midoriya sitting in front of her, and Uraraka sat in the desk next to him while Tsunatori had positioned herself next to Yaoyorozu. Essentially, the 4 back desks in the window side corner. Tokage kept her belongings at the front desk but stayed in the back to chat. Over the next 10 minutes, more students began to fill in and some began socializing. He would every so often look around at his fellow classmates. He recognized one of them, a dude with the head of a crow. He didn't appear to be much of a talker though as he found his seat in the middle of the room and leaned back, closing his eyes. Definitely a quiet type. 2 girls walked in, appearing to have a casual conversation. One was a short, attractive girl with long dark green hair tied into a ponytail and seemed to have the disposition of a frog. The other was a plain yet cute-looking girl with short purple hair tied into a bob and had long earlobes. Were those auxiliary jacks? Midoriya wondered. The most animated student so far was a girl with pink hair, pink skin, small yellow horns, golden eyes with pitch-black scara, and with a bright disposition. Walking in beside her was a muscular dude standing at 175 centimeters, 5 feet 9 inches, with relaxed red eyes and spiky red hair. A friendly, confident expression was plastered on his face. Midoriya wasn't sure if those 2 were a couple or not, but they certainly looked the part, especially with how the red-haired guy's eyes subtly brightened when he glanced at the pink girl. Then again, he'd be the first to admit that he wasn't exactly an expert on romantic relationships. The next student Midoriya noticed walking in was a peculiar one in the super soldier's eyes. He was a moderately tall guy standing at 180 centimeters, 5 feet 11 inches, with a muscular build. He had shoulder-length hair split between white on his right side and crimson-red on his left, tied up into a bun at the back. His eyes were also different as the right one was brown while the left was turquoise, both filled with indifference. Additionally, there was a large burn scar on the left side of his face that reached from his hairline to halfway down his cheek. He didn't greet anyone, immediately taking a seat in the back corner of the class. Serious aura around that guy. Midoriya mused. Even though he looks calm, he seems so angry? Midoriya didn't have more time to ponder on the dual-tone dude for long as a familiar spiky-haired blonde walked into the room with a perpetual scowl etched on his face. Bakugo! Huh. Bakugo's eyes settled on Midoriya, narrowing. Green hair? You actually passed. Yeah. Midoriya ignored the fact that he seemed surprised by that. Uraraka groaned. Not this guy again. Who is he, Uraraka-chan? Yaoyorozu asked. She deeply sighed. Just some JRK. Trying to be cordial, Midoriya tried to at least start a good conversation with the ash blonde. I saw you did well on the exams. Congrats. By the way, I'm Dash. Bakugo interrupted him. Of course I did. Those tests were a joke. He stated confidently, one hand in his pocket while the other held his school bag strap. Getting in here was too easy. He found an open desk on Midoriya's side of the room, choosing the second seat from the front, and sitting his bag by it. Only one desk separated them. Bakugo sneered. Might have been a little rough for you extras, I bet. Extras? Tokage asked, earning the blonde's attention. That's right. Bakugo suddenly stood up on his desk. Listen up. All of you. Everyone in the class stopped to direct their attention to him. You're gazing upon greatness. I'm going to be number one around here. The top hero, like All Might. He smirked darkly. I'm not overconfident or anything. I'm just that good. So, if none of you want to die or anything, you'll stay out of my way. Understand? Everyone was silent. Die. Midoriya blinked, trying to process this guy's sudden declaration. What? Tsunatori slipped into English, tilting her head. She, like everyone else, was dumbfounded by this scene. Did I stutter horns? He sneered. I said, he spoke in English, eligible but accented, I'm going to be the number one hero like All Might. And all of you are red shirts. Extras. Stepping stones. Midoriya frowned as his right eye twitched. He thought at first maybe Bakugo was just joking around. One look into those sharp red eyes revealed that he had meant every single word both in Japanese and English. Great. He's one of those kinds of people. Wonderful. Midoriya dryly thought. Whoa, you speak English too? The spiky red-haired guy asked. What, think I wouldn't? He glared at the redhead as if he were insulted, and then stepped down from his desk. Pfft. Without warning, Tokage burst into laughter. Are you serious? Ha! Did you rehearse that before class? You trying to be an edgelord or something? Haha. Most of the class laughed at Tokage's remark. Even Yaoyorozu couldn't suppress an amused grin. What the hell did you say? Bakugo yelled, with sparks popping off his hands. You wanna go, green BTSH? Tokage was unfazed and smirked, showing off her predatory teeth. Bring it on. I'll take you on any time, any place, Sparky. Midoriya focused intently on the angry blonde's hands, involuntarily feeling his muscles tense up at the sounds. There were definitely mini explosions coming off his palms. Is that his quirk? Making explosions. I like your confidence, dude. Redhead guy casually approached Bakugo with a charismatic smile. That's not confidence, it's just arrogance. Midoriya inwardly deadpanned. Still, you don't have to call out or insult everyone else like that. He lightly admonished. Are you just nervous or something? First day jitters. Shut it, do I hair. Bakugo snapped. I wasn't talking to you. But, your hair isn't that different from mine. The redhead pointed out, sweat dropping. He quickly regained his friendly smile and held out a hand to Bakugo. Name's Kirishima Idru, by the way. What's yours? Bakugo was briefly taken aback before slapping the hand away. I didn't ask for your name. Oh, I get it. Kirishima adopted a determined, confident look. You're the type of person where someone has to prove their strength for you to acknowledge them, right? Well, challenge accepted. No dude. He's just an A. Midoriya remarked internally. Bakugo pet a brow, his anger diminishing slightly. You're a slow one, aren't you? Well, I may not be the fastest guy around, but my hardening quirk more than makes up for it. Kirishima proudly stated, unaware of the insult thrown at him. Bakugo didn't immediately respond. Tisk. He clicked his tongue and sat at his desk, feet propped up. Whatever. Doesn't matter what SHTTY quirk you have. You'll never measure up to me. Kirishima clenched his fist, smirking confidently. We'll see about that. Won't we? Guess Kirishima is the type that can't help but be friendly with everyone. Midoriya thought. Still, you're barking up the wrong tree there. Kirishima-kun might want to just forget about that one. The pink girl called out, echoing Midoriya's sentiments. It's you, said a familiar voice. Midoriya turned to see Glasses at the door, standing tall and in his uniform. Huh, where have I seen that guy before? Uraraka said thoughtfully. Oh, hey, it's you? The guy with the engine quirk. What's up? Midoriya sat up from his desk to greet the bespectacled teen. The navy-haired teen perked up before adjusting his spectacles and walking toward Midoriya across the room before bowing deeply. Uraraka, Yaoyorozu, Tsunatori, and Tokage standing nearby shifted their attention to Glasses. Oh, hey, isn't that the guy who made everyone laugh at the exam orientation? Said a blonde guy with a black lightning bolt streak in his hair. Yeah, I think it is, the purple-haired earlobe girl replied. Not gonna lie, I kinda appreciate what he did. Pink girl remarked. He really calmed my nerves. Tero. The green-haired frog-like girl croaked like a frog. Same here. I felt a little better going to take my practical. Meanwhile, as they continued quietly conversing, Glasses started talking to Midoriya. I apologize to you for my conduct during the practical exam. I clearly misjudged you back then. When you interrupted the exam orientation, I thought you were dishonoring everyone taking the test. He looked away shamefully. But you clearly saw the deeper meaning during the exam, didn't you? I saw how you saved this girl here. He motioned to Tsunatori, who looked at the bespectacled boy in confusion, and then you stopped the zero-pointer from potentially hurting other examinees at the sacrifice of your own score. Truly the test of what makes a hero. He bit his lower lip. He did not realize that till after the exam. If they had told us about the rescue point system, it would have made the act of saving others feel disingenuous and fraudulent. A clever way to evaluate those with heroic spirits, one in which I did not demonstrate. As much as it pains me to admit, you are a more superior and an exemplary student than me. He is more than honored to have you. Please receive my humblest of apologies. Midoriya was silent, blinking. This guy said all that without stopping to breathe? Nice set of lungs, I guess. Must be related to his quirk. His friends and a few other classmates paused to watch the interaction, making it feel even more awkward. Some had overheard Glasses' mention of Midoriya defeating the zero-pointer and looked at the verdette in surprise. Whoa, that guy really took down the zero-pointer? A plain black-haired dude asked. That's impressive. A multi-armed dude flatly commented. The crow-head boy nodded. Wonder how he managed that? Earlobe's girl asked. He'd have to be crazy strong to take that gimmick out, a robust man with big lips remarked. Bakugo discreetly looked back at Midoriya with narrowed eyes. As his classmates talked in the background, Midoriya rubbed his neck in embarrassment. Thanks. Apology accepted. I also apologize for my conduct during orientation. It was never my intent to disrupt it or distract anyone from the test. Just a misunderstanding on my part. He stopped to offer his hand. Let's start over. My name is Midoriya Izuku. Glasses' blue eyes softened as he returned the super soldier's firm shake. I am Ida Tenya. It is a pleasure to meet you and have you as a fellow peer at UA Academy, Midoriya-san. Shut up and get a room already. I'm trying to relax before the teacher gets here. Bakugo growled, looking lazily at Ida and Midoriya. Noticing Bakugo's feet on the desk, Ida puffed his chest out in righteous indignation. Take those feet off your desk right now. Ida demanded. Huh. Bakugo only smirked. You're disrespecting university property, you cretin. Bakugo scoffed, seemingly enjoying the banter. Like I care about the opinion of an extra. Where you from? Semi-private high, why does that matter? Bakugo smirked, sneering up at Ida. Semi-ha? You must think you're better than me. He grinned roguishly. I'm gonna enjoy blowing ya to bits, elitist. Ida went slack-jawed. Be blowing me to bits? You would threaten your own classmate. Are you sure you're in the right place? Bakugo's sneer remained as Midoriya placed a hand on Ida's shoulder. Ida-san, let's not get riled up. Bakugo's eyes fell on the verdette. Let's just take our seats and get ready for dash. Not get riled up, huh? Bakugo cut Midoriya off. Why don't ya mind your own business, stealth gaijin? Stealth gaijin? Ida blinked, sounding confused. What? You didn't know, the ash blonde's sneer intensified. This guy's a foreigner like Horn Girl back there. He jerked his thumb at Tsunatori, who flinched from being called out. His Japanese was so broken the first time I met him that it hurt my ears just listening to it. I've gotten better. Midoriya mumbled. Can still hear that dumb Western accent. Bakugo remarked. Hey, I resent that. Tsunatori angrily exclaimed. Only speak when you're spoken to, extra. Bakugo shouted back. Tsunatori defiantly stuck out her tongue. Anyways, Bakugo looked back at the verdette, but you couldn't cut it at the American hero schools, so you thought you'd have better luck here, huh? A devilish grin spread on his face. I'm gonna enjoy crushing you. Major superiority complex. Maybe has an inferiority complex too? Midoriya pondered. Uraraka had been listening to this exchange like everyone else and felt her ire rising. This Bakugo guy was just infuriating. Also, didn't Midori-kun risk his life to save this JRK from the sludge villain? How could he talk down to him like that? Hey! Uraraka indignantly stood up. Don't talk to Midori-kun like that. He did way better on the exam than you. Midoriya snapped his head toward the brunette with wide, panicked eyes. Uraraka-chan. I don't want everyone to dash. Yeah, right? Bakugo scoffed. Doubt he even cracked the top 20. He looked at the verdette with a condescending smirk. Let's hear it, stealth gaijin. What was your placement? Midoriya bit his lip, slowly moving back. Well, he spoke in English. What was your placement? Maybe someone else would like to share? He hoped to deflect the attention off of himself. Oh, we sharing our exam placements. Tokage grinned wryly. Well, I got 4th. 1 away from the top 3, but what can you do? She nonchalantly shrugged. I got 5th place. Kirishima laughed, then rubbed the back of his head. My parents were pretty proud I cracked the top 5. So was I. Pink Girl beamed, making Kirishima blush. I got 13th myself. I say I did pretty well. She then turned to Uraraka, Tsunatori, and Yaoyorozu. What about you 3? I got 12th. Tsunatori shyly said. Not bad, Horn Buddy. Pink Girl complimented, making the Pony Girl look away shyly. The energetic girl turned to Yaoyorozu. And you, Yaoyorozu-san? Well, Yaoyorozu became slightly timid. I got in on recommendations. Ooh, that's so cool, Yaoyorozu-san. She then turned to Uraraka. What about you, Uraraka-san? Uraraka directed her attention to Bakugo, grinning proudly. I got 2nd. Most of the class turned to look at the brunette girl in shock. She was one of the top 3 winners. That revelation caught Tokage's attention as she looked at the brunette, an analytical glint in her green eyes. Bakugo clenched his teeth, clicking his tongue in annoyed ire. Round Face got 2nd. Had to be those DMN rescue points. What a F-king joke. I'll crush her and show everyone who's the best. Bet that hurt his pride. Uraraka was feeling satisfied. My, that's impressive. Truly, he is honored to have you in its halls. Ida declared with strange hand gestures. Uraraka couldn't help but sheepishly chuckle at Ida's weird actions. The blue-haired youth then turned to Midoriya, who was a lot further away than he remembered. What about you, Midoriya-san? Where did you place? Midoriya swallowed some spit in his throat. Looks like his diversion didn't take the focus off of himself for too long. He glanced back at Uraraka, seeing her looking at him expectantly, a proud smile on her face. Now for the closing move. Finish him off, Midoriya. Uraraka internally cheered. Uraraka-chan, why? He inwardly sighed. Guess there's no getting out of it now, huh? He muttered inaudibly. I didn't hear you. What did you say? Ida asked. Surely Midoriya had a high score. In the top 10 perhaps? Midoriya took a deep breath. I got first. With that one word, a metaphorical bomb had been dropped in the classroom. Tsunatori and Ida's eyes both widened in astonishment. Everyone's attention immediately shifted to the Verdette super soldier. Some were curious, like the sparkling blonde guy in the front. Others were analyzing, like the piercing gaze of the crow-head boy. The red-white-haired young man in the back turned to Midoriya, narrowing his eyes. Others were astonished, like the blonde dude talking to the earlobe girl, and Tokage, whose jaw dropped a little to show off her sharp teeth. Yaoyorozu and Uraraka were the only ones not surprised, the latter directing a victorious smirk at Bakugo. Speaking of Bakugo, the smoldering aura from him was palpable, and it didn't go unnoticed by Midoriya. His crimson eyes were burning holes in Midoriya's head, his teeth bared as he let out a soft, audible growl. His grip on his desk was so hard that it might start cracking along with the mini-explosions crackling in his hands. No f-king way. He inwardly raged. This guy beat me? Of all people? Memories of the sludge villain incident flashed through his mind, which only made him angrier. That was the absolute worst day of his otherwise awesome life. Uraraka really enjoyed seeing the angry blonde's reaction. Serves you right, Jerry. Yaoyorozu looked at her Verdette friend in empathy. He clearly wasn't enjoying being in the limelight, however, that was the price for being number one. Looking around, the reaction might have been missed, but she heard the collective thought. Midoriya Izuku, out of everyone trying to get into UA University, out of everyone in the class, in the hero course, got first in the practical exam. He, out of every freshman, was the closest to being a pro hero and everyone knew it. Midoriya, meanwhile, lowered his head and tried to ignore the stares. Not how I was expecting my first day to start off. Already got a bullseye on my back. He inwardly groaned. It was never his intention to say anything related to his practical exam score. He was just answering a question in a conversation. He wasn't one to brag or anything. Well, it wasn't the first time having the spotlight shined on him. Memories of the tour flashed through his mind. Yeah, this really shouldn't be a big deal compared to all of that. He could walk this off, right? If you're here to talk about points, then pack up your stuff and leave. Dead silence filled the room. Everyone turned to the source of the voice. It was a scruffy, black-haired, baggy-eyed man inside a yellow sleeping bag lying on the floor. This guy was definitely missing out on sleep, Midoriya deduced. Who was he? Another student? Taking a head count, he quickly dismissed that thought. There were already 20 people present. That meant no boy. The tired man stared at the class before scrambling for something in his bag. Welcome to UA University's hero department, he muttered tiredly. He brought his hand out, holding a juice box. One SCK drained the entire container, slurping loudly in the process. Everyone in the class blanched at the sheer randomness of what they were seeing. Some babbled about the yellow caterpillar, while others just stared. Who is this hobo? The class steadily went silent, waiting for the man to speak. It took you 8 seconds to quiet down. Rolling into the room, he crawled out of the yellow bag, revealing himself to be a haggard man with long, unkempt hair and looked like he hadn't shaved in at least 2 days. He wore black, practical clothes, and what looked like an incredibly long gray scarf around his neck and shoulders. Not good enough. Time is precious. Do me a favor and be rational. I'd greatly appreciate that. Is this guy seriously our dash? Midoriya didn't complete his thought as the man continued speaking. Anyways, I'm Aizawa Shota, your foundational heroics instructor. for the class portion at least. Nice to meet you, I guess. He sounded bored and utterly devoid of emotion. Midoriya had joined the rest of the classroom in surprise at this point. He was their instructor? Granted, the super soldier had dealt with his fair share of quirky people in his time of service, but this guy looked like he was about to fall over from exhaustion at any moment. Certainly not someone teaching a class at a prestigious hero academy. Aizawa's eyes fell on Midoriya. You're not in a seat. In fact, he glanced around, most of you aren't. They didn't need to be told twice. Midoriya quickly found his desk along with the others. For some reason, he got the feeling that someone was staring at him. Maybe he was just imagining things? Of course, his instincts had often not failed him before. Aizawa reached into his sleeping bag to pull out a blue uniform with white trim. Right? I want all of you to head to the locker rooms, get changed into your gym uniforms, and meet me at the training grounds. We have work to do. Everyone was confused. What about the entrance ceremony? It was going to start within 15 minutes. Why are you all just sitting around looking clueless? Aizawa demanded, sounding irritated. Get to it. Yes, sir, replied most of the class. Welp, guess we're hitting the ground running. It looked like the Verdette's intuition was proven correct. Feeling a sense of déjà vu right now. After changing in the locker rooms, the 101, students made their way to what appeared to be a fairly regular PE field. The only difference was that the field at the center of the track had several different machines in place. Where the hero department uniforms were somewhat subdued, the gym uniforms were loud and bright. They were blue with red and white highlights, the white parts spelling out UA across their bodies. Aizawa waited for them with a scowl. It took all of you 10 minutes to get here, even with those basic gym uniforms. A pro hero can get into the most complicated costume and respond to a crisis in 5. Not a good start. He jerked his thumb over his shoulder at the field. Follow me, we'll be taking a Quirk apprehension test today. Quirk apprehension test? Most of the class shouted. Aizawa was irritated but maintained his composure. Excuse me, Aizawa-sensei? Uraraka hesitantly held up her hand. What about the entrance ceremony? Aizawa shrugged uncaringly. If any of you want to leave to attend it, go ahead. I technically can't stop you. You're all adults, young, but adults nonetheless. Just know you'll be kicked out of the hero course if you do decide to leave. Some of the students gaped in surprise. That's right. I have the authority to do that. At UA, we're not bound by convention. Aizawa explained. We have a more freestyle approach to education. That applies to instructors as well, so I can run my class however I see fit. Midoriya stood up straighter in line and kept his expression neutral, remaining silent. He felt like he was back in the SSR training camp right now with the no-nonsense vibe Aizawa was giving off. After a short walk, the class was now standing near a drawn circle in the training field. All right. The disheveled man turned towards the group. Ball throw. Standing long jump. 50-meter dash. Distance run. Grip strength. Side-to-side stepping. Sit-ups. Seated toe touch. You did all of these in high school during your standard non-quirk gym tests. Aizawa took a deep breath. Japan still insists on prohibiting quirks when calculating the averages of those records so as to give those with less power more of a chance. It's not rational. The Department of Education is just procrastinating and wasting time for those who should be ahead of the pack. He pointed at Bakugo. What was your record for the softball throw in high school? 75 meters, give or take. Bakugo said resolutely 1. Right. Aizawa reached into a bucket beside him and tossed him a UA quirk test softball. Go stand in the circle over there. Use your quirk to send the ball as far as you can. As long as you don't leave the circle, I don't care what you do. He stepped back, grabbing the work phone that would track all the results of the test. Bakugo grinned. Awesome. He stomped over to the circle that surrounded a solid mound of dirt. He stretched his limbs, walking into the circle. All right then, here goes. He drew his arm back, and then hurled the ball skyward. Just before it left his hand, he unleashed a massive explosion. Die! Everyone was bemused by that exclamation. Everyone watched as the ball rocketed out of sight, most of them beginning to murmur amongst themselves. Midoriya's gaze fell to Bakugo's hands. He couldn't help but feel impressed. So he can create explosions? I wonder how he does it. Is it just from his hands, or can he fire them from other appendages too? How much backlash can his body handle? Is his body fireproof? Midoriya's mind was racing a mile a minute, fascinated by the blonde's quirk. The ball finally landed and Aizawa looked down at the result. Knowing the limits of your abilities is crucial. He showed them the phone, displaying 750.2 meters, 2,461 feet, 1. That's the first step to figuring out what kind of heroes you'll be. It makes sense. Midoriya thought. Find out our maxes so we know where to improve on going forward into the semester. The rest of the class was getting excited. Man, did you see that explosion? That was so awesome! Kirishima exclaimed. Bakugo only smirked as he walked out of the circle. Midoriya watched Bakugo carefully. On the one hand, the ash blonde's potential was practically oozing off of him like water from a wet sponge. On the other hand, he was an abrasive egomaniac who loved to preen like a peacock when given praise. Lovely! Midoriya internally groaned. He'll be fun to be around. I want to go. This looks fun. Pink Girl clapped her hands together. This is what I'm talking about. Getting to use our quirks as much as we want. A black-haired dude cheered. The comments continued like that for a while until Aizawa gave them a terrifying glare. Midoriya wasn't sure what the man's quirk was, but it had something to do with the way his eyes glowed red and his hair rose up. Fun? You think this is all about fun? The man seemed to ooze killing intent, to the point that most of the class was immediately terrified. A few students were able to meet his gaze. Bakugo had already been exposed to near death, thanks to the run-in with that sludge villain 10 months ago. The dual-haired young man also remained stoic as if he had gone through worse in his life. Midoriya was the least deterred of the group as he had already been through many deadly battles before. Here at UA, you've got 4 years to become the best heroes you can be. You think it'll be all fun and games? He demanded. The question made the class shut up, and Aizawa shot them a creepy grin that promised untold pain. Idiots! We will be taking 8 physical tests. The one with the lowest score across all 8 events will be judged hopeless and will be expelled on the spot, no questions asked. Wait! Most of the class's air was deflated. Midoriya blinked twice as he too was taken aback by the declaration. That seems way too extreme. Heck, even a normal boot camp back home wouldn't do something so drastic on the first day. His thoughts shifted to his first day at the SSR. This situation felt kind of similar, strangely enough. Aizawa shifted his attention to Midoriya. I have an additional challenge for you. He pointed to the verdette, making him perk up from being suddenly singled out. Midoriya, right? Why yes, sir. Additional challenge? You earned first place on the practical exam but earned the least amount of villain points in the top also. You used that support item to take down most of your targets. Is that right? Yes, sir? He was confused. Where was he going with this? I'll cut to the chase then. Aizawa's gaze narrowed. If you fail to impress me with your own ability in these tests, I'll expel you on the spot, regardless of where you rank at the end. Aizawa stated flatly. Understood. Midoriya's neutral expression slightly faltered. He never expected to be called out in such a way, on the first day no less. He looked closely at Aizawa's face for any sign of deceit and came to a quick conclusion. He was dead serious. He recomposed himself and nodded. Yes, sir. Tsunatori glanced over at her fellow foreign exchange student worriedly. She didn't understand why Midoriya was being singled out in such a manner. Hadn't he already proved that he deserved to be here in the entrance exam? Yaoyorozu's eyes slightly widened in surprise. So far, she had been the least affected by Aizawa's challenge to the class. In her mind, she could see it for what it truly was. But this, it was as if an unknown variable had been suddenly introduced and screwed up all the equations and calculations she was seemingly performing in her brilliant brain. But why? What's the purpose in giving Midori-kun such a test when he's already aced the practical exam? Yaoyorozu pondered. I don't understand. Uraraka, meanwhile, was at a loss for words. Why you can't do that? It's only the first day. Even. That isn't fair. Fair, you say? Are natural disasters fair? Aizawa immediately retorted. How about villain attacks? Highway accidents? The world is full of unfair things. It's better you learn that now while you still have opportunities in life. If you really want to be heroes, you have to push through your comfort zones. His grin turned even more menacing. That's what it means to go beyond, to be plus ultra. Your fate is in your hands. Now show me what you can do. That phrase again. Why was the school using it? He'd look into it soon. But for now, the super soldier had more important matters to worry about. Midoriya adopted a serious look and steeled himself. So, not only do I have to do well in the tests, but I have to impress Mr. Aizawa too. Well then, time to show them what I'm made of. No holding back. Several minutes later, the class prepared for the first test, the 50-meter dash. 2 students went at a time, and the matchups were selected at random on Aizawa's phone. For the first matchup, Ida Tenya versus Midoriya Izuku. Midoriya remembered how fast Ida ran during the practical. He wasn't a radar gun, but he estimated Ida had to have reached 90 km/h, 55 miles per hour, at some points. Ida could probably go faster in a straight line and with enough distance. But he only had 50 meters to run, so Midoriya was feeling confident he could overtake him. As the two approached the starting line, Midoriya was about to wish Ida good luck until he surprised him by beating him to the punch, so to speak. The bespectacled teen earnestly bowed, and then shook his hand before getting ready. He could appreciate the gesture, but Ida could stand to tone it down a little, he thought. Getting down into a sprinter's position and placing his feet on the kickstands, Midoriya spotted Aizawa standing at the far end with robots to measure their speed. Right? Robots are commonplace in some places these days. That's kinda cool. Wonder if Terminator is a thing anymore? No, wait, focus. You can research old movie franchises later. He internally prepared himself. Runners on your marks. The robot shouted out. They got set. Ready. Then the gun fired. Midoriya dashed forward as hard as he could, pushing himself to full speed as fast as possible. Ida rushed forward in a flashier burst of speed from his leg engines. As soon as the race began, it was already over as both young men crossed the finish line. Ida stopped to look at Midoriya, wide-eyed. Midoriya, 2.78 seconds. To the robot chimed. Ida, 2.98 seconds. The class was impressed by their fast times, with the obvious exception of Bakugo, who clenched his jaw in annoyed frustration. Not bad. Aizawa was impressed with both students, looking at the times on his phone. Still, Midoriya needs to show me more than just speed. Alright, next matchup, Ashido versus Aoyama. Aizawa shouted. Mush, people. Well done, Midoriya-sen. Ida earnestly congratulated him. I had no idea you possessed such speed. Thanks, he smiled as the duo walked back to the rest of the class. You were right on my tail at the end though, Ida-san. Guessing you couldn't reach your top speed? He asked as both young men walked back to their fellow students. Ida shook his head, pushing his glasses up. No. I'm afraid I was only able to reach 3rd gear. I need more room to reach my top gear. Only his 3rd gear, huh? How many gears does he have then? Midoriya shortly pondered, and then realized something. I may have won this match, but Ida is definitely the faster one. As the test continued, Midoriya and Ida maintained the top 2 times. Yaoyorozu and Tokage were matched up and the former created a pair of rollerblades to finish at 4.90 seconds while the latter shockingly split her body into several pieces and flew toward the finish line in 4.01 seconds. Some students gaped at Tokage's quirk as she effortlessly put herself back together at the finish line, unfazed by having her body split apart. Midoriya was definitely going to seek Tokage out later and ask about her quirk. What an amazing ability! Tokage seemed quite satisfied with her time but didn't brag as she showed good sportsmanship by shaking Yaoyorozu's hand. Bakugo used his explosions to propel himself to a 4.03 second finish but seemed frustrated with himself. Maybe because he wasn't in first, nor the top 3? Uraraka and Tsunatori were matched up against each other. The former used her quirk on herself and pushed herself off the kickstands while the latter used her horns to fly to the finish line. It was a photo finish as Uraraka's 5.07 seconds edged out Tsunatori's 5.10 seconds. Both girls congratulated each other and seemed pleased with their times. However, Midoriya noticed Uraraka looked a little extra chipper from her victory, as if she were pleased to come out on top against the foreign pony girl. Probably nothing. The second test, grip strength. This test was straightforward. Grip as hard as you can on a dynamometer to measure out your highest reading. He looked around and saw his classmates gripping their devices. One student, the robust guy with big lips, Sato Rikido, was allowed to eat a cupcake for his quirk, granting him a sugar high that pushed his max to 700 kilograms, 1,543 pounds. He also noticed some other students gathered around the silver-haired man with multiple appendages, Shoji Mizo, who was gripping nearly 570 kilograms, 1,256 pounds, 1. Not bad at all. Midoriya looked down at his handheld dynamometer. Been a while since I've done a grip test. I recorded a little over 1,500 pounds, 680 kilograms, back at the SSR. Course, that was over 150 years ago. He glanced at his device determinedly. No holding back. He gripped as hard as he could until he heard a loud beep. He looked down and was surprised. 999.99 kilograms? Midoriya blinked in surprise, his mouth slightly agape. I know I got stronger doing all that training with all might, but this... It's over double my record. Is it broken? Mr. Aizawa. He accidentally slipped into English and quickly corrected himself, speaking in Japanese, I mean Aizawa-sensei. The tired man lazily looked over at Midoriya, showing him the device's results. He then looked down at his phone. Sorry, I may have broken it. Is there a stronger dynamometer or dash? You're fine. Just put it back. Aizawa instructed. Midoriya nodded and then placed the dynamometer back on a table. Whoa! The pink girl, Ashido Mina, exclaimed as she looked over at Midoriya's device while turning hers in. That's a lot of nines. Someone beat my score. Sato walked over, recovered from his sugar-induced craze. Wow, that's cool. He was impressed. Yeah, I guess it is. Midoriya laughed, bashfully rubbing his neck. Uraraka overheard the conversation as she moved to return her device. What mark did you get, Midori-kun? She looked over and was stunned. Whoa, did you actually get 999 kilos? That, or maybe he broke the machine? Ashido mused. Kirishima finished his test and checked Midoriya's score out of curiosity. Break? Dude, you totally went beyond that. You did more than Sato or Shoji. He slapped Midoriya's back. Nice one. Thanks. Just doing my best. Midoriya replied. He did his best to avoid Bakugo's simmering glare, who was gripping his device over and over, futilely trying to match Midoriya's measurement. After everyone completed the test, Aizawa quickly went over the scores on the phone. Midoriya and Yaoyorozu had both broken their dynamometers as their scores were unreadable. Yaoyorozu had created a miniature hydraulic clamp that kept applying pressure until her machine broke. As expected of a recommendation student with versatility and intelligence. As for Midoriya, his speed, his strength, I suppose his enhancement quirk is nothing to scoff at. Still, out of curiosity, let's see how he does with the rest of the tests. The black-haired man mused. He altered the score, adding a note saying, enough, to Midoriya's and Yaoyorozu's zeros. The third test, standing long jump. Crouching low, Midoriya leapt forward as far as he could and managed to clear the 4-meter-long, 12 feet, sandpit by 5 meters, 15 feet. However, his impressive mark was blown out of the water by his friends and several classmates. Uraraka, Tokage, and Tsunatori used their respective quirks to fly across the sandbox. Uraraka made herself weightless, Tokage simply split herself up and flew across, and Tsunatori scaled the pit using her horns. Yaoyorozu simply conjured a javelin to get air and cover the distance. Not much he could do to beat that, he thought. Additionally, Ida, Bakugo, the sparkling blonde-haired guy, Aoyama, and the frog girl, Azui, used their quirks to easily scale the jump. The dual-haired dude, Todoroki, amazingly summoned ice to ride across the sandbox, shocking the verdette. He can summon ice and ride on it like Frozone from The Incredibles? Amazing! He inwardly gushed. Maybe he can find out more about his ability later? Aizawa looked over the distances on the phone. Very impressive CRP this year, he thought. The fourth test, side-to-side stepping. Midoriya did very well on this test. He'd made it a priority to never skip leg day. He was able to reach incredible speeds without the long wind-up that Ida required. The only two students able to match him near the end were Mineta Minoru, a small dude with purple ball on his head, and Bakugo. Mineta used the detachable ball on his head to rapidly bounce himself back and forth while Bakugo was just in good shape and very determined. Regardless, with enhanced stamina, Midoriya was able to outlast both classmates and would have kept going until Aizawa told him to stop so they could move on to the next test. The fifth test, ball throw. It was a simple, straightforward test. Stay in the circle and throw the ball, anything goes. Many of the students use their abilities in creative ways to throw the ball, some going far, others not so much. Thankfully, for Aizawa, the event was going by fast. Things got very interesting, however, when it was Uraraka's turn. Rather than throw it, she gave Midoriya and Yaoyorozu a nervous smile, pressed her fingers against the ball, and gently tossed it up. It never came back down. Aizawa tried to get a read on how far it went, but his sensor just flickered and spouted a series of numbers and letters. He frowned and slapped the phone a few times. The screen fizzled, and then settled on an infinity symbol. Infinity! The majority of the class yelled simultaneously. Midoriya and Yaoyorozu were the only ones not shocked as they looked at their brunette friend with proud smiles. Though Midoriya did feel a little bad for Uraraka because she looked incredibly embarrassed from the attention. Yaoyorozu's turn was just as interesting as she had created a bazooka of some kind, expertly placed it on her shoulder, and fired the ball out of it. The ball soared out of sight until Aizawa held up the phone to display 3 kilometers, 1.85 miles, earning several cries of surprise. Midoriya couldn't help but whistle in amazement. Uraraka-chan and Yamamo are incredible. Yaoyorozu received an equal amount of praise from their classmates as she walked back, but Midoriya noticed she seemed fairly tired, likely due to her depleting a significant amount of her lipids in her creations over the tests. Bakugo could barely contain his seething rage from losing to Round Face of all people. Then Ponytail had to cheat and knock him down to third place. Third place, just like in the practical exam. He could feel his blood boiling as his nails dug into his palms. Whatever. It didn't count. DMN cheaters. He inwardly cursed. Then, it was finally Midoriya's turn. I'm definitely not beating Uraraka-chan or Yamamo's scores. The next highest one is Bakugo's. He thought while approaching the circle with a ball in hand. That'll be tough to beat. Let's see, my previous record was around 1,800 feet, 550 meters. Maybe that's gone up too. Standing in the circle, Midoriya looked down at the long expansive field in front of him. Closing his eyes, he took a deep breath. Memories of watching Zack throw pitches when he was younger played through his mind. Jacka or not, the guy knew how to throw a ball. So, I'll throw his signature fastball, only higher. The verdette got into a wind-up stance, bewildering the class. They hadn't seen a stance like that before. Even Aizawa pet an eyebrow in intrigue. Interesting stance. He mused. Is he using a technique to put extra power into his throw? Smart. Tsunatori lightly gasped as she recognized the stance, and her tail involuntarily swished from excitement. He knows about that old game too? Lifting his left leg up and smoothly placing it down, Midoriya followed through as he wound up his arm, corked his entire body, and threw the ball upward with as much torque as he could. Fastball pitch only released at a higher angle, similar to an outfielder's throw just with extra steps. With no flashy explosions or cannon fire, the ball quietly went sailing through the air. It flew further and further until they could barely see it. Aizawa turned around and displayed the result. 800.5 meters, 2,626 feet, 4. Midoriya's eyes widened. Oh, I really have gotten stronger. Thank you, All Might. He couldn't suppress an excited grin. All that training at the beach and constantly wearing those 200-kilogram resistance bands had really worked wonders. Nice dude. Tokage grinned. That's some serious raw power. Well, he got first in the practical, so it's not too surprising. Shoji added, creepily talking through a mouth on one of his arms. Huh, and here I thought I was going to be the strongest. Sot amused. UA really is full of surprises. Midoriya bashfully smiled at the praise as he walked back toward his friends. Great job, Midori-kun. Uraraka beamed. Yaoyorozu nodded. Your augment quirk is truly something special. Thanks guys, but you both deserve more praise. You've been awesome so far. Midoriya excitedly replied, making both girls blush. Bakugo, meanwhile, was not a happy camper. Are you F-King kidding me? He blinked, ensuring he wasn't seeing things. The number remained the same. 800 meters, a full 50 ahead of his own score. His jaw dropped and his eyes were as wide as plates. How could he have thrown that ball so far with just raw strength alone? It wasn't possible. He was like... The realization hit Bakugo like a lightning bolt, and he felt himself freeze up. He was like a mini All Might. The blonde struggled to breath as it felt like his airway was restricted. He couldn't deny what he had just seen now and in the prior tests. The stealth gaijin was stronger than him. His own raw strength had beat out his explosion quirk. His physical feats surpassed him. Was his first place in the practical exam not a fluke? Bakugo clenched his fist and ground his teeth. No, that couldn't be it. He was just dumb muscle, fumbled in his speech when flustered, and had that stupid Western accent of his when he talked. It was infuriating. He may look Japanese and speak the language better than he used to, but he refused to acknowledge him as a fellow Japanese. He simply wasn't. Just a stupid American sojourner that belonged back overseas. Besides, his dumb enhancement quirk, or whatever it was, he didn't care, had nothing on Bakugo's raw power and versatility. He could use his explosive blasts to fly and fight in close quarters or long range. The stealth gaijin was just a severely watered-down form of All Might. Nothing more, nothing less. Bakugo glanced over at the vedette, who looked flustered while conversing with Round Face and Ponytail. That trio together had knocked his amazing score to 4th place. In his mind, it didn't count. All 3 of them were cheaters. Enjoy your time at the top while you can, stealth gaijin. Bakugo's snarl shifted into a devilish grin. For the first time in his life, he had a true challenge. A worthy obstacle for him to overcome. Fun, bring it on. All Might, his idol, faced challenges with a smile. He would do the same. I will surpass you. I'm gonna relish knocking you off that F-King ivory tower and send you packing back to America where you belong. Just you wait. Midoriya Izuku. The 6th test, sit-ups. Midoriya aced the test with ease. He beat out everyone including Ida, Sato, Shoji, and finally Bakugo. Bakugo hung in there for a while, but he finally collapsed after 110 reps. However, the super soldier kept going with no sign of slowing down. Uraraka, who had been the one holding his legs, looked on with a flustered expression. Midori-kun's strength and stamina was something else, she thought. Aizawa eventually told him to stop, saying he had seen enough. The 7th test, seated toe touch. Again, this test was no issue for him. He kept doing toe touches effortlessly and beat out everyone. He made it a priority to be as flexible as he could and never skipped stretches. After 150 reps, Aizawa told him to stop again to move on to the final test. Midoriya could practically feel Bakugo glaring daggers at him. What was his problem? The 8th and final test, distance running. Yaoyorozu summoned a moped and drove around the track, taking the lead. Midoriya and Ida managed to keep up with her at a fast pace, neither one slowing down. Although Ida technically was faster, the true test was endurance, and both were exhibiting that in spades. Bakugo was trailing not too far behind the trio as he used his explosions to propel himself forward. Tsunatori flew around the track on her horns and was keeping up with the leaders for a good portion of the race. However, exhaustion from overusing her quirk had taken over and forced her to complete the race on foot before she eventually ran out of steam. Tokage was in a similar spot as Tsunatori, as she had split her body into multiple parts and flew around the track until exhaustion finally crept up. Uraraka, however, couldn't use her quirk in this setting and was the first of their group to tap out from exhaustion. At the end, only Midoriya, Ida, Yaoyorozu and Bakugo remained on the track while everyone else was catching their breaths on the field. With the end of the class PRD approaching, Aizawa was forced to tell the quartet to stop. "It's obvious all of you can keep going. Stop wasting my time." Aizawa had said, "I'll display the final results shortly." Ida gave Midoriya an impressed nod and Bakugo merely sneered at him, which he ignored. The ash blonde was drenched in sweat and exhausted while Midoriya and Ida were holding up just fine. They could run extra laps if they wanted. Yaoyorozu dismounted her bike and smirked at Midoriya. "Thanks for giving me the motorbike idea back then," she whispered, shooting him a wink. "It really is a handy creation." Midoriya chuckled lightly, blushing slightly. "Hey, you're welcome. Glad it's working out for you. If you're all done standing around, the results are in." Mr. Aizawa called out. This was it. Whoever received last place in the test would be expelled, and if Midoriya hadn't impressed Mr. Aizawa, he would be too. Midoriya was feeling slightly anxious but maintained a calm composure. He was confident he did well enough. He didn't get first in every test, but he had gotten in the top 3 in the rest, not counting the standing long jump. Several people had beaten his jump by a wider margin in that particular test. Even so, that was still enough to impress Mr. Aizawa, right? "I'm just going to bring up the whole list. It's not worth going over each individual score." Aizawa informed the class as he clicked the device in his hand. A hologram appeared and listed off their names from 1st to 20th place. Midoriya Izuku, Yaoyorozu Momo, Todoroki Shoto, Bakugo Ketsuki, Ida Tenya, Tokage Setsuna, Tokoyami Fumikage, Shoji Mizo, Tsunatori Pony, Uraraka Chogo, Kirishima Ijiro, Ishido Mina, Kota Koji, Sato Rikido, Dashutsu, Ryuma Yuga, Shiro Hanta, Kaminari Denki, Jiro Kyuka, Mineta Minoru. Midoriya couldn't help but smile at his and his friends' placements. He and Yaoyorozu got 1st and 2nd? That's great. Meanwhile, Uraraka and Tsunatori both placed in the top 10 as well. Not a bad way to start freshman year. His eyes went down the list to see who had unfortunately placed last. "Ah, the short guy with purple ball for hair, Mineta." Midoriya sympathetically glanced over at Mineta. "Poor guy. To get this far. And to have it dash. No." Mineta screamed at the rankings. "I can't be expelled. How will I get popular with girls and touch their bodies now?" Midoriya blanched. Never mind." Needless to say, that declaration was met with less than pleasant reactions from the girls of the class. "Degenerate." Yaoyorozu huffed, looking away from the wailing boy. "You're gross." Earlobe's girl, Jiro, glared at the panicking Mineta. "That's not very heroic." The frog-like girl, Azui, admonished. "Pervert." Ishido scoffed. Tokage rolled her eyes and turned away from Mineta. "Serves you right, shorty. That's just wrong." Tsunatori backed away from the short boy. "That's why you're here?" Uraraka looked creeped out and unconsciously moved closer to Midoriya. "Also, I lied about expelling the person in last place." Aizawa grinned like a troll. The class looked utterly stunned, save for Yaoyorozu. "Wait, really?" Midoriya slipped into English. Shaking his head, he switched back to Japanese. "I mean, really?" No one seemed to have noticed his faux pas. It was all a logical ruse, meant to bring out the best in all of you. He elaborated with a toothy grin. "What?" Ida, Uraraka, and Tsunatori shouted with various shades of pale and surprise. "I see now." Midoriya understood the situation. He threatened last place with expulsion to motivate everyone. Dirty move, but effective. To the side, Yaoyorozu sighed in disappointment at her classmates. Of course he wasn't serious about that. They wouldn't expel one of us that easily. Aizawa raised an eyebrow at Yaoyorozu's statement, as if he was tempted to expel someone just to prove her wrong. Midoriya nodded. If that threat hadn't been hanging over us, everyone wouldn't have given it their best. Yaoyorozu discreetly turned to Midoriya looking slightly worried, remembering Aizawa's direct challenge to him. Surely Mr. Aizawa wasn't serious with that challenge either. But the look on Aizawa's face, and the fact he had singled Midoriya out made Yaoyorozu wonder if their instructor was indeed serious about it. He scored first, so he should be in the clear, right? I'm saved. Mineta cheered loudly. Without warning, he was wrapped up in Aizawa's scarves and dragged in front of the teacher. Aizawa's eyes glowed red with his quirk as he held Mineta off the ground at eye level. That being said, if you don't improve your behavior, you'll be out of here before you know it. He informed the once again panicking boy. Just because you're not going home today doesn't mean you aren't the first one on the chopping block. Do you understand? Mineta nodded rapidly before being released from Aizawa's scarves and dropping to the ground. He then remembered something. The other challenge he issued. Oh, Midoriya. Aizawa called out. The super soldier perked up at his name as Aizawa looked at him tiredly. Good work today. You're off the hook, for now. Midoriya blinked before he bowed. Oh, thank you, sir. Yaoyorozu and Uraraka both sighed in relief while Tsunatori's tail happily swished from this news. Anyways, Aizawa sighed, turning to face the class. We're done here. Your syllabus and documents regarding the hero course are on your desks in the classroom. Give them a look when you can. Class dismissed. The class began to make their way towards the locker rooms to change out of their gym uniforms. Underhanded trick, but I can see where he's coming from. Midoriya mused. This semester should be interesting. Meanwhile, Aizawa was walking back towards the teacher's lounge with a certain green-haired student on his mind. He didn't know why, but something just seemed off about Midoriya, and he couldn't quite place it. His powers weren't the question mark, no. Speed, strength, and agility were traits many strong heroes acquired. The incredible endurance and stamina he displayed wouldn't raise much concern either if he was just a strong individual. However, it was the factors outside of the Quirk apprehension test that had caught his attention. For one, he had noticed Midoriya seemed to carry himself like a soldier, always standing straight and normally keeping a calm, collected demeanor. Well, when he wasn't talking to the girls. He needed to work on that. Still, that wasn't too big of a deal in itself as UA had trained individuals come in as freshmen before. That support item of his, the shield, was another. Whatever metal it was made of was able to tear through the foe villains like nothing while still bouncing off objects like a pinball. Even power loaders seemed befuddled about it. The only times he ever remembered seeing anything like it were in those old movies about the first hero he had seen when he was younger. That thought made Aizawa pause. The skill Midoriya displayed while utilizing that shield during the practical exam was remarkable. So remarkable that he had been initially concerned that Midoriya was relying too much on it to cover up potential physical downfalls, but those concerns were clearly no longer valid. Where could he have gotten such an item and learned to use it so well? He'd have to check Midoriya's files this evening. Maybe he'd find some answers there. Aizawa, you liar. The black-haired man snapped out of his reverie, unsurprised by the number one hero's appearance. He had noticed the large man peeking out behind the corner during most of the tests. Something you need, All Might? Aizawa droned, hands pocketed as he looked up at the blonde titan of a man. A logical ruse? Nice try, but April Fool's was last week. You expelled an entire class of freshmen last year. All Might exclaimed accusingly. Yes. Aizawa casually replied. You toss aside those with zero prospects without batting an eye, and go back on your word? All Might pet a brow. Also, you singled out young Midoriya from the start for seemingly no reason. Why? Aizawa looked at the blonde Goliath closely. I wanted to ensure he was more than that shield he was using for the exam. He proved me wrong. He shrugged nonchalantly. Simple as that. In fact, his abilities. He narrowed his gaze. Are similar to yours, All Might. Huh? All Might flinched slightly. You think so? I know he said that serum made him stronger, but enough for Aizawa to make that comparison? All Might mused. I suppose my aim to pass plan was very effective then. He couldn't help but feel a little proud of himself for that. What's your connection with him? Aizawa asked, getting straight to the point. What do you mean? He's my student. He tried to play off, but the underground hero wasn't buying it. Fine. He walked past the hulking blonde. Don't tell me. I'll get answers one way or another. Clearly there's a connection between those two. I'll find out what it is. Aizawa thought as he stalked off. The field class is tomorrow. I'll review the footage after and see how Midoriya performs. Why do I have a feeling that more sleepless nights are coming? Well, he'd worry about that later. For now, his sleeping bag was calling to him. He would not keep her waiting any longer. All Might, meanwhile, watched as Aizawa sauntered off. He tapped his chin. Hopefully Aizawa doesn't get too suspicious of young Midoriya. Perhaps I should warn him? But if I do, he may hold back in the field class tomorrow, which may garner even more suspicion and possible disciplinary action from Aizawa. The blonde giant groaned and slumped in anxiety. Yeah, they may have a problem here. Why did young Midoriya's foundational heroics instructor have to be Aizawa of all people? The rest of the day had thankfully been uneventful. The instructors for Hero Class A's remaining classes, who were all active pro heroes, handed out syllabuses and explained how their respective classes would be taught before dismissing them early. Even the field portion of the heroics class that afternoon consisted of just picking up a syllabus with a teacher's note stating to come ready for tomorrow. Midoriya assumed that All Might was too caught up in something else to attend the class, used up his 3-hour time limit for the day, or both. As a result, the students had plenty of time to greet and converse with one another. After being dismissed from their last class, Class A walked down the halls to begin their trek home. Midoriya was currently walking alongside Uraraka and Yaoyorozu with a few others close by. So, Midoriya, what is your quirk exactly? Pink Girl grinned at him. The name's Ashido Mina, by the way. Yes, Ida pushed his glasses further up on his nose. I was also going to ask that question. The strength, speed, and endurance you displayed in the test today were truly exceptional. You could just say it was really cool, Ida-san. A fairly normal black-haired boy standing at 180 centimeters, 5 feet 11 inches, with large, canister-shaped elbows and an easygoing smile rested his hand on Midoriya's broad shoulder. Oh, I'm Shiro Hanta. Pleased to meet you guys. Midoriya smiled. Both Shiro and Ashido had friendly auras around them that made it very hard to dislike them. He started the quirk explanation he had committed to memory. Well, my quirk, augment, isn't anything too special. It just enhances every facet of my body, both physical and mental. I see. Ida held his chin in a contemplative manner. That would mean your quirk doesn't just enhance your physical strength then, but your mind as well. An exceptional ability indeed. He rigidly flailed his arms, briefly confusing Midoriya. Was this just one of Ida's quirks, aside from engine? Nothing too special, huh? Tokage pet an eyebrow, smirking. Sure didn't look that way with you crushing all the tests today. Yeah, Mr. First Place. Uraraka teased. Come on, guys. Midoriya rubbed his neck bashfully. Your quirks are way more interesting than mine. Bakugo, who was walking past them, overheard Midoriya and scoffed. Ain't that the truth? Before anyone could retort, the explosive teen had already stomped off with his hands in his pockets. Geez, Ashido shook her head, frowning. Such in a hole. I don't get why Kirishima-kun is trying to befriend him. Kirishima-kun, huh? Tokage turned to the pink girl with a sly grin. By the way, are you two dating or something? Ashido looked back at the greenette with a proud smile. We went to the same junior high and high schools. We started dating in our second year of high school. The group continued to converse as they walked down a flight of stairs. I see. Tokage was definitely interested. High school sweethearts, huh? You'll have to give us the rundown soon. Sure thing. Ashido beamed. But, Uraraka interjected, you're not worried your relationship will get in the way of your future hero careers? She looked mildly concerned. Well, at first we were when we started dating. But, Ashido smiled wistfully, Kirishima told me that people shouldn't live with any regrets, and that included heroes. He's pretty good at giving inspirational phrases like that sometimes. She giggled. It just really resonated with me, Yano? Ida nodded in agreement. Thus, the path of a pro hero is a dangerous line of work. Tomorrow isn't guaranteed, after all. I'm not an expert in romantic relationships, but I imagine it'd be awful to die without telling someone you care for how you feel, or worse, vice versa. No one noticed, but Midoriya frowned at that statement. You have no idea. His expression didn't go unnoticed by a certain heiress, who glanced at him worriedly, but Midoriya seemed to recover quickly before she could ask what was wrong. Maybe she could bring it up later? Reaching the first floor, they walked through the main lobby and towards the main doors. I suppose that makes sense. Yaoyorozu refocused on the topic at hand. And you're both aiming to be heroes, so there should be an understanding between you two when you sometimes can't spend time together. Unless you sign on at the same agency, of course. Now that would be cool. Ashido lit up at that suggestion. Besides, there's plenty of hero power couples out there. Tokage pointed out. It can work as long as you're both reasonable about it. They walked outside and down the long pathway that stretched toward the main gate. Ashido felt her skirt vibrate and reached into her pocket. Pulling out her phone, she read a text message and looked back at the group. Oh, sorry, I gotta run. Kirishima-kun and I are meeting somewhere this evening. Catch you guys later. She ran down the pathway and through the gate, disappearing around the corner. I guess I better get going too. Ciro spoke up. Don't want to miss my train. See you guys tomorrow. They waved goodbye, and then Ida nodded to them. I am afraid that I must say goodbye as well. My own train is at a different station. Alright, see you tomorrow then, Ida-san. Midoriya waved. Once Ida had left, only Midoriya, Uraraka, Yaoyorozu, and Tokage remained. Then, before anyone could say anything, someone called out to the group. Hey, wait up guys. They turned to see Tsunatori running up to them, smiling brightly. Oh hey Pony. Was wondering where you ran off to after class. Midoriya offhandedly said. She stopped in front of them and wasn't even slightly out of breath. Sorry. I was actually talking to a few students from the 101B class in the hallway. They seemed pretty nice. I even exchanged numbers with a couple of them. That's neat. Maybe it would be a good idea to talk with some students in the 101B class at some point. Midoriya suggested. I mean, they're in the hero course too, after all. Yaoyorozu, Uraraka, and Tokage all approved of the suggestion. Sure. Why not? Tokage shrugged, with her usual proactive grin. Yeah, that sounds like it could be fun. Uraraka agreed. I am admittedly curious to see what they're like. Yaoyorozu said, perhaps we can even help each other when we're not competing? Competing? Midoriya questioned. Like in games or something? Kind of. It's sort of been in UA tradition for the A and B hero course classes to compete against each other, both in grades, joint training, and overall performance. Yaoyorozu elaborated. A rivalry of sorts. Huh, I think I heard about that actually. Tokage mentioned. It's supposed to mimic the competition that pro heroes face in the field in some ways. Gets us in the competitive mindset before we even enter the field. Right? Makes sense, I guess. Midoriya dubiously noted. Midoriya had thought it over many times and each time, he arrived at the same conclusion. He wasn't a supporter of the pro hero ranking system as it essentially forced heroes to compete against each other in order to earn higher wages and notoriety. On one hand, it could motivate heroes to improve themselves and be more mindful about their jobs, which was good. On the other hand, that kind of competition where livelihoods and pride were on the line often bred corruption and resentment. He thought that kind of system worked fine in settings like professional sports, which were entertainment businesses, but it didn't have a place in a public servant setting that firefighters, police officers, and pro heroes occupied. At least, that's what Midoriya believed. Of course, the super soldier would admit that he was biased in that belief. After all, he did come from a team-first environment in the army. Additionally, he recognized that perhaps there's something he's not taking into consideration with the ranking system. For now, he'd wait and withhold judgment. Izuku, by the way, Tsunotori looked up at the verdette with sparkling eyes. That stance you used in the ball throw exercise? It was from baseball, wasn't it? Why does she sound impressed? It was nothing special. He wondered. Oh, why? Just a simple wind-up pitch. He replied as if it were common knowledge. Course, I changed up the normal throwing motion a bit so I could throw the ball higher rather than straight ahead. Wind-up pitch? Uraraka repeated. You mean the way you threw the ball earlier? Yeah. It's a stance nearly all baseball pitchers use to efficiently throw ball. Midoriya answered. Baseball? Uraraka tilted her head, a question mark appearing over her head. Never heard of it. Tokage shrugged, equally clueless. Is that a game or something? Midoriya's eyes slightly widened. What are they talking about? Even if they don't follow baseball, they should at least be aware of what it is. Baseball has been popular in Japan for a long time. Yaoyorozu hummed thoughtfully. It does sound familiar. I believe it was a sport that originated from America nearly 3 centuries ago. It was popular for a long time, even in Japan, but faded away after quirks started becoming the norm. What? The super soldier couldn't believe what he was hearing. Yeah, it was. Tsunotori confirmed, shocking the verdette even further. Though no one really plays it anymore, it's still a part of American culture in some ways. Every 4th of July a lot of communities will organize a mock baseball game for people to enjoy, for tradition's sake and all. I recognized Midoriya's stance from one of those games I watched when I was younger. She smiled fondly as if she were reminiscing on a cherished memory. Baseball isn't a thing anymore? Midoriya felt disheartened hearing this news. Granted, he wasn't a huge baseball fanatic or anything like that. The reality that a sport that was always a constant in his time was no longer around greatly emphasized how he was in a new world. Many things he was familiar with and loved were either gone or displayed in a museum. What else isn't around anymore? Do I really want to find out? Izuku, you okay? Tsunotori asked, noticing his spaced-out look. Midoriya didn't respond as he was lost in his thoughts. The girls looked at each other, bewildered. What was up with him? Midori-kun, Yaoyorozu sounded concerned. Are you all right? Oh. Midoriya snapped out his stupor, and became flustered when he realized that he had spaced out. Why, I'm fine. Just got lost in thought there for a second. Must have been something important for you to space out like that. Tokage pointed out. No, not really. Midoriya half-lied, and looked up with a small smile. Anyways, to answer your question, Pony, I knew someone who could pitch very well when I was younger. I based my throw off his stance and everything. That's all. Oh, I see. Tsunotori's smile widened. Well, I thought it was really cool to see that stance. And your throw was awesome. Thanks. Midoriya smiled sheepishly before he turned to Uraraka and Yaoyorozu. Although, I think you both really killed it in that test. Yeah, it is kind of hard to beat infinity and 3 kilometers. Tsunotori chuckled. Though they technically didn't throw the ball like we did, so does it really count? Tokage jokingly argued. Aizawa-sensei stated he didn't care how we did it as long as we stayed in the circle. Yaoyorozu pointed out. And we did, so it definitely counts. Uraraka affirmed. A thought occurred to the pony girl. By the way, do you know why Aizawa-sensei singled you out in the test today, Izuku? That question made the other girls perk up. Yeah, that was really unfair of him. Uraraka added. I'll admit, Yaoyorozu chimed in, that did throw me for a loop. It was pretty random. Did it have something to do with you being first in the practical? Tokage inquired. Sort of. I think Aizawa-sensei wanted to test how strong I was without my shield. Midoriya answered. I used it to acquire nearly all of my villain points in the exam, so he may have thought that my quirk wasn't strong enough to be in the hero course or something along those lines. Oh, I guess that makes sense. Still, Tsunotori cutely pouted, that was pretty mean to threaten you and everyone else like that. Yeah, I didn't like his methods either, but I get why he did it. Midoriya played devil's advocate. Urgency brings out the best in others. Yaoyorozu nodded in agreement. Yes, I suppose that makes sense. So, that means Mr. Aizawa was serious about expelling Midori-kun if he didn't impress him. Does that mean he may have been serious about expelling last place too? I wonder what could have changed his mind. She contemplated. Well, it certainly brought out our best. Tokage grinned. All of us placed in the top 10, right? Oh yeah, that's right. Uraraka smiled widely. It is nice to know we're not starting off at the bottom, but we shouldn't get complacent. Yaoyorozu sagely said. Much is expected of us going forward. We have to keep improving. Got that right? Tokage playfully patted the Ravenet on the back. I can't stay at number 6 forever, now can I? Tsunatori nodded, smiling determinedly. And I can't stay at number 9 either. Recalling her 10th place ranking, Uraraka realized it was neither bad nor great, just average. She frowned. That wouldn't do. She had plenty of work ahead of her if she wanted to catch up to her classmates and friends' level. Perhaps she would take up Midoriya on those morning training sessions that he had offered to her earlier. She might lose a couple hours of potential sleep every day, but that sacrifice was totally worth it if she got stronger. Right. Uraraka turned to smirk at her verdette friend. Hear that, Midori-kun? Don't get too comfortable at the top. We'll be coming for you. Yamamo might be the closest, but Tsunatori-san, Toki-san, and I aren't far behind either. Midoriya nodded. Good. Glad I'll have you guys to keep me on my toes then. He smiled confidently. Just know I won't make it easy on you. If you're going to beat me, you'll have to train hard and bring your A games. With how amazing all of you are, you'll catch up in no time. You'll get way stronger than I ever could. Midoriya happily mused. One might think that he'd be discouraged or even a bit dismayed by most of his friends and classmates overtaking him. However, the first hero knew from personal experience that he didn't need to be the strongest hero around to help others. The door to Midoriya's apartment opened as the verdette casually walked inside. Closing the door and locking it, he laid his yellow satchel by his work desk. He had just returned from a small tea shop close to UA's campus with Yaoyorozu, Uraraka, Tsunatori, and Tokage at the former's request. It was a good time. He enjoyed talking and getting to know his new friends in Pony and Tokage a little better. He even asked them both questions about their quirks, and had already started entries in his notebook. There was still more to fill out, but he had plenty of time to do so. He'd also made entries for his other classmates as the semester progressed. He, Yamamo, and Uraraka-chan even exchanged numbers with both of them and started a group chat for organizing study groups or just friendly conversation. They planned to ask Ida, Ashido, Kirishima, and Siro if they'd be interested in exchanging contact information as well. Perhaps they'd even ask a few others in the class if they'd be interested too. Midoriya was hoping at least Ida would accept, as he could use another guy in the group to talk to. While he wasn't as by the book as his bespectacled classmate, during their talks today he and Ida had discovered that they were both equally enthusiastic about hero protocols and patterns. He thought it'd be fun to discuss team-up ideas and strategies with him using their classmates as examples. Midoriya would ask him tomorrow. He had plenty of reading to do tonight with the hero course syllabus and UA University's history. Seriously, when did they start using that phrase, plus ultra? First, he needed to check an item off of his itinerary. Taking a seat at his work desk, he reached into the drawer and pulled out a notebook with the title, Reports, written on it. Turning to a blank page, he picked up a pen to start writing in English. From Captain America to Commander-in-Chief. Protocol, Activity Report. The first day at JP's UA University has concluded. While most of the regular classes started off in a conventional manner not worthy of mention, this was not the case for Foundational Heroics 101. The instructor for the class, Aizawa Shoda, had US running right out of the gate by giving US a Quirk apprehension test to test the limits of everyone's current strength and abilities. I earned the top spot in class, somehow. As I suspected, there are some powerful individuals in my class. Of the other 20 of the 40 Hero Corps students are in a separate class called 101B, and I can only imagine what their abilities are. I'll have to increase my gymnastics and martial arts training if I want to stay ahead, or even keep up. They will not be making it easy on me, and I am relieved by that fact. Tomorrow will be the field portion of the heroic class, taught by J-Piece number 1 hero, All Might. If today taught me anything, I suspect he likely will have us doing a fighting exercise to teach the class how to use their abilities in combat, or something along those lines. That's just my hunch though. Nevertheless, a soldier doesn't back down from challenges, and neither will I. My next report will summarize the aftermath of tomorrow's field class. Finishing his report, he closed the book and placed it back in the drawer. Okay, he reached into his satchel to pull out his laptop. Time for some more research. In hindsight, I probably should have done this sooner. Navigating to a popular search engine, he typed in the phrase UA University History and pressed the Enter key. No plan survives first contact with the enemy. What matters is how quickly the leader is able to adapt. Tim Harford, Mizudafu, Japan, April 2197. Nighttime. A natural slotted time for rest and recovery. Even the mightiest of warriors needed their sleep to function properly. However, sleep didn't always come easy for everyone. Midoriya Izuku tossed and turned in his full-sized bed, his brows and facial expression contorting in distress. Flashes of the past played through his head like a broken movie clip. Gunfire. Explosions. Blood. Dead bodies. Midoriya groaned as his breathing increased. Sweat began to accumulate on his brow. An unpleasant scene vaguely replayed in his sleep. It's not gonna hold. We'll find another way. Just hang on. I'm sorry, but the world needs Captain America. No. Don't. Keep going plus ultra cat. Good luck. No. Please, huh? Midoriya's emerald eyes shot open and he immediately sat up from his bed. Instinctively reaching for a combat knife he kept nearby, he frantically looked around the dark room for any danger with the weapon ready in hand. Seeing that he was alone in his apartment, he lowered the knife and felt his body relax ever so slightly. His breathing was hectic as sweat poured down his face. The super soldier placed the knife back on his bedstand and glanced over at his alarm clock, groaning at the time the blocky red numbers displayed. 4 o'clock, 4 a.m. Not again, same nightmare. Midoriya sighed deeply. Midoriya sat on the edge of his bed, resting his head in his hands. He remained in that position for several moments until he felt that he had finally calmed himself down. He deeply exhaled. Maybe I should look into getting a futon? Bed is too soft. Oh well, might as well get today started. With no chance of returning to sleep, Midoriya started on his morning training an hour early again. After taking a long swig of water from a thermos sitting by his bed, he quickly put on a set of jogging briefs and a t-shirt. A little running on the beach usually helps clear my head. Midoriya mused. Should also practice those new moves I've been learning too. Midoriya spent the next 2.5 hours training at Takoba Beach. It was a longer session than usual, but he had extra stress he needed to work off. He returned to his apartment to shower afterwards, ate a hearty breakfast, and got changed into the hero department uniform. Fully dressed and fed, the vedette proceeded to exit until a couple knocks on the door caught him by surprise. He tensed up, still on edge from his nightmare. Midori-kun, are you awake? Recognizing Uraraka-chan's cheery voice, he quickly relaxed his muscles. Oh wait, what am I saying? Of course you are. He smiled and rolled his eyes at her remark before opening the door. Uraraka was dressed in her uniform with her school bag strapped to her back, looking at him with those warm auburn eyes. Good morning, Midori-kun. Good morning, Uraraka-chan. You're up earlier today. He paused to check his watch, 7:15. Uraraka grinned. Well, we are UA Hero Corps students. We need to set a good example, right? Midoriya grinned at his brunette companion who was repeating his words from yesterday. Right you are. He nodded. Also, Yamamo suggested we meet up at that tea place we were at yesterday before class today. Did you not read the text? She asked curiously. Oh, sorry. He smiled sheepishly. I was so focused on training this morning and then getting ready for the day that I didn't check my phone. That's okay. Uraraka waved off. But would you like to come with us? It's still early and isn't far from campus. So, she winked, We can still get to class early like you want. It's not early. It's on time. Midoriya coyly retorted. And yeah, that sounds good. I could use some green tea, actually. Sweet. Let's head off then. She cheerily exclaimed. In that moment, Midoriya felt the stress from his latest nightmare melt away from her enthusiasm and bright smile. Uraraka sure had a knack for brightening his mood, he thought. Making casual small talk, the pair walked to the station and hopped on a train to the nearest station by UA's campus. However, Uraraka noticed that something seemed slightly off about Midoriya. He wasn't as engaging in their conversations as he normally was and was sometimes looking off in the distance with a troubled expression. As the pair disembarked from the train and navigated their way out of the station, Uraraka decided to address the issue while no one was around them. Hey Midori-kun? Yeah, what's up? Are you feeling okay today? She looked concerned. Midoriya blinked, caught off guard by her question. Why do you ask? I dunno, she shrugged. You just seem out of it this morning. Like something's bothering you. Right? I haven't been talking much. Midoriya realized. Stupid nightmare still on my mind. Well, like Bucky said, I need to buck up. Can't let her worry about me. Midoriya turned to her with a soft, reassuring smile. Oh, I'm all right, Uraraka-chan. It's just, I had one of those nights where you can't fall asleep no matter how much you try, so I'm just a little drained this morning. I'll be okay though. I mean, it's not a total lie. Oh, I see. Uraraka nodded in understanding. Yeah, I hate those kinds of nights too. They're the worst, huh? Midoriya nodded, sighing. Tell me about it. Uraraka discreetly glanced back at Midoriya with mild concern. She didn't believe her friend was lying per se, but it was clear that something else was bugging him. She wouldn't pry unless he got worse. He'd talk about it when he was ready, she thought. Eventually the pair arrived at a small pink building nestled on a small plot of land. Outside the establishment was a familiar black limousine that several passing pedestrians stared at. However, it had become a common sight these days for the verdette and brunette pair. As soon as Midoriya and Uraraka stepped into view, Yaoyorozu opened the door and stepped out with a bright smile to greet them. Thanking her driver and waving him off, she walked alongside her best friends down a small pathway into the establishment. A few bystanders, some even being UA students, were dumbfounded by the unusual trio. Moments later, the trio walked out of the building with lidded cups in hand and down the sidewalk towards UA University's campus. A quaint little setup they have. Midoriya commented. How'd you find out about that place, Yamamo? He took a sip of his green tea and felt his nerves calm ever so slightly. Well, this establishment is one of the few that carry my favorite brand of tea. Gold Tips Imperial. Yaoyorozu replied. So, I like to keep tabs on them. Sounds fancy. Uraraka commented while taking a sip of her green tea, deciding to get the same order as Midoriya. After all, some studies showed that green tea did help calm nerves, improve memory retention, and comprehension. Yaoyorozu smiled sheepishly. Yes, well, I suppose it is. She then frowned. I hope you both don't think I'm flaunting money or anything of the sort. That was certainly not my intent. Relax, Yamamo. Midoriya patted her shoulder in reassurance. We know. Yeah, we know you're not like that. So, don't worry. Uraraka chimed in. You were just showing us a nice place to get drinks. The fact that it's only a few minutes walk from campus is a big plus. The word, plus, suddenly triggered a memory from last night before Midoriya had turned into bed. Out of curiosity, he had searched online for the history of UA University's school motto. Something on your mind, Midori-kun? Yaoyorozu inquired, noticing his thoughtful visage. Actually, last night, I was doing some research on UA University's history, specifically, the school motto's origin. Midoriya answered. All the articles sort of contradicted each other. None of them really gave me a clear answer. That's a pretty specific thing to search for. Why the sudden interest? Uraraka asked curiously. Well, plus ultra was a saying that sometimes Captain America used, right? So, I was curious if they adopted it from him or something. The verdette replied. Oh, I can answer that. Yaoyorozu perked up. You're right that plus ultra was a saying originally coined by Captain America. History records and old posters prove that much. During the captain's time in Japan, many of the metahumans he helped rescue used the phrase as part of their equal rights rallies. Marino Hiroshi, one of UA University's founders, was one of the many people liberated from the concentration camps by the captain, and he established plus ultra as the school's official motto in reverence of the captain years after his disappearance. Midoriya and Uraraka both blinked at Yaoyorozu's detailed reply. She stammered, blushing slightly. Have done a lot of research on the captain. Uraraka grinned at her. I'll say Yamamo. Heck, even I didn't know all that. You're definitely the queen of Captain America otakus. Yaoyorozu looked away as her blush intensified. Well, a lot of my research was necessary for my story too. Midoriya couldn't suppress a smile. He never would have dreamed such a simple saying that he used to push himself further in times of crisis would have such an effect on people. Processing Yaoyorozu's explanation further, he wondered why the articles he found were inconclusive on the matter. I see. Still, I can't help but wonder why this isn't common knowledge. There seems to be a lot of disagreement on the internet. He noted. Well, a lot of history from that time PRD was sadly lost, so there's not much conclusive evidence for it. Yaoyorozu answered. Also, it's likely due to the fact that UA has been around for a long time, and the motto essentially became synonymous with the institution and the great pro-heroes it has helped produce. That's where the confusion comes from. That makes sense. Uraraka nodded. I mean, when you hear plus ultra, your first thought always goes to you, after all. Nothing wrong with that, I suppose. I mean, it's not like I trademarked the saying anyway. He internally chuckled. Otherwise, UA would have some royalties they'd have to pay. Let's see, we have algebra this morning at 9 being taught by Ectoplasm Sensei. Then, we'll have our first heroics field class at 15:30. Uraraka recalled. We'll have lots of free time on Tuesdays and Thursdays then, huh? Yeah, no kidding. A 5-hour intermission is pretty generous of the schedule makers. Midoriya remarked. It does make things flexible for us. Yaoyorozu pointed out. Got a feeling we'll likely be spending that time studying, completing assignments, using the training grounds, and lunch of course. Midoriya stated. Got to stay ahead of the curve, right? Both girls nodded in agreement. The trio walked past UA's main gateway and down the pathway that led to the main buildings. So, are you guys excited for our first day of heroic field class? Uraraka finished her tea and disposed of the cup in a nearby trash can. I wonder if the rumors of All Might being our instructor are true? She sounded excited. Well, the syllabus didn't say who the instructor was going to be, so who can say? Maybe it will be him. Midoriya already knew that Yagi would be their instructor, but that didn't mean he had to spoil the surprise for his friends. Yes, I'm very keen to get started. Yaoyorozu smiled. It'll be our first steps into becoming heroes. Ooh, I can't wait. Uraraka's shoulders slumped as she sighed heavily. First, we just have to get through boring math today. You shouldn't overlook mathematics, Uraraka-chan. Yaoyorozu lightly admonished. It's still a crucial part of our education. Plus, with your quirk, having a good understanding of math and physics could go a long way in the hero field. Midoriya reasoned. Huh? Uraraka blinked twice. I never considered that. A thought occurred to her. Wait, my quirk removes an object's gravitational pull though, so wouldn't that mean I'd have to study reverse physics or something? Yaoyorozu cutely tapped her chin in contemplation. Yes? I suppose you would. Uraraka Ochako. Evil doctor of anti-physics. Midoriya playfully commented. The sworn enemy to Sir Isaac Newton and Nicholas Copernicus alike. Yaoyorozu added, smiling slyly. Truly, a nefarious and dastardly villain of the cosmos. In accordance with the laws of physics, she must be brought down effective immediately for the universe to continue. The brunette couldn't contain her laughter and playfully shoved them. You both are dorks. Haha. While standing in between them, she placed her hands on their shoulders, careful to lift up her pinky fingers. But I guess you're my dorks. Heh. Midoriya glanced at her with a smirk. Don't act like you're above us, Professor. You're just as bad as we are, but in a good way though. The auburn-haired girl chuckled bashfully. Yeah, I guess you're right, oh great king of Captain America otakus. Please, I'm not deserving of such a title. Midoriya rubbed his neck sheepishly. Especially when guys like All Might and Coulson are duking it out for that dubious honor, oh brother. Yaoyorozu, meanwhile, couldn't contain her appealing, elated smile. Her life had changed for the better since Uraraka and Midoriya both became her best friends, a stark contrast to the extravagant yet dull life she had been living before with mostly training and constant studying. She was looking forward to spending even more time together with them and her fellow classmates in their shared pursuit of becoming pro-heroes. A realization then occurred to the heiress and her eyes widened. My word! We've been friends for a while now and I have yet to invite Midori-kun or Uraraka-chan to my house. I have to correct this. I'll ask them if they'd like to come over soon. Hopefully they'll say yes. Meanwhile, as the trio proceeded to the main doors, another Hero Corps student was nearby and noticed them, particularly how close they seemed to be getting to a certain green-haired young man. Erg. Mineta seethed as he clenched his teeth in envy. That lucky bastard. Fort Erskine, see, July 2042. 8 days had passed since Izuku's start of SSR training, and each one was longer and more arduous than the last. Izuku had already expected to struggle in his first few days of boot camp, but he had been confident that he would eventually adapt and the training would become easier, if only slightly. That was not the case, however, as Corporal Yamamoto was a relentless drill instructor. If he thought day 1 had been grueling, the following days only got progressively worse. She increased all of the exercise repetitions with each passing day, not enough to injure them, but enough to make their entire bodies very sore and worn out. She had even introduced drills from standard army basic training, such as wall scaling, army crawling under barbed wire, and finally traversing rope bridges and ladders. In the midst of the pained exhaustion, Izuku sometimes couldn't prevent pessimistic thoughts from arising. But those thoughts would always be pushed away when he recalled Bucky's words from Day, "Don't you dare at any point try to quit on me, no matter how hard it gets, ya hear? 'Cause I won't be quitting on you. Ever." With that, his determination was always reignited, and he found the strength to press on. Izuku sometimes couldn't help but wonder if Peggy was actively trying to make him quit. He had noticed that out of all the recruits she always seemed to target him the most whenever she could, calling him out for the smallest of mistakes or demanding he go faster in the drills. In addition, she had been avoiding him during times outside of training. However, he pushed those leery thoughts aside and opted to give his friend the benefit of the doubt. Perhaps this was her way of motivating him? Maybe she was just too busy to talk with him in the evenings, or didn't want to risk a misunderstanding of their relationship with the other recruits. All of that made sense, he thought. Izuku didn't have time to ruminate on the subject, though. It was the start of day 9 and the recruits were currently in the middle of their morning conditioning drills. The sun was rising higher in the sky and the heat was steadily increasing. But at this point, Izuku had become numb to it all. He followed orders and completed the exercises, when he wasn't passing out or stopping to puke, at the pace his frail body allowed. On the bright side, his new combat uniform had arrived yesterday, and it was appropriately sized to fit his smaller body. He felt a little better knowing that he at least didn't look like a dork while training anymore. He could only take so much teasing from his pals for wearing such a baggy uniform. That's enough warm-ups. Corporal Yamamoto shouted. Everyone fall back into formation. The recruits immediately complied and stood, at attention, in line, with Izuku lagging behind only slightly. Peggy's eyes briefly focused on Izuku to search for any mistake in his stance but found none. It was textbook perfect. She inwardly growled at that fact, but quickly decided to move on. We're going to switch things up today by starting with Pugil stick drills. We'll work off all that pent-up stress and frustration from the last few days. All of you head there and await instruction. Yes, ma'am. The group complied. Cadet Midoriya, a word. Corporal Yamamoto called out. Izuku left the formation and ran up to the Ravenet Marine. He tried to maintain a neutral, straight face, but the confusion was present in his brown eyes. "Why, yes, ma'am. I see that Private Barnes has been officially recognized as your battle buddy," she stated. "Yes, ma'am." "How has he been treating you?" she inquired. "He's been very supportive." Izuku resisted the urge to smile. "He's been teaching me how to march properly and the formation movements in our free time." He still didn't understand why Bucky wanted to be his battle buddy following day one when he literally could have chosen anyone else, someone more physically fit and closer to his age even. Nevertheless, he was grateful for the brunette's support as well as the encouragement he had received from his other friends in Sharon, Namor, James, and Nick. It felt surreal to him knowing that he had friends outside of Peggy now. If there was one silver lining in this training camp from hell, he had met those 5 amazing people. The other recruits didn't seem like bad people either, he just didn't get much opportunity to converse with them like he did his circle of friends. "I see," Peggy replied. "So that's how he's gotten better in formations recently. Well, I'm glad you both are getting along and he's taking you under his wing. But I'll cut to the chase of why I called you over here," she narrowed her gaze. "In the upcoming Pugil stick match, you need to win at least 1 round. Everyone gets 3 rounds each. If you fail to win one, then not only will you have to do extra exercises for punishment this evening, but Private Barnes will as well." Izuku's eyes widened in surprise. "I don't. You both come as a pair now," she tersely explained. "Meaning you'll not only enjoy victory together, but suffer in defeat together as well." The short teen considered Peggy's words. "I understand, ma'am." Corporal Yamamoto nodded. "Good. Don't discuss what we talked about with anyone else. Am I clear?" "Yes, ma'am." Dismissed. With that said, Izuku turned and sprinted toward the Pugil drill setup across the training field. Aside from Teruko, Barnes has been the most supportive of Izukuin. He's likely one of the reasons now why he hasn't quit yet. Well, you will see how far that support goes when he has to suffer. With Izukuin too. Peggy felt very awful with herself in going through with this plan, but she was out of options. Increasing the physical workload wasn't working like she thought it would. Izuku, albeit slowly, just kept getting back up and pushing on. His perseverance earned him the respect and support of his peers, which only pushed him further. He truly was the personification of mind over matter, she thought. So, if physical hardship wouldn't make Izuku quit, then perhaps targeting Izuku's newfound friendship with Barnes would. If she could make Barnes even slightly annoyed with Izuku over his shortcomings, maybe it would be discouraging enough to prompt Izuku to reconsider his place in the military. Peggy lowered her head, knitting her brows together. "I feel like such BTSH doing this, but this is my last chance. There's only 1 more day left before the 10 days are up." Pugil sticks, a heavily padded pole-like weapon, had been used in the U.S. Army since the 1940s. It was a part of hand-to-hand combat training for simulating rifle and bayonet combat. Pugil bouts were usually conducted with hard contact while wearing protective gear, padded gloves, and football helmets. The matches were divided by weight class and monitored by 3 judges who would use the 10-point must system to determine winners. The goal was to use the Pugil stick to knock an opponent to the ground, inflict the most disabling blows, and/or force them to submit. A judge would step in and call the match whenever necessary. Roughly half an hour had passed since the Pugil stick drill began, and Izuku had already lost 2 matches. Wielding a Pugil stick that was as big as he was proved to be very challenging. It didn't help that these kinds of drills required a considerable amount of physical strength, something Izuku was considerably lacking. Final matchup, Howlett and Midoriya. "Let's go," the instructor shouted. With his name called, Izuku stepped into a sandpit with James standing at the other end. Both were equipped with the proper protective gear and a Pugil stick. "Come on. You got this, Zuku." Sharon clapped. "Give it your best, bud," Bucky shouted. Izuku gave a thumbs up before inserting his mouthguard. "This is it. My last chance to get a win. If I don't, Bucky and I both will have to do punishment drills." Izuku worriedly thought. James grinned roguishly. "Not going easy on ya, shorty. Better come at me with all you got." He beat his buff chest to pump himself up. Izuku wordlessly nodded with a straight-face expression. So far, he had only been pitted against James or Sharon since they were the closest to his weight class. He was the only lightweight in the group, with James and Sharon being middleweight. Both had defeated him rather easily. James is faster, stronger, and more experienced than me. I'm at a huge disadvantage here. Izuku contemplated. He considered the rules of Pugil stick matches and what was allowed. One hand needed to be on the stick at all times, while punches, elbows, kicks, and knees were allowed as long as they were not aimed for the head nor if the opponent was already grounded. There's no way he'll submit, and I won't be able to get enough solid blows to his vital areas before he takes me down first. I'll have to knock him down fast. That's my only chance. Fighters, ready. The instructor ordered. I have to win this. Izuku's grip on the Pugil stick tightened. I won't make Bucky suffer with me. The rowdy cheers from the other recruits were drowned out as James and Izuku stared at each other with determined expressions. Both were aiming to win. Start, an instructor shouted, staying close by to intervene if needed. Neither combatant wasted time in charging forward at full speed. Izuku knew he couldn't outmuscle James. His opponent was stronger and heavier, so he opted for the only option he could think of to give himself a chance of winning. At the last second, Izuku juked to the right while extending the end of his Pugil stick to poke at James' feet. Whoa! James stumbled forward and swiftly extended his stick out toward the ground to break his fall. Izuku followed up with swinging his stick's upper end at the back of James' legs, attempting to knock his opponent to his knees. However, James was quick to react by kicking himself out of the way using his stick to hold himself upright. James pulled his Pugil stick off the ground and turned to face his opponent. Cheap shot, shorty. He charged and swung at Izuku's head, forcing him to hold up his pole to block the attack. James pressed forward with his assault, forcing Izuku to backtrack. Izuku felt the force behind each strike and knew he wouldn't last much longer. Plan A failed, time for Plan B. Izuku ascertained. The frail teen quickly ducked off to the side to avoid a strike and used his pole to swipe up sand at the burly young man's face. James was forced to shut his eyes, giving Izuku the opening he needed to swing his stick at his opponent's helmet as hard as he could. Oof! A hit! I finally got a hit! Izuku momentarily paused, unable to suppress an excited grin. Keep pressing! Bucky shouted out. You have to finish, Izuku. Sharon followed up. Right. Izuku snapped out of his stupor, extending his stick to jab James in the chest, causing James to stagger back. The fight's not over till it's over. Izuku stepped forward to press his attack and swung at James' head again. But much to his surprise, James brought up his Pugil stick to perfectly block the strike even with his eyes still shut from the sand. Howdy! James instantly recovered and pushed forward, increasing the speed and strength behind his blows. Whatever momentum Izuku had gained was promptly lost as he was put back on the defensive. One blow was strong enough to cause Izuku to stagger back. He didn't get the chance to recover as James used his pole to sweep his legs out from underneath him, sending the skinny teen falling to the sand. Damn it! Should have gone for his legs, got too cocky. All right, enough, an instructor called out. Izuku sighed deeply and picked himself up. Seriously, I lost the match. That means... The instructor stepped in between Izuku and James and held up the latter's arm. Midoriya failed to maintain a fighter's stance. Howl it! The recruits clapped and cheered in response. Nice recovery, Howlet. Nick cheered enthusiastically. Good effort by you though, flagman. Keep your chin up. Namor added blandly. You did well. Izuku and James both nodded in acknowledgement for their efforts and walked out of the sandpit, pulling the protective gear and helmet off and handing them back to the various fort personnel. All right, recruits. Get in formation. Corporal Yamamoto stepped in after watching the Pugil stick exercises. Everyone complied with her order, breathing heavily and sweaty from the intense matches. It's 5 minutes till lunchtime. Head back to the dining facility and we'll pick up at 12. Dismissed. Yes, ma'am. With that, the recruits proceeded in the direction of the dining facility. While they were jogging, Bucky noticed Izuku looked quite despondent. Was he disappointed that he lost all of his matches? Hey, don't worry about it, bud. Just shake it off. Bucky patted his shoulder reassuringly. You'll get him in the next match. Why, thanks. Izuku murmured, not looking at him. How could he? Because of his shortcomings, his new friend would be punished later too. Don't be too disappointed, Izuku. Sharon jogged up to the pair. You did much better in that match than all of your previous ones. Yeah. Bucky agreed. Using the stick to kick sand into Howlett's face? A little dirty, but hey, good thinking on your part. Never seen anyone do that in a Pugil match, actually. It was a good effort, but don't expect that dirty trick to work again, shorty. James called out from ahead, overhearing their conversation. Izuku couldn't help but smile a little from the praise and encouragement. He wasn't used to receiving it from anyone else outside Peggy or his mother. He quickly pushed that lamenting thought aside. Don't stress about it. Tell you what, how about I give you some pointers on fighting with a Pugil stick tonight? Bucky grinned. But first, let's hurry up and get something to eat already. Okay. Izuku nodded. Race ya guys. Sharon rushed forward. Carter. Bucky couldn't resist the challenge and pursued after her. Izuku increased his pace to try and keep up, but his heart wasn't into the impromptu race. I wonder though. He frowned morosely. Will you even want to talk with me anymore after today? Mizudafu, Japan, April 2197. So far, it's pretty normal for university life. Midoriya thought. After yesterday's sudden quirk assessment test in foundational heroics, Midoriya had wondered if all of the hero course classes would be unconventional. So far, that was not the case. The morning's algebra class has been conducted in a professional, conventional manner by the pro-hero, Ectoplasm. Hopefully the other non-heroic classes for tomorrow will be the same, he thought. After the class PRD ended, most of the class broke off to do their own things, taking advantage of the free time provided to them. Midoriya and a group consisting of Yaoyorozu, Uraraka, Tsunatori, Tokage, and Ida met up in the university library at a table to quietly discuss plans on what to do for their 5-hour intermission for the rest of the semester. After all, it was valuable time, and they didn't want to waste it by fooling around when they could be improving themselves academically and physically. They agreed to reserve Tuesdays for studying and catching up on assignments together, while Thursdays would be dedicated to moderate training at the designated training grounds. While there, the Verdette successfully exchanged contact information with Ida and he was added to the group chat. Then lunchtime rolled around, and the super soldier enjoyed eating alongside his friends and classmates. At a single table, the group sat together with the additions of Siro, Jiro, and Azui. All three of them seemed to have a casual and relaxed aura about them, but in different ways. To Midoriya, it felt good casually conversing with people his age again, as it reminded him of the good times in the army. Uraraka and Yaoyorozu sat on his right and left side respectively, while Tokage and Tsunatori sat across from him with the others filling the other spots. Gotta say, Lunch Rush's food is impressive. Midoriya commented. The pro-hero Lunch Rush was a disaster relief hero, a type of support hero that made food for people displaced by natural disasters or powerful villain incidents. His quirk allowed him to cook high-quality food with the same speed and efficiency of a team of 30 chefs. Midoriya imagined that the university saved quite a few paychecks by only having a few other cafeteria staff needed to keep the place clean. I know, right? Uraraka beamed, taking a bite from her rice bowl. It is good stuff. Siro nodded with a smile. Surprised it doesn't cost extra. It is very tasty. Yaoyorozu smiled as she enjoyed her lunch. As expected of a pro like Lunch Rush. Ida nodded, taking a sip from his drink. Midoriya had quite an assortment of different foods on his tray, the main dish being katsudon. He'd been excited to see his favorite food offered. It wasn't as good as his mom's used to be, in his personal opinion, but it was still great, nonetheless. He almost teared up at the thought of his mother, but he composed himself before anyone noticed, not wanting to cause a scene. What do you guys think the field class will be like? Jiro questioned a few moments later. Probably just some introductions and basics. That makes the most sense, Karo. Azui replied as she looked towards the purplet. That does sound reasonable. Yaoyorozu nodded in agreement. I can't imagine them giving us an intense assignment on what's technically our first day since all we did was pick up our syllabuses yesterday. Keep in mind that this is UA. Ida pointed out. If our field instructor is anything like Aizawa sensei, then... He trailed off and everyone's faces took on a thoughtful or worried expression. Yes, I suppose that is true. Yaoyorozu admitted. So, hope for the best but prepare for the worst? Ciro shrugged, half smiling. Yes, that may be for the best. Ida nodded. I'm sure it'll be fine with Toshinori teaching. Midoriya thought as he continued to eat. No worries, guys. We got this in the bag. Tokage confidently said, trying to break the tense mood. We'll just have to do our best. Tsunatori nodded determinedly. I just hope we won't be threatened with expulsion again. Uraraka murmured worriedly, nibbling on her rice. That was super stressful yesterday. Tell me about it. Jiro sighed heavily. I was second to last, after all. I can only imagine how you felt, Midoriya-san. Azui mentioned, looking at her fellow greenette curiously. Any reason why Aizawa-sensei singled you out yesterday? You got first on the practical, so I was confused by that. Yes, I was curious about that myself, actually. Ida admitted. Ciro and Jiro also looked at him curiously. Right? You guys had already left by then. Midoriya recalled. Well, I explained to Yamamo, Uraraka-chan, Pony, and Tokutsen yesterday that Aizawa-sensei was likely just testing me to make sure I wasn't too reliant on my shield. Your shield? Jiro questioned. I thought your quirk was an enhancement type, Karo. Azui said, touching her chin in confusion. Ida perked up in recollection. Ah yes. That support item you were carrying around during the practical exam. The silver disc. The very same. Midoriya nodded, and then looked back at his classmates. I used it to take out practically all of my targets in the exam in case you were both wondering. Wait, how? Ciro looked confused. It's just a shield, right? Far from it. Tsunatori spoke up excitedly. I only got to see him briefly use it during the exam, but Midoriya's shield is so cool. It tore through those robots like nothing. And the way he was throwing it was awesome too. It was like a boomerang the way it kept coming back to him. That declaration caught Uraraka and Yaoyorozu's attention. From the way Tsunatori described Midoriya's shield, it operated similarly to a certain historical figure's support item they both looked up to. Was their friend holding out on them? Curious, Yaoyorozu looked at Midoriya pointedly. He showed his shield to me and Uraraka-chan one time. Yet we never got to see him use it. She sounded mildly annoyed. Even though we kept pestering him to show us. Uraraka added, equally peeved. Please stop giving me those looks. Midoriya sweat dropped. He then chuckled awkwardly. I just want to surprise you both with it. I should have the opportunity soon since we have field class every weekday. I didn't know shields could be used that way. Ciro said offhandedly. Uraraka chuckled. What? Never heard of Captain America? Sounds familiar. I think, wasn't he just an old American hero or something? Ciro pet a brow. He was the world's first officially recognized pro-hero, Ciro-san. Azui answered plainly. You should really brush up on your history. That's common knowledge, Karo. Hehe, yes, sorry. He rubbed his head awkwardly. Didn't pay much attention in history classes, I guess. Didn't think it was really important. Knowing history is important, even for pro-heroes. Ida seriously added, adjusting his glasses. After all, those who don't learn from history are doomed to repeat it. And those who do learn from history are doomed to watch others repeat it. Midoriya murmured to himself. Yaoyorozu and Uraraka, however, overheard him and glanced at him curiously. An odd thing for him to say, they both thought. Tokage laughed and slapped Ida on the back, flustering the taller student. Geez, you need to loosen up a little, ya know, Ida-sen. It's not healthy to stay so stiff all the time. I'm not stiff. Ida spluttered. Yeah, you kind of are, man. Zero countered. Stiff as a rod, actually. Yep. Jiro nodded. And it's only our second day knowing you too. Azui added. Ida seemed to be flabbergasted by this revelation. I wouldn't stress about it, Ida-san. Midoriya spoke up. You're just earnest and deliberate. Nothing wrong with that. Still, he smiled slyly, you could stand to ease up a little. This isn't the military after all. The table chuckled at that remark while Ida hung his head as if he were seriously contemplating his new friend's advice. To him, it sounded oddly similar to what his older brother Tensei kept telling him. I say that, but... Midoriya glanced around the table at his classmates. We're in the hero course, and we are essentially being trained to one-day fight villains, and how to handle disaster and rescue operations. So, in a way, it is similar to military training in a sense. After the intermission concluded, Class 101A went to their final class of the day, the practical portion of the Foundational Heroics class. The class met up in the same classroom as their regular heroics room for brief introductions to the day's activities. Officially, nearly any pro-hero employed by UA could teach the class, since one of them could be called for a crisis elsewhere, and the schedules had to be flexible. When is the instructor going to show up? Uraraka whispered to Midoriya as they took their adjacent seats. Midoriya glanced at the clock. It should be any minute now. Come on, Toshinori. It's 15:29, 3:29 p.m. You'd already be late by military standards. Midoriya inwardly remarked. Maybe I jumped the gun on comparing this place to the military. The moment the clock shifted to 15:30, 3:30 p.m., the classroom door suddenly slammed open. I am here. A familiar voice rang out. Coming through the door like a normal person. Midoriya playfully rolled his eyes. He has to make an entrance, doesn't he? No way. Kaminari exclaimed with a huge grin. All Might is really our teacher? Kirishima yelled excitedly. Sweet. Tokage smirked. This is gonna be so rad. Midoriya feigned a look of surprise at All Might's appearance, not wanting to act too discreet to possibly arouse suspicion from others. He was amused at the mostly odd and surprised reactions from his classmates, including Uraraka, Yaoyorozu, and Ponies. Uraraka was grinning widely, Pony stared in astonishment, and Yaoyorozu, though outwardly subdued, had a glimmer in her gray eyes from seeing the number one hero in person. Oh wow, he's wearing his Silver Age costume. Tsunatori murmured in awe. I know, so retro. Uraraka whispered, equally amazed. Midoriya chuckled to himself. He couldn't blame them for their reactions. All Might was the greatest hero in Japan, and arguably the world. So, the fact that they'd be learning from him was incredible. Midoriya internally compared it to learning heroics from Superman since that was essentially All Might's role in this world. Also, the Verdette inwardly admitted that he had been awestruck, to a degree, as well when he had first met All Might last year. However, with all the training and time they spent together, he had come to see Yagi as a friend rather than a celebrity. All Might, wearing his older Silver Age costume, complete with flowing cape, despite there not being any wind, marched dramatically to the front of the class and turned to face the students, fists on his hips. Remember, students, a flashy entrance is a great way to display confidence and reassure people that everything is going to be okay. All Might gave his trademark smile at the class. Now then, welcome to the practical portion for Foundational Heroics. This is the class that gives you a taste of what being a hero in the field is like. Today, we'll be getting right into the thick of things with this. He proclaimed while pulling a card out from nowhere, which had the word battle on it in bright, red letters. Fight training. Bakugo grinned viciously. More than a few students got particularly excited. Looks like my hunch was right. UA doesn't mess around. Still, we're really doing combat training right off the bat. Midoriya felt uncertain. Yes, a battle trial. All Might grinned. But if you're going to train to be heroes, you need to look the part. He pressed a button on a remote, and then several long panels slid out from the wall with large metal briefcases numbered from 1 to 20. For that you'll need these costumes. Most of the class exclaimed with a cheer. Exactly. All Might smiled. In accordance with the Quirk registry and equipment request forms that you filled out before school started. Even the students less enthusiastic about fighting began to get excited. After all, they'd all had at least some input in how their costumes were made, so these outfits were theirs. Uraraka and Yaoyorozu were especially thrilled. Not only did they get to show Midoriya their own costumes after his invaluable input into their designs, but they would finally see what he had done for his costume after he had kept them both in the dark for the last few weeks. All right. All Might clapped his hands together. Despite the casual gesture, there was still a small shockwave that sent everyone rocking back in their seats. Grab your costumes and head to ground beta when you're all suited up. Yes, sir. The class responded. This is so awesome. Kirishima cheered loudly. I know, right? Ashido bounced up to him, unable to contain her giddiness. I can't wait. There was a mad dash as everyone headed to the suitcases. Though each had a large number, there was also a small tag with names attached. Much to Bakugo's anger, Midoriya's case had the number 1 on it. Unlike the others, behind Midoriya's silver case against the compartment wall was a black circular bag with the number 1 imprinted on it too. He smiled, knowing exactly what was inside. Well, old girl, let's show em our new look. At ground beta, one of the mock cityscapes used during the practical exam, All Might stood outside a tunnel as the 101 students started to emerge from it. His smile grew wider as they stepped out into daylight. They say the clothes make the pros, young ladies and gentlemen, and behold, you are the proof. The class trotted out in their respective hero costumes, some commenting on the others' suits while some maintained a quiet, focused attitude. All Might nodded in approval. Everyone looked so cool. He had a good feeling about this year's group of freshmen. He then noticed a certain student was missing from the crowd. What's holding up young Midoriya? He's been keeping me in suspense about his new costume for weeks now. Not even Coulson would give me a hint. DMN's secret agent. Meanwhile, the men's locker room door slammed open as Midoriya bolted out. It had taken him slightly longer to finish putting on his uniform than the other guys, much to his chagrin. Shield doesn't disappoint. The uniform feels sturdy yet flexible in all the right places. It's pretty breathable too. Midoriya internally noted. They could have made getting into it easier though. He'd just have to be faster suiting up in the future. As he ran, he quickly glanced down at his uniform. I'll always be attached to red, white, and blue, but I really like how this came out in the end. He then recalled a scene from several weeks ago during his design process. Midoriya sat at his work desk sketching away in one of his notebooks. Designing a new uniform for the UA Hero course was more challenging than he thought. He wanted to initially base it off of his frontline suit, but quickly realized 2 potential issues with that. 1, wearing anything star-spangled related could risk blowing his cover. 2, even if his cover wasn't blown, it may be seen as cheap and uncreative on his part to copy Captain America's look, fanboy or not. Midoriya wasn't one to give up though, as he pushed his enhanced mind further to brainstorm ideas, and even searched online for inspiration. Finally, after several hours of consideration, he believed he had a design ready. Let's see. Muted colors? Utility belt? Combat boots and gloves? Check. Midoriya put his pencil down and keenly examined his drawing and smiled. Yeah, I think this looks good. A cool alternative to what I would have worn. The darker colors make it perfect for stealth-related operations. His eyes widened at that thought. A stealth suit. He quickly took his pencil and wrote "stealth suit" in English at the top of the page. Nice. I think I might have. Midoriya paused as Yaoyorozu and Uraraka's words from yesterday's lunch echoed through his mind. That even as a tribute, basing any costume design off the captain's is not something to take lightly. Most heroes try to stay away from anything too similar to his costume to avoid the comparisons. Midoriya held his chin contemplatively as he re-evaluated his design. Now that I think about it, this may still be too similar to my old suit. I should avoid having American colors in it, just to play it safe. But what can I replace them with? The verdette glanced around his room for any possible alternatives. In his closet he caught a glimpse of one of his dress shirts, specifically its coloring. At that moment, his eyes lit up in inspiration. That's it. Flipping over to a blank page, Midoriya quickly began sketching. I can keep the same basic look from the stealth suit, just change up the main colors, add this touch here and here. He moved to his computer and pulled up an online color picker and, after finding the exact color codes he had in mind, he filled out his design with the appropriate descriptions and specs. Moments later, the verdette placed his pencil down and looked over the page with a satisfied smile. I think we have a winner. Hopefully Tashinori, Yamamo, and Uraraka-chan will like it too. After finishing recalling the scene, he could see the light at the end of the tunnel. This is it. My first real uniform in this era. The 21st century super soldier finally dashed into daylight. Or, as they call it these days, my hero costume. He had adorned a full-body utilitarian-looking suit that was mostly dark green with black stitching and blackish-green angular patterns on his thighs and torso. The suit's material was a Kevlar-based ballistic component, with possibly other unknown components, that gave the suit the appearance and function of a military Black Ops uniform. He wore a pair of thick, dark red combat boots that ended just under his knees with 3 straps and black soles. Built into the suit were knee pads and elbow guards that matched the rest of his suit. A thin white stripe with a red outline stretched along the outside of his legs up to his waist, which sported a dark red leather utility belt with several pouches and loops with a few carabiners, followed by a pair of matching red leather tactical gloves on his hands. Attached to the right side of his belt was a dark green, Kevlar-based helmet that matched his suit. In the middle of his chest was a 3D 5-pointed white star with a thin red outline and red segmented lines that connected to a red circle in the center. Running horizontally across his chest were 3 big white stripes, and the top 2 stripes lead to a small white ring on both shoulders that had a 5-pointed star within them. Strapped to his shoulders was a red leather HRSS connected to a magnetic alloy on his back, with the newly painted shield attached to it. The shield's new look shared the same basic design as the original, with the colors and star design altered to match the new uniform. The outer ring was a muted dark green, shades lighter than his uniform. The middle ring was white, and the third ring was cyan. At the center was the same star design that was on his chest, primarily white with a red outline and red segments to give it a 3D look that connected to a red circle in the center. The star was contained within a dark green circle that matched the main color of his suit. Midoriya smiled confidently. Overall, he was pleased with how his new uniform turned out. All Might's grin somehow grew even wider. So cool! He inwardly gushed, paying homage to his past while embracing a new future. The greens will also help maintain his cover. Great work, Captain. Yaoyorozu and Uraraka were standing together when Midoriya exited the tunnel and were blown away by his uniform, both gasping in amazement. Now that we're all present, follow me to the observation room and we can get to the lesson. All Might began leading the class down the roadway toward a main building center. Wow, Midori-kun. Uraraka smiled brightly. Uraraka's costume was a black and pink bodysuit that did nothing to hide her curves, with large pink boots and pink wrist guards with thick circle handles. Around her curvy waist was a 2-piece pale pink belt with a dark pink disc in the center. On various areas of her boots and wrist guards were dark pink circular nozzles. Her head was protected by a pink helmet that had a darkened visor curving downward with a thin pink choker around the base of her throat and neck. Only her hands were completely exposed. She practically bounced up to him, and Midoriya wondered if she added springs to her costume's boots but was distracted as other parts of her were bouncing too. Stop it, soldier. He chided himself. Control yourself. I love your costume. Uraraka beamed at him. Her boots brought her eyes level with his chin. It looks so cool, and practical too. Thank you. He stammered. So skin-tight. Still, she looks really good in it. He felt the heat rising in his cheeks. So, this is the costume you were designing? Yaoyorozu stepped up beside the brunette, keenly analyzing his suit from top to bottom. As she did so, Midoriya's inappropriate thoughts regarding Uraraka's costume were immediately replaced by Yaoyorozu. The Ravenette was obviously gorgeous, and though her costume wasn't as revealing as her initial design, it still showcased her curves and a fair amount of skin, the display was enough to turn his face a deeper shade of red. Her costume consisted of a modified red and black sports bra that covered her breasts, neck, and shoulders, which included a zipper to hold it closed and left the majority of her back exposed. Her stomach was fully exposed from under the top down to her hips. She had donned a pair of tight, red shorts that went down just above her mid-thigh and had a yellow utility belt stitched into them that allowed her to carry various items. Red armor covered the top of her hands and forearms and were connected to elbow pads. On her left forearm's armor was a built-in touchscreen device that held all the information Yaoyorozu currently had in her dictionary on elements and compounds. On her feet was a pair of red standard sole boots that went just up to her knees, as well as red shin and knee guards for added protection. Wow, her costume came out great. Midoriya quickly averted his eyes so he wouldn't be caught staring. Yaoyorozu then smiled brightly, her gray eyes sparkling. I love it. It's practical and has a militaristic look and pays proper tribute to the captain without fully copying his look. She tapped the 3D star symbol on his chest. The red circle inside the star was a nice touch, paying homage to both your Japanese heritage and American upbringing. The shades of green suit you quite well too. Excellent work, Midoriya. Thanks, you too. I think both of your costumes look great. Midoriya smiled, barely able to keep himself from stuttering. He wouldn't be surprised if his head was emitting steam right now. Yaoyorozu blushed cutely. You completely redesigned mine, so I have you to thank for that. I really appreciate your input into my costume too. Although, Uraraka bashfully rubbed her head, I should have been a bit more specific. It ended up being a little too skin-tight. Not really my style. Nah, I think it looks great on you, Uraraka-san. Tokage grinned as she walked up to the trio. In fact, all three of you look awesome. Her costume consisted of a purple, scaly mask over her eyes in addition to a simple bodysuit with a matching design and black knee-high boots. She wore finger gloves with orange, three-piece wrist guards, and a belt around her waist with what looked to be a jewel embedded into the center. It did very little to hide her curvy feminine figure, and at that moment, Midoriya wished he included a mask to his uniform to cover his reddening face. Why did his female friends have to be so attractive? Before he could respond, another familiar voice called out. Hey guys! Midoriya smiled when he saw Tsunatori running up to them. Your costumes look great. Tsunatori's hero costume resembled a jockey uniform, consisting of a pale orange skin-tight shirt with paler markings around her chest and stomach with matching colored breathes, along with a pair of fingerless gloves. Around her head was a horse halter with a lead rope dangling from the back. She wore belts secured around her collarbone, biceps, and lower torso, and boots that not only guarded her hooves but also had stirrups attached on either side. Thankfully for Midoriya's sake, her costume was more conservative compared to his other female friends, but he'd admit Pony still looked cute in it. Thanks, Tsunatori-san. Tokage grinned. You're not looking bad yourself. Yeah, Midoriya nodded with a smile. It really matches your quirk and appearance. I love it. Thanks. The blonde pony girl smiled bashfully. Although is the halter purely for aesthetics, or is it actually functional? Midoriya offhandedly wondered. Meanwhile, Mineta had been watching as the four girls gathered around Midoriya, and needless to say, he was fuming with envy. That BSDRD's already forming his own HR. He then lashed out. Hey, jerky. Save some for the rest of us, all of you. Without warning, one of Jiro's earlobes jammed into Mineta's ear and unleashed sound waves that reverberated throughout his body, temporarily stunning him. Shut up. She growled. Finally, the class walked into a dimly lit monitoring room with screens lining a wall. All right, it's time to get started, ya bunch of newbies. Gather around and listen up. Everyone gathered in front of the number one hero, giving him their undivided attention. Then, much to Midoriya's amusement, All Might pulled out a notebook to read from. Is he seriously reading from a script? He tried to suppress a laugh. Before we begin, a little wisdom for when you're in the field. While the more sensationalized hero events happen in the open, the truly dangerous villains will actually be indoors. This is because a home base gives them ample time to carry out their nefarious deeds, and they know the layout, while the heroes generally don't. Midoriya nodded in agreement. Very true. Most wouldn't ever consider that fact. The scenario is this. All Might explained, villains are hiding a nuclear weapon in a building. The heroes have located the base and must either subdue the villains or disarm the weapon within 15 minutes. Sounds like a classic action movie setup. Midoriya realized something. Wait, how are action movies done these days with quirks added to the mix? Are they essentially superhero movies without saying they're superhero movies? How will teams be chosen? Ida asked quickly. Are there any other conditions for victory? Yaoyorozu inquired next. Can I just blow them up? Bakugo demanded irritably. Do we have to worry about expulsion like yesterday? Uraraka worriedly asked. Doesn't my cape look magnifique? Aoyama flamboyantly inquired. Hold on. All Might raised up his hands towards the students. I wasn't finished talking yet. The number 1 hero proceeded to pull out a box from off to the side. We'll be determining teams through lots. You'll all be divided into teams of 2, half of you will be heroes, the other half will be villains. Ida raised his hand as All Might pulled out a box. All Might Sensei, is such a randomization really the best way to do this? Actually, that makes sense, Midoriya spoke up. In a crisis, many heroes team up with whoever is available, and they usually don't have very long to plan. His thoughts suddenly drifted to the sludge villain incident, specifically, the pro-heroes who were present then. Or they'll just hang back till someone comes and does their job for them. Exactly, young Midoriya. All Might gave him a thumbs up. Drawing lots is a good way to simulate the fluid nature of a dangerous scenario. Ah, I understand. Ida bowed. Thank you both for the explanation. Not at all. That's why. All Might chuckled to himself. I am here. Some of the class laughed at his play on his famous phrase, while others groaned. As for conditions of victory, the heroes win if they can touch the weapon or if they can wrap this capture tape around the villains. The large blonde man informed as he showed the class a roll of capture tape. The villains win by maintaining control of the weapon or using their own capture tape on the heroes. Do know that this is still a training exercise. If I say the match is over, it is over. He left no room for argument. Any use of force that could severely injure or potentially kill another student will be an immediate disqualification and a disciplinary write-up. If you get 2 of those in a semester, that's grounds for removal from the hero course. 3 will see you expelled from UA University altogether, so follow instructions. The crowd nodded in understanding while Bakugo was trying to suppress an annoyed groan. That being said, I do ask you to treat this as a real battle. We do have the best healer in the country via Recovery Girl on standby, so don't worry too much about inflicting injuries. Also, you don't have to worry about failure. You won't get expelled or anything like that. The class breathed a sigh of relief. He then followed up. That being said, these matches will be recorded and sent to your foundational heroics instructor, so I'd advise you not to slack off. The class promptly stiffened again. No one had planned on slacking, but knowing that Aizawa was going to see their matches was enough to light a fire under everyone. With that, let's draw, he declared. What about my cape? Aoyama's sweat dropped, feeling left out. One by one the students came up to the box. Team A, Tokage and Azui. Team B, Uraraka and Yaoyorozu. Team C, Kaminari and Jiro. Team D, Tokoyami and Mineta. Team E, Aoyama and Ishido. Team F, Sato and Koda. Team G, Kirishima and Siro. Team H, Todoroki and Shoji. Team I, Midoriya and Celebratory. Team J, Bakugo and Ida. All right. Uraraka grinned widely, walking beside her taller Ravenet friend. Looks like you and I are partners, Yamamo. Yaoyorozu nodded, smiling happily. Yes, this will certainly be a fun learning experience. Celebratory jumped over toward Midoriya excitedly. We're on the same team, Izuku. What are the chances? I know. Crazy, right? Midoriya lightly chortled. Glad to be working with you, Pony. Same here. The pony girl adopted an excited, determined smile. What do you say we kick some butt out there? She eagerly held out her fist. American style. Midoriya confidently grinned and fist bumped her back. Right. Both Uraraka and Yaoyorozu observed this exchange and looked away, crossing their arms over their chests and puffing their cheeks out in frustration at how cordial they were being with one another. Why does that bother me so much? They simultaneously thought. All Might spoke up. Now, normally, I'd have the matches be randomized as well, but you all took a bit too long getting changed, so we have less time than I'd like. Let that be a lesson for the future. Anyway, the heroes will be teams A, C, E, G, and I, while the villains will be teams B, D, F, H, and J. We'll be starting in order, so teams A and B, head on out to your assigned building. The blonde titan paused to look at his notebook. Your building will have the villain's letter on the side. Remember, no inflicting serious injury to your opponents, but keep in mind that this is supposed to imitate a real crisis, so I encourage the villain teams to act the part. Speaking of which, I should mention that the villain team will have 10 minutes to get used to their base and to place their bomb, and then both sides will get 5 minutes to create a plan. After that, you have 15 minutes before the bomb goes off. Good luck. Meanwhile, Bakugo turned his gaze to a certain verdette across the room when he realized that he'd be fighting him in the final match. Perfect. This will be my chance to prove who's truly number one. He sneered. I'm gonna enjoy roasting you, Stealth Gaijin. Teams A and B promptly left the monitoring room and entered Ground Beta, one of UA's mock cityscapes for training purposes. Outside the entrance was a table where both teams picked up blueprints for the building, earbud communicators, and rolls of capture tape. Yaoyorozu and Uraraka walked into a multi-story office building with the letter B painted on the front, and quickly made their way up to the room that had their faux bomb. While they had been reassured that their time limit wouldn't start until they reacted, they didn't want to take too much advantage of the small window they had. That didn't stop them from opening a few doors along the way and taking stock of the items skewed about. Lots of nice heavy office furniture in some of these rooms, Uraraka pointed out, and some construction equipment too. Yaoyorozu nodded. Yes. We should have plenty of items to work with, she said while examining the overall layout of the building compared to the blueprints she held. Meaning I won't have to waste as many of my lipids on creating obstacles. With how narrow these halls are, there are plenty of choke points we could exploit if we set up barricades and traps. Yaoyorozu paused, considering the idea further. But would that even be effective on Tokage and Azui? Speaking of plenty to work with, we should probably go over what gear our costumes have, Yamamo. Uraraka motioned to the numerous pouches on Yaoyorozu's yellow utility belt around her shorts. Oh yes, I didn't consider that. Well, I'm not carrying anything too fancy. Mainly basic first aid supplies such as bandages, painkillers, cut ointment, and sutures. I have capture tools as well, a net, nylon cord, folding cuffs, and marbles to throw on the floor to trip up opponents. Additionally, I also have a compact satellite phone for communication, but that's not relevant in this scenario. These are items I'd prefer to have on me in case I'm running low on lipids. Uraraka nodded. Sounds like a good field setup. What about you, Uraraka-chan? Well, I added all the stuff Midori-kun recommended. These, Uraraka motioned to the nozzles on her boots and wrist guards, will shoot pressurized air to give me move when I use my quirk on myself. I can control it from my helmet. She then tapped the wrist guards. There are gyroscopes in here and my boots to give me better control in the air. It should work in theory at least. Still haven't tested it out yet. Yaoyorozu smiled at this information. You've certainly opened yourself up to many possibilities, Uraraka-chan. Couldn't have done without you guys. Uraraka chuckled. It's funny, ya know. This morning you and Midori-kun were joking about me as an evil doctor, and now we're both on the villain team today. Yaoyorozu giggled. Just crazy coincidence, I must say. So, stupid question probably, do you think the bomb is real? Uraraka asked, a hint of nervousness in her voice. Yaoyorozu shook her head. No, I highly doubt UA would endanger students by placing them near an armed bomb. Yeah, I guess you're right. Uraraka replied hesitantly. Although, we did have to fight dangerous robots in the entrance exam. And don't forget about how crazy the All-Star Games were last year. Yaoyorozu paused and, after a moment, realized that Uraraka made 2 valid points. Her confident demeanor began to falter slightly. I'm almost positive it's fake. It has to be, she exclaimed, unsure. You wouldn't do something so reckless, right? The Ravenet and Brunette finally reached the room with the faux bomb, which was a 3-meter-tall, 10 feet, black rocket with red pinstripes. Yaoyorozu carefully approached the object and tapped her knuckles against it and smiled. It's fine, Uraraka-chan. It's just papier-mâché. Uraraka sighed in relief. That's good. Guess I got too paranoid there. It would have made things even more stressful if we actually had to worry about guarding a real bomb. Yes, it would. With that, Yaoyorozu was suddenly struck by inspiration. She looked down while holding her chin in contemplation. Azui-san and Tokage are both incredibly mobile and flexible. If they're both in the same room as the weapon, it'll be nigh impossible to guard it. Especially against Tokage's quirk. She looked up at the weapon. Maybe if we… Looking back, Uraraka waited a few seconds before asking, Yamamo? Do you have a plan? A short moment later, Yaoyorozu nodded and looked up with a small grin. Yes, I believe I do. But we need to prepare quickly. Earlier, as soon as the teams left the room, All Might pressed a button on the keyboard behind him that revealed camera footage from both inside and outside Team B's fake hideout. I'm about to start the match soon. All of you pay close attention, All Might instructed. You'll be learning by observing as well. Midoriya already had a notebook pulled out from a pouch on his belt and was scribbling furiously. This was a great opportunity to catalog how his friends and classmates used their quirks in combat scenarios. It also put him in the right mindset to strategize against Bakugo and Ida in the final round. He could feel the blonde drilling holes into his head from the back of the room. Seriously, what was his problem? So, Kirishima broke the sudden silence. Who do you think will win this match? Well, Tokusan is very mobile when she splits herself up and has many options for attacking, Midoriya said to himself while writing. Azui-san is perfect for scaling walls and her jumping ability is impressive. Overall, they're a quick, mobile team. On the other hand, Yamamo's quirk is incredibly versatile as she can make practically anything, meaning she can adapt to almost any situation. Uraraka-chan can make herself float or anything else around her she can touch and could maneuver items around as makeshift barricades or use them as ammunition. Midoriya raised an eyebrow as he thought. The villains will want to keep the hero team as far away from the bomb as possible. If either Tokage-san and or Azui-san are in the same room with the bomb, it'll be practically impossible to defend given how mobile the heroes are. This matchup is honestly going to come down to how well the villain team can play defense, and I would say they certainly have the advantage in this scenario. It took Midoriya a moment to realize that everyone, even All Might, was staring at him. But what? Your analytical mind is as impressive as always, Captain. All Might mused. Izuku, Pony looked at him, wide-eyed. Did you really come up with all that off the top of your head? Oh, yeah. He replied, feeling a bit embarrassed. It's a hobby of mine. Sorry. No need for apologies, young Midoriya. All Might walked over to clap him on the shoulder. On-the-fly analysis of someone's abilities is good for gauging how to fight against a villain or alongside a hero. He turned back to the screen. With that analysis in mind, what odds would you put on the heroes winning? Not good, All Might Sensei. He shrugged. This type of scenario favors whoever's playing defense, and that's something the villain team can do very well between Yamamo and Uraraka-chan. The heroes will have to be fast and hope they get past whatever barriers and traps the villains have set up before the clock runs down, or getting captured. Where do you think the bomb will be? Azui asked while looking over the building's blueprints. Well, the top floor seems like the most logical place. Tokage replied. But Yamamo is too smart to do that. Also, they already know I can fly and you can jump and stick to walls, Azui-san, so it'd be pointless to put it up there. Please call me Tsuyu. Azui requested. And I agree. They'll likely put the bomb somewhere else. Probably the 3rd or 4th floor, Kero. Azui's hero costume reflected her appearance and Quirk, frog, very well. It was a green bodysuit with black and yellow stripes, and the shoes had been designed to look like a frog's feet. She also had large white gloves, and large goggles on her forehead reminiscent of a frog's eyes. She might have had a blank expression and hunched posture, but with her costume, it was kind of cute. That's assuming they could even move it to begin with. Tokage mentioned. With Uraraka's quirk, I think they could easily. If it's not too big to fit through the doors. That was a good point, Azui admitted. So, what do you think we should do? She looked up at the building, tapping a finger against her chin. Tokage crossed her arms over her chest, adopting a thoughtful expression. Yamamo can create any inorganic material as long as she knows its molecular properties and has the lipids to make it. Uraraka can remove an object's gravity, but she has to touch said object. With all that in mind, it's likely they'll barricade themselves in whatever room the bomb's in. And since we don't know how big the bomb is, it could potentially be in any of the other smaller rooms too. You don't think they'll come after us? Azui inquired curiously. Tokage shook her head. Coming after us would open them up to getting captured. Staying with the bomb and running out the clock is the best strategy on their part. Azui considered Tokage's logic and nodded in agreement. With Yaoyorozu's quirk, close-range combat wasn't necessary on the villain's part when she could just create practically any weapon or material for a trap. Also, with her and Tokage's respective quirks, they'd want to keep them as far away from the bomb as possible. Makes sense. You could fly to the top floor and work your way down, while I work my way up. That could cut our time searching in half, Kero. Azui suggested. Tokage briefly considered the idea, then shook her head. No, I'd rather not risk one of us falling into any potential traps Yamamo may have set up, or a 2-on-1 fight. We're already at a disadvantage as it is. If that's the case, searching could drain more time off the clock. Azui pointed out. That's right. So, Tokage grinned, we go in fast and hot. Cross off each floor one at a time. Once we find them guarding the bomb, we attack immediately. Don't give them a chance to counter or regroup. Yamamo needs time to create objects, and the more complex they are, the more she'll need. I'll surround her with most of my body pieces and overwhelm her. If I see a chance, I'll touch the bomb with one of them, securing us the victory. Kero. Uraraka has to touch what she wants to make float. So, if I stick to the walls and keep jumping around her, she won't be able to use her quirk on me. Azui nodded and looked over at her fellow greenette. All the basics of the plan seemed solid enough. If I get a chance, I'll touch the bomb too. Tokage nodded, smirking confidently. Looks like we got ourselves a plan then, it's you. Team T. You are free to enter the building. Your time starts now. All Might's voice rang through the PA system. Let's go! Tokage eagerly yelled. Kero! As planned, the greenette duo entered the building through the first floor. Tokage took the lead by splitting her arms, legs, and torso apart and levitating in the air. Azui wasn't far behind as she clung to the walls. In a very short time, they were able to find and clear the rooms. There was no evidence that Yaoyorozu or Uraraka were lying in wait for them or had even been on the floor. The two proceeded up the stairway to the second floor, with Tokage flying and Azui jumping between the walls of the stairwell in case the stairs themselves were bubei trapped in some way. They continued their search pattern while remaining cautious of any surprise attacks. Like the first floor, they found no signs of the bomb or the villains. Though they were quick and methodical, several minutes had already passed and there were still 3 more floors to check. We'll need to pick up the pace, Kero, Azui said as she jumped out of an empty office. Otherwise, we'll run out the clock before we reach the top floor. Tokage nodded. I can't afford to be too cautious now. Maybe I should just check the top floor and work my way down to meet Tsuyu in the middle? Tokage briefly pondered, but then shook her head. No. We have a plan and can't abandon it at the drop of a hat. We'll find the bomb soon. They continued up the stairwell and opened the door to the 3rd floor and immediately spotted Yaoyorozu and Uraraka standing down the hallway. However, unlike the previous 2 floors, the corridor was littered with construction equipment, office desks, chairs, and miscellaneous supplies from the adjacent office rooms. Did they set all of this up? Tokage wondered. Yaoyorozu looked up from the touchscreen on her forearm, shooting the pair a condescending smirk. It's about time you showed up, heroes. It's impolite to keep a lady waiting. They're not hiding in the room with the bomb? Azui questioned. Hiding? In our own lair? Preposterous. Yaoyorozu chuckled smugly, resting a hand on her hip. Why would we ever hide when our victory is assured? Uraraka looked away, trying to contain her giggles. She's really getting into it. Tokage rejoined her body parts in order to reset her Quirk's timer, looking at the pair oddly. Wait, why wouldn't they barricade themselves with the bomb? It makes no sense. Yaoyorozu continued. I wish to destroy the world and recreate it in my image. She pointed at the other team. I won't let foolish heroes such as you foil my plans for a better tomorrow. Uraraka broke out into a giggling fit. She's so serious. Tokage looked past them. Azui pointed ahead. Tokage looked where Azui was directing her attention toward. Past Yaoyorozu and Uraraka, there was much more debris strewn about the floor that got denser and more compact the closer it got to a large double door. They're making an effort to block off that door. Tokage inwardly noted. That door leads to an interior room, if I recall the layout correctly. No other way to get inside it. Her eyes widened in realization. You think? Noticing that their opponent's attention had shifted, Uraraka and Yaoyorozu both closed ranks and blocked the door from their view. Tokage smirked roguishly. Good I see you. That door's the only way into that room. The bomb's definitely in there. Azui nodded. How do we get past them? Bull rush them, obviously. Tokage split her arms and legs from her torso and levitated. If even one of us gets past them, we can get to the bomb and win. Not exactly the cleverest solution. No time to be clever. Let's just win this. Tokage's voice carried down the hallway as her body parts shot forward. Uraraka touched her fingers together, making herself weightless. You ready, Yamamo? Yes. The Ravenet nodded. Just remember the plan. Don't let anyone get past you. With Tokage's declaration, Azui jumped onto the wall and began to bounce from one side of the corridor to the other, crisscrossing the blocked floor. Uraraka watched her closely, timing how quickly she was jumping around. Using her visor's heads-up display, pressurized air discharged from Uraraka's boots and sent her flying forward. She swung her feet up, the gyroscope spinning hard, reorienting upward to the ceiling. She had timed her jump so that her feet collided directly with Azui, sending the greenette tumbling back. The frog girl stuck herself onto the ceiling to prevent herself from falling. Uraraka's landing was not much better as she was forced to tuck and roll after getting thrown off-kilter from the collision. They work like a charm. Still, she said to herself, gonna need to practice some more with them. Regaining her bearings, Uraraka launched herself at Azui, but was smacked hard across the head by the frog girl's tongue. Oof! Azui didn't let up and struck Uraraka 2 more times before the brunette successfully dodged the 3rd strike. When Azui tried to go for a 4th, Uraraka brushed 4 of her fingers against the long appendage, her pinky barely missing it. The greenette immediately retracted her tongue and changed her tactics by wrapping it around a filing cabinet and throwing it at Uraraka. Shoot! Uraraka narrowly jumped out of the way, giving Azui an opening to get past her. However, the gravity girl quickly closed it by landing on the floor and floating 2 desks. So, you want to throw things, huh? Karo? Azui jumped back as the first desk cut off her path, and then went to the other wall as the second desk hit where she had been, shattering a window and floating outside before slamming into a building across the street. Uraraka backpedaled and picked up more items within her reach, chucking them at Azui, who either jumped around to avoid them or was able to kick or catch it with her tongue to launch it back. Dang it, Azui-sen. Stay still, will you? Call me Tsuyu. Oh right. Sorry. Azui watched as Uraraka stopped her bombardment and shot air from her boots to launch herself forward at Azui. As she did, the keen frog girl noticed that a sizable amount of clutter that had been previously blocking the far end of the hall was gone. Uraraka opened up the hallway. We'll have a clear shot to the room if we can get past them. Azui realized. Uraraka was halfway towards Azui when someone cried out from below. Uraraka-chan. Stop her! The brunette stopped in midair and turned to look down. Yaoyorozu was lying on the floor as Tokage's head, torso, and leg parts went sailing toward the opening in the hall that Uraraka had opened up. Oh Sirpi! Uraraka blasted herself toward Tokage, but Azui was quick to react by wrapping her tongue around Uraraka's waist. Azui twisted and tossed her right into Yaoyorozu, sending both tumbling to the floor. With Yaoyorozu and Uraraka out of the way, Azui joined up with Tokage and rushed toward the double door. Moments earlier, as Uraraka launched herself toward Azui, Yaoyorozu focused her attention squarely on Tokage. Sorry, Yamamo. Tokage shouted as she flew over the debris littering the corridor. But I'm winning this one. Yaoyorozu smiled confidently. We'll see about that, won't we? Her abdomen flashed with multicolored light as she pulled out a net gun. Pulling the trigger, a large net shot out and unfurled in midair. Tokage's main torso managed to narrowly avoid the net, but one leg and arm were caught inside it. She tried to wiggle them out, but they were securely wrapped around the net's cords. CRP. She internally cursed, realizing she wouldn't be getting those appendages back anytime soon. I'll have to regenerate them later, but that'll take a toll on my stamina. Have to end this fast. Yaoyorozu's right leg briefly shone as she formed a black airsoft gun this time. Pulling it up, she aimed at her opponent and fired several rounds. The airborne greenette was quick to dodge in between the rounds, which splattered on the far end of the hallway. Really? Trying to shoot me with paintballs? Tokage jeered. Yaoyorozu smirked. Not paintballs. She fired a few more rounds and managed to hit Tokage's other arm. The appendage fell to the floor as a yellowish-white paste instantly hardened around it. Huh. Tokage glanced back, confused by her other arm being stuck. What did you? An instant drying adhesive paste. Yaoyorozu quickly answered. I learned the formula for that particular compound ages ago. A hint of pride was present in her voice. Yeah, well, Tokage split her torso and remaining leg into several more pieces. I still got plenty of parts to spare. You can't trap all of me. She shot forward fully, intending on getting past Yaoyorozu. Maybe, but I wonder though. The Ravenet genius swiped her right arm forward, instantly creating a black spherical object and tossing it forward. The object then discharged a small rust-colored haze. Tokage's head passed through it and she immediately felt her eyes start to burn. Arf! She painfully cried out. What is OF? Yaoyorozu formed a staff and struck Tokage's main body with her head attached, sending her crashing into the wall. Apologies. That was a canister filled with oleoresin capsicum, Yaoyorozu calmly explained, or to use the common term, pepper spray. Cheap shot. She spat, her eyes burning like hell. Maybe so. But it is something a villain would do. No hard feelings, I hope. Yaoyorozu used one hand to reach for her capture tape on her belt, intending to eliminate her opponent from the match. However, Tokage had other ideas. She grinned mischievously. None at all. As Yaoyorozu approached her, Tokage's foot flew out of nowhere and kicked the tape out of her hands. Taken aback by the surprise move, Yaoyorozu's staff was forcefully pulled from her grasp by one of Tokage's hands. Where'd that hand come from? I was sure Her eyes widened when she noticed the arm that she had trapped in adhesive on the floor was missing its hand. How careless of me! Tokage's remaining leg swept Yaoyorozu off her feet, causing her to fall on her back. I can still control my body parts. Blinded or not. Tokage stated. Fighting through the flaring pain, Tokage squinted her eyes open to look around. Though her vision was blurry, she was able to make out the relatively clear path toward the double doors. This was their chance. Without saying a word, Tokage soared toward the doors. Uraraka-chan. Stop her! Yaoyorozu cried out from behind her. Tokage turned her head, trying to find where Uraraka would attack her from. She found the brunette just as Azui pulled her out of the air and threw her behind them. Landing beside her, Azui joined her as they rushed for the door. We need to hurry. Tero. Azui warned. They won't stay down for long. Doesn't matter. Tokage sharply replied. This match is ours. Reaching the doors, Azui and, using her one hand, Tokage yanked them open and rushed into the room. They rushed halfway inside the large space before noticing a 2-meter long, 6 feet, and 1 meter wide, 3 feet, silver, high-tech container lying on the floor. Kero, is that the bomb? Azui blinked twice. It looks so real. I thought it'd be just a prop. It has to be. Come on. Let's win this thing. Tokage and Azui approached the device. Neither noticing a red light on the side was blinking faster the closer they got. Through squinted, reddened eyes, Tokage grinned widely as she touched the device with her hand. I win this one, Yaoyorozu. Now we're even, St. Nothing happened. Both were confused as to why All Might wasn't declaring their victory over the PA system. Swoosh. Before they could react, the device in front of them exploded into a giant plume of yellowish-white foam that instantly expanded outward and caught Azui and all of Tokage's remaining body parts in it, filling nearly half of the large room in the process. The foam instantly hardened and trapped both greenettes in it. What the? Tokage tried to move any of her parts, but they wouldn't budge. What is this? Kero! Azui tried to pull herself out, but to no avail as she had no leverage. Can't move. Your struggles are pointless. Both turned to see Yaoyorozu and Uraraka saunter into the room with proud grins on their faces. It's packaging foam. You have no leverage trapped inside of it. Yaoyorozu smirked victoriously. I believe this is checkmate. Tokage furrowed her brows together as she realized what had happened. Damn it. I knew it was strange that they were both in the hallway seemingly waiting for us. I was so focused on finding the bomb, I never even considered this was just a ploy. The hero team is trapped. The villain team wins. All Might's voice shouted through the speakers. Following the match, Yaoyorozu created a solvent to free Azui and Tokage from the packaging foam and helped the latter reclaim her body parts so she wouldn't have to regenerate them, avoiding the significant drain to her stamina. Both teams were then given quick examinations by several medical robots. After getting treated for minor bruises in addition to washing out and treating Tokage's eyes from the pepper spray, both teams were given the all-clear before rejoining their classmates in the monitoring room. You guys killed it out there? Ashido exclaimed excitedly. Yaoyorozu, what was all the stuff that trapped Tokage and Azui? Spray foam. Yaoyorozu answered. It's created by mixing 2 materials, isocyanate and polyol resin. It's commonly used in packaging or thermal insulation. Heh, Ashido rubbed the back of her head sheepishly. You lost me after spray foam, but it sounded cool. That was a really creative idea. Great thinking, Yamamo. Midoriya commented, making the heiress lightly blush. To think she knows how to make a bomb that deploys spray foam off the top of her head. Yamamo really is amazing. First of all, I want to congratulate both teams, All Might said. You both performed admirably and had good plans, but it's time to review the match. Win or lose, it is important to look back on your actions and learn from them. Now then, before the next teams go out, I'd like to hear any questions or feedback from the rest of the class. Let's start with any questions or comments for Team A first. Midoriya raised his hand and, after getting acknowledged by All Might, asked, What was your plan of attack? We didn't have audio and the video feed only started once the match had begun. Tokage answered, The plan was to do a full sweep of the building. We didn't know anything about the bomb, so that left too many places it could have been hiding for us to just run in and pick at random. Actually, we never even saw the bomb. Azui turned to Yaoyorozu and Uraraka. How big was it? Kero. Approximately 3 meters tall. Yaoyorozu replied. Tokage groaned, pinching the bridge of her nose. That would have been nice to know. Could have crossed some rooms off the list. Between you and Azui-san, you both had the mobility advantage. Why not split up to cut down your search time? Tenya inquired. I didn't want to risk us falling into a trap or a 2-on-1 fight if it could be helped. Tokage replied and then shrugged. In hindsight, that was probably the wrong decision. Not exactly. All Might interjected. As with most things in life, there is no cut and dry answer. If you had split your team up, it is likely you would have both fallen prey to a possible ambush or a trap. Then again, you could have pinpointed the bomb's location much faster and devised a plan to secure it before the timer ran down. The truth is, you never know the right answer until the end, or even if there was a right answer. After a few moments as everyone in the class thought it over, Ashido raised her hand. Well, I don't know if this is really feedback or a question, but Midoriya was right. This whole thing gives an advantage to whoever is playing defense. Hold on. Tokage turned to Midoriya with a pet eyebrow. You knew we would lose? Midoriya immediately shook his head before he elaborated. Not exactly. I just pointed out that the villain team had really good defensive options, and they had more time to prepare. Your team's strategy wasn't bad. Given the situation, Tokage-san, but, like most plans, it just didn't survive first contact with the enemy. Most of the class shared similar sentiments with the Verdette's assessment. Excellent points, everyone. All Might stated. Now, are there any questions or comments for Team B? Several hands went up around the room, and All Might was left to decide who went first. Young Tokoyami? From the video feed, it looked like you were waiting for the hero team on the 3rd floor. Tokoyami mentioned. It was as if you knew they'd be coming from the stairs. How'd you know all that? Dark Shadow, Tokoyami's living quirk, asked. Midoriya already had a page dedicated to Tokoyami in his notebook. The idea of a sentient quirk was absolutely fascinating to him. He looked forward to learning more about his brooding classmate's quirk in the future. Dr. Hatsum would have a field day studying Dark Shadow and all the other meta abilities in this era. He thought. Meanwhile, Yaoyorozu smiled as her right forearm briefly glowed, creating a little gray ball with a black lens on it. I created a few of these little cameras and had Uraraka-chan place them in strategic areas on every floor. I was able to view the live feed from my costumes tablet. Most of the class was surprised by this news, especially Tokage and Azui. Wait. Jiro's eyes went wide. You mean, you know how to create a working camera off the top of your head? Yes. Uraraka grinned and stood by her friend. Yamamoto is a genius, so figuring out how to make cameras and stuff is a piece of cake. Not gonna lie, Tokage smiled, that is pretty cool. And a little unfair. Kaminari sheepishly added. The hero team had no element of surprise then. Shoji stated. Tsunatori raised her hand. If the bomb wasn't on the 3rd floor, where was it? Uraraka answered this time. We placed it in an interior room on the 4th floor. Midoriya raised his hand. If that's the case, what was your plan if the heroes had entered the building from the upper floors, or had decided to split up and work their way to the middle of the building? The class listened to what Team B's answer would be, especially Team A. Well, Uraraka chuckled bashfully. To be fair, this was all Yamamoto's plan. I just followed her lead. You did well, Uraraka-chan. Give yourself credit. Yaoyorozu smiled. We actually had another spray foam bomb set up behind a barricaded room on the top floor. Uraraka-chan and I would have run up the stairs in a panic to make the other team believe we were taken off guard by their decision to enter from the roof, making them believe it was the real bomb. Oh, I see. And if they touched it, they would have gotten trapped like earlier too. Tsunatori pieced together. And if they had split up, Uraraka spoke up, I would have gone up to engage whoever was coming from the top floor and lead them towards that floor's spray foam bomb, tricking them into believing I was guarding the real one. Meanwhile, Yaoyorozu picked up, I would have stayed on the 3rd floor and carried out the same tactic for our other opponent. However, I'll admit our chances of victory would have been significantly reduced if we were forced to fight on a two-way front, as the risk of being captured would have been higher. Tokage visibly winced at that statement. I was too cautious. I should have gone with Tsuyu's suggestion, or just changed up our strategy after clearing the 2nd floor. We fell right into their trap. Azui noticed her partner's distress and patted her shoulder reassuringly. It's all right, Tokusen. We both agreed on the plan. We live and learn. Indeed. That is the point of training. As long as you are willing, you can grow and learn from it, win or lose. All Might declared. Now, before we move on, I'd like to say that young Yaoyorozu was the MVP of this match. She had the ingenious plan to successfully fool and capture two mobile opponents. Well done. Yaoyorozu blushed and bowed from the praise as the rest of the class, minus Bakugo, politely applauded. All right, time for the next teams, C and D, to get ready. Tokoyami and Mineta were the villains, so they left first. A few minutes later, Kaminari and Jiro left to make their own plan. While that happened, Tokage noticed Midoriya scribbling in his notebook. Yaoyorozu, Uraraka, and Tsunatori were standing close by him. It made sense for Tsunatori to be near Midoriya since she was his teammate, but she was a little curious as to why the other two were always close to him. A question for later, she supposed. Hey Midoriya. Tokage walked over to him. Were you taking notes during the first match? Yeah, Tsunatori answered, smirking. He was taking a lot actually. Why yeah, he sheepishly admitted. I didn't mean to offend you. It's just that I love learning about quirks and their applications. It's a hobby of mine. Relax, my fellow greenie. Tokage waved off, grinning. I don't mind really. That's good. While we're waiting, do you mind if I ask you something? I saw that your costume splits apart with your body, yet it doesn't look segmented or anything. How does that work? Oh that? It's because my costume is made of my own cells. Tokage casually replied. It can regenerate alongside my parts, even if they get destroyed. Midoriya's eyes widened slightly. Wait, that's possible? Tokage shrugged nonchalantly. Yeah, that kind of stuff has been around for a while now. That's pretty fascinating. Midoriya commented, making note of that on Tokage's section in his notebook. Yaoyorozu stopped to ponder on Tokage's reply. Hold on. If that's the case, then why didn't the design company our family hires suggest something like Tokage's costume? That would have been perfect for my costume before Midoriya redesigned it. I don't understand. Anything in those notes of yours on our team's performance? Anything we could have done better? Tokage inquired curiously. He flipped a few pages in his book. You and Azui-san fought well actually. Yamamo and Uraraka-chan just had a pretty solid defense and a clever trap laid out. There's no shame in falling for it. Still, he looked up at her, I would have split up to search for the bomb given how mobile your team was. Like Yamamo said, your chances of winning would have increased if you forced them to fight on a two-way front. No offense to Yamamo and Uraraka-chan's combat skills, but between you and Azui, you likely would have captured them in most cases. Makes sense. Tokage lowered her head, frowning. I actually thought of doing that after Tsuyu and I finished checking the second floor. Our time was running out, but I was too committed to the original plan, and I ended up not noticing the trap we were walking into until it was too late. Yaoyorozu stepped in. Like All Might Sensei said, there's no way of knowing if your decision was right until the end. But I'd recommend being a little more flexible in your tactics going forward, Tokage. She suggested earnestly. How's the saying go, if plan A fails, go to plan B? Midoriya lightheartedly added. And if plan B fails? Tokage raised an eyebrow. Midoriya grinned. You flee, or improvise, depending on the situation. Tokage was left to ponder on that thought before she nodded in agreement. By the way, Yaoyorozu continued, I apologize for the pepper spray, Tokage. I hope you can forgive me. She bowed apologetically. Don't sweat it. The greenette beauty patted the heiress's shoulder reassuringly. I know it was nothing personal. You were just getting into character. Yeah, Uraraka struggled to contain her spluttering giggles, remembering Yaoyorozu's villain acting. She really was. Yaoyorozu blushed in embarrassment and looked away. Feeling less depressed about her match, Tokage glanced at Azui who gave her a reassuring thumbs up and nod. She wasn't down about what happened, and she certainly wasn't upset with her. However, Tokage decided she would need to do better next time. Of course, if she had to face off against her classmates again, she'd have to be more prepared. Tokage briefly glanced at Midoriya's notes before looking back to Yaoyorozu. Hey, if it's not too much trouble, could you make me a notebook and pencil, Yamamo? I'd like to take some notes too. Not a problem. Her classmate kindly replied. After creating the requested items, Tokage took them and turned her full attention to the screens. She figured that she'd take a page out of Midoriya's book and take down as many notes and observations regarding her classmates' abilities as she possibly could. She had some catching up to do, after all. All of the matches went by rather quickly. The second matchup featured Kaminari and Jiro as the heroes against Tokoyami and Mineta as the villains. Jiro used her living earjacks to scout for their opponents and sensed they were on the same floor even from the minuscule sounds they involuntarily produced. Just as the heroes were about to engage, they were taken off guard by Dark Shadow soaring in and throwing several pieces of office furniture at them, forcing them to go on the defensive. In the midst of the ambush, Mineta pulled his sticky purple ball off his head and anchored the heroes to the floor, allowing Dark Shadow to swiftly wrap capture tape around Jiro. Kaminari panicked and unleashed a massive surge of electricity that not only electrocuted Tokoyami but forced Dark Shadow to retreat back within his host. Mineta was out of Kaminari's range due to using his ball to stick to a dark corner on the ceiling before he tossed more ball at Kaminari to nullify his electricity. With Kaminari subdued, Mineta wrapped capture tape around the electric blonde and claimed victory for the villain team. In the end, Mineta had received the award of MVP for the match due to his ability to trap the heroes and stay hidden, much to the girls' chagrin. Jiro had bowed apologetically to her female classmates for her failure while Kaminari was still feeling lightheaded from using his quirk. Some of Mineta's purple balls still stuck to him. Mineta had tried to brag about the victory but was promptly ignored by his female classmates, much to his displeasure. Tokoyami, however, remained humble and was simply pleased he could help ascertain victory for his team. The next match pitted Aoyama and Ishido as the heroes against Sato and Koda as the villains. Going in, the hero team certainly held the advantage in terms of long-range capabilities and the overall destructive prowess of their quirks. However, the villain team unleashed a surprise attack that no one had seen coming. Courtesy of Koda, hordes of rats and spiders that lived throughout ground beta gathered inside the building and immediately swarmed the heroes, much to everyone's shock. While they were distracted, Sato ate sugar to boost his strength and punched the ground hard enough to create a small shockwave that knocked both Ishido and Aoyama off their feet and into a wall, semi-conscious. In the end, the villain team had won, and Koda was declared the match's MVP. The penultimate match featuring Kirishima and Sero as the heroes with Todoroki and Shoji as the villains was by far the quickest and most one-sided. Sero used his tape to lift him and Kirishima up to the roof and enter from the top floor, but Shoji had immediately sensed them by producing extra ears. With Shoji pointing in their opponent's direction, Todoroki encased the entire top half of the building in ice and instantly trapped the hero team. Even Bakugo was visibly affected by the display of power. After unfreezing his opponents and the building, Todoroki was named the MVP while maintaining his stoic expression. Throughout all the matches, Midoriya provided running commentary. He pointed out how certain quirks had specific weaknesses that other quirks could take advantage of, but it still fell to the users in question to recognize those advantages. He also made a point of complimenting both sides after every match, praising what they did right, and pointing out how they could do better next time. Even some of the students who were less gracious in defeat were aware that Midoriya was actually giving sound advice. Though, in his excitement, he would occasionally enter his infamous mutter storms. Yaoyorozu and/or Uraraka would have to snap him out of it, much to his embarrassment. By the time the final match had arrived, everyone noticed that Midoriya ceased his mutterings and straightened up, adopting a stern, steel-eyed expression. Even Yaoyorozu and Uraraka were taken aback by his sudden shift in demeanor. "Midori-kun, you okay?" Uraraka asked. Midoriya first rolled up his notebook and returned it to a pouch on his belt before he turned to her and wordlessly nodded, not easing the brunette's concern. Uraraka looked back to Yaoyorozu, who was equally concerned by this sudden shift. "All right," All Might said out loud, getting the class's attention. "Team J, head on out and make your plan. Team I, you know the drill by now, so just wait before entering your designated zone. Good luck to both teams." Bakugo shot Midoriya an intense glare before stalking off, Ida hot on his heels. The verdette remained unaffected as he watched Team J leave the room. "He seems to have a problem with you." Tsunotori mentioned as she saw the ash-blonde glare at her teammate. Do you two know each other or something? No. Whatever problem he has with me doesn't matter though. Midoriya flatly replied. Let's head downstairs. I already have a plan in mind. Okay, Tsunotori replied, surprised by how serious her partner sounded. After Team I exited the room, a moment of silence passed before Kaminari broke it. So, did anyone feel the intensity around Midoriya go from 0 to 12 in 2 seconds flat? Most of the class nodded in agreement. Geez, and I thought Ito was the tense one. Zero remarked. What was that about? He's probably just focusing on the match. Kirishima shrugged. They're going up against Bakugo and Ida. Those two are no slouches. Uraraka leaned closer to Yaoyorozu to converse quietly. You think that's what it is? Bakugo's been glaring hard at Midori-kun for nearly the entire class. Possibly, she whispered back, and then adopted a thoughtful look. Remember though, Midori-kun did tell us he was in the US Army. Perhaps this is his soldier training coming to light? Like it did in the alley back then? Uraraka's brown eyes widened while recalling their first meeting with their friend. The same kind of look Midoriya had when he took down those high school delinquents matched the expression he had moments earlier. That's true. I didn't think about that. Uraraka replied. Ashido's eyes widened when she realized something. Hey, has anyone noticed that none of the hero teams have one today? Most of the class perked up, realizing their pink classmate had made a good observation. Kero. Azui touched her chin cutely. I didn't realize that till now. So far, this whole scenario really has been in the villain team's favor. And this is precisely the point of this exercise, my dear students. Might asserted. Real pros have to outwit villains on a daily basis, but that's life. Even when the odds are not in our favor, we fight. Most of the class smiled at All Might's statement and enthusiasm. He smiled widely and held up a clenched fist. Altogether, let's hear a plus ultra. The entire class shouted, some more enthusiastic than others. With all that said, students, what odds would you give Team I? The hulking blonde asked. Please don't be afraid to speak your mind. This is an open forum. Everyone paused and considered All Might's question. Not good. Zero shrugged. Honestly, I'd have to pick the villain team. Same. Kaminari agreed. Bakugo's super strong, and Ida-san's really fast. Yeah. Team J's got some strong quirks on their side. Sato nodded. I don't want to say the heroes will lose, but it does seem like the villains have a strong advantage. Kirishima admitted. So the villain will win all of the matchups today. Jiro offhandedly noted. Tokoyami lowered his head contemplatively, shutting his eyes. A possible bad omen? A dark cloud on the horizon. Ease up there, edgelord. Dark Shadow sardonically remarked. Uraraka and Yaoyorozu, meanwhile, didn't appreciate how quickly the class had seemingly written off Midoriya and Tsunotori. Well, I think the hero team will win. Uraraka strongly affirmed, gaining everyone's attention. Midori-kun's pretty strong and fast too, plus, Tsunotori-san can fly when she wants and can use her horns as weapons. Hee hee, Mineta grinned. You could say Tsunotori's a bit horny, OW. Nobody cared enough to intervene when Azui extended her long, powerful tongue and slapped Mineta across the face. I wouldn't write them off just yet either. Tokage chimed in. Midoriya and Tsunotori have the mobility advantage since I doubt Ida-san can get up to full speed while confined in that building. There's one other thing all of you are also not considering. Yaoyorozu added. Team cohesion. Ashido deduced what Yaoyorozu was implying. I see what you're saying. It comes down to if Bakugo-san can actually work together with Ida-san, right? An excellent observation. All Might commented. Cohesion and communication are important factors for any team's success, heroes or villains. Teams that bicker amongst themselves or fail to communicate are inefficient and run the risk of suffering devastating losses. After a short moment of silence for the class to mull this information over, All Might returned his attention to the screens and brought up footage of inside and outside Team J's hideout. I'm about to start the match soon, so everyone pay close attention. Don't be dozing off just because it's the final battle for the day. All Might firmly said. Be respectful to your fellow classmates. Yes, sir. The class collectively replied. I don't know if this was fate or sheer coincidence, but the best has been saved for last. All of you are about to watch a pro at work. Yagi giddily mused, trying to remain outwardly collected. As a teacher, I can't play favorites. I'll be fair in my grading, but I'd be lying if I said I wasn't excited to see the captain in action, even if it's just training. Uraraka and Yaoyorozu looked at the monitors expectantly. You got this, Midori-kun. Uraraka inwardly declared as she clenched her fists. Show that JRK who's boss. You're strong and very capable. I know you'll find a way to win this. Yaoyorozu felt confident in her friend's victory. She briefly recalled how he had saved her and Uraraka that day in the alley and smiled determinedly. Show everyone what you can do. Tokage flipped to a new page in her notebook, her pencil ready to note her observations on the upcoming match. Let's see what you got, number 1. She grinned. Todoroki remained at the back of the crowd. His full attention was focused squarely on the screen that displayed Midoriya and Tsunatori waiting outside the villain's hideout, talking. This match would prove whether or not the verdette foreigner was an obstacle to his goal. Okay, what's your plan, Izuku? Tsunatori asked in English, placing an earbud in her ear. Ida seems strong, and so does Bakugo, but we have you, right? You got first on the practical exam and on the test yesterday. That's irrelevant. Midoriya retorted in English, making Tsunatori deflate slightly. Besides, he continued while collecting a blueprint to the villain's hideout, you shouldn't rely on me to do everything. We can still lose if we're not careful. Bakugo has shown that he's strong and fast. Ida is faster, and I wouldn't want to be on the receiving end of his kicks. But you have a plan, right? Tsunatori said. Midoriya nodded. Yeah. Equipped with their earbuds and capture tape rolls, the pair proceeded down the street toward the designated hideout. Midoriya quickly memorized the building's blueprint and handed it to Pony. I noticed yesterday that Ida runs faster when he has more time and space to run. He pointed out. If we keep him from any long hallways or big open areas, he likely won't be able to run too fast. As for Bakugo, he'll be coming for me. Huh. Tsunatori looked up from the blueprints, blinking in confusion. How do you know that? Fair question. He'd admitted that he didn't know Bakugo very well, if at all. Nevertheless, based on their limited interactions, Midoriya felt he had a strong enough gauge of Bakugo's personality to be certain of his assessment. He sighed in exasperation. For whatever reason, he has it out for me. Whether it's because I beat his practical exam score, ranked first in the test yesterday, or something else entirely, it doesn't matter. He's a very prideful guy who can't stand losing. That's what I'm getting at. Tsunatori, remembering the blonde's declaration to the class yesterday, nodded at that valid assessment. Plus, the guy has been practically drilling holes into my head since these matches started. He dryly noted. With all that said, I doubt that Bakugo will work with Ida on anything. He'll come after us instead of waiting, but he's not stupid. He'll probably have Ida guarding the bomb. So, here's our plan of attack, Midoriya laid out. I'll draw his attention. While he's focused on me, you fly outside and locate the weapon. Best case scenario, you fly past Ida and touch the bomb. And, if it's not that simple? Tsunatori hesitantly asked. Don't let Ida build up speed. Midoriya instructed. Use your horns to trip him up or ideally trap him against the floor or wall. Aim to subdue him unless you see an opening for the bomb. That's the objective. Tsunatori nodded in understanding and considered Midoriya's plan. As they arrived at the building, the American pony girl noticed something. There sure are a lot of windows to check. Should I start on the ground and work my way up? Midoriya shook his head. No, top to bottom. Neither Ida nor Bakugo would leave the bomb on the first floor. They'd want to keep it far enough away that we'd have to come get it by going up the stairs. He rationalized and Tsunatori agreed with that logic. One more thing, Midoriya momentarily paused. Even though this is training, Pony, we need to treat this like a real scenario like All Might said. Let's not be reckless around the bomb and try to limit property damage as much as we can. Wouldn't be surprised if that's factored into our score. Celebratory nodded, folding up the blueprint and putting it away. Okay, that makes sense. Midoriya unclipped his helmet off of his belt and placed it on his. There are thousands of people in this city, and their lives are in danger. People that are just trying to live happy lives. I don't know what drove these villains to do this, but right now that doesn't matter. Clipping his chin strap together, he looked at Celebratory with determined eyes. Let's be heroes by saving people and winning. Celebratory stared at her fellow American with big, fascinated eyes. Wow, he's really taking this seriously. She clenched her fists and adopted a determined look. I have to do the same, even if it's just training. Right. She grinned and extended her fist. I got your back, Izuku. Smiling, he nodded and returned the fist bump. And I'll have yours. Team I. You are free to enter the building. Your time starts now. All Might's voice came through the speakers. Stay safe, Izuku. Celebratory nodded to him as her horns disconnected from her head. Jumping on top of them, she flew around the building towards the 5th floor to start checking for the weapon. Taking a deep breath and exhaling, Midoriya entered the office building and headed for the stairway. He didn't waste time checking the 1st floor, knowing the bomb most likely wouldn't be there anyway. He pulled the shield off his back and slipped his left arm through the straps before quietly proceeding up the stairs. Reaching the 2nd floor, he swiftly checked each room he passed, keeping the bomb's description and size in mind. The super soldier kept his head on a swivel and his ears open, staying on high alert. So far it was quiet. Izuku, 5th floor is all clear. Celebratory's voice informed him through the earpiece. I'm going to the 4th floor now. He tapped the earbud. Copy that. 2nd floor check is still in progress. Gotcha. As Midoriya approached a corner, he suddenly stopped when he heard the sounds of footsteps. Bakugo suddenly launched himself around the corner with a snarl, a few meters in the air. There you are. He roared and came down with an explosion in hand. Already anticipating the attack, Midoriya jumped and rolled out of the way as the ash blonde blasted the wall next to where he had been standing. The verdette immediately stood back up in a boxer-based stance, his shield at the ready. His outfit was made of blacks and greens with a hint of orange. It was mostly simple and sturdy, with 2 notable exceptions. The first was the mask on his face, which wrapped around his head and ended in what looked like tiny explosions. The second were the 2 massive gauntlets on his forearms that looked like oversized hand grenades. Nice dodge, Bakugo turned to face him, grinning ferally, but I won't miss again. Hands in the air and come quietly, villain. I don't want to hurt you, but I will if I have to. Midoriya stated, falling into character. Bakugo rolled his eyes and scoffed. Like you could ever hurt me. Now die. Guess he's playing the role too, or this is just who he is. Midoriya sardonically thought. Bakugo launched himself at Midoriya with his right arm ped back, the super soldier's green eyes closely following his movements. At the right moment, he stepped into Bakugo's guard to block his attack and promptly delivered a sharp right elbow to his face, knocking his head to the side and dazing him. Midoriya then grabbed Bakugo's outstretched arm and ducked under it, maneuvering behind him to deliver a strong left kick into the back of his opponent's head. Sharp pain shot throughout Bakugo's head from not just the kick, but from his face being slammed into concrete. The hell was that move? He left himself so wide open. Midoriya mused. Does he not know how to fight properly, or was he just overconfident? Pony, Bakugo found me. He informed his partner. I'm currently engaging him. Okay, I'm still checking the 4th floor. Do you need help? She sounded concerned. Negative. Keep searching for the bomb, I can handle this. Okay, got it. I'll let you know when I find the bomb. Copy that. He watched Bakugo pick himself off the floor, still grimacing. Bruises were noticeable on his face. Last warning, villain. Surrender, or I'll be forced to take you down hard. Midoriya sternly said. Bakugo turned to him, growling angrily as blood trickled from his nose. Don't look down on me, stealth gaijin. He blasted himself forward and twisted his body to deliver a powerful left kick aimed at Midoriya's head, which he immediately ducked under. He started with a kick this time? Midoriya internally noted. He's changing things up, huh? While still in midair, Bakugo turned himself around to extend both hands at his opponent and unleashed an explosion. Midoriya brought up his shield in time to successfully block it, his ears ringing from the loud blast. He narrowed his eyes as the smoke temporarily clouded his vision. The floor around him was scorched and cracked, but the shield and his uniform protected him from the brunt of the explosion. You think you're better than me? Bakugo's sneer was visible as the smoke dissipated. He shot forward again to deliver a glowing right hook. Midoriya held up the shield to block the attack until, at the last moment, Bakugo suddenly aimed his hand down to fire an explosion to send him flying over Midoriya. Bakugo turned in midair to release a blast from his left palm at Midoriya's right side. The verdette was knocked off his feet before he tumbled down the hallway. You're not. Nowhere close. Bakugo furiously exclaimed. I'm the strongest one here. Midoriya painfully groaned as he picked himself up. Though the suit protected him from the heat, he still felt the force behind the blast. Impressive feint. He even aimed for my right side where I couldn't easily block the attack. He thought. He's much smarter than he lets on. Still that pride of his? I can use that against him. He resumed his stance, leading with his left side where he could easily use the shield. Teached, Bakugo clicked his tongue and spat, Ya know only weaklings bring shields into battle. He crouched low, his arms curled and ready to unleash more explosions. Midoriya raised a brow. Think so? He suddenly spun around to throw the shield vertically with impressive force. Bakugo was too slow to dodge as the indestructible disc slammed into his chest. The force behind the hit sent Bakugo careening back and crashing through a corner. Meanwhile, the shield bounced off the ceiling and back to Midoriya's waiting grasp. The ash blonde coughed up a little blood and could have sworn he heard a sickening crack when the shield hit his sternum. SHT! He shouted out in pain. Are you sure you want to continue? Midoriya placed the shield back on his left arm. Give up and we'll get you immediate medical attention, villain. Bakugo snarled savagely. How dare he look down on him? Did this fumbling moron really think he was superior to him? The memory of Midoriya pulling him out of the sludge villain and standing in front of him suddenly flashed through his mind, causing to clench his teeth together. Are you seriously taking pity on me? Don't you dare pity me. Fighting through the searing pain filling his chest, he pulled himself out of the wall and rushed forward. Hard way it is then. Midoriya reacted immediately by dashing forward in a burst of speed that Bakugo wasn't expecting. The explosion user suddenly felt a sharp crunch in his face as Midoriya swung the edge of the shield at him, breaking Bakugo's jaw and sending blood flying out of his mouth. With his opponent stunned, Midoriya immediately followed up with hard right and left gut punches before finishing with a devastating right uppercut that sent Bakugo crashing through another nearby wall. The explosive blonde didn't get back up after that. Midoriya rushed over to Bakugo's position, ready for a surprise counterattack. He eased up when he saw that the blonde was completely knocked out. The veteran couldn't help but flinch when he noticed the red swollen bruises on Bakugo's face and the blood leaking out from his mouth and nose. Probably should have held back a little more. He internally chided. Thank God this school has recovery girl on staff. I warned you, villain, he said, still playing his role. I'll make sure you receive the best care though. Not just for your hospital stay, but also that you can maybe rejoin society one day. Midoriya pulled out the capture tape roll from his belt and wrapped it around his opponent's leg, eliminating him from the match. Bakugo Katsuki has been captured. All Might called over the radios. Midoriya looked around and spotted one of the cameras on the ceiling. Knowing Yagi couldn't hear him, he waved at it and then pointed at Bakugo. Don't worry, young Midoriya. All Might understood the message. I'll send one of the medbots to pick up Bakugo and take him to Recovery Girl. Please, continue with the exercise. Midoriya nodded, moving around the corner and toward the stairs. If Bakugo was willing to fight here, then that meant the weapon wasn't on the second floor at all. He reached the third floor as Tsunatori contacted him over the radio. Izuku, I found the weapon. It's on the 4th floor, 5th room from the stairwell. Also, great job on taking down Bakugo. Copy that. Can you get to the weapon? He inquired, continuing up the stairs to the 4th floor. I think so. But it'd be easier with a distraction. Tsunatori replied. Midoriya grinned slyly. I can be distracting. Reaching the 4th floor and going down the corridor, he spotted the 5th door that Tsunatori had informed him about. All right, here's what we'll do. The observation room was silent as everyone watched the monitors with various levels of shock after Midoriya took down Bakugo. Holy see! Sato breathed out. That was insane. Did you see how he KO'd Bakugo? Kirishima shouted excitedly. That was so freaking manly. Those moves were so cool. Ashido joined in. Wow, he freaking owned him. Kaminari grinned. Midoriya-san ended the fight in barely a minute. He certainly didn't waste time. Tokoyami subduedly remarked. Heroes should always be trying to avoid a prolonged battle with villains if it can be helped, especially in a timed scenario such as this. If you can end the fight quickly, you should do so. All Might sagely stated. Keep in mind, though, you should never be actively trying to kill your opponent. We are heroes after all. Understand, students? Yes, sir. Todoroki's eyes narrowed at the screen displaying Midoriya. Midoriya, the way he fights, the way he moves, he's been trained. Uraraka and Yaoyorozu were speechless as they watched the screens in amazement at how quickly and efficiently Midoriya had defeated Bakugo. They both knew he was a skilled fighter, but seeing how he had tossed his shield at Bakugo and easily caught it gave them the same vibes when they watched old videos and movies of their favorite old pro hero. That was so cool. Uraraka internally squealed. Well, I'd love to be able to fight like that someday. Yaoyorozu eyed the footage of Midoriya keenly. That shield, the way it bounced off Bakugo and the wall, it operates just like the captain's shield. Is this what Midori-kun wanted to surprise us with? Still, where could he have gotten a support item like that? The door was smashed clean off its hinges as Midoriya rushed into the room with his shield out in front. Ida, who had been standing near the faux bomb, immediately focused on the green-clad super soldier. Ida's hero costume looked like a cross between a robot and a medieval knight. The white plates were sleek but sturdy, as was the black mesh between the plates. The boosters popping out of his legs, and his general attitude, gave even more credence to the robot warrior look. You've done well, hero. Ida held his arms out to his sides and laughed as maniacally as he could. But you will not be stopping my nefarious plans today. Midoriya maintained a straight face, although it was hard for him at that moment. Ida was many things, but a good actor wasn't one of them. You're right. I won't. Midoriya agreed, and even with Ida's helmet on he could see the confusion on his face. Come again? Ida asked, confused. She is. Ida suddenly felt something hit him from behind in both knees and shoulders, slamming him face-first into the concrete floor. What just? He turned his head to see lyre-shaped horns pinning him to the floor by his shoulders and could feel two more around his knees. His eyes widened in realization. Tsunatori-san? Present. The blonde girl jumped down from a nearby window to touch the bomb. She'd only had to open the window while Ida was distracted to complete her part of the plan. Weapon secured. No. The weapon? Ida cried out in shocked despair at his inability to protect the mock weapon. The bomb has been disabled. All Might shouted. The hero team wins. As soon as the buzzer went off, Tsunatori remotely removed the horns that were pinning Ida down, allowing him to return to his feet. Great plan, Izuku. Tsunatori smiled at her partner. Thanks. You did good yourself, Pony. Midoriya smiled, letting himself ease up now that the mission had been accomplished. He unclipped his helmet before fastening it to a loop on his belt. Good job, Ida. If Bakugo had been more cooperative, I'm sure you both would have done better. Thank you, Midoriya, but I'm not so sure. Ida replied as the trio walked out of the room towards the stairwell. Your plan was smart and made use of both of your quirks. Well done. Midoriya and Tsunatori accepted the stiff teen's praise as they walked down the stairway together. Later, after both teams rejoined their classmates in the observation room, sans Bakugo, who was rushed to Recovery Girl's office. The class turned to collectively stare at Midoriya and Tsunatori. Well then, now that that's all settled, let's discuss what happened. All Might declared. Any questions or comments for Team I? Tokage held up her hand. You both split up to search the building, but you didn't really check the first floor, Midoriya. Why is that? Well, I suspected that neither Bakugo-san nor Ida would put the bomb on the first floor, so I didn't want to waste time searching there. Midoriya answered. But Tsunatori was checking the building from top to bottom, so, if I was off in my assessment, she would have located it with time to spare given her speed while she's flying. Tokage nodded in understanding. Yaoyorozu raised her hand. Were you expecting Bakugo-san to come for you? Midoriya nodded. I was. Let's just say, I had a strong hunch he would. Kirishima spoke up. Speaking of Bakugo, that finishing move you used against him was killer. If a bit brutal. Azui followed up. Yeah. Midoriya rubbed his neck awkwardly. I should have held back a little bit more. Got too into my role, I suppose. Todoroki surprisingly raised his hand and asked point blank, Who trained you? It's obvious you've received training based on the way you move and fight. That observation caught most of the class's attention as they turned to Midoriya curiously. Todoroki had brought up a good point after all. All Might knew Midoriya already had his cover story, but hearing Todoroki go straight for the jugular, so to speak, made him feel mildly anxious. He was thankful that the room's dim lighting helped conceal his uneasy expression. Be careful in how you respond, Captain. One wrong move and... The U.S. Army. Midoriya simply replied. Or you could just tell them that. All Might's sweat dropped. The class, sans Uraraka and Yaoyorozu, looked at him with mixed levels of surprise. Wait, seriously? Kaminari's eyes widened like plates. You're a soldier? Shoji was equally surprised. Midoriya chuckled bashfully. Yeah. I learned quite a lot during my time of service in America. I wanted to take what I learned and apply it to becoming a pro hero. That wasn't untrue. That's so manly. Kirishima walked up to pat Midoriya on the back. We have an actual soldier in our class. A soldier boy. Ashido smiled cheekily. It's not a big deal, really. Midoriya scratched his cheek from the sudden attention. All Might laughed. Being humble is a good heroic trait to have. Overall, I'd say Team I performed admirably with their strategy, cooperation, and use of quirks. All Might stated. Now, any questions or comments for Ida over Team J's performance? Shoji raised a hand. Why were you guarding the bomb, Ida-san? Since you're the faster one, wouldn't it have made more sense for Bakugo-san to guard it while you search for the heroes? Ida exhaled deeply and slumped his shoulders. Bakugo-san was determined to find and beat Midoriya on his own. He refused to cooperate, and I was left to guard the weapon. Tokage then spoke up. I believe it's obvious then that Bakugo-san's decision to go after Midoriya cost the villain team the match. Had he remained with Ida-san to guard the weapon or even sent Ida to face the hero team, as Shoji-san suggested, they would have stood a better chance. Instead, Bakugo-san was beaten and that left Ida-san to fight a 2-on-1 battle. Not smart. Kaminari lifted his hand. Yeah, also, couldn't Bakugo-san have blasted up the entrances? Even if he had done that on his way to face Midoriya-san alone, that would have slowed Midoriya-san down a bit. Tero and Ida-san could have just picked up the bomb and ran around with it, Azui noted before she tapped her cheek with her gloved hand. Come to think of it, none of the villain teams did that, and there was no rule saying they couldn't. Thanks to the darkness, there was no way to see the nervous sweat on All Might's brow. If there was, it would have been obvious that he had never considered that option either. Yes, well, those are all very good points. All Might acknowledged. Moving on, who can tell me the MVP of this match? Sir, I can tell you. Yaoyorozu raised her hand once more. The MVP was Midoriya. He quickly determined his opponent's actions and created a plan to take advantage of them. He made excellent use of not only his own quirk but his partner's as well. Instead of engaging Bakugo-san in a long drawn-out fight, like Bakugo-san wanted him to, he subdued him quickly and moved to assist his teammate to complete their objective. Correct. Excellent analysis, young Yaoyorozu. All Might smiled. Yaoyorozu, in response, bowed slightly with her arms at her side. Midori-kun, that was amazing. Uraraka beamed as she bounced over to him, Midoriya doing his best to look away from her chest area. You and Tsunatori both did great. Thanks, Uraraka-san. Tsunatori smiled. Izuku came up with a great plan. He was totally in the zone during the match. You give me too much credit. I just had a strong suspicion for how Bakugo would react. That's all. Midoriya waved off the praise, flustered by two admittedly pretty girls complimenting him. Good work today, all of you. All Might congratulated. Your final scores will be ready outside in a moment. Please, take them and then head to the locker room to change, and you're free to go. Anyone else who feels like their injuries may hamper them are also encouraged to see Recovery Girl. Dismissed. Yes, sir. Everyone responded. The students filed out of the room and left All Might alone. He then reverted back to his skinny form in a puff of smoke. These kids, he murmured as he began typing grades into a computer, they almost gave me a heart attack a few times. Was I that reckless when I was that age? Fort Erskine, see, July 2042. Evening had arrived and the SSR recruits had finally finished their last drill for the day. An obstacle course that involved military crawling under barbed wire and through concrete drainage tunnels. All right, line up. Get in formation. Corporal Yamamoto ordered. The 13 recruits complied. Most were out of breath and very sweaty. Good work today. I mean it. The Ravenet acknowledged. Cadet Midoriya and Private Barnes. Yes, ma'am. Both responded. Both of you remain here. She looked at the rest of the group. Everyone else can head to the dining facility. Dismissed. Yes, ma'am. The recruits, sans Bucky and Izuku, left in an orderly fashion in the direction of the main facility. Yamamoto turned back to the pair. Although they maintained neutral faces, she could see the emotion in their eyes. Bucky was curious while Izuku was disappointed. I'm sorry, Izuku-an, but I'm doing this because I care. Peggy tried to convince herself, but still felt terrible deep down. Private Barnes. She addressed the brunette. Yes, ma'am? This morning, I told Cadet Midoriya that he needed to win one round of Pugil sticks. If he failed, then not only would he be punished, but you, as his battle buddy, would be as well. Corporal Yamamoto informed him. Do you understand? Bucky didn't respond immediately. Yes, ma'am. Izuku couldn't suppress a frown. Both of you will do 3 sets of 10 military push-ups, sit-ups, squats, and burpees. After that, you'll do 1 full lap around the flagpole trail. She motioned to the dirt trail that cut into the woods. Is that understood? Yes, ma'am. Both acknowledged her orders. Then get to it. The sooner you finish, the sooner you can eat. She ordered. Over half an hour later, Izuku and Bucky were finally on the last exercise of their punishment, running down the trail back to the main gate where Corporal Yamamoto was waiting for them. Keep it up. Almost done, man, Bucky said in between breaths. Izuku couldn't respond as he focused on skiing in air, his body burning from exhaustion. One more push. Finish line is up ahead. Bucky pointed ahead. Izuku wordlessly nodded and despite his body screaming for him to stop, he pressed on with Bucky running alongside him. Moments later, the pair finally crossed the gate and immediately stopped. Bucky leaned over to rest his hands on his knees while Izuku simply fell to his hands and knees, breathing heavily. Corporal Yamamoto walked up to them with her hands behind her back, her expression neutral. Taking note of the pair's exhausted states, she nodded. There's still 10 minutes left for dinner time. If you head to the dining hall now, you can still get something to eat before they stop serving. You're dismissed. Yes, ma'am. Bucky subduedly replied. Peggy glanced down at Izuku on the ground. Cadet Midoriya? Izuku breathed out, giving a shaky salute. The Ravenet nodded and sauntered away, leaving the pair alone. Bucky kneeled by Izuku's side, resting a hand on his left shoulder. Need a medic? Or a new set of lungs? He jokingly asked, though he was concerned that Izuku may possibly need medical attention. Oh, fine. He breathed and coughed. Just need a minute. Well, we don't want to miss dinner, so let me help you out. Bucky helped Izuku stand, placing his left arm over his shoulder to let him lean against him. The pair steadily continued in the general direction of the dining hall. I think we're both gonna sleep soundly tonight, my man. He chuckled to himself. So we may need to hold off on your pugil stick lessons till? He paused as Izuku began to suddenly cry. Hey, what's wrong? He worriedly asked. Was he hurt? Did he push himself too far? I'm sorry. It's my fault. Bucky pet a brow, confused. What are you? I lost all 3 rounds. It's because of me you had to be punished too. He sniffled. Oh, so that's what's bothering him. Bucky smiled and squeezed the shorter teen's shoulder. Relax, man. I'm not mad at you. But nothing. He cut in. You did good, all things considered. More importantly, you never gave up. No matter how many times you got knocked down, you kept getting back up like a real soldier. I respect the hell out of that. I still lost though, and you have to be punished with me too. Izuku weakly mentioned. Maybe if you hadn't been my battle buddy I'm gonna stop you right there. Bucky interjected. Don't you dare go down that self-pity road, Izuku. Seriously, believe me when I say that you did nothing wrong. Izuku wasn't entirely convinced as he looked away. After years of being either ignored or bullied by his peers, primarily Zack, it was difficult not to have a self-deprecating mindset at times. Bucky momentarily paused to run his hand through his short brown hair and sighed. Look, I'm not good with all this emotional stuff. I've made a lot of dumb mistakes in my life, but choosing you as my friend isn't one of them. The scrawny kid looked up at the taller, muscular teen with wide brown eyes, his mouth slightly agape. Did he really mean that? Bucky grinned earnestly. So please, get off the pity pot, will ya? Izuku couldn't suppress a few sobs, a smile taking shape on his face for the first time today. Okay, thank you, Bucky. Bucky chuckled lightheartedly and shook his head. You need to work on that crying of yours, man. I get that real men aren't afraid to show their emotions and all, but you need a tighter lid on it while you're in uniform. Izuku nodded in understanding. So this is what it's like, to have a guy as a real friend. He mused wistfully. If Zack hadn't developed a meta ability, would we have been good friends? The Japanese-American briefly pondered that thought and came to an easy conclusion. No, not a real friend anyways. Besides, Bucky went on as they approached the dining hall, you were at a huge disadvantage in those pugil matches anyway. Everyone in the program aside from you has completed basic training, so pugil matches are nothing new to us. To expect you to win once against James or Sharon, who are both ruthless, I might add, isn't realistic, and the corporal knew that. Izuku turned to Bucky somewhat surprised. Do you mean, Peg-chan knew I'd lose? Bucky rolled his eyes. Obviously. What, you haven't figured it out yet? Figured out what? He questioned, confused. The brunette groaned and used his free arm to pinch the bridge of his nose. How could someone so smart? Ugh, she's trying to make you quit, dude. Izuku's eyes briefly widened before he lowered his head, frowning. You already knew, didn't you? Bucky read his friend's expression. Izuku nodded, downcast. I wanted to believe Peg-chan was just trying to motivate me harder since I'm so far behind everyone else, but after today, I can't ignore it anymore. Really pisses me off. Bucky growled, furrowing his brows. She's supposed to be your friend, right? She should have your back more than anyone else here. Yeah, but I can't be too mad with her. She's my friend, and even though she is trying to get me to quit, I know she's only doing it because she cares. Izuku advocated. Running you into the dirt and punishing those who try to help you is her way of showing that? Bucky retorted. You made your choice. Corporal should respect it whether she likes it or not. Izuku knew Bucky was right but couldn't bring himself to verbally agree. As the pair approached the dining hall's main doors, Bucky allowed Izuku to stand on his own. We have 9 more weeks of this training camp from hell. Just so you know, I got your back no matter what. He jerked his thumb toward the door. And the others are rooting for you too. So even if Peg-chan doesn't support you, we do, my brother. Izuku smiled at that statement. He understood his mother and Peggy's objections to him joining the military, but it was honestly quite refreshing to be around people who actually supported his dream and wanted him to achieve it. "Thank you, Buck. You're a great friend," he said sincerely. Bucky grinned. "I want to see you become a full-fledged soldier too. If you can achieve that dream," he looked away wistfully, "then maybe one day I can achieve my dream too." Izuku looked at his friend curiously. "Oh, what is your dream, Bucky?" "Heh, I'll tell you some other time." Bucky laughed. "First, let's go in already. I'm starving." With that, the kid from Fresno and the Brooklynite walked into the building. Meanwhile, around the corner, Corporal Yamamoto had been eavesdropping on the majority of the pair's conversation. Needless to say, she was quite distraught as she clenched her fists. No, of all places, Izuku had to make a true friend here. Damn it. She gritted her teeth in frustration. The Marine woman was left feeling very conflicted. On one hand, it was a wholesome and touching sight to see Izuku making friends with people that liked and respected him. On the other, it completely foiled her plan on trying to make him quit before the 10-day deadline. With Izuku's steadfast convictions and the full support from the other SSR recruits, she had come to a terrifying realization. He's not going to give up. Her voice quivered. He'll keep going until he dies. There's only one more day left. I have to stop this now while I still can. She closed her eyes and breathed deeply to recompose herself. A short moment later, she reopened her gray eyes with a sharp, focused expression. She then proceeded in the direction of the science facility with swift, determined strides. There was a certain eccentric scientist she needed to have a talk with. Mizudafu, Japan, April 2197. Midoriya walked out of the men's locker room with both his costume briefcase and the bag containing his shield in hand. Walking alongside him were Ida and Tero, all three having changed back into their UA Hero Department uniforms. "You guys didn't have to wait for me," Midoriya told them. "Although, I do appreciate it." "It's not trouble at all, Midoriya." Ida adjusted his glasses. "It's what friends do after all." Midoriya smiled at that proclamation. Only the second day of school and Ida already considered them friends. That was nice. "Yeah, also," Tero frowned, "I wanted to apologize to you." "Huh?" Midoriya looked at him, confused. "Apologize for what?" "Well," Tero rubbed his neck uncomfortably, "after your team left the room, we were making predictions on who'd win the match. I thought Bakugo and Ida's team would win pretty convincingly. I'm sorry for doubting you and all." "Oh, you don't need to apologize." Midoriya waved it off, unfazed. "Besides, I can see why you'd think that. I mean, if Bakugo-san had worked together with Ida, Tsunatori and I would've had our work cut out for us." "So, we're cool?" the tape user asked. Midoriya smiled and nodded. "We're cool. Speaking of Bakugo-san, I never saw him return to the locker room." Ida pointed out. "I wonder if we should check up on him in the medical ward?" Midoriya shrugged. "It couldn't hurt. We should return our equipment first." Ida nodded in agreement. Arriving at their foundational heroics classroom, Midoriya pulled the door open to see that they were not alone. Uraraka, Yaoyorozu, Ashido, Azui, Tokage, and Tsunatori were grouped near the wall panels where their briefcases were stored. "There you guys are." Ashido's smile dropped slightly when she noticed one less person with them. "Hey, have you seen Kirishima-kun? He never came back to return his costume. I think Kirishima-san mentioned something about going to visit Bakugo-san in the medical ward, make sure he was recovering well and all." Tero mentioned offhandedly. "That's good. Maybe Bakugo will start to lighten up a little bit after today." Midoriya thought. Although he was doubtful something like that would happen overnight. Ashido, meanwhile, sighed in exasperation as if she had been expecting that answer. "Of course he is. Big Lug can't help but try to be friends with everyone. I'm glad he's at least making an effort." Midoriya stepped to the adjacent wall. "Although, that will be one tough nut to crack." "No kidding," Uraraka remarked under her breath. "By the way," Tokage looked at the trio, "what took you guys so long? Everyone else has already got dressed and put away their costume cases." That was because of me. Midoriya sheepishly replied, placing his shield bag and briefcase back into its compartment. Takes me longer than I'd like to fully suit up, and slightly more to undress, apparently. At the word undress, Uraraka couldn't stop the image of her friend removing his costume from popping up in her mind. She immediately looked away and started patting her reddening cheeks. Stop it. Stop it. Bad thoughts. Yaoyorozu looked at Midoriya's face momentarily before her gaze drifted lower. She could only imagine what those clothes and his costume earlier were concealing. She then shook her head. My word. Control yourself, Momo. She chided herself, a small blush forming on her face. He's your friend. Not some object for you to ogle. While everyone else remained oblivious to the two girls' embarrassment, a certain Pinkette had noticed and she couldn't help but grin mischievously. As a once hopeless romantic herself, she recognized those looks anywhere. Oh, this is gonna be so much fun. She inwardly cackled. Maybe you should talk to the support department about that and have them readjust it for you? Kero. Azui suggested. Zero looked at the frog girl, ping a brow. No offense meant, but do you end every sentence with a Kero, Azui-san? Not every sentence. Azui replied. And please call me Tsu. All my friends call me that. Zero smiled widely, giving a thumb up. Sure thing. Kero. Zero blinked twice. You did that one on purpose just now, didn't you? Azui looked away. Her face was blank yet portrayed feigned innocence at the same time, somehow. Maybe, or maybe not. She shrugged. The group couldn't help but laugh at that reaction. Even Ida couldn't suppress a smile. After putting his equipment away, Midoriya walked to his desk to pick up his yellow satchel. Well, to answer your question, Azui-san, he said, I don't think I can go to the support department since a support company not affiliated with the school made my costume. I'll have to contact them later about it. Oh. Once she composed herself, Uraraka looked at Midoriya curiously. You were able to contract a support company, Midori-kun? That must have been very expensive, right? Midoriya shook his head. A friend of mine works at a support company in America. When he found out I was attending UA, he was pretty insistent on making my costume free of charge. He sheepishly shrugged. I tried to say no, but I couldn't turn him down. That was half true. While S.H.I.E.L.D. wasn't exactly a heroic support company, Coulson was pretty insistent on S.H.I.E.L.D. making his hero costume. The adult fanboy had even drawn up a costume design for him. However, much to Midoriya's embarrassment, it was based too much on that dreaded, stage suit he wore in those shows. Midoriya, while appreciative, had to gently turn down Coulson's suit idea. That was awfully generous of him. Ida commented, placing his briefcase back in its slot. No kidding. Tokage chimed in. Wish my family had connections like that. Could have saved a lot of money on getting my costume made. Yaoyorozu looked in Tokage's direction. Tokage, would you mind if I ask you later what support company your family contracted? Sure, Tokage shrugged nonchalantly. Don't see why not. Seriously, how many people in our class were able to hire support companies to make their costumes? Zero remarked as he put his briefcase away. Kero, I think it was just Tokage, Yamamo, and now Midoriya. Azui replied, and then touched her chin thoughtfully. Well, maybe Todoroki-san? But I don't think he'd care to tell us. That dude does seem pretty cold. Tokage commented. No pun intended. Zero would know firsthand how cold Todoroki is, Kero. Azui mentioned. Yeah. Zero's sweat dropped, recalling his lackluster match against the icy powerhouse. Real cold. You guys talking about Todoroki-san? The group turned to see Kirishima standing at the door in his uniform with his briefcase in hand. Not my best moment. He laughed awkwardly while rubbing his neck. I didn't even get a chance to show my stuff. You're blocking the door, my hair. Bakugo walked up behind the redhead dressed in his uniform with his usual scowl etched on his face. Though he had bandages on his face and gauze wrapped around his head, he looked much better than he did after the match. Recovery Girl's healing quirk truly was remarkable, Midoriya thought. Oh, sorry man. Kirishima stepped aside, letting the explosive blonde walk in to put away his costume briefcase as the tension in the room kept rising. Bakugo-sen's gonna be okay, by the way. Kirishima continued. Recovery Girl was able to heal his face and everything, although her quirk drained his stamina, so he was out cold for a little while. Ah, Ida nodded in satisfaction. Well, that's good to hear you're doing better, Bakugo-sen. Shut up, Four Eyes. The blonde rolled his eyes, gathering his belongings at his desk. So rude. Ida shouted, appalled. We were partners, you know? Bakugo merely huffed as he walked away, slinging his bag over his shoulder. Hey, Bakugo-san, Midoriya called out, walking up to him. Bakugo stopped at the doorway but didn't turn around. Look, I think we may have gotten off on the wrong foot or something. I'm new here and there's a lot that I'm still learning. Midoriya rubbed his neck awkwardly. I don't want us to be enemies, but if you don't want to be friends, that's fine too. Can we at least be tolerant of each other going forward this semester? No need for strife, right? Bakugo remained still and didn't respond. Everyone watched the scene with bated breath, curious to see how it played out. Midoriya, Bakugo finally said. Midoriya's eyes widened slightly. He called me by name. Yeah? Bakugo turned his head and shot him a bored glare. FKU. With that said, the ash blonde stomped away down the corridor in silence with a pensive expression. So that guy's a soldier, huh? Waking up in the medical ward, SHTDY Hair was there to give him a rundown of what happened after he lost unconscious, sporting that dumb, friendly grin of his all the while. Bakugo could hardly believe he had been beaten so easily. Him. The one born with an amazing quirk and destined to become the next #1 hero. Just as he had been told by everyone growing up. But all that stealth gaijin had to do was hit him a few times and that was it. Lights out? Was he really that far behind the stealth gaijin? To make matters worse, the ice guy, after seeing how he had single-handedly won his match, Bakugo had realized there was no way he could beat him in a straight fight. There were now 2 people ahead of him in the class, not counting those cheaters' ponytail and round face. It was unacceptable. Just as he was on the verge of a panic attack, in the midst of SHTDY Hair's babbling, he had offhandedly mentioned that stealth gaijin was in the American military. Bakugo paused when he had heard this information, and that's when it all clicked. Midoriya Izuku. He wasn't at some unobtainable level. Despite being a flustered and bumbling mess, he was still a trained professional in the right circumstances. That fact had been made abundantly clear in the exercise today. Bakugo clicked his tongue and rubbed his jaw, which had been fully healed but was still aching. His chest also hurt from where that shield had struck him. That had hurt like hell. The explosion user realized all he needed was more training and experience to add on to it. Then he would overtake him. He'd pass that Ice BSRD along the way too. They would both be mere stepping stones in his ascension to greatness. He'd write about it in a book one day or talk about it in a documentary, covering his rise to becoming Japan's newest undisputed #1 hero. But until that day, enjoy that win today, Midoriya. Bakugo sneered, clenching his right fist in determination. You won't get another. I'm just getting started. Meanwhile, the classroom had been left in silence after Bakugo's exit until Ida finally broke it. How rude. He was aghast. How could he be so uncouth after Midoriya extended an olive branch? So vulgar. Yaoyorozu placed a hand over her mouth in disgust. Uraraka clenched her fists angrily, glaring at the doorway where Bakugo stood moments prior. A hole. She murmured, though he did refer to Midori-kun by his name instead of that stupid nickname. Maybe that's progress. Can't say I didn't see that one coming. Tokage rolled her eyes. Ashido looked at Kirishima with half-lidded, bored eyes. Still think you can be friends with him, babe? Well. Kirishima chuckled awkwardly. At least he called Midoriya-san by his name? That's something, right? Midoriya turned to the spiky redhead with a sheepish half-smile. I guess it is. He sweat-dropped. Tsunatori sighed heavily. Bakugo-san just seems like a bully. I don't get why UA allowed him here. Azui and Siro nodded in agreement. Well, like most things in life, Midoriya turned to the group. It's not always so black and white. There's plenty of gray areas. Right. Kirishima added, grinning. Sure, Bakugo-sen may seem like a JRK. That's because he is. Uraraka cut in. That he is, Kirishima admitted and continued, but I think there might be more to him than that, ya know? Midoriya shrugged. Like Optimus Prime once said, there's more than meets the eye. He said absent-mindedly. The group looked at him in bemusement. Who? Tokage asked. Midoriya's expression faltered, realizing he had slipped up. He's just a cartoon character, from a show in America. I used to watch it when I was younger. Huh. Tsunatori tilted her head. I don't think I've heard of him, Izuku. What show is he in? Just some old show. It's not important. Midoriya waved him off before he glanced at his watch. We should probably get going now. It's already past 6:30 p.m. Ida nodded in agreement. Yes. For those who use trains, we don't want to miss ours. The group gathered their belongings and exited the room. By the way, Midoriya-sen, Azui walked up to her fellow vedette. Would you like to exchange numbers? I got the others while we were waiting in the classroom for you guys. Same. Zero popped in. I didn't get a chance to get yours yesterday. If that's cool, I mean. Midoriya was flustered from the sudden requests. Why, sure. That sounds great. He pulled out his phone and handed it to them. By the way, you can call me Tsuyu. Azui said as she entered her contact information. All my friends call me that. And you can just drop the honorifics with me. Zero smiled laxly, and then entered his info after Azui handed him the phone. Maybe you can teach me some of those sweet moves of yours sometime soon? Midoriya nodded excitedly. Yeah, it'd be my pleasure. Later, most of the group gave their farewells and headed for their respective stations, while Midoriya, Uraraka, and Yaoyorozu remained near the campus's main gate. Yaoyorozu's black limousine had just arrived, and she was preparing to get in until she remembered her request from earlier in the morning. By the way, the heiress looked at her two best friends. I was wondering, if neither of you are busy this Saturday, perhaps we could have a get-together at my place? It occurred to me recently that you've never been to my house. She lowered her head in shame. Even though we've been friends for a while now. Don't be upset, Yamamo. Uraraka patted her shoulder reassuringly as she beamed brightly. And yeah, I'd love to come over. I've been wondering what your house looks like. Midori-kun? She looked at the vedette excitedly. Midoriya smiled and nodded. Absolutely. I'd love to come over. It's been long overdue, honestly. Yaoyorozu smiled brightly at their acceptance. All right, I'll talk with the staff and have them set aside some rooms for us. There'll be plenty of tea and food. Staff? How rich is she? Both the super soldier and gravity girl thought. She opened the limo door and stepped inside. I'll send you my home address soon. Until then, good night. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye, Yamamo. Midoriya and Uraraka waved goodbye to their heiress friend as she drove off in the limo. This is perfect. Yaoyorozu thought happily. We'll get to hang out like best friends do in all of the novels I've read. Also, her thoughts drifted to a certain vedette. Maybe I can get a chance to ask Midori-kun some questions too. Meanwhile, Uraraka and Midoriya began walking down the sidewalk to the nearest station. Yamamo is adorable sometimes. Isn't she? Uraraka smiled. Midoriya nodded. Yes, she is. He then sported a thoughtful visage. But I can understand where she's coming from. Me and you are likely the first real friends she's ever had not related to her family or people who work for them. Of course she's excited. He pulled out his phone and looked at his growing contact list wistfully. After his blunder in the practical exams orientation, he had been concerned that he'd have a hard time making friends. He was grateful that wasn't the case. Uraraka glanced at Midoriya's phone before she looked at him fondly. For someone who says they barely had any friends growing up, you sure are good at making them, Midori-kun. Midoriya blushed lightly. You think so? Uraraka nodded. I know so. Now come on. She gently pulled the taller boy's arm. Let's go home already. We have math homework that I may or may not need help on. Chuckled bashfully. Midoriya smiled and rolled his eyes. Yeah, I get the hint. I'll help you. Thank you, Midori-kun. She placed her hands together, careful not to accidentally activate her quirk. Not a problem, Uraraka-chan. Really? The pair continued towards the station. I'm making so many friends. More than I ever thought I could. Maybe I can find my place in this time PRD? Muse. The Japanese Metahuman Registration Act of 2027. So, all metahumans must register with the Metahuman Registration Board of Japan upon discovery of their metamutagen. It shall be unlawful for any metahuman parent, relative, or guardian to have custody or control over a non-metahuman child, adopted or biological. It shall be unlawful for any metahuman to be married to a partner without government authorization. All metahuman unions prior to and after this act are null and void. It shall be unlawful for a metahuman to receive a public education without registering with the Metahuman Registration Board. There cannot be more than one metahuman student per class and no more than 10 per school. All metahumans are barred from technical and professional education without government authorization. It shall be unlawful for metahumans to congregate in groups of more than 10 without police supervision in public. Peaceful assembly and association of more than 25 must be pre-registered with the local government and the Metahuman Registration Board at least 6 months prior. It shall be unlawful for metahumans to use their meta ability in any capacity in a public or private setting without government authorization. Use of one's meta ability will result in an immediate arrest by local authorities. All non-metahumans are required to report the use of a meta ability in their vicinity. Failure to do so will result in a fine of more than 500,000 yen and/or 30 days of detainment. Any metahumans who are found guilty of breaking any of the prior 6 codes shall be detained for an indefinite amount of time in authorized metahuman detainment facilities until their case may be brought forth to an approved jury to receive trial. Fort Erskine, see, July 2042. It was late evening and Dr. Teriko Hatsum was focused on her computer screen while her fingers feverishly glided across her keyboard. Her desk was unorganized and littered with various files, papers, and bookmarked textbooks regarding meta abilities and human anatomy. Dark bags hung under her eyes, indicating how little sleep she had been getting. Despite that, she still somehow maintained an energetic, perky aura around herself. Yes, everything looks good so far. She mumbled to herself in Japanese. Initiating test 99. Pressing the enter key, Teriko stopped and leaned back in her chair while waiting for the program to run. A short moment later, the program completed and a green checkmark was displayed along with various miscellaneous data. Teriko smiled brightly and fist-pumped in excitement. Thus, aside from some minor side effects, the subject should be stable after the serum is fully integrated into their genetic code. Of course, nothing's for certain until we perform the actual procedure. Nothing beats real-world data, after all. She pensively mused while deleting the serum's data off the computer and then shredding several documents on her desk. This stays with me though, she told herself. The serum's molecular formula was only for her to know. No one else could be trusted with it. The safest hands were still her own, she believed. Pushing aside a few documents, Teriko reached for the phone and dialed an extension before waiting for someone on the other end to pick up. Yeah, hello. Howard. She reverted her speech back to English. Are you still in the lab? Listen, I need you to get everything prepped. Our first subject will be the day after tomorrow. Her eyebrow lifted at her colleague's surprised tone on the other end. I thought I told you already, the Midoriya kid. We're moving up our first procedure for him. Yeah, he's the scrawny one, remember? She rolled her eyes and groaned. Yes, he's still here. Don't act surprised. He's 41 kilos, 90 pounds. Teriko pinched the bridge of her nose. Yes, he needs to eat a sandwich, but none of that will matter once he undergoes the procedure. Don't worry about the colonel. He's technically already agreed to it. Look, you and the staff just get started on preparing everything. I'm heading to the lab to get a head start on synthesizing the serum myself. Everything needs to go. Teriko paused as her office door abruptly opened to reveal Peggy standing in the doorway with a fierce expression. Smoothly, Teruko finished. Listen, I'll be there soon. Gotta take care of something first. Thanks again, Howard. She hung up the phone and directed her attention to the USMC soldier. Corporal, how's it going? She asked cheekily. What can I help you with? Peggy silently glared at the red-headed scientist. Silent treatment, huh? That's fine. Teruko picked up her satchel and began putting a few documents into it. I was just on the phone with Dr. Howard Shield. You remember him? He was recently at the Innovation Expo. Brilliant man. Right blend of confidence and arrogance. If I wasn't already interested in someone else, I would have considered dating him. But I'm getting sidetracked, she went on. We're currently preparing for Izuku's procedure. It's scheduled to take place on the 4th. The colonel won't like having to invite his guests to view the whole shebang with such little warning, especially since it's on a national holiday, but that's his own fault honestly. You're so confident that Izuku will last till the deadline tomorrow. Peggy tersely noted. Apparently you are as well. Teruko looked at her with a knowing smirk. Why else would you be here at such a late hour, the day before the deadline? Come to convince me to reconsider. You're making a mistake, Teruko. Peggy kept her voice even. Izuku isn't suitable for. Don't tell me who's suitable or not. Teruko sternly interjected as her teasing tone abruptly vanished. I created the serum, remember? It's my baby. I would never willingly administer it to someone whose body couldn't handle it. I don't get it. Peggy clenched her fists angrily, starting to lose her patience. Why Izuku? Teruko looked at her with an unamused frown. You still haven't realized it yet? Peggy looked at her in bemusement. The red-headed scientist sighed deeply. You're really disappointing me right now, Corporal. You're better than this. Don't patronize me. Peggy sighed heavily and then lowered her head, her hair casting a shadow over her eyes. All right, I'll do it. Teruko tilted her head in confusion. Come again. The procedure. Peggy reaffirmed, looking at the scientist resolutely. You originally wanted me to be the AMPS first subject, right? I've changed my mind. I'll do it. A moment of tense silence passed between two women. Teruko finally broke the silence. Really? What makes you think I still want you as a candidate? She raised an eyebrow. Don't play dumb with me, Teruko. You know I'd be an excellent candidate, otherwise, why waste so much time trying to recruit me, convince the higher-ups to transfer me here, and finally grant me authority to train the SSR recruits? Peggy called out. You were hoping I'd change my mind while I was here, right? Teruko chortled. Such a smarty pants, are we? So, what if it is true? What will you do? I'll volunteer to be the first subject. In exchange, you dismiss Izuku as an AMP candidate. Does that sound fair? Peggy offered. What about poor Izuku? What will come of him in this scenario of yours? Teruko questioned. Transfer him to the science division and let him work as an assistant? He's always been fascinated with meta abilities anyway. She suggested. You've seen his notes, haven't you? He'd be more useful in the lab than on the battlefield. Teruko hummed and momentarily contemplated Peggy's offer. As tempting as it sounds, I have to respectfully decline. I've already made up my mind. However, if you're still interested, I could squeeze you in to be the second subject. I'm sure Private Barnes won't mind being pushed back to third. Why are you so fixated on Izuku? Peggy shouted, unable to suppress her frustration any longer. Out of all the eligible recruits, you're choosing him. The poor guy can barely even finish his exercises without passing out or throwing up. I don't understand. Teruko didn't respond immediately. You really want to know? She paused, adopting a thoughtful expression. At the Innovation Expo, when you turned me down and left, I overheard your conversation with Izuku from afar. Peggy silently gasped, remembering that night vividly. After hearing the conviction in his words, I was curious about him. So, I followed him to the recruiting station. Teruko recounted. He failed his physical test badly. But in spite of all that, he still wanted to become a soldier. Not for his own glory, but simply for the sake of others. A wistful smile formed on Teruko's face. I've only seen conviction like that in one other person in my life, and she then shut her eyes as if she were recalling a bad memory. I failed him. Peggy watched the doctor curiously. She had never seen Teruko look so serious and emotional before. Teruko clenched her fists and looked up with a determined expression. I won't fail again. Izuku will be the first subject. I'll turn him into the hero this world needs. End of story. The Ravenet was stunned by the conviction in Teruko's words. Teruko exhaled deeply. Corporal, let me just say, you may think you're doing the right thing, trying to make Izuku quit or convincing me to reconsider, but you're not. This isn't something a friend should be doing, let alone a best friend. Peggy tried to rebuff but couldn't find her voice at that moment. Adjusting her satchel strap on her shoulder, Teruko walked past a stunned Peggy to the door. I'll leave it there. Please shut the door on your way out, Corporal. Good night. With that, she turned off the office lights and walked away, her footsteps echoing down the empty hallway. With the only light coming from the open doorway, Peggy was left standing alone in the room with a morose frown. Not what a best friend should be doing. A memory from nearly 2 years ago suddenly played back in her head. Peggy stood by a hospital bed with a frail, balding woman lying in it. The beeps of the cardiac monitor and various other hospital equipment filled the room. They were the only other occupants in the hospital room. Sweetie, it's good to see you again, the sickly woman weakly said. It's good to see you too, Ms. Inko. Her smile dropped slightly. I'm sorry I haven't been here to visit lately. I've been preparing to ship out to San Diego soon. For the Marines? Peggy nodded. For basic training, yes. Inko smiled brightly. I'm proud of you, your father's proud. I'm sure your mother would be proud too. The Ravenet smiled, becoming a bit bashful. Thank you. I appreciate that. Reminds me of a talk Izuku and I were having a few months back. He was planning to enlist for the Marines next year. Inko mentioned, a little out of breath. Peggy frowned and looked away. Yeah, he's told me about that. I said I'd support him, but he shouldn't count on getting in, right? Inko finished, slightly surprising Peggy. Why? Peggy dropped her head, feeling ashamed. I'm sorry. I should have more faith in. It's okay, sweetie. Inko interjected. I told him something similar. You did. Peggy blinked, surprised. Inko weakly nodded. Izuku is a kind boy, selfless by nature. But he's also stubborn to a fault, you know this. She paused to catch her breath. He won't give up even if he is outmatched. Seeing how much Inko was exerting herself, Peggy laid a hand on her shoulder. Please, Inko, don't overexert yourself. It's all right. I need to say this, while I still can. Peggy felt her stomach twist at the potential meaning behind that statement. Was she just tired? It was as if she were implying that, oh no. Ms. Inko, the chemo, is it? Inko shook her head despondently. No. Peggy's expression dropped as she felt her typical calm and collected composure begin to falter. I'm so sorry. Her bottom lip began to quiver. This shouldn't be happening to you. You're the sweetest, kindest woman I know. Inko reached out to take Peggy's hand and smiled softly. It's all right. These things happen. It's no one's fault. Peggy was hesitant to ask. Does Izuku know? I haven't told him yet, but I think he may already know. Inko said forlornly. I've spoken to Hisashi. He won't be able to leave Japan anytime soon. Peggy bit her tongue at the mention of Izuku's father. The man had practically shipped off his wife and child to another country and barely ever associated with them, aside from sending some money every now and then. Now his wife was on her deathbed, and he still refused to take time away from his work. Worthless piece of ish. Her thoughts were interrupted as Inko went on. He'll send money till Izuku is 18 though. So there's that. You and Izuku shouldn't have to accept any money from him. Peggy retorted, keeping her ire in check. Honestly, I never understood why you never divorced him, Ms. Inko. Inko frowned somberly. Complicated? She then shook her head. But this isn't about Hisashi. This is about Izuku. She looked back up at Peggy with big brown eyes. I know, this may not seem fair, but can you promise me something, Peggy? Peggy gently squeezed Inko's hand, looking at her attentively. Anything. What is it? Who won't be there for him anymore, and neither will his father. Inko's eyes misted over. I know you're leaving soon, but don't forget about Izuku. Tears leaked from Peggy's eyes. I would never. He's my best friend. You and he have always been close. Look out for him, please. The mother requested with big pleading eyes. The Ravenette nodded determinedly. I will. Thank you. Inko smiled fondly. Maybe someday you too can be something, she trailed off as her eyes grew heavier. Oh, sorry, sweetie, getting tired again? It's all right. Peggy replied. I'll go pick up Izuku from school and we can both come back later after you nap. Sound good? Inko nodded weakly, shutting her eyes and resting her head back. Peggy smiled. All right, I'll be back soon. Rest up, Ms. Inko. She headed to the door until she overheard Inko mutter something underneath her breath as she dozed off. My boy, be there for him. Peggy walked out of the hospital room and quietly closed the door. She then leaned up against the door and began to softly weep as the emotional dam burst. It was all too much for her to handle. Back in the present, the USMC corporal remained standing in Teruko's office, with a few tears falling down her face upon recalling one of her last conversations with Inko. Inko said to look out for Izuku, but would you approve of my actions? Peggy inwardly questioned. Am I really looking out for him like I think I am? After what seemed like hours, Peggy finally walked out of the office and proceeded down the corridor in an introspective daze. The next day had arrived and the SSR recruits were in the middle of afternoon workout drills. Faster! All of you! Corporal Yamamoto ordered. The recruits were currently doing 3 sets of 25 military push-ups, sit-ups, squats, and jumping jacks. At the moment, they were doing their second set of sit-ups, with the exception of Izuku, who was still on his first set. The faster you finish, the faster your 15-minute break starts. Yes, ma'am. The group responded. This is Izuku inwardly lamented. Those punishment drills really wore me out. He tried to keep his lunch down while struggling to lift his upper body off the ground. But, can't give in, gotta keep going. Even if he was falling behind, he knew he had to keep going. Everyone else was tired too, so there were no excuses for not finishing. At least, Peg-chan isn't targeting me today. He mused, trying to find the silver lining in his pain. It was no secret to the recruits that since training had begun, Corporal Yamamoto would find any opportunity to call Izuku out and/or punish him. Whether it was during barack checks, formation drills, or lagging behind in exercises. However, the USMC corporal had been rather lenient with him today, oddly enough. In the midst of the painful exercises, he did occasionally catch her sneaking glances at him. However, she quickly diverted her attention away when he noticed her. Izuku couldn't help but wonder what was on his childhood friend's mind. Something was definitely bothering her. Well, he could think about it later. Right now, he still needed to get through his first set of exercises. Meanwhile, as the recruits performed their exercise drills, Colonel Phillips and Dr. Hatsum were both walking across the training grounds. Teruko wore a white t-shirt with a cherry blossom tree imprinted on it under a white lab coat, black trousers, and black slip-on shoes. Colonel Phillips was clad in an Army combat uniform, ACU, that consisted of camouflage jacket with the U.S. Army Colonel insignia badging, matching camo trousers, and green combat boots. I see it, but I don't believe it. How that kid managed to survive to this point is truly baffling. Colonel Phillips remarked. Teruko rolled her eyes. More like commendable, Colonel. The kid's proven you and Corporal Yamamoto wrong. Admit it. Phillips merely grunted in response, unwilling to concede just yet. I don't want to tell you how to do your job, but you should contact that senator friend of yours soon. Teruko advised while looking over a document on a clipboard. Let him know that Cadet Midoriya's procedure is scheduled to start at 4:30 p.m. tomorrow if he wants to see it for himself. Dr. Hatsum, I implore you to reconsider. Phillips urged. Reconsider what? Teruko inquired, still looking at her clipboard. The time? I get that it's short notice, but 4:30 should give him more than enough. That's not what I mean. Colonel Phillips interrupted. I meant choosing that little string bean as a subject. This again. I swear. Teruko groaned and rolled her eyes before she looked up. I don't have to reconsider anything. If Cadet Midoriya was able to last 10 days and prove his worth, then he'd undergo the enhancement procedure ASAP. And he has done that. That was our agreement. She narrowed her gaze. Don't tell me that your word doesn't mean anything, Colonel. He exhaled deeply in vexation. I am a man of my word. Teruko nodded in satisfaction. But today's July 3rd, and the time is, she stopped to glance at her watch, 1:25 p.m., only 5 minutes left till our agreed deadline. Hate to break it to you, Ya, but if Cadet Midoriya hasn't quit by now, he likely won't in the next 5 minutes. You lost. The Army colonel and metabiologist stopped and observed the recruits exercising. Doctor, you stick a needle in that kid's arm, it's gonna go right through. Look at that. Phillips pointed to the frail teen, who was breathing heavily while doing jumping jacks. He glanced back at Teruko with a humorless expression. He's making me cry. There are more important qualities I look for in candidates than physicality. Teruko countered. Phillips leaned closer and lowered his voice. Do you know how long it took to set up this project? All the groveling I had to do in front of Senator What's his face committees. Teruko sighed heavily. Yes, I know. Getting all of this approved was no easy task. Trust me, I get it. Then throw me a bone. Colonel turned back to the recruits. Barnes, Carter, Mackenzie, Howlett, any one of them would make for a good choice. They're strong, fast, and obey orders. They're soldiers. They'll make for good super soldiers when their time comes. Teruko nodded in agreement. However, the enhancement is a luxury for them, while for Cadet Midoriya it's essential. I don't get it. Phillips felt his frustration growing. What's your fascination with that kid? He's the clear choice. Teruko replied. He's intelligent, resourceful, and his perseverance is inhumane at times. She paused to look back at Izuku proudly. Even though you and Corporal Yamamoto have been against him from the start, he still keeps pushing forward. Izuku paused from his exercise to bend over and hurl on the ground. Teruko grimaced at the sight and turned back to the army colonel with a sheepish smile. Well, after he empties his stomach, that is. She sweat-dropped. Phillips was unamused by the sight. Teruko quickly added, from my understanding, he's also managed to win over the entire platoon. They're pulling for him. He inspires others around him whether he realizes it or not. All the traits you want in a good soldier, no? Yes, but... Phillips looked at her suspiciously. Are you sure your decision wasn't based on anything else? Such as... Teruko raised an eyebrow. The fact you and him share the same ethnicity? He bluntly suggested. Are you sure you're not looking skin deep only, Doctor? Teruko frowned and directed an exasperated look at the colonel. Colonel Chester Phillips, if I've learned anything over the years of studying meta-abilities and the human genome in general, it's that race, ethnicity, and nationality mean nothing in the grand scheme of things. What truly matters is character. She narrowed her gaze sharply. That's the basis for my decision. Don't ever accuse me of being guilty of such shallow thinking again. The army colonel flinched at the intensity in the ring-eyed doctor's glare. Apologies then, doctor, he said sincerely. Teruko glared at him momentarily before exhaling and turning away. I guess I'll forgive you this time. Just don't let it happen again, Colonel Phillips. Phillips recomposed himself, and then glanced at his watch. I've still got 2 minutes. He thought. Looks like I'll have to use it after all. For what it's worth, I agree wholeheartedly with your statement. Character does matter. He paused to reach into his jacket. For instance, I first enlisted into the army after 9. I had thought of signing up years before then but was too hesitant. Following that tragic day, I couldn't ignore the call of duty any longer. I served several tours across the Middle East. And while I was over there, I learned something. He paused to pull out something from his jacket. catching Teruko's attention. "What are you?" Teruko gasped when she recognized the object. In the colonel's hand was a freaking grenade. "I learned that people show their true character when they look death in the eyes," he stated with a stone-faced expression. Pulling the safety pin with one hand, he tossed the grenade toward the SSR recruits over 15 yards, 13.7 meters, away. "Grenade!" Phillips exclaimed. Corporal Yamamoto and the SSR recruits were taken aback by the sudden exclamation. "The hell?" Peggy inwardly shouted. Physically and mentally exhausted from the days of training, no one was thinking clearly at the moment. As soon as the grenade had dropped in the middle of the group and they heard the colonel's exclamation, the recruits immediately panicked and scattered to escape the 5-meter kill radius. Izuku, who had been on the ground doing push-ups, spotted the grenade rolling 10 yards, 9 meters, away from him. He knew he couldn't kick it far enough away in time, and they were out in the open anyway. Everyone in the vicinity would still be endangered from the fragments. So, he did the only thing that he could do by immediately picking himself off the ground and diving towards the explosive. Bucky, who had swiftly dived behind a parked ATV nearby, looked back in horror. "Izuku, no!" Peggy gasped in terror and started running towards him. "Izuku-san, get back!" Izuku shouted back, making her and anyone else who thought of running towards him stop. "Get away!" Positioning himself over the grenade, he prayed his small body would at least absorb the majority of the blast. He shut his eyes and waited for the end. Several more seconds passed, but the explosion never came. Izuku peeked his right eye open. What? Grenades usually detonate between 4 to 5 seconds. He recalled his past studies of military armaments. Why isn't it going off yet? The recruits looked on in shocked confusion at the scene. James was the first to recover and scoffed. "It's a dummy grenade. False alarm." Bucky blinked twice and then sighed in relief. He stood up and ran towards Izuku. "Hey, Izuku, you alright?" Izuku sat up and tentatively held the grenade in his right hand, confused. I think so." "A dummy grenade? Why would the colonel throw this at us when we're out in the open?" He wondered. "What's the point in making us panic like that?" Bucky smiled and laid a hand on the scrawny teen's shoulder. "Dude, that was freaking awesome." He looked away and sheepishly rubbed his neck. "It's a nothing. My body just moved on its own. I wasn't even thinking." "That makes it even more impressive," Sharon chimed, kneeling by Izuku's side with a grin. "Guess big things do come in small packages, huh, Izuku?" She teased, making him blush. "You're talking about me, right?" James remarked while stepping up to the trio. "Seriously, bub, you got some serious guts for pulling that stunt." He grinned roguishly. "We may just make a soldier out of you yet." Bucky waved off. "As far as I'm concerned, Izuku already is a soldier." "Please," Izuku's face became flushed. "You're giving me too much credit." Bucky and Sharon helped Izuku to his feet as the other recruits gathered around Izuku, praising him for his selfless act, which further flustered the scrawny teen. Colonel Phillips, meanwhile, looked on with a dumbfounded expression. That kid, he didn't even hesitate. Well. Phillips turned to Teruko, who was shooting him a cocky smirk. "Is that enough character for you, Colonel?" Colonel Phillips was speechless. As a longtime military man, he recognized that falling on a grenade was an incredibly selfless act of self-sacrifice. After all, more medals of honor were awarded for falling on grenades to save comrades than any other single act in U.S. military history. In fact, some of his old comrades from his time serving in the Middle East had died by falling on grenades. He couldn't refute or dare minimize what he had just witnessed. The Army veteran suddenly found himself looking at the young scrawny recruit with a newfound sense of respect. But he'd still get the last word in at least. He side-eyed the doctor with a neutral look. "He's still skinny." With that last remark, Colonel Phillips turned and marched away. Teruko grinned victoriously and then turned in Izuku's direction with a proud smile. If there had been any inkling of doubt in her mind over her choice, it was now completely erased. Peggy, meanwhile, was glued to her spot as she had watched the scene play out with shocked wide eyes. "Corporal?" Peggy was snapped from his musings when Izuku approached her, holding out the dummy grenade. Was this a test or something? Teruko chuckled and stepped up to the shorter teen. She took the grenade and handed it to Peggy. Very observant, Izuku. Come with me. She placed a hand on his shoulder and led him away. We'll need to start getting you prepped. The red-headed doctor glanced back at Peggy with a smug grin. Sorry, Corporal. Cadet Midoriya will have to miss the rest of today's training. Hope you understand. Alright, understood. Peggy weakly replied. Corporal? Izuku looked at his friend curiously. The Ravenet, however, refused to meet his gaze and looked away crestfallen, which only concerned Izuku. As the eccentric scientist led Izuku away, the other recruits stepped up to Corporal Yamamoto. Corporal, where is she taking Izuku? Bucket. We've still got another 3 hours. Is Cadet Midoriya all right? Sharon sounded concerned. Peggy sighed and turned to the group. Cadet Midoriya is fine. Dr. Hatsum is taking him aside for the rest of the evening to debrief him. May I ask for what? Bucky pet an eyebrow. You'll find out later this evening. For now, she exhaled tiredly, I want all of you to take a 30-minute break. We'll meet up here and pick up where we left off. Dismissed. Yes, ma'am. With that, Peggy walked away in the direction of the dining facility. Hopefully, the staff could serve her some green tea. She needed it to calm her nerves, if even slightly. Was this actually happening? Was her friend really going to be used as a test subject? Trying to make Izuku quit via increasing his exercises and later hounding him and Barnes didn't work. Talking to Dr. Hatsum wasn't successful either. The colonel didn't have the authority to turn down Hatsum's choice either, however, she suspected that he wouldn't now after seeing Izuku's recent stunt. Was there anyone else she could talk to? That's when it hit her. There was still one person she hadn't talked to yet. Peggy knew it would be an unpleasant conversation, but it had to be done, otherwise she couldn't dare call herself Izuku's friend. Dr. Hatsum, meanwhile, continued to guide a clueless Izuku in the direction of the base's science facility. There's a lot to fill you in on before the procedure, Teruko explained, but I'll do the best I can to lay everything out for you. Of course, you're pretty smart so that shouldn't be an issue. Wait, what? Izuku looked at the doctor, befuddled. Dr. Hatsum? Teruko. She corrected. What are you talking about? Fill me in on what? He gasped lightly as his eyes widened in realization. Wait, you don't mean… Yep. Congrats, kid. Teruko grinned brightly. You're getting your enhancements much earlier than originally planned. Exciting, right? Everything seemingly stopped around Izuku as he could hardly believe what he was hearing. Was this a dream? He pinched himself and flinched when he felt the pain. No, this was reality. Izuku stammered, feeling his body tremble. Come on, kid. We're wasting time out here. Teruko patted the dumbstruck Izuku on the back. I'll explain more on the way. Hours later, Izuku exited a building that served as the base's science facility. He proceeded down a gravel pathway in the general direction of the dining facility. He was still in disbelief, trying to come to terms with everything he had been debriefed on by Dr. Hatsum. He, Izuku Midoriya, the sickly, weak, awkward kid of Fresno, had been chosen to be the first candidate for the AMP. Though he had hoped he would eventually be selected, after all, who wouldn't want to have superpowers? It had never been his goal to be selected first. He never dreamed in a million years that he would be picked over more qualified people such as Bucky, Sharon, James, Namor, Nick, or really any of the other recruits. This whole thing wasn't even close to what he had in mind when he signed up at that recruiting station. All Izuku wanted was a chance to help his nation and, perhaps deep down, prove he wasn't a worthless sick kid to the doubters back home. How did it turn into him volunteering to become a guinea pig for the military? Maybe it's not so bad. Izuku tried to reassure himself. If Dr. Hatsum's enhancement procedure works, it could really help everyone in the long run, me, especially. I won't be holding back the others during training anymore. Plus, I'll be more capable of helping people and fighting if I have to. That's if it works, though. Despite his optimism and faith in Dr. Hatsum, that unsettling and real possibility remained at the back of his mind. But What will happen if it doesn't work? Will I die? Izuku paled at that thought. He was only 17, not even 2 weeks remained before he turned yes. The potential rewards were great, but so were the risks involved. Was he really ready to risk his life on a monumental gamble like the AMP? Izuku's gaze fell to the ground as he ruminated on that question. Lost in his trance, he accidentally walked into someone in front of him and stumbled backwards. As Izuku was about to fall on his rear, a hand quickly reached out and grabbed Izuku by his uniform. He looked up and, to his mild surprise, saw it was Peggy who stopped his fall. "See, Corporal?" He corrected himself. "Everything okay?" She asked in a concerned tone he hadn't heard from her since arriving at the base. It took him off guard for a short moment. Why yeah, he stammered while regaining his footing. As Peggy let go of his jacket, he brushed himself off and stood up straight. I apologize for running into you. I wasn't looking where I was going. I know I should be more mindful, ma'am." For the first time in a while, a small smile tugged at Peggy's lips. "It's all right. You don't have to call me Corporal right now, Izuku-kun. We're technically on our evening break time," she softly said. "Okay, Pegchan." Izuku eased up slightly. This was out of the blue. Peggy had been avoiding him whenever she could outside of regular training hours. Nevertheless, it was a welcome surprise. "Are you sure everything's okay?" Peggy worriedly inquired. "You look like you have a lot on your mind." Izuku slumped his shoulders slightly. "Wait, I do. Dr. Hatsum told me more about the procedure. It's a lot to process, I guess." Peggy nodded and briefly paused. Izuku-kun? Yeah?" He looked back at her. "Do you think I could have a word with you in private? Right now?" He didn't miss the pleading tone in her voice. Izuku knew something was weighing heavy on his friend's mind. He had noticed for the last few days. Maybe she was ready to open up about it? Izuku smiled and nodded. "Yeah, absolutely." After taking a silent stroll through the woods down the flagpole trail, Peggy and Izuku stopped at the midway point. At the edge of the small clearing, the pair took a seat on a fallen log. They looked toward the flagpole and the sun setting over the horizon, casting a mixture of warm colors across the northern California sky. A small breeze blew across the treetops, only adding to the natural serenity. The pair sat in comfortable silence as Izuku wondered if he should initiate the conversation or wait for Peggy to speak first. "Izuku-kun," Peggy finally broke the silence, "we never got to go on many vacations growing up, did we?" Izuku shook his head. "No. We didn't have much money. Mom was a full-time nurse too, so she was always on call." "Yes, but we did go on one trip together. We went to camp out at Redwood National Park for a weekend, remember?" Izuku's eyes widened. "Oh yeah, I do. I think I was 9, right?" Peggy nodded and smiled. "You were. I had just turned 11 in June. We went on the trip for your birthday." "That's right. Such a fun trip." Izuku tilted his head back in reminiscence. It was so cool getting to see Sequoidioideae in person rather than just pictures. Sequoidioideae? She blinked, confused. "It's the scientific name for redwoods." Izuku elaborated. "PFT." Peggy shook her head, failing to suppress a giggle. "You could have just said that, Izuku-kun." "Yeah, I guess I could have." He scratched his cheek, and then looked at her excitedly. "Hey, did you know the redwoods are the tallest and some of the oldest trees in the world? Some of those trees are over 1,000 years old. Think of the stories they could tell if they could talk." The Ravenet snickered. "I can't imagine them saying much. They don't go anywhere since they're rooted into the ground, silly." Izuku chuckled back. "Yeah, that's true. But," he smiled coolly, "think of all the things they've lived through and all the lives they've touched. They do so much for the environment around them." He went on. "They clean the air, support other plants and wildlife, and can sometimes even make it rain, believe it or not. Even though they're firmly rooted, they still do so much for everything else around them. No matter how bad things get, the summers, winters, storms, fire seasons, they always find a way to live through it, standing tall and proud." Peggy turned to Izuku curiously. Where was he going with this redwood talk? "I know it sounds silly, but I kind of want to be like them in a way. He commented, wistfully looking off in the distance as the sun disappeared under the treetops. Someone that'll stay rooted and stand tall despite how much the world changes around them. Someone who can touch the lives of those around them in a meaningful way, ya know. Her eyes widened ever so slightly, understanding the hidden meaning in Izuku's words. She turned away with a small smile. Leave it to you to romanticize something like a redwood. You're such a dork, Izuku-kun. Izuku chuckled while rubbing the back of his head. Yeah. All that to say that the redwoods definitely became my favorite tree after that trip. Peggy looked back, raising an eyebrow. You actually have a favorite tree? Yeah. He tilted his head curiously. Doesn't everyone? What's yours, Peg-chan? Well. She briefly considered the question before coming to an answer. I guess the bonsai tree. Bonsai tree? He wasn't expecting that answer. How come? Well. She averted her eyes as her cheeks turned a light shade of pink. I think they're cute. Cute? He repeated. He wasn't expecting that answer. Yeah. She momentarily paused before continuing. They're small and can fit in any home and are really pleasing to look at. With constant trimming and care, you can train them to grow into any desired shape too. Izuku smiled at her. Explanation. That makes sense. Growing a bonsai tree is an art in and of itself. The daily care and trimming you do on them is also considered therapeutic by many. Plus, it's a staple of Asian culture too. Peggy frowned slightly. Ya know, I had one when I was younger, but I stopped taking care of it for a little while and it died pretty quickly. I'm sorry about that. Izuku said sympathetically. If it's any consolation, they are quite challenging to care for. They're not the only challenging things to care for. She murmured under her breath. What was that? Izuku asked. Nothing. Peggy stammered, turning away to hide her blush. She quickly steadied her nerves. That was too close. Anyways, I think it's time to stop beating around the bush. Peggy sighed deeply. Izuku-kun, as intense as the training program has been, do you really want to remain in the SSR? In the military as a whole? Granted, I haven't made it any less difficult for you. She lightly chided herself. Oh yes, I do want to. Izuku nodded. The physical stuff does get really hard, I won't lie. But I am undergoing the enhancement procedure tomorrow. He sounded optimistic. If it works, I'll be able to keep up with the training. I won't hold anyone else back anymore. That's if it works, Aizawa-kun. Peggy turned to him with a serious gaze. Despite Dr. Hatsum's optimism, even she would concede that this procedure isn't foolproof. There's no guarantee it'll even work like it's intended. Izuku's smile fell slightly. She did mention there was a 5% chance of something unexpected happening. I know. She absent-mindedly replied. It's a small percentage, yes, but it is still a possibility. Who knows what the side effects will be? And even if it somehow does work, she frowned pensively, your life will never be the same, Aizawa-kun. What do you? She cut him off. This isn't cosmetic surgery. First and foremost, this procedure is meant purely for combat. That's why it's called a super soldier serum. It's the whole point behind the AMP. This procedure will alter the components of your body right down to the molecular structure, and once it's done the process is irreversible. Izuku was silent, taking in Peggy's words. I know it may sound cool. Getting an artificial meta ability. Becoming stronger, but it's not that simple. Your life will essentially belong to the government. And even if they allow you to re-enter the world as a civilian someday, you won't be able to live a normal life anymore. I'm sure it'll be okay, Peg-chan. Izuku smiled, albeit timidly. Besides, I can take care of myself. No, you can't, Izuku. Face it. Peggy snapped, making the smaller teen flinch. Peg-chan. He uttered. She hardly ever used his first name. That clued him in that Peggy was very serious right now. I can't believe you're serious about this. Peggy promptly stood up from the log. Her gaze sharpened as her voice became louder. Please, just quit while you still can. Go back home. Join college and study meta abilities or something. Anything but this. Her expression contorted to showcase her fear and frustration. Stop treating this like some kind of comic book. If the procedure doesn't kill you tomorrow, then fighting in the coming war will. Coming war? What does she mean? Izuku felt sweat race down his face. True, he knew he'd eventually have to see combat in some fashion if he joined the armed forces, but he didn't think he would be shipped off to fight so soon. Please, Izuku. Her eyes brimming with tears as her voice broke. I don't want to be responsible for you dying, especially after the promise I made. A small sob came unbidden as tears rushed down her cheeks. Pekchan. Seeing his friend in this state broke his heart. It was then, faced with the real prospect of death, that Izuku found himself momentarily considering her words. He then recalled something Dr. Hatsum had told him. What you're doing isn't a waste. Trust me on that, Midoriya. He took a moment to mull over that statement. Dr. Hatsum's right. What I'm doing isn't a waste. Izuku told himself. Not for the SSR, not for her, and not for me either. He then remembered his own words that he told the ruby red-haired doctor back at the Innovation Expo. It may sound idealistic and silly to some, but I think the coolest and noblest thing a person can do is risk their lives to save others, wanting nothing in return. I know I'm weak and frail, but I'm determined to help in any way I can. Izuku clenched his fists and internally steeled himself. Any shred of prior doubt in his mind was now wiped clean. He knew what he had to do. He stood up and looked up at Peggy determinedly. I'm sorry, Pekchan. But I've made up my mind. I'm staying. Peggy looked at him in shock. But why? The whole reason I wanted to enlist was to serve and help those in need, especially with how dark the world is getting. And after what you just said with a coming war on the horizon, it sounds like things are only going to get worse. This is my only chance. If I pass this up, I know I'll never get another opportunity. Izuku-kun, it's not just that though. Izuku interrupted her. After all the hellish training this past week, you helped me realize I can't get far the way I am now. If becoming a test subject for the military is the best way I can help others, then I'll do it. Peggy froze at that statement. All of her efforts to make him quit had only further convinced him to go through with Hatsum's procedure. Everything had backfired in her face. He went on. But I can't just do this for everyone else. I have to do this for myself too. If I can't even save myself, I can't ever hope to save another person. He paused and looked down at his hands glumly. I've been weak and sick nearly all of my life. You know that, Pekchan. Mom had to work so many hours at the hospital to afford all of my medicine. He stopped to keep himself from tearing up. Dr. Hatsum's serum could fix all of that. I understand I could die. I know I may have a better chance of living a longer life by going to college and pursuing another career, and who knows, he shrugged, maybe someday I will. But right now, I want to be here. Izuku-kun, Peggy said softly, your chances of survival, there's no telling what will happen if you go through with this. Maybe so. But, he looked up with a resolute smile, I don't want to just survive anymore, Pekchan. I want to live. Peggy's eyes widened and lightly gasped. Shutting her eyes, the Ravenet turned away and bit her bottom lip while slumping her shoulders in defeat. She knew there was no point in trying to convince Izuku anymore. The determination was etched onto his face and his words were filled with conviction. He was resolute and dead set on going through with this no matter what. Izuku glanced away in the distance, noticing it was beginning to get darker as nighttime steadily approached. We should head back to base, Pekchan. He suggested. Dr. Hatsum recommended I turn in a little early tonight. Right. She quietly replied. The pair began their trek back to the base in silence. As they walked, Peggy found herself glancing at Izuku quite often. The small, frail, kind-hearted, and stubborn boy she had known most of her life suddenly seemed to shine in a different light. She couldn't help but think back on the many times he stood up for what he knew was right, despite getting beat up or punished in some fashion as a result, some of those times being more recent. Even though he had been mostly bullied throughout his life, he still wanted to help people, never allowing himself to become bitter toward everyone else. He was someone with strong mental fortitude who didn't let physical pain stop him. Someone who kept going and pushing the boundaries of what she thought he was capable of. Going plus ultra, as he used to say all the time when they were kids. Peggy softly chuckled to herself as she recalled that saying. Such a dork, but he's my dork. When he wasn't looking in her direction, she'd look at him with a soft, affectionate smile. But I get it now. I see why you chose him, Tero. Maybe I've always known and just didn't want to accept it. She mused. I won't try to stop him anymore. There's no point. Her little fragile bonsai that she had always cared for was steadily transforming into a towering, stalwart redwood. Izuku was walking back to the barracks with a water bottle in hand. Dr. Hatsum had told him during their debriefing earlier that he couldn't consume any food for 24 hours and could only take in minimal fluids. He was definitely feeling hungry after skipping dinner and all the training, but he'd manage. It was only for one day. He had just returned to base after his talk with Peggy. He didn't like seeing her cry, but he had to follow his path regardless of if she agreed with it or not. Maybe one day she'd understand where he was coming from. Nevertheless, she would always be his best friend. As he approached the barrack door, he stopped his hand inches away from the handle. The other recruits likely knew by now that his procedure would be tomorrow. He wondered how they were taking the news that he was chosen first. Would they feel cheated after all the work they'd put in so far, only to be passed up for an admittedly inferior candidate? He could understand if they were, but it wasn't like they weren't going to undergo the procedure at some point anyway. Then again, there was some pride and ego in being the first of anything, especially when that something was being America's first super soldier. Taking in a deep breath, he pulled the door open and stepped inside. His friends were casually conversing with each other by their bunks. Noticing his presence, they stopped and turned towards him. Izuku felt a lump form in his throat the moment their eyes fell on him. He had been expecting angry, resentful glares from his peers. Instead, much to his surprise, they looked at him with pride. Hey, there's the man of the hour. Bucky grinned while walking up to Izuku to clap his back. Congrats, dude. Huh. Izuku stammered. What do you? On getting selected first, obviously. Bucky rolled his eyes. Come on, keep up with us. You're asking a lot. James jeered. You have been paying attention the last few days, right? Hey, flagman, is the colonel awarding you a Medal of Honor for falling on that grenade? Nick chortled lightheartedly. I know I would. It was a dummy grenade. So wouldn't it be a dummy medal? James remarked lightheartedly. So, the perfect kind of medal for you? Namor snarked subduedly. Hhhh. Nick doubled over in his bottom bunk, bursting into laughter. James stepped up to Namor, glaring up at the taller man. Since when did you become a smartass, tall, dark and silent? A small smirk formed on the edge of Namor's mouth. Just now. You're just full of mysteries, ain't ya, bub? Get a room, you two. Sharon playfully remarked, walking past them towards Izuku. Congratulations, Zuku. Sharon smiled and offered a high five for him, which he timidly returned. The colonel told us a while ago about your procedure tomorrow. He'd admit that he wasn't expecting this. They were happy for him? And, you guys aren't mad? Izuku hesitantly asked. Why would we be? Sharon asked, confused. Well. Izuku nervously rubbed his neck. You don't feel cheated? Like I took the chance of being the first super soldier away from you. Sharon shook her head. Can't speak for everyone else, but I'm not. Didn't want to be picked first anyway. Nick sat up and wiped a few happy tears from his eyes. Maybe if they had picked you from the get-go for no rhyme or reason, I'd have felt a little jealous. He honestly admitted. But after these past 10 days of hell, I can say you earned it, flagman. You do. Izuku blinked. Namor nodded. Your mental toughness is remarkably strong. I wish to see the outside match the inside. He proclaimed. Namor. Namor was a man of a few words, so Izuku couldn't help but feel touched by that statement. I don't mind. James waved off, taking a seat at his bunk. I'd rather let the doctor work out the bugs in her little serum before I take it. Izuku nervously chuckled at that. Why, makes sense. I am the first test subject. Sharon turned and sharply glared at the shorter, rugged man. Really, James? Soon not appropriate right now. What? He shrugged nonchalantly. Just being honest. There won't be any bugs. Bucky claimed, patting Izuku's shoulder. I'm sure it's gonna work out. Dr. Hatsum's pretty smart and all. She knows what she's doing. Well, I don't mean to brag, but the barak doors suddenly opened as Teruko stepped inside with her usual cheery disposition. I'd like to think I'm smart. It's always nice to hear other people say it for me though. Doctor? Sharon said, bemused by her sudden appearance. The ring-eyed doctor glanced around the barracks. Where are the other 6 recruits? They're out back playing basketball in the courtyard. Bucky replied. And you're not with them? Teruko questioned. We wanted to wait for Izuku. Congratulate him on getting picked first and all. Sharon responded. You guys didn't have to do that. Izuku was unable to suppress a smile. You should have some fun while you can. Don't stress about it. Sharon assured. We wanted to congratulate you. We most likely wouldn't have gotten a chance tomorrow even with our time off. Time off? The colonel gave us the day off for the 4th tomorrow. Nick elaborated. Still can't leave the base, but at least we get a break from all the training. I'd say you've all earned it after all the CRP the corporal has put you through. Teruko commented. Say, why don't all of you go join the others in the courtyard? I need a moment with Izuku here. Again? You already spent the whole afternoon talking to him. Bucky pointed out. That was all business. Teruko explained. Physical checkups, updating vaccinations, debriefings. This is more personal. Sharon nodded in understanding and pushed Bucky toward the door. We get it. She glanced back. Come on guys. Let's give him a moment. I'm always down for some hoops. Nick stood up from his bunk. James got up from his bunk too. Me too. Been looking forward to dunking on one of you. Dunk. Namor looked at him in mild confusion. But you can't reach the rim. Watch it, bub. James growled. You're treading dangerous waters. Mph. Namor looked away impassively. No waters are dangerous for me. James blinked twice, flummoxed over the tall recruit's reply. Where you from again? As James and Namor continued their banter, Bucky, Sharon, and Nick offered Izuku supportive smiles and nods of encouragement before leaving the barracks. Teruko and Izuku were now left alone. You got some good friends there, Izuku? Teruko stated truthfully. Yeah. Izuku smiled bashfully. I guess, I'm still new to this. Having a group of friends. Teruko looked at him sympathetically. Didn't have a lot of friends, huh? Izuku shook his head. Aside from Pegchan, no. That's a shame. People at your old school didn't know what they were missing. She remarked. Why don't we take a seat? Sure. Izuku was curious what Dr. Hatsum had to say that was so important that it couldn't wait till tomorrow. He sat on the edge of his bottom bunk. Bucky had claimed the top bunk on the first day, while Teruko sat across from him on another bed. It was then he noticed that the gray satchel hanging from her left shoulder as she sat it down by her feet. The pair sat in momentary silence before Teruko spoke up. Feeling nervous? Izuku lowered gaze to the floor. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't. The redhead nodded. Understandable. Izuku immediately looked back with a determined expression. But I haven't changed my mind. I still want to go through with it. Teruko chuckled. I knew you would. You're very strong-willed. She paused momentarily. If it's any consolation, I'm feeling a bit jittery myself. Well, more so than usual. You are? He asked worriedly. Seeing Izuku's nervousness slightly increase, Teruko quickly elaborated. Oh, I'm not doubting the procedure's success or anything. Just, when you're doing something for the first time it can sometimes be nerve-wracking, ya know? I've run all the tests and simulations and everything checks out. I know the serum's formula down to the last molecule. I'm fully confident it'll work and that it's safe. But this is the first time I'm using this version of the serum on someone, and I can't help but feel a bit uneasy. Especially after what happened the first time. She thought nervously. I get it. Izuku nodded and smiled. If it makes you feel any better, I trust you. Teruko smiled warmly. Thanks, kid. That means a lot. I swear, I won't fail you either. She thought determinedly. Teruko paused to reach into her bag, pulling out a sake bottle with Japanese writing inscribed on it. This is from my hometown Osaka. Pretty well known in Japan for delicious food, some even call it the nation's kitchen. Great blend of historical attractions and modern architecture. She looked back at him. Ever been there? Izuku shook his head. No. I haven't been in Japan since Mom and I immigrated here. Right, you were 3 years old. Too young to remember anything. She recalled her first conversation with him at the recruiting station. If you don't mind me asking, why'd your mother move to America? What about your father? She held up her free hand placatingly. If it's too personal, I get it. I'm just feeling a little nosy is all. It's fine. Izuku sighed and rested his arms on his knees, hanging his head low. I guess my relationship with my father is complicated. Complicated in that there really isn't a relationship to begin with. I've never met him in person actually. Were your parents divorced or something? Teruko carefully asked. No, not legally. They might as well have been, if you ask me. Izuku was downcast. Every time I used to ask Mom about it, she'd just deflect or say it was complicated. He shook his head, shutting his eyes. From what she's told me, my dad is sort of a politician. A metahuman sympathizer, actually. Oh. Teruko's brows furrowed, realizing something was off. Wait, he couldn't have had a meta ability. It's only been 28 years since the first generation of meta users were born. Her ringed eyes slightly widened as a frightening possibility came to mind. No, don't tell me. He didn't. The onyx-haired teen confirmed, causing the scientist to discreetly sigh in relief. I guess he doesn't like how badly metahumans are treated, he shrugged. I dunno, I can't say what his reasons are. Okay, but that doesn't answer why your mom moved to America though. Teruko mentioned. Izuku looked up at her with a grim expression. I'm sure you know about Japan's Metahuman Registration Act? Teruko's sunny disposition fell as she turned away with an angry frown. Yeah, I know a thing or two about it. She tersely replied. Well, my dad was heavily against it. He knew what would happen if it was passed. All the civil unrest it would cause. Izuku trailed off. He was definitely right on that. Teruko noted. Yeah, he continued, he didn't want Mom or me around any of that when you know what hit the fan. Weeks before it passed, he convinced Mom to immigrate to America and take me with her while he remained in Japan to try and overturn the act. I see. Teruko ruminated on Izuku's answer. Though meta-users in this country have their own issues, at least their rights aren't being legally stripped away. For the time being, at least. She pessimistically mused. Hopefully those morons in Washington don't make the same mistakes other countries are making. Izuku went on. Mom was fairly decent in speaking English, so the language barrier wasn't too difficult for her. She was a nurse too, so she could work anywhere with a hospital. He smiled ruefully. Honestly, Mom was one of the reasons why I'm so passionate about trying to help others. Even though she didn't get much recognition for her work, she still did it with a big smile on her face. Teruko smiled softly. She sounds like a great woman. My condolences. Thank you. Izuku then sighed heavily. Anyway, my mom moved us here for safety while my father was too busy supposedly fighting against the anti-meta policies in Japan to spend any time with me. He chuckled and scratched his cheek. Sorry I got a little long-winded there. You're fine. Teruko grinned lightly. I'm glad you told me. I feel like I know you a little better now. She stopped and reached into her bag, pulling out a small cup that matched the sake bottle. While we're on the subject of backstories, why don't I share some things about myself? The corner of Izuku's mouth curled upward. I'd like that. Alright, where to start? She poured herself a cup of sake. So, I was born in Osaka, Japan? On April 19, 2015. Izuku excitedly interjected. You were part of the first generation of meta-users too. You graduated with a doctorate in metabiology from the prestigious Tokyo University, already making many key discoveries that contributed to meta-ability research and... Okay, you can stop. Teruko stopped him from descending into one of his mutter storms. She nearly forgot this kid was a big fan of her meta ability research and had likely already read up her profile. Well, it saved her some exposition time, she thought. She sighed. Since you already seem to know so much about my bio, why don't I tell you something about myself that you won't learn from the internet? Really? Izuku's brown eyes sparkled with excitement, making the young woman snicker. Well, I guess I should start from the beginning when I first developed my ability. I was looking at a ladybug through my magnifying glass when my vision suddenly seemed to zoom in on it. All of a sudden, I saw the inner workings of the ladybug. Teruko grinned sheepishly. Naturally, I was pretty confused and terrified. When my vision refocused, I went crying to my mother and she took me straight to the doctor. That's when my first eye ring appeared. Your first? Izuku questioned. Teruko nodded, lifting her glasses to showcase her 3 yellow rings in her green irises. Yeah, I started off with one and developed the other 2 as I grew older and started training my ability. Right. Izuku cupped his chin thoughtfully. Meta abilities are part of the body, so it makes sense that with careful training they can be developed further. 2 like a muscle or skill. Fascinating stuff. That it is. Her grin became rueful. When I was labeled as a metahuman, my life changed forever. Unlike in America, homeschooling isn't formally permitted in Japan, so I was still forced to go to school. I'm sure you can imagine how that went. Izuku looked at her sympathetically. In a way I can, even though I was teased for being weak and sort of socially awkward, I'm still a normal human. Dr. Hatsum probably went through so much more teasing and bullying growing up. His train of thought shifted to another individual. I have to wonder if Zack's ability had made him physically different. Would he have been bullied and shunned like me? Something to ponder later, he supposed. Teruko continued. Anyways, I buried myself in schoolwork and kept my head down. I covered my eyes with shades when out in public. Tried to stay as low-key as possible. I didn't know what I wanted to do with my life honestly, but then I met someone in my 2nd year of junior high. She wistfully smiled, recalling a cherished memory. Osaka, Japan, May 2028. It was late evening as 13-year-old Hatsum Teruko walked out the main doors of a junior high building, wearing a traditional Japanese white sailor fuku. Her colorful reddish-pink hair was cut shoulder length, and she wore a big pair of glasses on her face that shrouded her eyes from view. A large school bag hung from her shoulders as she clutched a high school textbook. The expression she wore was reserved and tamed. As she approached the front gate, several third years stepped into view from behind the corner. Look who it is? A Gyru girl snidely remarked. Little Miss Know-It-All. Where you been, Ring Eyes? Another delinquent girl said. We've been waiting for you. Trying to hide in the library again? Hatsum stopped and shrunk under the older girl's gazes. Please. I don't want any trouble, she said meekly. Well, too bad, the ringleader sneered. You got trouble the moment you stepped into our school, mutant. Hatsum flinched at the term. Though she was pretty used to being insulted by now, that didn't mean it hurt any less to hear them. Is it true she has rings in her eyes? Another girl asked. The leader grinned callously. See for yourself. She reached out and snatched the glasses off the redhead's face. Hey, give those back. Hatsum tried to reclaim her speckles with a free arm while the other clutched her textbook. However, the Gyru ringleader kept them out of her reach. See. She pointed at her ringed eyes. Whoa, that is freaky, the other girl remarked. As Hatsum tried to jump up and take back her glasses, the other girls snickered at her failed attempts. Seriously, how the hell can you look at yourself in the morning? The Gyru leader belittled. Why don't you do everyone a favor and gouge out your stupid E? Hey! A new voice shouted. The group paused and turned to see a skinny boy with messy white hair rushing towards them, clad in the male version of their school uniform. What are you doing to her? The boy demanded. Huh? The Gyre leader lazily tilted her head. Why the hell should it concern you, new kid? Why don't you beat it and mind your own business? Another girl added. No. The albino boy was undeterred. I won't stand by and let you pick on her. PFD, the Gyru scoffed. As if you could do anything. One little gust of wind and you'll blow away, albino. Seriously? How skinny can someone be? It looks so unhealthy. Hatsum took a moment to study the new kid's appearance and couldn't help but agree with her tormentors. He does look substantially malnourished. Is he not eating enough? She inwardly wondered. The apparent new kid stepped up to Teruko's side and directed an unsettling glare at the bullies, all while keeping his facial expression as neutral as possible. His dark eyes peered into them as if he were examining their souls. The girls couldn't help but flinch from the disturbing display. The new kid was definitely creeping them out. Tisk, the ringleader clicked her tongue in annoyance. Whatever. Come on girls, we're done here. These creeps are weirding me out. With that, the pack of delinquent girls began to stalk away. Hey, what about my glasses? Hatsum called out. Oh, the leader looked back, sneering. These glasses? She dropped to the sidewalk and crushed them under her foot, making Hatsum deflate and tear up a bit. Oops. Sorry, they're broken. You BTC. The albino-haired boy yelled. The Gyru girl smirked. Word of advice, new kid, you hang around ring eyes and you can kiss any chance of a school life goodbye. Just throwing that out there. She turned and sauntered away. Those hags. The boy growled under his breath. He turned to the nerdy girl who was now on her knees with her head lowered. Seeing her distress, he knelt by her and softened his expression. Are you okay? Hatsum didn't respond immediately. Wait, I'll be fine. She whimpered. I'm guessing this isn't the first time that they've messed with you? She shook her head. I usually stay late in the library and wait for them and everyone else to go home. Guess they caught on and waited for me outside today. The boy shook his head in disgust. Why did they pick on you like that? What did she mean by calling you ring eyes? Hatsum closed her eyes and looked away from him, confusing the boy. She could already picture it. As soon as he found out about her unique condition, he'd be disgusted and deride her like everyone else. Well, best to get it over with now so she could move on with her crappy day. This is why. She looked back and opened her eyes, ready for the barrage of insults or at least for his face to contort in disgust. It took the boy a moment to recognize the twin yellow rings in her green eyes. When he did, his darkish brown eyes widened slightly. Not in disgust, but fascination. Oh, you have a meta ability too, huh? He casually noted. Teruko froze and blinked twice. Did she hear that correctly? Did he just say, wait, do you have an ability too? He shook his head. No, I don't, but my older brother does. Oh, I see. Hatsum perked up slightly at this revelation. What ability does he have? The white-haired boy rubbed the back of his head in a nervous manner, confusing the short-haired girl. It's not my place to say. Family business, you know. I get it. Hatsum nodded in understanding but couldn't help feeling a tad disappointed. The boy turned away and descended into a coughing fit, covering his mouth with his upper arm. Hey, are you okay? Hatsum asked in concern. He held out his other hand to keep her from getting closer. As he got his breathing under control, he looked back with a mildly embarrassed smile. Yes, sorry. My health isn't the greatest, so stuff like this happens sometimes. No big deal. If you say so, she sounded unsure. The albino boy reached into his pocket to pull out a white glove and slipped it on. He extended his hand while wearing a friendly smile. My name's Shigaraki Yoichi. My family and I just moved from Yokohama, Kamino, specifically. Pleased to meet you, Ms.? Hatsum was initially hesitant but accepted the handshake. H. Hatsum Teruko. She timidly introduced herself. Thank you for your help. Think nothing of it. Shigaraki replied. I just can't stand bullies. I'm glad you're okay though. A short moment of awkward silence passed between them. Hatsum wanted to continue the conversation but wasn't sure how. This was the longest friendly conversation she'd had with someone close to her age in a while. She tried to rack her brain for anything to break the silence. So, did you dye your hair? Hatsum gingerly inquired. Stupid, Teruko. Shigaraki didn't seem offended as he chuckled. I was born with it, believe it or not. Really? Hatsum hummed, cupping her chin thoughtfully. Melanin deficiency perhaps? She murmured to herself. I don't think much about it. Anyways, do you live close by? He asked. If you want, I can walk you home in case those bullies come back. Hatsum shifted nervously. You don't have to if you don't want to. I mean, we did just meet a couple minutes ago. Shigaraki smiled subduedly. It's no issue. I'd be happy to do it. Also He rubbed his shoulder awkwardly. I dunno, it'd be nice to have a friend around here. Sorry if that seems too forward. Hatsum blinked and stared at the white-haired boy in confused shock. He actually wanted to be around her. This was a new experience for the short-haired girl. Hatsum-san. Shigaraki was worried that he may have accidentally creeped her out. You okay there? Snapping out of her stupor, Hatsum smiled brightly. Why, I'd love to be friends. Realizing how excited she got, she shrunk and hid her face behind her book in embarrassment. Sorry. I guess I got too excited. Stupid Teruko. Now he's gonna think you're a weirdo and avoid you like the plague. She internally chided herself. Much to her surprise, Shigaraki laughed a little. It's fine. Nothing to be embarrassed about. He motioned for her to follow him. Come on, we should get going before they close the gates. Why, okay. The pair walked side by side and proceeded down the sidewalk with Shigaraki casually stuffing his hands in his pockets while Hatsum clutched her textbook like a lifeline. When they came across her crushed glasses, Hatsum frowned despondently while picking up the remains. I'm sorry I couldn't save them. Shigaraki's tone expressed guilt. Can you see okay without them? Hatsum nodded, placing the crushed frame in her skirt pocket. Yeah. I technically don't need glasses. I just wear them to hide my eyes. Shigaraki frowned in disapproval. You shouldn't have to hide anything. They're nothing to be ashamed of. Hatsum smiled a little. Thanks, but... Her smile quickly fell. That they do weird people out. So, wearing glasses helps me fit in a little better. I don't think they're weird. They look cool to me. His sincere reply made Hatsum gasp in surprise as her face heated up. No one aside from her parents had ever complimented her eyes. Why you mean that? She stuttered. You're not just saying it? Shigaraki smiled and nodded. Why don't you tell me about it on the way home? I'm a huge comic nerd. I think superpowers are pretty cool honestly. What do you call your ability? Call it? I haven't given it a name. Hatsum sheepishly admitted. Every superpower needs a name, he stated matter-of-factly. What can your meta ability do? Well, I can magnify my vision to microscopic levels. Also, the longer I stare at something, the more I understand it apparently. I've noticed that it works on both living things and inanimate objects. Hatsum answered plainly. Nothing special really. Shigaraki grinned. What do you mean? That's a cool ability. Perfect for something in the science field if you ask me. He tilted his head back in contemplation. Let's see. Magnify lens? No, that's only one aspect of your ability. Microcognition? No, that sounds weird. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Hatsum's sweat dropped at the sight. Whoa, he's brainstorming hard. Shigaraki-san, you don't have to worry about it. It's fine. I don't really need a name for her. I got it. The albino boy snapped his fingers and looked back with a wide smile. How about micro-insight? Micro-insight. She repeated. Yeah. Sums up your ability pretty well, right? You can see things on the microscopic level and learn about it the more you stare at it. He explained. What do you think? Hatsum blinked and briefly contemplated the name. She had to admit it did have a nice ring to it, and it summarized her ability pretty well. She couldn't hold back a bright smile. I like it. Shigaraki smiled at her. You should smile more, Hatsum-san. You look prettier. He boldly stated. Huh. A hearty blush grew on the young girl's face. Hey. Don't say things like that. Sorry. Shigaraki rubbed his neck, smiling awkwardly. Sometimes I just speak my mind without thinking. I meant what I said. Hatsum looked away, red-faced. Baka. After that embarrassing moment passed, The two teens walked together down the pedestrian paths toward the train station. As they walked and conversed on various topics, Hatsum began to smile more and more. Teruko smiled fondly after retelling the tale of how she met the boy that changed her life forever. Izuku looked at her with wide, fascinated eyes while his hand moved in a writing motion. If he had a notebook on him, he'd definitely be jotting this down. "Whoa!" was all Izuku could utter. "So, this is essentially your origin story, huh?" Teruko snickered at the statement. "Yeah, I guess you could say that. Over time, Yoichi helped me see that my ability wasn't anything to be ashamed of. So, I stopped wearing the glasses that obscured my eyes." She then pointed to her smaller frames. "I just wear these smaller ones out of habit, honestly, and for appearances. I look cool with them, right?" Izuku nodded while smiling widely, thrilled over hearing personal stories from the life of a person he idolized. "Yoichi and I hung out pretty frequently in and out of school. While I was into science, he was a big comic and fantasy geek." She giggled and then briefly paused. "Well, we hung out when he wasn't out sick, that is." "Right." Izuku frowned slightly. "You said Yoichi had a lot of illnesses, huh? Kind of like me," he absently thought. Teruko solemnly nodded. "Yeah. His immune system wasn't the best. He also suffered from a myriad of other ailments too. However, in my second year of high school, I realized something." Osaka, Japan, February 2032. 17-year-old Hatsum Teruko and Shigaraki Yoichi were both sitting in the latter's living room. While Hatsum was sitting cross-legged at a small table looking over a stack of papers, Shigaraki was lying on a beanbag chair playing video games. Hatsum wore black stockings, a green skirt, and a white button-up shirt with the first two buttons undone. Her beige school vest was tossed to the side. Her body had matured quite well over the years after PBRY, and she had grown her ruby red hair out too, putting it up into a ponytail. She certainly didn't grow it out because Yoichi-kun had offhandedly remarked she would look more appealing with long hair. That would just be absurd. Meanwhile, Shigaraki wore a simple pair of gray joggers with a white t-shirt while wearing a disposable cloth face mask. His white hair had grown longer and messier, his bangs often hiding his brown eyes from view. Though he had grown taller since their middle school years, he still had a sickly appearance. Hatsum hummed to herself as she looked over university application documents. She sighed and slumped her shoulders. "So many options. What do you think, Yoichi-kun? What college should I try to apply for? Why were you asking me? I couldn't care less about college." Shigaraki didn't turn away from his game. "I'm going to be a mangaka. Besides, I can't afford college even if I wanted to." "Go. How's the mangaka pursuit going then?" she asked curiously. It had been a few weeks since she had seen Yoichi-kun after he dropped out of high school due to health reasons. However, she suspected that his parents' untimely deaths a few months prior had a part to play in it too. Now, he lived at home alone with his older brother, who she still hadn't met, financially supporting him from afar. "I got something in mind." Shigaraki smashed his controller buttons harder. A story about a world taken over by a powerful demon lord, a hero of justice setting out to defeating him and saving everyone. "I like the sound of that." Hatsum smirked. "Might need to iron out the plot a bit more, Yoichi-kun." "Yeah, still working on." Shigaraki dropped his controller and suddenly started coughing badly. Hatsum dropped her papers and sprung to her feet, running into the kitchen to grab an inhaler off the counter. She ran back to her friend and knelt by his side and handed it to him. After the albino teen got his coughing somewhat under control, he pulled his mask down and took a few puffs before he waited for the medicine to enter his system. "Thanks." He nodded and pulled his mask back up. He then noticed the "game over" message on the screen and groaned. "Man, and I didn't even reach the next save point. What a drag." The ruby redhead looked at the sickly young man with concern. "Your condition is getting worse, isn't it?" Shigaraki sighed heavily. "Yeah, the medicines are hit or miss these days." Hearing that, Hatsum had an idea and took the inhaler, spraying a puff onto her right palm. What are you?" He stopped when he noticed the yellow rings in her eyes glowing. She was using her meta ability. Legally, she wasn't supposed to use it, Nevertheless, he wouldn't ever dream of reporting her to anyone. Shigaraki absolutely despised the new metahuman-related laws passed a few years ago anyways. They were unjust and a complete breach of human rights. Several moments passed before the glowing dissipated. Hatsum furrowed her brows and turned to him with a frown. I'm not an expert, but it seems like all this does is alleviate symptoms, Yoichi-kun. It's not going to cure any of your ailments. Shigaraki shrugged nonchalantly. Already visited doctors. Not much can be done in terms of cures. All they can do is essentially dull the pain. He picked up his controller and went to the menu to restart from his last saved position. Hatsum wiped her hand on her skirt and glanced back at the kitchen where the rest of Yoichi-kun's medicine was. All they're doing is putting a band-aid on Yoichi-kun. Pumping him full of different medicines isn't the answer. With all of his illnesses, he needs something specifically geared towards him. Hatsum internally mused. All of a sudden, it hit her like a lightning strike. Her eyes widened as she let out a gasp. She had come to an epiphany. That's it. She suddenly yelled. Shigaraki was so startled by the outburst that he made a wrong move and his video game character died. Really, Teruko-chan? He shot an annoyed glare at her. I'm trying to. Forget the stupid game, Yoichi-kun. I've got it. Got what? Shigaraki asked, feeling mildly annoyed that she had called his game stupid. The answer. Hatsum beamed. I know what I'm going to do with my future. Shigaraki was left further perplexed. You're not making any sense. I'm going to make a cure for you. She happily exclaimed. Shigaraki blinked twice, doing a double take. Did he just hear her correctly? What? Micro-insight. If I can study your DNA and your types of illnesses, then maybe, no, I can find a cure for you. Hatsum went back to the table where her college papers were scattered. I'll apply to a school with an excellent science department, preferably something that offers courses over meta-abilities. That sounds pretty cool actually. He considered something else. But what about the law, Teruko-chan? You're not allowed to use your meta-ability without government approval. He noted. And I doubt they'll let you use micro-insight for something like this. Like anyone will ever know. Hatsum grinned slyly. My ability's activation is hardly noticeable, especially if I'm wearing shades or eyewear. Her demeanor became more enthusiastic. But just think about it, Yoichi-kun. If I can cure you, then think of what else I could accomplish. I can further our own understanding of meta-abilities too. Find permanent cures for other pesky diseases. The possibilities are endless, Yoichi-kun. Shigaraki, meanwhile, sat in his beanbag chair staring at her with a small smile. He liked seeing her so driven and energetic. Still, he couldn't help but feel a tad apprehensive over the path his friend was heading down in her pursuit to help him. I see. Izuku smiled widely. You started studying meta-abilities in hopes of finding a cure for Yoichi. After high school, I applied for Tokyo University. Took a lot of work and, despite being a metahuman, they accepted me. Even the board members could see my academic potential and couldn't turn me away. Got my doctorate in metabiology and graduated with honors, all that jazz. You did a lot of amazing research while you were in school. You even discovered the link between meta users only having one pinky toe joint as opposed to the usual two. He pointed out. Another thought crossed his mind. Were you ever able to find a cure for Yoichi then? Upon asking the question, Izuku's eyes widened in realization. Wait, the different versions of the serum that you mentioned earlier? Teruko smiled and nodded in confirmation. You catch on quick, kid. She poured herself another cup of sake and downed it immediately, making Izuku sweat drop. In my last year of school, confident I had enough data, I secretly used the university's labs to synthesize an all-in-one cure for Yoichi-kun. Did it work? Izuku eagerly asked while on the edge of his seat. Yes. Her smile then dropped. Well, at least for a little while it did. Osaka, Japan, June 2040. An adult 25-year-old Hatsum Teruko was in her home office, bent over by her desk and peering down at a microscope slide that had a tiny sample of blood on it. All three of her eye rings were glowing yellow as she concentrated on the slide with an intense gaze. In the background, Shigaraki Yoichi was spinning in an office chair in a carefree manner. His attire was casual, consisting of a white t-shirt with a light blue jacket, blue briefs, and black shoes. He wasn't as skinny or malnourished as he used to be since agreeing to let his friend inject her miracle drag into him. She had been fully confident it would cure him and, honestly, he trusted her and didn't believe he had much to lose anyway. Much to his shock, the effects had been immediate as his sickly, malnourished form suddenly transformed into a healthy, lithe body. His eyes had also somehow turned a bright emerald. Hatsum still wasn't sure what had caused that change. Nevertheless, Yoichi had felt great, better than he ever had. For the first time, he was able to enjoy life to the fullest. That was over 10 months ago. Over the last few weeks, though, symptoms of his old illnesses had started springing back up. In addition, he had been losing a lot of weight recently. His sickly, malnourished state was steadily returning as his physical strength declined too. It finally reached the point where he couldn't ignore it any longer. Hence why he headed over to his friend's house on such short notice. Spun in the chair, he admired Hatsum's doctorate degree from Tokyo University that she obtained a year early, hanging on the wall. Alongside it were other awards she had received from years of meta-ability research. He felt extremely proud of his friend's accomplishments. Her work was truly making a positive difference in the scientific world of meta-abilities. And to think she used to think her ability wasn't special. He thought in amusement. He turned and noticed a couple of framed pictures on the side of her desk. One was a family photo with Teruko, her parents, and her little 5-year-old sister, Miane. He had gotten to see her on several occasions already. Miane looked very similar to her older sister, with the only exceptions being her hair was blonde while her eyes were blue with pink rings. It was still unclear if Miane's meta-ability was an exact copy of her older sister's or if it was a mutation of some kind. The second photo was of Yoichi and Teruko as teenagers with their arms slung over each other's shoulders with goofy expressions. He smiled fondly at the pictures, the latter especially. Yoichi was snapped out of his musings when Hatsum suddenly stood up from her desk, shouting in frustration. "Erg! Damn it! What's wrong?" He stood up, sounding concerned. Hatsum glanced back at him in distress. Yoichi's eyes widened in surprise. He couldn't remember the last time he had seen her this unsettled. She was the sunlight in his life, always smiling and optimistic no matter the circumstances. Something must be very wrong. Antibodies. Your own body is fighting the serum, the very thing keeping you healthy. Hatsum clenched her teeth and pounded her fist against the desk in frustration. Your illnesses are coming back with a vengeance. Yoichi frowned, rubbing the back of his neck. Is there any way to fix it? He asked carefully. No. Not right now, at least. The ruby redhead shook her head despondently. I'd have to do more research, plus, I don't have the resources to synthesize another serum. I see. Yoichi slumped back in the chair. Well, it was fun while it lasted. He thought forlornly. A moment passed before Hatsum looked back to him with a determined expression. Don't worry, Yoichi-kun. I'll earn some more money. I'll make some calls. I will find a Teruko-chan. Yoichi held out a hand to stop her. It's okay. You shouldn't waste any more of your time trying to cure me. Hatsum sharply glared at her albino friend. Don't be ridiculous. You're my best friend, Yoichi-kun. Trying to cure you isn't a waste of time. It's the whole reason I immersed myself in the meta-ability field in the first place. These last 10 months have been a gift. Far better than anything I ever deserved, Teruko-chan. I can never repay you for that. Yoichi smiled ruefully. But I can't ask you to continue breaking the law for my sake, even if it is a stupid law. I don't want you to miss out on living your own life. Yoikun, I can't live my life to the fullest if you can't live yours to the fullest too. Hatsum proclaimed. Teruko-chan. Yoichi gasped. How touching. A deep masculine voice commented. Hatsum and Yoichi swiftly turned to see a man standing in the doorway. Standing at an imposing 195 centimeters, 6 feet 4 inches, tall, he had short white hair, a handsome chiseled face, and dark brown eyes. He wore a black business suit over a white shirt. His clothing did little to hide his muscular body. "Who are you?" Hatsum shouted indignantly. "How'd you get into my house?" "Brother?" Yuichi uttered, wide-eyed. "Huh, brother?" Hatsum exclaimed, frantically looking back and forth between the two men. "It's good to see you again, my dear little brother. It's been a while," he said amicably. "Not long enough," Yuichi retorted, narrowing his gaze. "So this is Yoichi-kun's older brother?" Hatsum mused. This was Hatsum's first time meeting her friend's older brother. Though the brothers were on opposite ends of the spectrum physicality-wise, Hatsum could see the similarities. Their white hair was the most obvious trait. It appeared to run in the family. Yoichi never talked much about him, and whenever she brought him up, he'd get annoyed and try to change the subject. She eventually stopped asking altogether. Clearly there were issues between them, she deduced. The older Shigaraki chortled to himself. Hatsum involuntarily shivered. She didn't know why, but something felt unsettling about this man. Now, don't be that way. You know I care about you deeply, especially since our parents' passing. You're my only living family." He paused to study his younger brother's appearance with a small frown. "You're not looking so well these days. Is the doctor's miracle drag wearing off?" Hatsum and Yoichi both gasped in surprise. How did he know? She directed a stern glare at her friend. "Yoichi-kun? Did you tell him?" "No," he frantically responded. I don't know how he knows. There's no need for hysterics." The taller man placatingly held out his hands. "My little brother didn't tell me anything, doctor. From my understanding, he cares very deeply about you. He'd die before betraying your trust, I'd wager." Yoichi averted their gaze, hiding his reddening face from view. Hatsum would have felt touched by the statement, but it felt strangely unsettling coming from this man for some reason. "I've only recently uncovered the truth behind Yoichi's miraculous improvement in health." He glanced at Yoichi with a half-smirk, noting his sickly appearance. Although it appears his cure was short-lived, sad to say. "What are you doing here, brother?" Yoichi sharply demanded. "Straight to the point?" "Very well." The older man directed his gaze to Hatsum, causing the young woman to shiver once more. "I'm here to recruit your friend." Yoichi balled his fists and grinded his teeth angrily. "Recruit?" Hatsum pet a brow. "That's right. In the past few years, I've set out on a mission. I've gained an ample amount of funds that grows by the day," the elder Shigaraki explained. "I'm amassing many followers as well, expanding my influence across the nation. I need someone brilliant like you on my side, doctor. A fellow metahuman who understands our plight." He continued. "If you could reverse my dear brother's illnesses with limited resources, albeit temporarily, imagine what wonders you could accomplish with me backing you. I assure you, Dr. Hatsum, I am not lacking in money or resources. Say what you need and I will give it to you." Hatsum narrowed her gaze at the taller man. His offer sounded way too good to be true. "What's the catch? You said something about me being on your side?" An unsettling smile took shape on the man's face. "Yes. I wish to build a new empire." "Empire?" she murmured, feeling more unsettled by the second. "How dare you, brother?" Yoichi angrily snapped. "How dare you try to turn Teruko-chan into one of your pawns?" "Wait." Hatsum's eyes widened as she put the dots together. "Is Yoichi-kun's brother a terrorist or something?" The older brother shook his head, still smirking. No, not a pawn. Her value is far higher than that." Hatsum knitted her brows in annoyance. She didn't enjoy being viewed as a piece in someone's game. She involuntarily shuddered when the man redirected his ominous gaze toward her. "Forgive my younger brother. As you may already know, he lives in a fantasy world, unable to accept reality," he stated. "Meanwhile, I know what it's like to live with a meta ability in this cruel, unfair world. Like you, I too was a part of the first generation of meta users. We are a young people, but we grow stronger and more numerous with each passing year. Surely, you've noticed the trend in your studies." Hatsum slowly nodded in confirmation. It was a fact that the metahuman population was increasing. For unknown reasons, the percentage of children born with meta abilities steadily grew with every passing year. Then you have already realized it, he asserted. Metahumans are destined to overtake this world. It's only a matter of time. However, I'm not willing to stand by and allow our people to be oppressed by their lessers any longer than necessary. Their lessers? Hatsum didn't like where this conversation was going. Ever since our government passed the bad joke that was the Metahuman Registration Act, our people's affliction has only grown. Doctor, despite your many accolades in the metasciences, I'm sure you've been faced with your own fair share of discrimination. He wasn't wrong. Hatsum suffered plenty of verbal and sometimes even physical abuse from people growing up, both in public schools and in college as well, when her peers learned through the grapevine that she possessed a meta ability. I believe it is time for us to take control, as nature intended. Shigaraki darkly declared. You make it sound like you want to overthrow the government. Hatsum pointed out, her tone expressing apprehension. Yes, she wasn't a big fan of how lawmakers were handling metahumans, but she wasn't ready to join a national revolt. Well, reform is the more accurate term. He corrected. Led by our people. With you on top? She questioned suspiciously. He chuckled, the sinister undertones of his voice not getting past her. Not quite. I prefer to rule from the shadows, my dear. Like the demon lord? Yoichi snidely remarked. Shigaraki ignored his younger brother's comment, focusing his attention on the ruby-red head doctor. Will you join me, Dr. Hatsum? I assure you I will make it worth your while. He glanced at Yoichi. I'll even allow you to synthesize a new drag to cure my dear brother. Granted, once you have completed more important tasks, of course. Yoichi gritted his teeth angrily. What could be more important than saving your younger brother's life? Hatsum internally raged. Still, Hatsum felt nervous under the man's disconcerting gaze. She turned to Yoichi, who was looking at her apprehensively, as if he were worried that she'd actually accept his offer. She then remembered their first ever meeting, and the kindness he had showed her. Kindness that hadn't been afforded to her by those outside her family. The kindness that had spawned her meta-abilities name. The kindness that would inspire her to pursue her career in metabiological research. The kindness that had changed her life for the better by providing her with a true friend, someone she cared deeply for. Hatsum steeled her resolve and turned back to her friend's older brother with a determined frown. I'm not interested. Now, I know you may be Yoichi-kun's brother, but I'm going to have to ask you politely yet firmly to leave. You've overstayed your welcome, brother. Yoichi spat. Leave. Shigaraki sneered, unaffected by the doctor's refusal. Well, I can't say I'm not disappointed. However, his grin intensified, unnerving the pair, I always get my way. I have ways of making you cooperate. Brother. Yoichi stepped toward his older brother. Don't you dare. Shigaraki casually pushed Yoichi aside into an adjacent wall. The frail young man grunted painfully and collapsed on his rear. Yoichi-kun! Hatsum cried out. The adults are talking, dear brother. Shigaraki impassively commented. I don't wish to harm you, but I will if you stand in my way again. Hatsum stepped back as the larger man menacingly approached her. Stay back. She reached into her briefs pocket and pulled out her cell phone. I'll call the police. Shigaraki was undeterred by the threat. You're free to do so. But if you do, I'll be forced to share your own crimes with the authorities as well, Doctor. What? Hatsum shouted, shocked. What are you talking about? You used Tokyo University resources to create an unknown drag and administered it to someone without going through the proper channels and getting it approved. More importantly, you're also guilty of defying the Metahuman Registration Act by using your meta ability without authorization all those years at Tokyo University. His smirk intensified. That makes you a criminal, Doctor. Hatsum gasped in shocked dismay. No, how did he find out? I was sure I covered my tracks. I wore eye shades and made sure I only used it when no one was around. Yoichi clicked his tongue in frustration. He had a feeling that his friend's decision to secretly use her meta ability would come back to haunt her. The fact that it was his own brother holding it over Hatsum's head only infuriated him. Shigaraki continued. So, you may call the authorities, Dr. Hatsum, but then your own secrets will be revealed. Your degree, your accolades, your life, all of that goes up in smoke. In addition, your failure provides more ammunition for the anti-meta propaganda permeating the media. We wouldn't want any of that, would we? The Hatsum clicked his tongue in ire. She was really caught between a rock and a hard place. The imposing man directed his gaze to the two framed pictures resting on the desk. Walking toward the desk, he picked up one of the frames, specifically, the one with Teruko and Yoichi as teenagers. I am truly grateful for the friendship you have given my brother, Doctor. Shigaraki sounded sincere. He and I are the only surviving members of our family. And with my own personal pursuits, I have been unable to be there for him as much as I'd like. I'd hate to see such a appealing friendship end with you behind bars, or worse. He paused to set the frame back down. Additionally, Shigaraki picked up the other picture frame featuring the Hatsum family. I'd hate to see anything unfortunate happen to a appealing family such as yours, Doctor. Hatsum's jaw dropped in terror. You wouldn't, brother? Yoichi grunted as he shakily returned to his feet. Whether it was from pain or anger was unclear. You're despicable. Shigaraki remained unfazed. I have no reason for any of them to die, especially a budding meta user such as your younger sister. He placed the picture frame down and looked back at her with an unsettling sneer. However, if that won't persuade you either, Shigaraki slowly sauntered forward, making Hatsum step back until her back met the wall. The young scientist was shaking like a leaf as he gazed down at her like an apex predator. It was as if he could end her life if he willed it. Well, I simply refuse to see such a useful ability waste away in prison. If you do not help me, then I shall give your ability to someone more cooperative. He extended his right arm forward as a blackish-red haze billowed off the man's body and flickers of red electricity curled around his arm. Hatsum shrunk back, trembling in terror. And oh! Yoichi suddenly tackled his brother into the adjacent wall. Don't you dare, brother. Her ability isn't yours to take. Take? What does he mean by that? Hatsum felt her knees shake underneath her. Shigaraki cut off his power and merely grunted in annoyance. I warned you not to get in my way. He grabbed Yoichi by his hair and easily tossed him to the floor like a rag doll. Still defiant as, it seems I'll have to teach you another lesson. He reared back his foot to kick his down brother. Okay, that's enough. Hatsum cried out. You made your point. I'll help you. Just don't hurt him. Shigaraki smiled devilishly and lowered his leg. Excellent. I'm so happy we could come to this understanding. Hatsum's legs buckled as she fell to her knees. She lifted her head to glance at Yoichi lying on the floor, who was looking at her in dismay. With tears brimming in her eyes, she mouthed, I'm sorry. Izuku was speechless, still attempting to process everything Dr. Hatsum had told him. Teruko, meanwhile, used that time to pour herself another cup of sake and immediately downed it. Moments later, Izuku finally found his voice. Oh, this man? Yoichi's older brother. He could give and steal meta abilities? But that shouldn't be possible. It is, at least for him. Teruko replied. Honestly, with meta abilities becoming more varied, I'm not sure anything will be impossible for humanity in time. Dreams becoming reality, ya know? She chuckled wryly, referring to the title of her books. Izuku shook his head, unable to fathom such an ability. That's wow. He looked back at her curiously. What did he want you to do? He wanted me to enhance his meta ability as well as his physical body. Teruko answered. He was convinced that I could do it after temporarily curing Yoichi-kun of his ailments. Did you? Teruko frowned and wordlessly nodded. Izuku thought over Teruko's response and came to a quick realization. This is when you made the first super soldier serum, isn't it? The prototype version, yes. Teruko confirmed. Yoichi's brother was true to his word. He had plenty of funding and equipment for me to use, albeit I was held captive for 10 months. During that time, I was able to study all sorts of different meta abilities from simple strength augmentation, durability enhancers, enhanced healing, sensory boosting, cognitive boosting, and much more. In the end, I synthesized a chemical that would replicate the effects of all those abilities into one ability, all without having to use quirk factors. That's incredible. Izuku breathed in amazement. She truly did develop an artificial meta ability. Teruko continued. That original formula is what I based the AMPS serum on. She smiled smugly. Only our version is far more advanced and refined. No nasty side effects with this one. Nasty side effects? Izuku didn't like the sound of that. Right. Teruko slowly poured herself a fourth cup of sake. After I synthesized the first serum, I wanted to run further tests on it. However, Shigaraki was too eager to use it. I tried to warn him, but he wouldn't listen. He was determined to become, and I quote, a superior being. It made him stronger, yeah, but the effects were. She lightly shook her head as if trying to forget an unpleasant memory. Well, as I said, the serum was just a prototype. It wasn't ready. Teruko immediately downed the cup, making Izuku's sweat drop in exasperation. Does she have high tolerance or something? He thought. Lowering the cup away from her mouth, she exhaled in satisfaction. After the procedure, she continued, that man's already twisted personality became much worse. He was so sure he had evolved past humanity that he didn't want anyone referring to him by his regular name anymore, only by his meta-ability's name. What was that? Izuku inquired. Teruko leaned forward with a serious look and uttered, all for one. The name itself didn't sound bad, but she had said it with such a grim edge in her voice. As Izuku mulled over the name, he quickly realized something. The first half of the Three Musketeers motto? Teruko blinked before her own eyes widened slightly. I never made that connection. She looked up with a thoughtful expression. Well, Yoichi-kun was a comic and fantasy nerd. Maybe he and his brother shared the same interests before he went nuts. She murmured to herself. Now that I think about it, the name is quite fitting. The ability to steal other meta-abilities all for oneself. Teruko internally noted. Izuku tapped his chin in a thoughtful manner. All for one? He can give and steal meta-abilities. Surely there's a limit to how many abilities he can steal and possess in his body at a time, right? Can he steal any ability and automatically know how to use it? Or would he have to practice using them? Can he only use one ability at a time? What about mutation types? If he steals those, would he gain the physical characteristics too? Izuku continued to mull over the possibilities and limitations of the all-for-one ability. Teruko, meanwhile, sat and stared at Izuku muttering with an exasperated smile. He's more fascinated over the workings of all-for-one's ability than he is intimidated. Still, the kid sure does cover his bases when he's talking about meta abilities. I wonder how the serum will affect that aspect of his mind. Those are all good questions. Teruko spoke up, snapping the teen out of his mutter storm. Sadly, I can't really answer any of them. All for one wasn't really the type to openly talk about himself nor his ability. Izuku nodded, but it was then that another subject matter crossed his mind. Speaking of, how did you escape? Surely he didn't just let you go after you enhanced him? Teruko nodded grimly. You'd be right. He wanted to keep me around. Saw me as an asset. Her face temporarily twisted in disgust. Not long after I performed his procedure, America's Marine Corps secretly raided the facility I was stashed in and rescued me. Somehow they caught wind of his operation and struck while he was away. She further elaborated. They snuck me out of Japan, trying to get me as far from all for one and his cronies as possible. The American government had heard of my work and wanted me to join their side. In exchange, I'd be granted citizenship here and acquire the resources I need to permanently cure Yoichi-kun. Also, she grinned proudly, getting the chance to create the team that would take that monster down was too tantalizing to pass up. So I eagerly accepted their offer. Izuku nodded in understanding. Right? She probably feels guilty and wants to make things right. Even though it wasn't her fault. She didn't have a choice. The bubbly redhead then let out a deep sigh. So yeah, that's how I got here. Crazy, right? Thank you for sharing, Doc. Teruko. I feel honored that you shared this with me. Izuku sincerely stated. Teruko snickered but was happy that he finally used her first name. What about All for One? Is he still on the loose? Izuku wondered. And what happened to Yoichi? Teruko's smile fell. Unfortunately, yes, he's still out there, hiding in the shadows. Her disposition became sadder. As for Yoichi-kun, I don't know for certain. I imagine that his brother is holding him captive somewhere like he did with me. He won't risk Yoichi-kun reporting him to the authorities. I'm sorry, Izuku said sincerely. I wish we could help him. Maybe we can. Hopefully someday soon. A small smile formed on the eccentric scientist's face. I think you and him would get along very well. You share similar interests, plus, you're both kind-hearted, have a strong sense of justice, and are stubborn to a fault. Izuku chuckled weakly, rubbing his neck sheepishly. I won't deny that last one. Still, she speaks so highly of me, comparing me to her friend. It was then that an important question entered the forefront of Izuku's mind. Something that he had been asking himself since his arrival at the base 10 days prior and still had no clear answer. Maybe now was the right time to ask? If it's all right, could I ask you something important? Of course, she said cheerily. Just one, though. Izuku adopted a bemused look. Why me? It took her a moment to fully understand what Izuku meant. When she did, she turned away with a wistful smile. I guess that is the only question that matters, huh? Izuku leaned closer in anticipation. Teruko looked back at him. You remember how the serum works, right? The onyx-haired boy nodded. It's supposed to enhance my strength, durability, and endurance. Right. Partially. It doesn't just enhance muscles, but your entire physiology as well. That includes your mind and personality, everything on the inside, basically. Teruko elaborated. In layman terms, what's good becomes great. What's bad becomes worse. A warm smile graced Teruko's face. That's why you were chosen, Izuku. Izuku blinked in befuddlement. Before he could ask for clarity, she continued, You see, I learned something after all those years with Yoichi-kun and during those 10 months held captive by All for One. She paused for dramatic effect. A strong man who has known power all of his life may lose respect for that power, but a weak man knows the true value of strength, and, more importantly, knows compassion. Izuku was taken aback by her meaningful statement and how it applied to him. His eyes widened as his mouth went slightly agape. He was momentarily speechless, struggling to even form a reply. Do you really think I'm worthy of this? I mean, I'm so frail and weak. I'm not strong like the others. He trailed off, his gaze meeting the tiled floor. Teruko set aside her sake bottle and cup before she sat up to approach Izuku. She stood in front of him and rested a hand on his shoulder, making him look up at her. You're wrong. You are strong. Besides, I'm not asking you to be something you're not. You just have to be you, Izuku. Teruko fondly said. Heroes, soldiers or not, are measured by their heart, not their strength. And you got lots of heart. Izuku's eyes brimmed with tears as his bottom lip quivered. He hid his face behind his right hand and then proceeded to cry. A wave of emotions rushed through him. Teruko continued to smile as she took a seat to his right and patted his upper back supportively, unaffected by his display of emotions. He sure had some leaky tear ducts, she absently thought. It took Izuku a few moments before he got himself under control. Still looking down, he wiped the remaining tears out of his eyes. Thank you. He sniffled. Thank you so much. Teruko patted him a couple more times before she pulled back. I need you to promise me something though, Izuku. Her facial expression became more serious. Izuku turned to her attentively. No matter what happens tomorrow, I want you to stay as you are. Not a perfect soldier, she pointed at Izuku's heart, but a good man. The short, frail teen stared at the brilliant, eccentric scientist for a brief moment, processing her request, before adopting a resolute visage. I will. Teruko beamed at Izuku's determination. She was fully assured that she had made the right choice. Yoichi-kun would definitely approve of this one. Tell you what, She sat up to reclaim her sake bottle and cups lying on the adjacent bed. Let's have a quick drink together. I see him. Izuku became visibly nervous. I'm not 21 yet. Also, recruits aren't allowed to have alcohol, aren't they? Don't be a stick in the mud. Tero waved off and then poured 2 cups. I won't tell if you won't tell. She winked mischievously. One for the little guys? Well. Izuku rubbed the nape of his neck sheepishly. I guess just one wouldn't hurt. As Izuku took the cup from her, Teruko's eyes suddenly widened as if she had been hit in the face. Oh wait. She quickly snatched the cup away from the teen. I forgot you're supposed to have minimal fluids, and no alcohol especially. She grinned awkwardly. My bad. It's okay. He reassured her. Maybe we can drink it later? PFT. Teruko scoffed playfully. Yeah, right. Why save it when I can have it now? She quickly downed both cups while Izuku watched with a sheepish yet amused smile. Successful people are always looking for opportunities to help others. Unsuccessful people are always asking, what's in it for me? Brian Tracy. From Captain America to Commander-in-Chief. Subject: First Impressions of UA's Heroics class. The first day of the Foundational Heroics Field class went as I expected, with the class participating in a combat exercise. In summary, All Might divided the class into 2 groups, heroes and villains, and paired us randomly with classmates to simulate the unpredictable nature of real-world heroics. The combat exercise was a scenario where the villain team had placed a bomb in an office building and the hero team were tasked with stopping them. The heroes could win by either capturing the villains or touching the bomb before a 15-minute timer ended, while the villains could win by capturing the heroes or waiting out the timer. A fairly advanced exercise for the first lesson. Although, I would have removed the condition where the hero teams could win by touching the bomb, as that doesn't carry over into the real world, unless you actually know how to disarm a bomb. IT would have made victory harder for the hero team, yes, but realistically that's how difficult victory would have been for most heroes in that kind of situation. In addition, I would have made it possible for the villains to win by simply using the bomb as a cover for their escape. That may have been too advanced for a freshman class, however. A good start to the semester. I would have preferred to start the year off with a rescue exercise of sorts. After all, that's what being a hero is all about. I presume that lesson will come soon enough, though. Muzudafu, Japan, April 2197. Sitting in his office, Aizawa showed us such off his computer monitor after reviewing the battle trial that All Might conducted earlier in the day. With no classes scheduled on Tuesday, he spent the day fine-tuning his curriculum for the semester ahead, as well as making pitches to any hero firms that were willing to hold a summer internship for the hero course. He had already sent out several emails and received a few responses, but understandably they were all on a play-by-ear basis with their work as pros. The closest one was a 2-hour drive to the mainland of Honshu to a national park where the wild pussycats, who specialized in forest and mountain rescue operations, were located. He'd likely stick with them, but the internship camp would be something he'd have to consult with Dean Nizu and the university board members anyway. Pro heroes hardly had any days off, something his freshman class would have to learn. At this point, the internship camp was only an idea. Hopefully, the people at the top would approve and the pussycats weren't tangled up with any rescue missions at that time. In addition to all of that, the haggard man had also worked on getting some much-needed rest. He turned in his chair and looked out at the city and its many lights polluting the night sky. He would have preferred having an interior office as they were darker, but even he'd admit he enjoyed the nighttime view this room offered. The black-haired man sighed deeply and took a sip of coffee. Being an underground hero meant 0 endorsement deals, but the government pay was twice and sometimes triple the normal rate. After all, Aizawa had to deal with the most heinous of villains who rarely ever show their faces in daylight. Being an instructor at UA's hero department was a decent change of pace and provided a much safer salary. Still, the man had the itch for investigating, the thirst to uncover the truth. Right now, there was a certain student that had been on his mind. Turning back to his desk, he picked up a manila folder with the label Midoriya Izuku on the tab. He opened the folder and pulled out several documents, each detailing and noting Midoriya's background and application information. After taking several moments to read over the documents, he pulled out a blank sheet of paper and grabbed a pen. Background facts. Born in Mizudafu, Japan in July, family immigrated to and became American citizens lived in Fresno, California, USA, attended Janus High School. Both parents died within a year of each other. Mother, terminal cancer. Father, car accident. Stayed with living relatives until joining the U.S. Army at age served 3 years. Acquired a 5-year visa to Japan in January. Izuku relations. Parents deceased. Claimed living relatives in Fresno according to application. No mention of who these relatives are. More digging is necessary. He stopped to switch on his monitor again, pulling up clips of Midoriya's fight with Bakugo. Fast-forwarding, he paused at the moment after Midoriya dodged Bakugo's surprise attack with ease. Quirk, augment. All aspects of his body are enhanced to an unknown degree. Does this include his mind? Would explain his impressive reflexes and remarkable skill in wielding his shield. Need to learn more. He unpaused the video to play the rest of Midoriya and Bakugo's short brawl. He stopped it again at the moment Bakugo was knocked unconscious and shifted his focus back to his paper. Hero costume, militaristic Black Ops-like suit. Manufactured by Eagle Industries in New York City, USA, according to application. Find more info on Eagle Industries. Support gear, shield. Manufacturer unknown, made from unknown materials, and claims to be a family heirloom according to application. Can shred exam robots like paper, bounce off objects like RBB. Even power loaders seemed clueless on the shield's metal. Reach out to a metallurgist? Aizawa clicked play and finished watching the rest of the battle once more. Midoriya and Tsunatori communicated well and executed their plan flawlessly. Granted, Bakugo did them a huge favor by rushing in headstrong to fight Midoriya solo instead of working together with Ida. Regardless, the hero team performed very well. The underground hero rewound the video and played through Midoriya's fight with Bakugo for a 3rd time. He certainly carries himself like a trained soldier. Aizawa inwardly noted. He didn't waste any time or movements. When Bakugo didn't surrender, he went straight for the kill, so to speak. He paused the video and zoomed in on Midoriya's face, taking note of the look in his emerald eyes. Intense, focused, and searching for openings and weaknesses to exploit, the quickest and most effective way to get past an obstacle. The look of someone who was ready to kill if absolutely necessary. Aizawa had seen that look many times in his veteran underground colleagues. Experience: 3 years in the U.S. Army. Review military background further. What kind of training did he receive? What did the U.S. military assign him to do? Any other forms of combat-related training? Observations. Unknown connection between Izuku and All Might. Support item behaves similar to the first hero's shield. Unclear reason for coming to UA University instead of any American hero academies. Aizawa stopped writing to review everything he had noted so far. He certainly had his work cut out for him, he thought. The disheveled man was correct in his hunch the other day about having more sleepless nights. He then took a moment to pause. Was this really necessary? After all, Midoriya had the makings of a model student. In fact, he reminded him of Togata Mirio, an exemplary senior who was in class 101B 3 years ago and had been one of the most prodigal UA students to date. Still, Aizawa couldn't shake the feeling that was nagging at him regarding the verdette. Even with the small sample sizes of the entrance exam and battle trials, Aizawa recognized that Midoriya was very experienced in combative situations. Could 3 years of standard military service as a teenager really earn him such skill? After a moment of consideration, the underground hero decided to go through with his personal investigation. In his mind, it'd be better to discover his concerns were unwarranted rather than ignore his gut feeling, and then come to find out later on that Midoriya was a spy, or worse, an assassin. Maybe that last one was extreme, but one could never be too careful these days. Alright, where to start then? His gaze shifted near the top to the Izuku relations section. Might as well start from the beginning. Perhaps he'd find some clarity on things if he could find out who these relatives were that took care of Midoriya after his parents' untimely deaths. The day following the battle trials, Midoriya and Uraraka left their apartment complex together as per usual and met up with Yaoyorozu outside the campus, only to be nearly crushed by a swarm of reporters and paparazzi laying siege to the main gate. Upon noticing their hero department attire, the trio was instantly surrounded with cameras, phones, and microphones being thrown in their faces. "You three are hero students, right?" A female reporter looked at Uraraka. "Have you had classes with All Might?" "Why yeah," the brunette said hesitantly. "What is he like in person?" "I he's muscly," Uraraka cutely replied. Yaoyorozu flinched from having a microphone shoved in her face. "Can you tell us anything about the hero department now that he's teaching?" another reporter questioned. "I apologize," Yaoyorozu squirmed in discomfort, "but I can't discuss that. It's school policy." Her reply prompted an annoyed grunt from the reporter. "How do you think All Might is doing as a teacher?" a third reporter asked Midoriya, who was standing between the two girls. While Uraraka and Yaoyorozu were uncomfortable from the sudden media attention, Midoriya only seemed mildly annoyed. He externally groaned. "The press here really is crazy over anything All Might related." Midoriya calmed himself and adopted a straight face. "We've only had one class with All Might, so it's not fair for us to say whether he's a good teacher or not. As far as first impressions go though, I believe he's done an exceptional job so far. Though he did have to use his teaching notes quite a bit yesterday, but the media doesn't need to know that." He inwardly mused. His response only invited the attention of the other reporters. "Even if you've only had one class, what's it like being taught by Japan's symbol of peace? What have you learned from him so far?" The reporters around them bunched closer toward Midoriya, forcing Uraraka and Yaoyorozu to huddle closer to him. The verdette felt his face flush from the close contact with his appealing female friends. He needed to end this quickly. "As I already stated, I believe he did an exceptional job. And without getting into specifics as it's against school policy." Midoriya kept his tone even. "We essentially learned that the margin of victory for pro heroes is small, but in spite of the odds, we fight on." Midoriya brought up his arm to find the time on his watch. "Listen, we need to get to class. So, if you'll please excuse us." Gently pushing the mics away, he took Uraraka and Yaoyorozu by their hands and guided them away from the crowd, making the two young women blush from the contact. Uraraka looked away shyly. "Geez, why am I getting so flustered?" A small tint of pink dusted Yaoyorozu's cheeks. "My heart is beating faster, just from a touch?" "Hold on." Another reporter called out. "I have a couple more dash." "Enough." Reporters and students alike covered their ears as President Mike used a fraction of his quirk to get their attention. Midoriya flinched from the sharp pain and let go of Uraraka and Yaoyorozu's hands to cover his ears. "And that hurts." "You all know the rules," President Mike said when the ringing stopped. His voice was now much friendlier. "The press isn't allowed to harass the students, or your networks are gonna hear it from our legal team. Now go on, get out of here." The reporters grumbled, but retreated to a respectful distance. He turned to Midoriya, Uraraka, and Yaoyorozu with a megawatt grin. "Don't worry, listeners, we figured the mob would show up sooner or later. Come on inside and get to class." "Thank you, Mike-sensei." Yaoyorozu bowed before Midoriya and Uraraka followed suit. President Mike gave a thumbs up. "Don't mention it. Ya still got some time before your class, but I'd recommend heading there just to avoid annoying Aizawa." Nodding at the pro's advice, the trio increased their pace to a brisk walk down the pathway to the main building. "You handled those questions quite well, Midori-kun," Yaoyorozu complimented. "Yeah," Uraraka added, smiling. "You were talking like an actual pro back there." "It's nothing. You learn to handle the press with practice," he offhandedly replied. "Practice?" Yaoyorozu raised an eyebrow. "You have experience with the media, Midori-kun?" Why, just a little." He chuckled nervously, realizing his slip-up. "I was filmed and interviewed a few times when I was in the army. They were putting a documentary together for basic training. The key is to be yourself, but don't give them anything to run with. If they ask a question you don't like, just decline to answer and move on. I mean, it's partially true. Doing all those shows and performances helped me control my nerves better around cameras and microphones, and lots of people. Midoriya mused. Uraraka and Yaoyorozu nodded at his answer, but his nervousness didn't go unnoticed by them. Perhaps he had bad or awkward experiences when he was on camera back in America? That makes sense. Uraraka then tilted her head curiously. Do you think any media-related lessons will be on our heroics curriculum this semester? I'd be surprised if there wasn't. Yaoyorozu said. A big part of being a pro-hero is having cordial interactions with the press. Midoriya nodded, frowning slightly. And if they don't like you, they'll do everything in their power to break you down. But you have to stand tall in spite of it. The trio arrived at their classroom door and pulled it open to find Tokage as the only occupant. Looks like I beat you guys again. That's 3 for me and 0 for you. Tokage leaned back on her desk and folded her hands behind her head. You stopped for coffee or what? I didn't know we were keeping score. Midoriya sat his bag by his desk. Did the media outside give you any trouble, Tokage? Nah. She shook her head. I sneaked in right as they were setting up their equipment outside. Midoriya turned to Uraraka and Yaoyorozu with a competitive glint in his green eyes. Hey, since Tokage is making it a competition, maybe we should start getting up earlier? Uraraka quickly shot down that idea. No way. 6:30 is already early enough, Midori-kun. Also, Yaoyorozu chimed, Tokage lives much closer to campus than us, so she'd beat us either way. You bet I would. Tokage grinned. Gotta be number 1 at something around here. Heh. Later, the rest of class 101A filled the room and started conversing. Midoriya and his friends sat together, along with Jiro, at their usual spots at the back of the room. Bakugo sulked into his room with his usual scowl, not even glancing in Midoriya's direction. Well, at least he isn't glaring at me anymore. Midoriya inwardly noted. Sup, guys, Ciro walked up. You were here early again, right? The paparazzi outside give you any trouble? They did ask us some questions, Uraraka replied. Luckily, Present Mike was there to make them back off. Did they bother any of you? Tsunatori shook her head. No. Mike-sensei and Mr. Hound Dog made sure they stayed away from all of us. From my understanding, Ida chimed in, the press is usually more respectful of heroes' personal space, but I suppose All Might Sensei being at UA has riled them up. News must be slow or something, Tokage remarked. I mean, I know All Might is popular and all, but isn't him teaching kind of a boring topic? Yeah, no kidding. Ciro agreed. They're really scraping the bottom of the barrel, huh? Well, I think I remember seeing online one time where they spent 2 days talking about how his hair was 5 degrees lower than normal. Midoriya mentioned, recalling his prior online research on pro-heroes. Seriously? Ciro's eyes widened a bit. That's something. Tsunatori blinked in surprise. Kero, Azui touched her chin. Guess when it comes to All Might Sensei, they'll take anything and make a huge deal of it. The door slid open at that moment and Aizawa stalked inside. That's something you all may risk if you become pro-heroes. Thankfully, I'm an underground hero, so I don't have to deal with any of that nonsense. He glanced at several of the students who weren't sitting down. You'd all better be seated by the time I blink or I deduct 20 points off your first exam. Not willing to see if he was bluffing, there was a rush of air as everyone jumped into their seats. Better. Now, All Might gave me a report of everything that happened during his class. He pulled out a stack of papers and lazily started passing them to each student. Along with All Might's grading and feedback, I've included some notes of my own. After handing out the rest of the papers, Aizawa lazily stalked back to the front of the room, giving everyone a chance to review their scores and feedback. Most of you did well, or at least received valuable feedback. I expect to see marked improvements in the coming weeks, but if you don't take honest criticism to heart, he gaze shifted to a certain ash blonde, I won't hesitate to kick you out of the hero course. Bakugo's frown deepened, but discreetly nodded in acknowledgement nonetheless. With his message sent, Aizawa's eyes then shifted to the back of the classroom. Midoriya, Tsunatori, Yaoyorozu, and Uraraka received top marks. Although, Yaoyorozu and Uraraka, if I had to critique you both, I'd suggest not being too elaborate in your planning. If one thing goes wrong, it can all fall apart. But given your opponent's abilities and the environment, I won't rag too much on it. You communicated with each other clearly and performed exceptionally well too. Nice work. Thank you, Sensei. Yaoyorozu and Uraraka both bowed. Midoriya and Tsunatori, he turned to the two foreign students. You both communicated very well with each other too, and formulated a plan to effectively counter your opponents while keeping property damage to a minimum. Thank you, Aizawa-sensei. Tsunatori bowed. Thank you, sir. Midoriya smiled. Not every day the shaggy instructor would give out praise like this, he thought. He glanced to his right to see Uraraka giving him a wink and a thumbs up, which he returned. Up ahead, Bagwo's shoulders slumped just a little. He guessed that the ash blonde was still salty over his loss yesterday. Tokage. Azui. His gaze fell on the two greenettes. You both performed well, but be more flexible next time. If a plan isn't working, don't be afraid to change strategies. Otherwise, you did good despite your setback. Learn from it and keep your heads up. Yes, sir. Tokage and Azui replied. With all that said, let's get started with class. In an alleyway near UA's front gate, a young man wearing gray baggy briefs and a black hoodie stood waiting. His hoodie concealed most of his face, yet strands of teal hair and dried skin were visible. With his hands stuffed away in his front pockets, he gazed at the crowd of reporters gathered in front of the prestigious university's gate with a sneer. The Midia, he thought. Vultures that picked at every little piece of fame they could get their grimy little hands on. Trying in vain to share in the spotlight, trapped in the spur of the moment. Completely forgetting about the main point of anything. Chasing after pro-heroes and groveling at their feet, worshipping them like the old gods. The young man internally scoffed at that comparison. Pro-heroes were nothing like the old gods, he thought. The old gods summoned the forces of nature whenever they didn't get their way, destroying everything they disagreed with. They brought order and justice by their rules alone. Their merit made them kings, and it was their right. Pro-heroes, however, were nothing but cheap knockoffs of the old fictional superheroes, and pale imitations of the 21st century vigilantes. Breaking and implementing justice whenever it suited them. Puppets of the government tangled in strings at the bottom of a chest, waiting for real players to come out. To him, that's all this was. A game between those who had their eyes opened to see the pieces. To see who was really in control. He looked out over the crowd of vultures pecking at the castle of his final boss. So close yet out of reach, like all pesky invisible barriers. He'd get rid of it and go straight for the prize on the other side. Why shouldn't he, after all? Why waste hours of gameplay fighting the mooks and throwing away NPCs that ultimately won't matter? He was the only player, the main protagonist of his story. This was the start of his game of righteous retribution to bring down the twisted society that had ruined his life. His first move, start the main quest. The rest of the morning went by at a moderate pace. Using a ceiling-mounted projector, Aizawa dedicated the class PRD to dissecting footage of the battle trials with the class. Multiple students flinched when it was their turn to be called out by the haggard instructor. Aizawa was accurate yet fair in his critical assessments in Midoriya's opinion. He pointed out mistakes and possible alternatives while also giving subdued praise when it was due. Shortly after Foundational Heroics was General English 101 with present mic. The blonde podcaster playfully called on both Midoriya and Tsunatori a lot to state out sentences for everyone to repeat, and then others were called upon. Bakugo was decent when he spoke in the American tongue. Tokage, Tokoyami, Siro, and Ishido had rougher times with the latter muttering. Song lyrics were easier, prompting a subdued chuckle from Midoriya. Some of the best were surprisingly Aoyama and Jiro, with Todoroki and Ida both being very eligible as well. Aside from Midoriya and Tsunatori, Yaoyorozu was the clear winner in speaking fluent English. No surprise there, he thought. He had to admit that listening to Yaoyorozu, Ishido, and Uraraka talk in English was a sliding scale of angelic to downright cute. But Midoriya could sense an aura of boredom descending upon the classroom. He could understand, as he knew from personal experience, that learning a new language was often boring and tedious. Following English, Class 101, A headed to the cafeteria for lunch. As they had over an hour before the start of modern literature, Midoriya sat at a table with his group of friends that included Yaoyorozu, Uraraka, Tsunatori, Tokage, Ida, Shiro, Azui, and Jiro. Meanwhile, Ishido and Kirishima were sitting at another table with other members of class for the day. Lunch Rush's food was incredible as always. He had even gone back for seconds as he was hungrier than usual after increasing his morning training regimen. So, Tsunatori said, "What did you guys think of the feedback from the battle trials?" "I believe it was fair and constructive," Ida dutifully responded while chopping his right hand. "From both All Might Sensei and Aizawa Sensei respectively. I shall take their critique to heart and apply it going forward," he dramatically proclaimed. Yaoyorozu nodded. "I believe there's plenty of room for improvement for all of us." "Except for you, Yamamo," Jiro smirked wryly. "Didn't you and Uraraka-san both get near perfect scores?" Yaoyorozu smiled sheepishly. "We both received. The instructors took a few points off for the potential pitfalls of our plan had Tokage and Tsuyu decided to split up." "Still," Uraraka beamed, "not bad for our first lesson." "Wish I could say the same." Jiro sighed dejectedly. "Can't believe I lost to the perverts team." Don't take it too hard, Jiro-san." Tokage waved off. "Besides, Tokoimi-san's dark shadow is pretty strong. No shame in losing to a team with him on it." To be fair, the environment did work in Mineta-san's favor. Also, Midoriya added, dark shadow seems to be stronger in the dark. So the low-light conditions in the villain's hideout gave him a sizable advantage until Kaminari-san unleashed his electricity. He lowered his head thoughtfully. "Speaking of which, Kaminari-san should talk to the support department about adding some kind of aiming gear for his costume. His attacks would be much more effective then. Perhaps even a support item that can prevent that kickback of his." "That's smart. I'll mention it to that dunderhead when I see him." Jiro suppressed a grunt, recalling when Kaminari had accidentally electrocuted her during the exercise. Anything to prevent something like that happening again. Midoriya looked at the purplet across the table. "You could also talk to the support department too, Jiro-san. Your quirk lets you channel the sound of your heartbeat through your ear jacks and whatever you plug them into, right?" "That's right," Jiro confirmed with a nod. "Have you ever tried plugging your jacks into your phone before? Or any device with an auxiliary port?" Most devices, particularly phones, in Midoriya's time had moved away from auxiliary ports to wireless. But, ever since the end of WW3 and the Dark Times, technology advancement had stalled and had even regressed for a while before slowly beginning to rebound in the last several decades. As a result, most modern phone models still included ports. "Actually, yeah," she replied. "That's how I'll usually listen to my tunes." He rubbed his chin contemplatively. "Then it sounds like your quirk can also take in, amplify and redirect any sound that a device you're plugged into can produce. I'd suggest testing that out as soon as possible since your costume's boots have directional speakers built into them." Jiro blinked, and then looked shocked. "I never even considered that." She breathed out. "I'll try that out in my next training session." "Thanks, Midoriya-san." "You're welcome." Midoriya smiled. "Hopefully it'll work out for you. It could open up so many possibilities for your quirk if it does." "What about me?" Shiro raised his hand. "I mean, I know my quirk isn't much, but—" "I'll stop you right there, Shiro," Midoriya interjected. "I think your quirk is pretty cool. It has quite a few applications. You can fire off your tape and reel it back in, so you already know the mobility applications." Shiro nodded with a grin. "How much have you experimented with it? Can you change the type of tape? Like, make it double-sided or duct tape, for instance? Change the tape's color? Or fire off more than one strand per elbow?" he asked. "Actually, I figured out how to make double-sided tape last year. It was touch and go for the first few months, but I eventually figured it out. I think I can do multiple strands at once, but it does dehydrate me faster. As for changing the type or color, I've never actually tried, Ciro responded with a thoughtful look. Midoriya hummed thoughtfully. If you can't change the type drastically, you have other options, such as altering the tape's thickness or controlling the adhesiveness. Color may or may not be out of your reach, but it could be good for catching the eye of other heroes in the field. That way they can be alerted to the direction of a fleeing villain that you're in pursuit of, or if you find yourself needing backup. Other than that, I'd suggest trying to fire multiple strands of tape from each elbow. You might even look into firing a single strand but splitting it as you do. You could potentially make a net or barricade in a single shot with proper control. Izuku theorized the different applications of Ciro's quirk. I'd also keep a water bottle on you for hydration if you're not already. I see what you're saying. Ciro nodded, thinking over Midoriya's analysis and suggestions. He looked thoughtfully at his elbows. Guess I've got some work ahead of me. Thanks, Midoriya. I'll start practicing your suggestions in training ASAP. No problem, Midoriya nodded. Let me know how it works out. It could open up a whole new aspect of your quirk. Kero, you sure are knowledgeable on quirks, Midoriya. Azui pointed out. He is. Tsunatori said excitedly. He even gave me some pointers with my own quirk after the entrance exam. Uraraka, who was sitting to Midoriya's right, giggled and patted his back. Midori-kun's a quirk otaku. He gave me and Yamamo good advice when we were making notes for our costumes before the start of school. Yaoyorozu smiled and nodded. Yes. He even designed my current costume. The rest of the table turned to the super soldier with surprised looks. That's quite impressive, Midoriya. Ida complimented. You know how to design costumes and support gear? Well, Midoriya scratched the back of his head. I don't know how to make blueprints for complex support gear or anything like that. I just drew up Yamamo's costume and my own after taking our quirks applications and, more importantly, practicality in mind. I see. Come to think of it, Azui said, your costume is pretty militaristic. Makes sense. Tokage grinned at him playfully. He is a soldier boy. The lizard-eyed girl adopted a thoughtful look. Now that I think about it, you do seem kind of disciplined and usually always stand up straight all the time, Midoriya. I can't believe I didn't make that connection sooner. She glanced over at Ida. Kind of like Ida. Were you in the military too by chance? I was not. Ida shook his head. My upbringing and the interactions at my family's agency is what helped mold me into who I am today. The table turned to Ida in curiosity. Agency? Ciro repeated. Ida blanched, realizing his slip-up. Midoriya looked at Ida and suddenly felt a light bulb turn on in his head. Ida, I just realized something. You wouldn't happen to be related to the turbo hero, Ingenium, would you? That question caught the group's attention as they looked at the navy-haired young man intently. Ida shifted in his seat from the attention and sighed. I was afraid of all of you finding out, and potentially treating me differently if you did. He then puffed out his chest. But yes, he's my older brother. Whoa! Most of the table gaped. That's awesome. The Ida family has been heroes for generations. It runs in our blood. Ida further elaborated. Midoriya smiled and shook his head. He had run across Ingenium-related articles during his time researching pro-heroes. He was very popular and employed over several dozen sidekicks at his agency in Tokyo. I feel embarrassed. I can't believe I didn't connect the dots sooner. You basically have the same quirk. Your family is famous. Uraraka added excitedly. Yes, well, Ida pushed his glasses up. I am a normal hero course student like the rest of you. The admiration I hold for my brother is what inspired me to become a hero. He smiled proudly. As the second eldest Ida's son, I strive to be just like him. The group paused as they momentarily stared at the young man. This is the first time I've seen you smile, Ida. Azui noted. You should do it more. Kero. Yeah, Tokage agreed. It'll make you more approachable. Ida blinked, confused. What are you talking about? I smile all the time. Could have fooled us. Ciro lightheartedly commented, prompting chuckles from the rest of the table at Ida's expense. The group's discussion was suddenly interrupted by the blaring of an alarm. Everyone in the cafeteria was startled by the sudden noise, and those with sensitive ears, like Jiro and Midoriya, clapped their hands over their ears with cries of pained shock. "Attention!" A loud, mechanical voice blared over the loudspeaker. "Security level 3 has been breached. All students must evacuate in an orderly fashion." The message proceeded to loop after that. Midoriya could immediately recognize that this was not a drill due to the message's urgency and how the cafeteria was descending into panic. "Hey you!" Midoriya grabbed the attention of an upperclassman as they stood up. "What's security level 3? It means someone has infiltrated the building. This has never happened in the 4 years I've been here. Hurry up and get out." The senior student yelled back as he ran. Midoriya felt his heart rate begin to increase as various memories played through his mind. Taking a deep breath, he shook his head and quickly got a hold of himself. Now was not the time to have a PTSD flashback. The group quickly proceeded to the nearest exit where the corridor was extremely congested with panicking students. In the chaos, Midoriya instinctively grabbed onto the closest of his classmates. In this case he'd grabbed Yaoyorozu and Uraraka's hands and pulled them near the windows to avoid the crowd. "Stay together, guys." Tsunatori tried to shout over the noise. "Hey!" Jiro yelled as she was shoved to the side and into Azui. Midoriya looked around to survey the situation. People are going to get hurt if this keeps up. Oof! Siro was suddenly pushed against the wall close to Midoriya, Yaoyorozu, and Uraraka. "Hit us." Our peers have swift responses to danger. As expected of UA. Ida commented while being shoved into the wall. "Don't think this is something to commend." Midoriya looked out the windows and gaped when he saw a crowd of reporters on the campus grounds. He then saw several other people in security guard uniforms rushing towards the incoming reporters. The press? How'd they get past UA's defenses? He shook his head. Questions for later. We need to stop this panic. "So, what's up, Greenie?" He almost yelped at the air being blown into his ear. He turned to see a floating mouth and a floating ear. "Tokage. The one and only." The mouth smiled. "So, do you need help with any of this stuff, or?" He glanced at Yaoyorozu by his side and Tokage's mouth as he hatched an idea. "Actually, yes, I do need your help." He turned to the right. "Yamamo." Garnering the Ravenette's attention, he asked, "Do you know how to make a megaphone?" She nodded. "Yes, but why does that?" Her eyes widened when she realized what Midoriya was getting at. "Oh." Yaoyorozu proceeded to unbutton her vest and the lower half of her shirt, revealing her flat and smooth stomach. Midoriya quickly looked away out of respect, and to hide his reddening face. One of Tokage's eyes noticed her fellow verdette's reaction and grinned in amusement. "This guy is gonna be easy to tease." Tokage slyly mused. In a multicolored flash, Yaoyorozu created a white megaphone from her abdomen. "Here you go, Midori-kun." She handed the megaphone to him. "Thanks." He turned back to Tokage's mouth. "All right, Tokage, I need you to detach your upper body and pull me above the crowd." "Basking in the limelight like a pro hero, huh?" "Yeah, I'll help you out, green buddy." The shark teeth girl said, her mouth and ear flying off to reconnect with her body. She grinned as her upper body, waist and above, disconnected, the surrounding people staring at the action with wide eyes. "Jiro!" Midoriya called out. "Might want to cover your ears." Further down the wall, the purplet rocker girl was confused but complied with his request anyway. Tokage's upper body returned to Midoriya. "Hold on, Greenie." She cupped him from under his armpits and pulled up. She would admit, he was heavier than she imagined, and sturdier as well. It made her lick her lips. With a pop, Midoriya was above the sea of frightened students, though no one seemed to notice at all. Midoriya flipped on the megaphone and adjusted the device to its highest volume. "Everyone!" His amplified yell blared down the hall, causing nearly everyone to wince and cover. "May I have your attention? Stop what you're doing and listen." The majority of the crowd looked up in confusion at the verdette man with the megaphone being held up by a levitating greenette woman split off at the legs. Weird, but it was a world of quirks. Stranger things had been seen in the past. Midoriya lowered the megaphone's volume by a couple notches. Please settle down. He spoke in a firm, commanding tone. There's no need for panic. The reporters from this morning have somehow trespassed onto the campus. University security is dealing with them now. He informed them. Reporters? Was the confused statement that followed. Midoriya continued. Yes, it's just the press. No one's lives are endangered. Please, walk to your designated evacuation point so the staff knows your location. After this is done, we can continue on with our day. The mass of students began to calm down and, at a steady pace, made their way through the doorway. As the crowd dispersed, Tokage lowered Midoriya to the floor in an open spot where Yaoyorozu, Uraraka, and Ida gathered around him. Well, that was one heck of a show. Didn't know you had it in you to yell like that, Greenie. Tokage smiled as she reconnected with her lower body. Heh, you learned to find your voice when going through boot camp. Midoriya sheepishly commented. Tokage smiled and patted him on the back. Well, good job. Midoriya smiled. Yes. Good work, Midoriya. Ida bowed to him. You utilized our classmates' quirks and took control of the situation, as expected of our class's top student. Uraraka giggled at Ida's seriousness. Coming on a little strong there, aren't you, Ida? No kidding. Tokage snickered. You bow any further and you may hurt your back. Ida straightened up and blushed in embarrassment. Still, that was sound thinking on your part, Midori-kun. Yaoyorozu complimented after buttoning her vest and shirt back up. Couldn't have done it with you and Tokage. Thank you both. Midoriya said, making the two girls smile. Let's all walk and talk. Yaoyorozu suggested with a smile. We don't want to keep Aizawa-sensei waiting. They proceeded down the hallway and eventually met up with the rest of their group of friends further down the hallway, heading towards their designated evacuation spot. However, Midoriya couldn't shake the feeling that something felt off about the situation. The famed UA barrier was designed to keep out anyone who didn't have a student ID card or special entry permission ID. How in the world did the press manage to get past the gates then? Nizu, the UA Dean of Heroics, normally enjoyed his lunch. It was a time for quiet relaxation when he was alone, or easy conversation when he had company. However, he did not enjoy having his lunchtime interrupted, especially by an actual emergency. He stared at the security footage, his lunch forgotten. His gaze was completely focused on the gaping hole in the main gate. This was certainly a problem. He and the Heroics department staff, All Might included, were sitting around a table in one of the department's offices. Like Nizu, they were concerned and angry about what had happened. Someone had turned a section of the outer wall to dust, setting off the level 3 security alarms across the campus. I don't like it. Inui Ryo, also known as the hunting dog hero, Hound Dog, growled. He was 196 centimeters, 6 feet 5 inches, tall, had a scruffy blonde mane sticking straight out behind his head, and had the overall appearance of a canine due to his quirk, dog. He served as a member of UA's campus security team as well as a psychologist for Hero Department students. There were no reports of unauthorized personnel, he said through his growls and yips. Either the alarms scared them off, or they got what they wanted, Dean Nizu finished. Until we discover otherwise, we must assume the latter. Any ideas what they could have been after? Midnight inquired. Or better yet, who could have done this? Sadly, even I am not certain. Nizu admitted. Earlier, I got off a teleconference call with the president and head of campus security regarding this incident. The university will assure the students that everything is fine, but increase security across the campus. He then directed his attention to a certain haggard instructor. Eraserhead, can I ask you to bring in a few of your underground associates? If they can keep an eye on things from outside, the university would appreciate it. Aizawa Shota looked as tired as ever, but his eyes were focused. I have a few people I can call. They'll stay in civilian clothes. If the intruder is still around, they won't want to spook them. Thank you. Nizu nodded. Next week, Hero Classes A and B are scheduled to go to the USJ on Monday and Tuesday respectively. I would like you to accompany the field instructors on both trips, just in case. Aizawa glanced at All Might, who was in his shrunken form, and then nodded in understanding. Sure, I can do that. It might be overkill, but better to be safe than sorry. Nizu stated. I don't believe there's anything else from my end at this time. I'll inform you if anything else comes up. If there are no other matters, you should all return to your classes. The instructors stood and filed out of the room, yet Nizu remained in his seat while staring intently at the images of the damaged wall. It had been turned to dust somehow, and none of the reporters possessed a quirk capable of that. Nizu already had Power Loader analyzing the remains of the gate, but even he was baffled by it. It's clear that this was an attack of some kind. The Chimera asked himself. His intelligence quirk, high spec, was hard at work trying to put the pieces all together. But what was the objective? A shot across the bow? A declaration of war? Or did something evil slip in while everyone was distracted? With the police overseeing the removal and arrests of several reporters, order had been promptly restored at UA University and regular school activities resumed. With 3:30 p.m. rolling around, Class 101A was waiting in their foundational heroics room for their instructor All Might to show. Midoriya glanced at his watch and frowned. Toshinori's running late again. He can't make a habit of this, it sets a bad example. Is his body giving him issues, or was he dealing with the press? Before he could ponder the thought further, Kaminari walked up to Midoriya's desk. Hey, Midoriya-san, got a minute? The blonde asked. Hiya. What's up? He was a bit confused why Kaminari suddenly wanted to speak with him. He didn't dislike him or anything like that, as Kaminari seemed to be a cool laid-back dude, not too dissimilar from Siro, actually. Jiro was telling me you had some ideas I could use to improve my costume. Think you could tell me, soldier dude? He asked, sounding eager. Sure. But first, why don't you tell me a little more about your quirk first? Midoriya reached into his bag and pulled out the notebook he was using to catalog his classmates' quirks and skills. Kaminari grinned. Well, my quirk electrification allows my body to produce large voltages of electricity and fire it off into my surroundings. My current limit is 1.3 million volts, actually. That's impressive. Midoriya quickly jotted his max limit stat down, already having a fair amount of information on Kaminari's profile after witnessing his match yesterday. Although, I'm guessing you have no way to direct said electricity as of now, huh? He inquired. Your lightning went everywhere when you unleashed it yesterday, you even shocked your own teammate. Why? Kaminari chuckled sheepishly, rubbing the back of his neck. Hit the nail on the head there. Also, if I exceed my wattage limit, it'll cause my brain to short-circuit for an hour, like you already saw yesterday. Midoriya cupped his chin and his eyebrows scrunched, processing the information. Control rather than power will be your best friend, Kaminari. I'd talk to the support department ASAP. Have them develop a support item that functions similar to a circuit breaker of sorts. Anything that'll prevent you from short-circuiting your brain again. Yeah, that makes sense. Kaminari nodded. Honestly, I feel kinda stupid for not thinking of that sooner. Also, I'd look into support items that can channel your electricity or allow you to launch it with accuracy. Oh. He perked up as another idea entered his brain. Since you can cover yourself in electricity, why not utilize that? Ask if the support department can rework your costume into adding wiring or something into your costume. That way, you could use your power for offense and defense without having to release it from every part of your body. Kaminari's expression lit up. Dude, that'd be freaking awesome. Man, I can't believe I never thought of any of that. Thanks, man. You're a genius. Heh, I wouldn't say I'm a genius, but you're welcome. Midoriya smiled bashfully. Hopefully, it helps, Kaminari-san. I'll go straight to the support department after class. Thanks again, dude. Meanwhile, Uraraka and Yaoyorozu, who had been chatting with the other girls, discreetly glanced over at Midoriya. Overhearing his conversation with Kaminari, they couldn't help but smile proudly at their friend. In just one afternoon he had provided insight and good advice for 3 classmates, Jiro, Siro, and now Kaminari. It reminded both girls of how he had helped them with their costume designs a month prior. Midori-kun is so helpful. Yaoyorozu happily mused. An idea then occurred to the Ravenet. I wonder, could he provide insight for all of our classmates? Before she could entertain the thought further, the class's larger-than-life instructor finally arrived. Sorry that I am late, ladies and gentlemen. All Might, having adorned his Golden Age costume, entered the room with a rush of air behind him. But a hero's work is never done. Now, if all of you would take your seats, we can begin. As everyone sat down, Kaminari patted Midoriya's shoulder in thanks before returning to his desk with many ideas bouncing around in his head. Yesterday, all of you got a taste of using your quirks against another person. Today, we will be moving on to part 2 of our combat lesson with this. He pulled a card out from nowhere, which had the word outnumbered on it in bright, red letters. Bakugo smirked savagely. More fighting. Other students were also particularly excited to continue their combat training. Being outnumbered is a common combat scenario that heroes often find themselves in. All Might elaborated. Oftentimes villains will work in groups to pull off crimes. A hero must be prepared to face down multiple opponents alone if the situation calls for it. True. If you want to stay alive in this line of work, knowing how to hold your own against multiple opponents is essential. Midoriya nodded, agreeing with All Might's statement. Pressing a button, the wall split open with the costume briefcase racks sliding out. Get dressed into your costumes and then meet me at Gym Alpha. Remember, time is of the essence. Yes, sir. The class responded. Class 101 quickly suited up into their costumes, and though Midoriya was still the last one ready, he managed to finish in time to walk out with the rest of his classmates. He definitely needed to consult with Coulson on options to decrease suit-up time. The students were now standing in front of All Might inside a large concrete gymnasium dubbed Gym Alpha, one of UA's training facilities for hero students. Listen up, newbies. All Might called out, having the class's undivided attention. For today's lesson, each one of you will be facing off against 3 opponents. The class quietly chatted amongst each other. Some were excited, others not so much. Midoriya could already feel Bakugo glaring at the back of his head again. The ash blonde clearly wanted another shot at him. Now then, do we have any volunteers to be the first hero? All Might asked, and multiple hands immediately shot up. All Might quickly scanned over the group of students and decided. Let's have young Yaoyorozu go first. An annoyed Bakugo lowered his hand, grumbling to himself. Yes, sensei. Yaoyorozu stepped forward. For your opponents, the blonde titan looked over the class. Let's have young Tsunatori, young Aoyama, and young Mineta. The foreign pony girl, sparkling French-Japanese man, and the purple-headed pervert stepped up and stood across from Yaoyorozu. Meanwhile, the rest of the class stepped back further down the street while All Might explained the rules. The matches will be decided by capture or time limit. If the hero is restrained and unable to move, the villain team wins. If all 3 villains are rendered unable to move or if 5 minutes pass, then the hero wins. All Might explained. The same combat rules from yesterday still apply. I want everyone to give it their all, but do not try to seriously hurt your opponent. Does everyone understand? Yes, sensei. The class acknowledged. This should be good, Midoriya murmured as he reached into his belt's pouch and pulled out a notebook and pen, eager to take notes on his classmates. Standing close to him, Uraraka saw this and smirked in amusement. He was so cute when he got excited. She blinked at that thought. Alright, begin. All Might yelled while leaping backwards to give the students space. Yaoyorozu instantly created a metal staff from her arm. With a swift spin, she caught several of Mineta's purple ball on the pole. Great reflexes. Yamamo did mention one time that she practiced bojutsu growing up. We're finally getting to see her skills on full display. Midoriya thought excitedly, jotting down notes. Yaoyorozu leapt to her right to dodge Aoyama's naval laser. She then demonstrated her flexibility by bending backwards to avoid a pair of Tsunatori's flying horns. Not wanting to give 3 ranged fighters space to work, Yaoyorozu dashed forward. Creating a net from her stomach, she tossed it at a backpedaling Mineta. The pop-off user threw his ball at the net, but the move didn't stop it from covering him and sticking the net to the ground. Sirbi. Unable to force the net off, Mineta realized that his own quirk had been turned against him. His ball stuck to everything but him, and now they'd stuck the net to the ground. And he didn't possess anywhere near the strength needed to tear the net. Young Mineta has been captured. With Mineta out, Tsunotori and Aoyama split up to try and pincer Yaoyorozu. She's fast, Tsunotori commented while jumping on top of a pair of horns and flying forward. But not as fast as me. She grinned confidently. Nor as fast as my sparkles either, mademoiselle. Aoyama called out, firing his laser at the ravenet. Yaoyorozu managed to dodge in time and multicolored light shone off her right hand. Seconds later, a canister rolled along the ground. With a hiss, the canister erupted into a thick white plume of smoke that obscured Tsunotori and Aoyama's vision. Oh no! Tsunotori stopped in midair. Where'd she go? I don't know. Aoyama looked around frantically. Tsunotori dislodged her horns from her head, with another pair immediately regrowing to take their place. She telekinetically guided one to Aoyama's position while keeping the other close to her. Here, grab onto that. I'll get us out of W. Tsunotori was taken off guard by Yaoyorozu jumping out from the smoke with her staff. Put on the defensive, she tried to hit her with her spare horn, but the ravenet surprisingly shattered it with a hard swipe from her metal staff. With a heave, Yaoyorozu tossed the staff directly at Tsunotori's head. Oof! With no time to dodge, the hit knocked Tsunotori off her horns and to the ground. As she tried to sit up, she discovered that the pole was stuck to the left side of her face and the ground with Mineta's pop-off ball, effectively pinning her down. Tsunotori grunted in frustration at realizing she couldn't free herself. I'm not done yet. Before she could disconnect two more horns, an object emerged from the smoke cloud and something sticky splattered onto the blonde's head. Huh! Tsunotori yelled, slipping into English. What the hell? She tried to dislodge her horns, but they were effectively stuck to her head by a viscous instant-drying glue. The other girls nearby grimaced and inwardly sympathized with Tsunotori at the sight of glue in her long hair. Yaoyorozu certainly didn't mess around. To make matters worse, she was positioned in a way where she was facing away from the action and couldn't readjust. The pony girl came to a quick conclusion. Ah darn. She slumped her shoulders in defeat. Young Tsunotori has been captured. All Might announced. 3 minutes remain. As the haze cleared away, Aoyama nervously looked around to see both of his teammates captured. Ce n'est pas bon. He slipped into French. Spotting Yaoyorozu rushing towards him, he fired his laser once more. Yaoyorozu, however, had already made everything she needed under the cover of smoke. Attached to her right forearm via straps was a circular mirror that deflected Aoyama's laser off to the side. With her free left hand, Yaoyorozu held up a single-shot riot gun and pulled the trigger. A sound of compressed gas rang out as a large RBB bullet slammed into Aoyama's torso above his navel belt, forcing him to double over. The Frenchman collapsed to his knees as he hacked and wheezed, the breath knocked out of him. My tummy, he painfully uttered. Forming a new staff, Yaoyorozu held up the staff to Aoyama's neck. Surrender. Exercise over. All Might called out. Yaoyorozu wins. Yaoyorozu withdrew her staff as she heard the cheers and applause from most of her classmates. That was awesome. Midoriya internally cheered. She used her opponent's strengths against them. Well done, Yamamo. Checking to make sure that Aoyama wasn't too injured, the sparkling Frenchman assured Yaoyorozu he'd be fine. Regardless, he was definitely going to Recovery Girl after class to heal the bruise on his torso. Making a box cutter, Yaoyorozu cut the net trapping Mineta with a single swipe and walked over to Tsunotori. Yaoyorozu then made a solution to dissolve the glue in Tsunotori's hair and carefully broke her staff with a small amount of acid, leaving only a small section and Mineta's pop-off ball stuck to Tsunotori's face. The short boy assured Tsunotori that the ball would fall in a couple hours, much to her dismay. She didn't enjoy having something that was a part of the class pervert stuck to her face. As the four walked back to the class, Uraraka consolingly patted Tsunotori's back. Don't worry, Tsunotori. She encouraged her. You'll do better next time. Thanks. Tsunotori smiled appreciatively. No hard feelings, I hope. Yaoyorozu asked hesitantly. Tsunotori smiled and waved off. Nah, one loss isn't gonna get me down. I'll learn from this. That's the spirit. Tokage slapped her smaller friend's back. Good attitude, Midoriya complimented. Besides, you still got your match as the hero to look forward to. So you could still get a win today. Right. Tsunotori nodded in determination. Excellent work from our first group. All Might praised with his signature smile. Congratulations to you, young Yaoyorozu. A most excellent match. Thank you, sensei. Momo bowed with a smile. You made excellent use of both your quirk and your opponent's quirks. All Might nodded to the Ravenet. That's the kind of thinking and resourcefulness that will take you far in the hero field. I was just using what I knew of their quirks beforehand. Yaoyorozu replied. I learned the value of being able to quickly analyze a person's quirk firsthand. The Ravenet glanced at Midoriya. Looking up from his notebook, the Verdette smiled brightly at her and Yaoyorozu felt her cheeks heat up slightly. His smile is very nice. She mused as a warm feeling swelled in her chest. As brilliant as the heiress was, she couldn't identify what it was at that moment. You applied it very well. All Might nodded to her. Thank you, sensei. Yaoyorozu bowed again before returning to the class. Now for our next matchup. All Might's gaze shifted to a certain individual in the crowd. Let's set the bar higher. That way everyone else will push themselves further. Let's have young Midoriya as the hero with young Ida, young Sato, and young Shiro as the villains. All Might instructed and the four young men stepped forward while Bakugo groaned in mild frustration. He badly wanted a round two. Ida inwardly wasn't too thrilled at playing a villain again, but he'd do his best regardless. Putting his notebook away, Midoriya straightened up and put on his helmet. He stepped near the center of the gym with Sato, Shiro, and Ida standing in front of him several meters away. In an open setting like this gym, I don't have many rebound options for throwing the shield. Midoriya inwardly noted. He looked at his three opponents with a keen eye. Sato's sugar rush gives him enhanced strength and durability when he consumes sugar. Sato's tape greatly enhances his mobility and gives him many options for capturing opponents. Ida's engine makes him really fast and he can dish out powerful kicks. Strength, mobility, and speed. It's a formidable team. Midoriya pulled the shield off his back and slipped his left arm through the straps. He resumed a fighter's stance while adopting a stern, focused expression. Let's see if they can put it all together. Uraraka nudged Yaoyorozu and whispered, He's in the zone again. Yaoyorozu wordlessly nodded in agreement. Both girls looked at their three classmates pitted against Midoriya and their minds briefly flashed back to the scene in the alleyway. They knew firsthand that Midoriya could hold his own against multiple opponents, so the exercise wouldn't be anything new to him. The brunette and Ravenet were admittedly curious to see how he'd fare against stronger, more competent opponents. If only they knew. Begin. All Might called out. Hey Midoriya. Sato called out while Shiro and Ida split off to cover Midoriya's back. Let's find out whose enhancer quirk is the strongest. With that said, the brunette teen pulled a container off his belt and dumped the contents into his mouth. Sato's body bulked up and he charged at the Verdette headfirst. Midoriya waited to expertly sidestep Sato's charge, causing him to put on the brakes and turn to face his opponent. Losing his momentum, Sato followed up with a series of punches that Midoriya dodged or parried. Sato's strong in this state, but as Sato threw a right haymaker, Midoriya grabbed the extended arm and tossed the bulky brunette over his head and into an unsuspecting Shiro standing off to the side with a comical slam. His moves are way too predictable. Hearing the sound of a revving engine, Midoriya turned to see Ida blitzing in with a roundhouse kick aimed at his head, which he swiftly ducked under. As the engine user's feet returned to the ground, he pressed forward with a series of high-powered kicks. With his quirk, Ida's fighting style naturally revolves around kicking. Midoriya internally rationalized. So I have a good idea of what moves he'll use. With a keen eye and quick reflexes, Midoriya managed to duck and pivot away from the kicks which were breaking apart the concrete floor around them. With his opponent avoiding his kicks to the head and legs, Ida such tactics and aimed a right kick for the midsection. Midoriya quickly brought up the shield in time to block the kick, causing him to stagger back from the force, but the impact also shattered the armored plating on Ida's right boot in the process. What? Ida's eyes widened in shock as the broken pieces of his mufflers clanged to the floor. His shield broke through my armor? While his opponent was distracted, Midoriya adopted a savate stance and executed a jab into the side of Ida's helmet. Ida painfully grimaced from the powerful hit and was shocked to see that his face guard had caved in too. Midoriya followed up with driving the tip of his boot into Ida's midsection, denting the metal pipes on his costume, and then sent a right cross into Ida's armored temple. With Ida staggering back, Midoriya pivoted on his right leg to deliver a swift left roundhouse kick into Ida's head that knocked him off to the side. Ida groaned with his head ringing inside his now dented helmet. "Tu es sérieux?" Aoyama exclaimed in French, before reverting back to Japanese. "It's savate." "What's that?" Kirishima asked. Most of the class was bemused as well. Boxe française, or savate, is a Frenchman kickboxing sport that involves using feet and hands. Aoyama explained. "My word, I am positively surprised that Midoriya-san knows it." "Huh, that's kinda cool." Kirishima commented. "Yeah, look at those moves." Uraraka exclaimed excitedly. Yaoyorozu cupped her chin thoughtfully. "I wonder if he learned it in the military." "Who the hell cares?" Bakugo tersely remarked. "If it were me out there, I would have already ended this stupid fight. Some stupid French fighting moves won't save him from my explosions." "You should feel proud, Aoyama-san." Ashido grinned, patting his armored shoulder. "He's kicking but in honor of your country." This fact made Aoyama sparkle brighter in pride. "Yeah," Tokage chimed in, "since you lost badly, Midoriya's having to pick up the slack for you." That comment made the blonde's shine momentarily diminish. "Raph!" Sato charged at Midoriya like a raging bull. At the last second, the super soldier spun around the raging brunette's lunge and immediately kicked his opponent in the back of his head, sending Sato stumbling to the ground in a daze. At the distinct sound of Siro's tape dispensing, Midoriya immediately jumped back to narrowly avoid a strand of tape aimed for his legs. Ciro grinned confidently behind his helmet's visor. "Can't dodge me forever, Midoriya." Holding out both arms, Ciro proceeded to shoot off an onslaught of tape. The green super soldier demonstrated his acrobatic skills by jumping, somersaulting, and flipping around and in between Ciro's tape lines. Off to the sidelines, Ashido was bouncing in glee from the acrobatic display. "Oh wow! His dodging is incredible!" she squealed. "Man, they teach everyone in the military those moves?" Kirishima commented. Yaoyorozu furrowed her brows thoughtfully. "That's a good question." Ciro, meanwhile, was growing more frustrated that he hadn't landed a single hit on his target. "Come on. Just hold still for a second." He continued firing multiple strands of tape, all without paying any attention to where the tape was going after Midoriya avoided them. "Ciro!" The plain-looking man paused and finally noticed that all the tape he had been dispensing had hit Sato while he was dazed on the floor behind Midoriya, effectively trapping him in a tape cocoon on the floor. "Your aim stinks, dude," Sato yelled as he struggled to break free. Oh, look out," Ciro said sheepishly. Aside from Bakugo and Todoroki, most of Class 101A laughed at the comical scene. Even Yaoyorozu couldn't suppress an amused chuckle. Chortling to himself, All Might asked, "Young Sato, can you move?" Sato felt the effects of his sugar wearing off and with his arms pinned to the floor, he couldn't reach for more on his belt. "No." He sighed in disappointment, slumping in defeat. "Young Sato has been captured," All Might announced. 2 minutes remain. "Sorry man," Ciro said apologetically. "One down. 2 more to go." Midoriya thought. Wanting to make up for his blunder, Ciro fired off even more tape from his elbow dispensers. Midoriya did an impressive job gracefully avoiding most of the strands, but one finally managed to land on his right forearm. Gotcha! Tero exclaimed. Victoriously. Midoriya smirked. You sure? Grabbing the tape, the verdette spun around and pulled Tero off his feet. He then swung Tero into an unexpected Ida, who was just regaining his bearings. These guys are way too reliant on their quirks. Midoriya analyzed while pulling the tape off his arm. Their moves are predictable. He briefly paused. Well, they are amateurs, so I guess I shouldn't be too hard on them. After all, he had once been a complete novice at fighting not too long ago, relative to him, that is. You okay, man? Tero grunted, picking himself off the concrete floor. I'm fine. Ida assured. This guy knows what he's doing. Any ideas? The tape user inquired. The second Ida's son shifted his gaze to their mutual green-clad opponent and devised an impromptu strategy. Tero, go high and tape him up. He said quietly. I'll run around and take him down once he's restrained. Tero wordlessly nodded and shot a tape line at the gymnasium rafters, quickly pulling himself up. However, with his keen ears, Midoriya overheard their planning and immediately reacted by throwing the shield upward. Tero was too slow to react as the metal disc struck him in the torso, bouncing off to the adjacent wall. Tero broke free from his line and collapsed to the ground in a pained heap, trying to catch his breath. Ow! Tero painfully groaned. Tero! Ida shouted out. Young Tero is out. All Might declared at seeing how winded the tape user was. Better to play it safe than be sorry, he thought. 2 down. Midoriya caught the shield, which had bounced off the far wall and then the floor back to him, with his outstretched right hand. He then shifted his sights to the white metal knight. 1 to go. You won't succeed, hero. Ida dramatically declared while rushing toward him at incredible speed even with his right boot setup broken. Midoriya didn't try to dodge. Instead, he rushed forward to take the knight head-on, much to everyone's surprise. Ida was confused. Surely his friend didn't think he could overcome him when he was going this fast? When he realized what Midoriya was doing, it was already too late. At the right moment, Midoriya slid to his knees, bracing the shield in front of him with both arms, and took Ida's legs out from underneath him. Ida flipped over and his back slammed on the ground with a loud thud. Before he could recover, Midoriya somersaulted and landed on Ida's armored chest. He placed the shield's circular edge at Ida's neck. Yield. Exercise over. All Might called out. Midoriya wins. With that declaration, Midoriya's demeanor took a complete 180 as his intense, steely-eyed look was replaced with a bright, confident smile. Good match. Withdrawing his shield to place it on his back, Midoriya stood up and offered a hand to Ida, which he accepted and pulled him to his feet. You all right, Ida? I am fine. Well done, Midoriya. Ida complimented while making chopping motions with his arms. Your skills are quite impressive. You must have worked hard to learn them. Hey, you could say that. He chuckled sheepishly. Midoriya and Ida walked over to Sato and freed him from Tero's tape using the former's shield to cut through it. The 3 young men then came to Tero's side and helped him back to his feet as he was beginning to catch his breath and walked under his own power. Excellent work, young men. All Might gave a thumbs up to them. Young Midoriya, you kept calm and nullified your opponent's strengths. A job well done. Thank you, All Might Sensei. Midoriya bowed respectfully, making Yagi feel giddy. All Might continued. Though you 3 on the villain team lost, there is much you can take from this exercise that I'm sure Aizawa will debrief on tomorrow. Still, well done. I'm impressed with how far you've come in only our 2nd combat lesson. Thank you, Sensei. The 3 bowed to the number 1 hero. As the 4 moved to rejoin their class, Midoriya finally noticed the damage done to Ida's costume. Hey, sorry about your costume, Ida. He sheepishly rubbed the back of his neck. Ida pulled off his damaged helmet, revealing several bruises on his face. It's quite all right, Midoriya. He smiled, placing the helmet under his right arm. I'll visit the support department after class and have them repair it for next week. Still, sorry for the inconvenience. Again, don't fret over it. Accidents like these are bound to happen in the hero course. he stated while making chopping motions with his left arm. Midoriya nodded in acceptance and briefly studied Ida's costume. I wonder if he could make improvements to the mufflers on his legs to provide extra move when needed? Something to consider. Meanwhile, All Might discreetly glanced in Midoriya's direction. You could have ended that fight sooner, Cap, but you chose to give them opportunities to work together. He smiled to himself. I suppose I'm not the only instructor here. He chuckled internally. All right. The next group will be. With that, class continued with everyone getting one turn as the hero and fighting on the villain team at least a few times. 2 days later, the first week of UA University's spring semester was completed. Saturday had arrived and Midoriya and Uraraka were visiting Yaoyorozu's house for the first time today. After a few minutes of discussion over text, the trio agreed to meet up around 10 o'clock, 10 a.m., with Uraraka managing to convince Midoriya to ignore his 15-minute early rule for the day, and then spend the day doing whatever came to mind. There was no real plan, but Yaoyorozu suggested something relaxing, like spending time in her family's library. The point was to enjoy each other's company. Midoriya and Uraraka left their apartment building together at around 9:30 a.m. to jump on a train, taking the best route to Yaoyorozu's home. After disembarking the train and a 10-minute walk, the pair had finally arrived at their heiress friend's house at exactly 10. Only one word could be used to describe it. Whoa, Uraraka whispered. Yeah. Midoriya nodded, wide-eyed. I mean, I knew she was rich, but, yeah, whoa. The Yaoyorozu estate was massive. Calling it a mansion would have been a disservice. Only the front could be seen from the pair's spot at the front of the fancy metal gate, and though it wasn't as tall as their apartment building, it likely still exceeded it in pure mass alone. Midoriya glanced down at himself and felt underdressed as he was wearing his red ankle-high laced boots, blue jeans, and his brown leather jacket over a white t-shirt with "T-shirt" printed on it. He also had his yellow satchel hanging from his right shoulder. Maybe I should have worn one of my buttoned shirts and a nicer pair of breathes? Midoriya commented, feeling a little more than out of place in such a high-end neighborhood. How do you think I feel? Uraraka said, a hint of worry in her tone. I'm even more casual. The brunette was wearing pink shoes, black leggings and pink shorts that reached to her mid-thighs, and a white shirt with the number 13 printed on it with her black school bag strapped to her back. Her hair was done in her usual short messy ponytail, leaving 2 strands to frame her face. Well, she did say to dress casually, so maybe we're just overthinking it. Midoriya noted, and then pressed the button on the side of the gate. A few seconds later, Yaoyorozu's voice came out of the speaker. Oh, wonderful. You're here. One moment, let me open the gate for you. Midoriya chuckled as he could almost hear the smile in Yaoyorozu's voice. She sounds really happy, huh? Uraraka smiled ruefully. I guess we're the first friends she's had over, huh? Probably. He smiled determinedly. Let's make this a fun, relaxing day. That's what this is about. Uraraka nodded, grinning. Right. The metal gate slid open and allowed the pair to walk down a cobblestone pathway toward the main doorway. The large doors opened right before they approached it. Yaoyorozu stood in the doorway and beamed. She was wearing a fancy yellow blouse, white mid-thigh shorts that showcased her smooth defined legs, and brown sandals with her long raven hair let down. Oh wow. She looks really good with her hair let down. And her smile is so appealing. Midoriya felt his face get a tad warmer. I'm so glad you made it. Welcome to our home. She ushered them both inside. Midoriya and Uraraka put their shoes onto beautifully carved wooden shelves near the entrance. Yaoyorozu then took them on an abbreviated tour throughout the mansion. Needless to say, Midoriya and Uraraka were blown away by the amount of rooms and ornate objects filling their vision. They couldn't help but wonder what Yaoyorozu's family did to earn such a fortune. Along the way, Uraraka stopped to look at one of the paintings hanging in the hallway. It was an oil painting of Captain America from the chest up with his helmet on, and the edge of his shield taking up most of the bottom right corner. With a few freckles dotting the exposed area of his face, he was looking forward with a strong, confident expression. His bright emerald eyes were a stark contrast to the darker blues, white, and reds on the canvas. In the far bottom right corner were small black initials that Midoriya couldn't quite make out without getting closer. Midoriya blinked in surprise. Wow, that's pretty spot on. The artist even got my freckles and eyes right. That's a first. He then noticed the small bronze tag on the frame labeled, The Man of Courage. That's quite the title. He suddenly felt sheepish. Oh wow, Yamamo. Uraraka gushed. I have a poster of this painting in my room back at my parents' place. Yaoyorozu smiled proudly and stepped toward the painting. This has been in our family for many generations. This is number 1 out of the 5 original Man of Courage pieces, believe it or not. No way. Uraraka was stunned. I thought all the originals were in museums or something. Well, from what father told me, Yaoyorozu explained, this was painted for someone in our family not too long after the captain's death. The rest were safely stored away for the historical archives. It was a good thing too, as the dark times shortly followed after. Many things were lost or destroyed during those terrible years. Midoriya's curiosity was piqued. Yaoyorozu had previously mentioned that someone in her family had known him well. But who was it? You said one of your ancestors knew the captain. Do you know who they were? He inquired. The Ravenette shook her head. Father hasn't told me their name yet. He told me he'd share it with me someday soon, whenever that is. Why such a big secret? Uraraka tilted her head, confused. Yaoyorozu lowered her head thoughtfully. I don't know, actually. I suppose he has his reasons. The trio then proceeded down the hallway, but Midoriya stopped to glance back at the old painting. He stared at it momentarily with a wistful smile before following after his 2 best friends. So, random question. Do you guys think the captain had blue or green eyes? Uraraka asked. Green. Yaoyorozu quickly answered. Uraraka blinked. Really? She clearly hadn't expected that answer. Well, that painting was done only a year after Captain America's death. His likeness was undoubtedly still fresh in the artist's mind. Yaoyorozu explained. Yeah, that makes sense. Uraraka admitted. I always thought it'd be blue since it matches his suit better. Midoriya smiled awkwardly off to the side. That doesn't determine a person's eye color, Ochako. Uraraka turned to her verdette friend curiously. What about you, Midori-kun? Green or blue? Green. For the same reasons that Yamamo pointed out. He then remembered something else. Although, I do believe he wore blue-colored contact lenses when he was doing those shows in America, for the same reason you pointed out, Uraraka-chan. That's likely where most of the eye color debate stems from. Though neither were my original eye color anyway. He inwardly noted. A silly decision on the captain's part, quite honestly. Yaoyorozu adopted a cute frown. There was no reason for him to hide his true eye color. Personally, I find the captain much more attractive with green eyes anyway. Midoriya turned away, trying to hide his blush. Do you now? Uraraka grinned slyly before she leaned closer to her friend's ear. By the way, speaking of the captain, how's the next chapter coming along? It's already done. I'm just doing some last-minute edits. Yaoyorozu whispered back. I should have it out by this evening actually. Looking forward to it. Uraraka winked. You really left everyone hanging with that crazy cliffhanger. Yaoyorozu giggled. Well, it does give readers a reason to come back for more. Midoriya could overhear what his female friends were discussing, and pet an eyebrow in confusion. Cliffhanger? Is Yamamo writing a book or something? He'd ask her about it later. The tour soon ended in an enormous dining hall. Please, make yourselves comfortable while I get the tea. Yaoyorozu happily requested. Midoriya and Uraraka both took a seat on an oak that, despite its fine craftsmanship, was incredibly comfortable. He chuckled a bit. I feel like I should be paying to sit down, Yano? Uraraka glanced around the room before looking back at him. I could fit every relative I have in just this room. It's bigger than my parents' house. The verdette nodded. I get the feeling. My old apartment back home wasn't half the size of this room. Is something the matter? Yaoyorozu pushed a trolley that held a set of teacups that were likely worth more than the stipend Midoriya received from S.H.I.E.L.D. in several months combined. It's nothing. Midoriya was nonchalant. I guess we weren't expecting your house to be this big. It's really cool. Oh, thank you. Yayarosa began handing out tea and slices of cake. To be honest, it's wonderful to have you both over. Usually it's just the staff and my parents' business partners. Midoriya nodded. I see. Though she's not technically alone, this is probably the first time she's had friends her age over like this. In a way, the green super soldier could empathize with the creation heiress. Thank you for all of this, Yamamo. He gestured to the tea and then the room in general. Yeah, Uraraka echoed the sentiment. It's really nice to get to hang out with you like this. Yayarosa blushed. Please, it's the least that I could do. Uraraka giggled. If this is the least, what happens if you pull out all the stops, Yamamo? I'd imagine gold-plated robots serving meals from a 5-star restaurant. Midoriya light-heartedly remarked. Well, actually, do have those. Yayarosa became bashful, her cheeks turning pink. Midoriya and Uraraka both blinked, equally dumbfounded by the Ravenette's confession. So much money, both collectively thought. Some time passed as the trio settled in and became comfortable. They enjoyed the tea, imperial golden tips, Yayarosa's favorite, and slices of cake, having casual conversation regarding their first week at UA. I gotta say, Uraraka sighed as she sat her teacup down, I wasn't expecting us to hit the ground running in the first week. Yes, Yayarosa nodded, but it is par for the course of attending a prestigious academy such as UA. Much is expected of us. Though the non-heroic courses were fairly standard, their 2 heroic courses were tough and didn't leave them much room to breathe. With a sudden Quirk apprehension test on the first day, battle trials on the second day, and more combat-related lessons filling up the rest of the week in the training gyms, things had certainly been busy for the trio. The first week's always the toughest. Once we get our bearings though, we'll adjust to the craziness. Midoriya stated. You seem to have handled it all quite well, Midori-kun. Yayarosa pointed out. Yeah, Uraraka added, I don't remember seeing you really struggle at any point during the exercises. Well, Midoriya scratched his cheek bashfully, with all due respect to you, my first week in the army was a lot tougher. Peg-chan made sure that week of training was hell for me. He sheepishly mused. Also, he continued, at the time when I enlisted, I was nowhere near as strong as I am now. So, it was definitely a struggle for me starting off. The revelation took both girls off guard. Really? That's kind of surprising, Midori-kun. Uraraka said in disbelief. Odd. Yayarosa adopted a cute thinking pose. Given the nature of your augmentation quirk, I would have presumed physical-related exercises would come naturally to you. If only you knew. The super soldier internally sighed, and then proceeded to give his modified backstory. I know it may sound crazy, but for most of my life, my quirk remained dormant. I'm not sure why, honestly. Midoriya shrugged. Because of that, I wasn't as strong as I should have been and was significantly behind everyone else in anything physical related. But when I enlisted in the army, a quirk doctor at the base I trained at recognized my issue and she helped me overcome it. So, this doctor essentially helped bring out your inner strength then? Yayarosa asked. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Uraraka giggled. That is pretty cool, but also kind of cheesy if you think about it, Midori-kun. Yeah, he smiled awkwardly. I guess it is, huh? It's not a complete lie, I guess. Just the truth being retold in a modern setting. Midoriya assured himself, but still felt bad deep down. After the tea and cake, they were brought a light lunch, which looked like something Midoriya and Uraraka had seen on a high-class cooking show, by several maids, whose uniforms were probably more expensive than their nicest clothes. Once that was done, Yayarosa brought them to the library, a large room with huge shelves carrying books on practically every subject that Midoriya could imagine. Wow! Uraraka gaped. This is almost as big as the public library. Yeah. Midoriya dumbly nodded. The library in this house is a tad smaller than the ones in our other homes. Yayarosa casually noted. But I do hope it will suffice for our needs. Uraraka whirled towards her, wide-eyed. You have more than one house? Oh, our family has several estates throughout Japan. Yaoyorozu answered casually. One for every season, huh? Midoriya playfully commented. Yaoyorozu smiled brightly. Yes. That reminds me, if possible, I'd love to take you both to our winter and summer homes in the future. Midoriya was taken aback. Oh, she was serious? That's awfully kind of you, Yamamo. He smiled. Yamamo. Uraraka embraced her Ravenet friend, happy tears brimming in her eyes. She struggled to comprehend not only her friend's fortune, but her incredible kindness as well. Yaoyorozu truly was born with everything, and yet had few, if any, friends before meeting her and Midoriya. It won't be that way anymore. We're here for you, Yamamo. The gravity girl inwardly resolved. After Uraraka finished hugging her friend, Yaoyorozu gave them a brief tour around the library. As they passed through the science section, Uraraka surprisingly took interest in a beginner's guide into physics. Both Midoriya and Yaoyorozu encouraged her to read it, saying it could help her in understanding and applying her quirk more. The brunette agreed with their logic, and Yaoyorozu happily loaned the book to her. What really caught Midoriya's attention was an entire section on pro-heroes. As they walked down the row, he noticed one shelf entirely dedicated to Captain America. There were a variety of older and newer books neatly organized on the shelf. Uraraka playfully nudged Midoriya in the ribs. Yamamo may have you beat for the number 1 Kapotaku, Midori-kun. You know, Midoriya rubbed the nape of his neck. You may be right, Uraraka-chan. Yaoyorozu turned away with a small blush. My parents were big fans of the captain. My father, especially. I suppose his passion rubbed off on me as well growing up. Some of these books look really old. Uraraka pointed out. Actually, I don't recognize most of them. Most of these have been in our family for a while. Some aren't even in publication anymore. Yaoyorozu informed her. She reached up to grab one of the books. This is one of my favorites. It was a first-hand account from one of the Howling Commandos. As the girls conversed over the book, Midoriya walked ahead and scanned the shelves of books that covered various pro-heroes throughout history. A few names he recognized from his private studies, but most he was unfamiliar with. One shelf with a yellow plastic bookmark sticking out caught his attention. Right by the marker was an older, black book titled Astro, in yellow lettering going down the spine. Curious, he tentatively reached out to grab the book and looked at the cover, which displayed a faded image of a raven-haired woman in a black, sleeveless bodysuit with yellow gloves and white boots flying above city buildings. Astro, the trailblazer for female heroes. He carefully opened the book to the front page's publication information to see it had been printed in. That's a biography of Shimura Nana, Yaoyorozu said as she and Uraraka walked up to him. Astro was her hero name. My mother was a big fan. She even met her once. Astroha. Midoriya glanced back at the book's cover. I'm guessing her quirk allowed her to fly? Yaoyorozu nodded. Yes, she also seemed to have some kind of super strength as well. Some argued if she possessed 2 quirks or not, but Shimura-san always dodged the question when she was asked about it. That's interesting. Midoriya mused. Shimura Nana? Uraraka looked lost. Who was she? She was the first woman to get into Japan's top 10 heroes. Yaoyorozu eagerly answered. Most agree she was the one who helped women break into Japan's pro-hero business. If I'm being honest, Shimura-san inspired me more than any other female hero. Really? Uraraka shrugged. How come I've never heard of her? Her name was never mentioned anywhere in my pro-hero research. Midoriya thought. Yaoyorozu adopted a sad look. Well, sadly, she died in a fight with a villain a little over 30 years ago. Heroes dying to villains, especially the more popular ones, isn't something the government wants covered, so they let her fade into obscurity. I think they pulled all of her merchandise within a few months after her death. They didn't even say who the villain was, or if they were caught. Midoriya's face contorted into a scowl. That's no way to honor a fallen hero. Yaoyorozu nodded solemnly. Yes, I agree. But I suppose it is the reality of entering the pro-hero business. Right? Not everyone's sacrifice will be remembered. Midoriya shook his head to dispel that melancholic thought. He looked back at the book in his hands. Is it okay if I read this, Yamamo? Midoriya asked. Yes, by all means, the Ravenet happily said. With their books selected, the trio sat down in a nice lounging area with very comfortable leather couches and started reading. A set of large windows let in sunlight, providing adequate natural lighting. Every now and then, either one would speak up to casually converse and comment over what they were reading. Uraraka was starting on her introduction book to physics, Yaoyorozu was in the middle of what appeared to be a romance story of some kind, and Midoriya was reading through Shimura's biography. During that time, Yaoyorozu called her personal butler, a kind old, bespectacled man with short gray hair and light blue eyes, to serve another round of tea. Midoriya was enthralled as he read through Shimura's life story and the many obstacles she faced and overcame. During his readings, he sometimes couldn't help but pause and admire the images of Shimura spread throughout the book. She was very appealing, and her tough, strong demeanor described throughout the bio reminded him an awful lot of Peggy. However, there was one matter regarding the flying heroine, Astro, that concerned him. Astro's quirk, float, allowed her to levitate in the air. But only a few years after the start of her hero career, it's reported she started suddenly displaying feats of super strength. Plus, her speed while flying had increased significantly too. Midoriya cupped his chin thoughtfully. Her faster airtime speed could be explained away through training, or even a quirk awakening possibly. But the super strength? That just seems to come out of nowhere. Midoriya silently gasped as a possibility entered his mind. No, it couldn't be the super soldier serum, right? The formula was lost. Unless. His eyes widened slightly. All for One was able to replicate it? He did have the prototype serum in his blood. Maybe he had his blood studied and developed something similar to Teruko's superior version? That's a scary thought. Still, the timeline isn't matching up. Theoretically, Astro would have had to receive the serum up to 100 years after the war. No way All for One and his supporters would still be around after that long, right? Midori-kun, are you all right? Midoriya glanced up to see Yaoyorozu was looking at him worriedly. Oh, yeah. Midoriya replied. I was just getting really into Shimura-san's biography. That's all. Uraraka, who had been sitting across the couch from him, was curious and scooted closer towards him. Glancing down at the book, she noted the full-page picture of Shimura, in her young adult years, wearing casual clothing that emphasized her curvaceous body. This mildly irked the brunette. Midori-kun, are you sure you weren't just gawking at that picture of Shimura-san? She narrowed her eyes, her tone suspicious. What? And no, it's not like that. Midoriya's face flushed. I mean, she is appealing, I'll admit, but I wasn't thinking those kinds of thoughts. It's just, from what this book says about Shimura-san, she sounded like an amazing woman, and an even better hero. I wish I could have gotten to meet her. He was sincere about that. Oh, I see. Uraraka felt a little bad for calling out Midoriya, and then glanced back at the picture with new interest. I wonder though if she's the type of woman that Midori-kun is attracted to. She briefly considered that thought. Hey, Midori-kun, do you think I could borrow that book after you're done? Uraraka asked. Yeah, sure. He smiled. I'm almost done with it actually. Really? Yaoyorozu then noticed Midoriya's place near the end of the book. Have you read that far ahead already? She sounded impressed. Yeah. He nodded. My mental processing is enhanced along with the rest of my body, so I can read pretty fast. And you don't miss anything while reading that fast? She questioned. For the most part, no. He smirked. Not to sound arrogant or anything. I see. So he does have eidetic memory then. Yaoyorozu thought. I'm so jealous. Uraraka bemoaned. That'd make studying so much easier. It does help, I won't lie. He bashfully admitted. Speaking of studying, Yaoyorozu earmarked her book. Perhaps we should stop and do a study PRD together? We can recap on everything we've learned this week, and maybe even get a head start on this coming week's material. Midoriya smiled and nodded. I'm fine with that. It'll prepare us for any pop quiz Mr. Aizawa might give us. Uraraka sighed tiredly. Yeah, that would be smart. Plus, I could use some help understanding the evacuation procedures that Aizawa-sensei covered on Friday. The trio sat up and relocated to a small table in the lounging area. Midoriya and Uraraka pulled out their school material from their respective bags while Yaoyorozu temporarily left to retrieve hers. From there, the three spent the next half hour discussing the topics covered in their regular classes and foundational hero class with Aizawa-sensei. After that, they moved on to discuss everything covered so far in the heroics field class. I know we've already received appropriate feedback from All Might and Aizawa-sensei. Yaoyorozu turned to Midoriya, but as a trained soldier, I was curious about your thoughts on our performance in the battle trials, Midori-kun. Uraraka looked at the verdette, equally curious. Well, Midoriya briefly paused to collect his thoughts. Let me say that using cameras to give you a live feed across the hideout and making the spray foam bombs to trap the hero team was pretty well thought out on both accounts. Also, creating a net gun, an airsoft gun that fires adhesive paste, and pepper spray during your fight with Tokage was very impressive. You would have won that fight in most scenarios against any other opponent. Overall, you performed admirably in strategizing and in battle, Yamamoto. Thank you, Midori-kun. Yaoyorozu covered her cheeks with her hands as she blushed. A genuine compliment, free of any ulterior motives, was something Yaoyorozu had rarely received from anyone aside from her parents and members of the estate's staff she was close to. Coming from such a capable young man like Midoriya, it was no wonder the heiress was flustered. And, Uraraka-chan, he looked at his brunette companion sitting by him, good on you for using zero gravity to build that makeshift barricade. Also, you were pretty cool fighting off Tsuyu using those air thrusters in your costume. You did pretty well considering it was your first time using them, right? Yeah, it was. She confirmed with a nod. You'll get better at it with more practice. Overall, I'd say you did a good job at supporting Yamamoto. I was impressed for sure. Midoriya sincerely said. Thanks, Midori-kun. Uraraka shyly looked away as her perpetual blush marks turned a shade darker. She didn't know why, but it was suddenly hard to look her verdette neighbor/best friend in the eyes without feeling butterflies in her stomach. What in the world is coming over me all of a sudden? She thought, feeling bemused. There is one thing I'm curious about, Midoriya continued, snapping the girls out of their flustered states. Yamamoto, was it part of your plan to let Tokage and Tsuyu get past you both? Well, yes and no. Yaoyorozu replied. The spray foam bomb was really there to mislead the hero team, and for insurance in case Uraraka-chan and I couldn't wrap capture tape on our opponents. So, you both were aiming to defeat them in the hallway then? He inquired. Yaoyorozu and Uraraka nodded in confirmation. Well, you both trying your hardest to capture them did sell the deception that the room you were guarding had the real faux bomb in it. So, I give you both props there. Midoriya complimented. Although, if I had to give critique... He looked at Uraraka. Uraraka-chan, with your quirk, you can take nearly any opponent out of a battle just by touching them and sending them flying. I'd recommend improving in close quarters combat. I can help out in training if you're interested. Okay then. Uraraka nodded. He then turned to Yaoyorozu. Yamamoto, you've practiced Bojutsu, right? Oh yes. Yaoyorozu said eagerly. I've been learning since I was 12, actually. Bojutsu? Uraraka repeated. A martial art that involves using a staff for offense and defense. Yaoyorozu quickly explained. Would you say Bojutsu is your default fighting style in close quarters then? Midoriya questioned. Yes, I'd say that's accurate. Yaoyorozu nodded. Against most unarmed opponents, it's a very effective fighting style, he stated. Tokage is one of those exceptions given the nature of her quirk. You were doing well using the net and adhesive paintballs to trap her body parts. I would have kept doing that or used other methods until she was completely pinned, buying you enough time to wrap capture tape around one of her body parts. Yaoyorozu considered her friend's suggestion and agreed. I suppose that would have been more effective. Still though, you both did very well for your first battle assignment. With more experience and training, I know you both will be a force to reckon with. He grinned confidently. Yaoyorozu and Uraraka beamed, feeling a surge of confidence run through them from his praise and constructive critique. Well, Hopefully we can catch up to you one day, Midoriya. Uraraka patted his back. I know I said it before, but you were awesome. You were quite efficient in how you fought. Yaoyorozu added. You were the clear MVP of the trials that day. You guys are too kind. Midoriya became mildly flustered, making the girls giggle in amusement. He was way too easy to tease. Yaoyorozu then recalled something that day regarding the verdette that had piqued her interest. By the way, right before your match your demeanor drastically shifted. I was wondering, is that the result of your military training? In a way, yeah, Midoriya nodded. I was putting myself in the right mindset for the match. He looked at them apologetically. I'm sorry if I came off as rude. It's not that. It just took us by surprise is all. Uraraka reassured him, and then happily grinned. Besides, seeing you so focused and acting so professional was really cool. And seeing that JRK Bakugo get what was coming to him was a nice bonus too. I've noticed that Bakugo-san hasn't been as loud or pompous as he was the first couple days of class. Yaoyorozu offhandedly mentioned. Which I'm grateful for. I think we all are. Midoriya deadpanned. Uraraka snickered slyly. Guess getting a shield to the jaw will do that to ya. At that, Yaoyorozu remembered another matter she had wanted to discuss with Midoriya and felt this would be the perfect segue for it. Speaking of the shield, Yaoyorozu turned to the green-eyed hero. Midori-kun, your shield operates identically to Captain America's shield, don't you think? Midoriya managed to keep a straight face. He knew it was only a matter of time before someone made the connection, and wasn't surprised that someone as intelligent as Yaoyorozu had realized it first. Yeah, you'd be right, he confirmed. Ugh, I can't believe you kept it hidden from us. Uraraka cutely pouted. Heh, I'm sorry. He scratched his cheek. I wanted to surprise you both since I know you're fans of the captain and all. Well, you certainly succeeded. Yaoyorozu conceded, smiling. Her mouth then straightened. But that does beg the question, where did you acquire that shield, Midori-kun? He carefully answered with the cover story he had committed to memory. It's an old family heirloom that's been passed down for several generations. I can't prove it, but we think the same person who made Captain America's shield made mine too. The table went silent as shock was plastered across both girls' faces. What? They collectively exclaimed. I know. Crazy, right? Midoriya chuckled bashfully. Guess you could say it's one of the reasons why I liked Cap growing up. Are you serious? Uraraka cried, slamming her hands on the table, accidentally touching it with all of her fingers. Uraraka-chan. Yaoyorozu pointed to the now floating table. Oh, sorry. Release. Placing her fingers together and canceling out her quirk, the table gently returned to the floor. It's quite all right. Yaoyorozu reassured her before she turned back to Midoriya. But is that really true? She sounded stunned. Well, at least it's what my father told me, what his father told him, and so on. He explained. Again, I can't prove it, but given how my shield is indestructible and vibration absorbent, I'm inclined to believe it. It's quite possible that my shield may have been a prototype for the captain's. That'd be so cool if it was. Uraraka pumped her fist excitedly. You have an actual piece of pro-hero history, Midori-kun. Well, she's technically not wrong. Indeed. Even if it isn't directly connected to the captain's shield, it would have to be constructed from similar materials. An idea came to the heiress's mind. Midori-kun, you wouldn't happen to know what your shield is made of, would you? I know I'm supposed to say some experimental metals, but... Midoriya carefully weighed his options and responded, yeah. Have you heard of adamantium or vibranium by chance? Uraraka tilted her head as a question mark appeared over her head. Yaoyorozu was also clueless. No, I haven't. Her eyebrows knitted together as she tried to recall any mention of those terms in her studies, but came up empty. In fact, neither of those two elements are listed on the periodic table. Midoriya had suspected this answer. Very few people even back in his era knew of the existence of both metals. He figured it wouldn't hurt to ask in case their existence had been made public knowledge. He nodded. That's no surprise. From what I understand, adamantium and vibranium are both uber-rare metals. Most metallurgists even doubt their existence. Yaoyorozu's eyes widened at the implications of her friend's statement. Are you saying that your shield is composed of two practically unknown metals? Possibly. He smiled while sheepishly rubbing the back of his head. I mean, I'm inclined to believe it since the shield can do things that steel, iron, and other known metal alloys can't do. That's really cool, Midori-kun. Uraraka exclaimed enthusiastically. This is fascinating. Yaoyorozu cupped her chin thoughtfully, processing the implications of having an item made of not one but two mythical-type metals within her reach. She was eager to study the shield, but remembered that it belonged to Midoriya. Anything she would want to do would have to be run by him first. Perhaps I could convince Midori-kun to let me study the shield's molecular structure sometime after our final exams when we have more free time. Yaoyorozu internally rationalized. The Ravenet looked back. Thank you for sating my curiosity, Midori-kun. Perhaps we can discuss this at another time? Sure, no problem. He shrugged. Why don't we end our study session here? I'd say we've covered enough, yes? Yaoyorozu suggested. With all this new information, I don't believe I could focus on studying anyway. Sounds good to me, Uraraka gleefully said. As they put away their school books, Uraraka pulled out an artist notepad from her bag. Oh, Yamamo. I did a couple sketches from a scene in your last chapter on the last page. What do you think? She handed the pad over to the heiress, who took it and flipped the pages to search for the sketch. This is very good. Yaoyorozu excitedly replied. It's exactly how I imagined it in my head. They were talking about something similar in the hallway? I wonder. He figured this was a good opportunity to ask the Ravenet. Are you an author, Yamamo? That's right. Uraraka blinked in realization. Yamamo never told you about her hobby. The pair turned to the heiress, who suddenly became shy. Yaoyorozu shrunk a little. Well, wait. I am writing a story. It's nothing serious or anything. It's a historical fiction that I've been working on for the last couple of years just for fun. She then frowned. I know that it perhaps doesn't suit me, but I'll stop you right there. Midoriya interjected. What you love to do isn't about if it suits you or not. It's about if you really enjoy doing it. He looked at Uraraka. You like drawing, right, Uraraka-chan? Yeah, the brunette smiled. He turned back to the heiress. And you like writing, don't you, Yamamo? Yes, I do. Yaoyorozu nodded resolutely. Midoriya smirked. Then you don't have anything to be embarrassed about, Yamamo? Well, yes, I suppose so. Yaoyorozu said timidly. It's just that I'm an amateur at writing, so I guess I'm not as open about it as I would be with my other hobbies. Don't sell yourself short, Yamamo. Uraraka encouraged her. Your writing is really good. Honestly, once you finish the story, you could totally publish it if you want. Well, I'm not certain about that. Yaoyorozu sounded unsure. Publishing something anonymously on a fanfiction-based site was one thing, but trying to publish it as a book? That was a completely different beast that Yaoyorozu wasn't ready to face. Maybe she never would. I'd be interested in reading your story, Yamamo. Midoriya smiled. What's it about? It's so cool. Uraraka's eyes practically sparkled. The story's called Save the Date. Basically, the main character's this police detective and part-time historian who lives for solving unresolved mysteries and learning the true character behind famous historical figures. She gets pretty famous. But here's the kicker. Her excitement blossomed. She has a quirk that allows her to time travel. Midoriya blinked twice. That does sound pretty interesting. He cupped his chin in thought. So, she uses her quirk to go back in time to solve cases, huh? That is a fascinating ability, even if it is fictional, and well within the realm of possibilities these days. He murmured to himself. These days? Yaoyorozu blinked at that phrasing. Can she stay back in time for as long as she wants, or is there a limit? If she leaves the present, does she return to the exact moment she left or relative to how much time she spent in the past? How far can she travel in the past? Is she allowed to have any effect on the past? Or is she just a spectator like watching a movie? Is she? Before he could descend further into his mumbling, Uraraka shook him by the shoulders and snapped her fingers in front of his face. Oh, sorry. He blushed in embarrassment. Please continue. PFT. Uraraka suppressed her laughter. Midoriya could be really cute when he started mumbling like that. It's no trouble. Really? Yaoyorozu dismissed his concern before she looked at the verdette. To answer your questions, Midorikan, the main character, who is Detective Makashi Kumiko, has a fictional quirk that I dubbed Chronojump. Silly name, I know. Essentially, it allows her to travel to any point in the past as long as she knows the exact time and location she wishes to visit. And yes, if she stays in the past for say an hour, then she would return to the present an hour after she left. As for your other questions, well, I don't want to reveal all of Kumiko's secrets. Fair enough. So, what's the main premise? He inquired. Yaoyorozu's expression brightened from his genuine curiosity. Well, Kumiko-san has resolved a lot of historical mysteries and uncovered the truth behind historical figures using her quirk. However, she gets bored and seeks out a new challenge. After heroes rescued her from an impromptu villain attack, she gets the inspiration to resolve the biggest pro-hero-related mystery to this day. She leaned in closer. The mystery behind Captain America's disappearance. Midoriya's eyes widened slightly. That sounds really cool, actually. Very ambitious on her part too. He chuckled, feeling a tad nervous. I know, right? Uraraka chirped. It doesn't stop there. Kumiko-san is also investigating Captain America's character to see if he was what the legends say he was. Right? Midoriya said, understanding what the brunette was implying. I can imagine that Kumiko found a lot of skeletons in the closets of these past people she was investigating, right? Yaoyorozu nodded eagerly. Exactly. Naturally, her expectations aren't very high for the captain as a result. Uraraka giggled to herself. That is until she meets him for the first time. Why, what happens? He asked, curious. You'll have to read for yourself. Yaoyorozu grinned. If you want to know more, I could send you the link. Midoriya nodded. I'd like that. I'm looking forward to it. Yaoyorozu smiled and looked away to hide a small blush. You know, Uraraka let out a gusty sigh. I was reading through Yamamo's story last night, and I couldn't help but wonder, does anyone ever wonder what heroes in the early days were like? People who just did the right thing for its own sake, not because it got them attention or money. Midoriya nodded. I'd say they were living through tough times and wanted to use their abilities to help out others in the best way they could. It's quite noble. These days, however, that's technically being a vigilante, Yaoyorozu pointed out. Many of them are people who couldn't get a license for hero work, but still want to help. Many of their intentions are noble, but it's still illegal to use your quirk outside of special circumstances. Still, most of them are left alone if they're just picking up trash or helping people cross the street. Some heroes actually don't mind if they're around in a crisis, because they help evacuate civilians. It's just the ones that try to fight villains and cause trouble that are the problem. Midoriya opted not to respond to that statement. It was a complex issue that wasn't so black and white and he'd rather not get into it. However, it did remind him of something he did want to ask his two best friends. Speaking of being heroes, Midoriya said, his tone innocently curious. Can I ask you both a question? Sure, Midori-kun, Uraraka said while Yaoyorozu nodded in affirmation. Why do you want to be heroes? Midoriya inquired. What's driving you both? Yaoyorozu looked a tad embarrassed. Well, I've been blessed with a comfortable life and a very useful quirk. The stories of the captain and Shimura Nana both inspired me. I feel that I should do all I can to give back to the world as a hero, like they did. Midoriya and Uraraka both smiled at her reply. It was refreshing to see someone with her background have a caring, altruistic spirit. I think you're well on your way, Yamamo. Midoriya stated, making the tall girl blush again. Ah! Uraraka eagerly nodded in agreement. They both turned to their brunette companion. What about you, Uraraka-chan? Uraraka looked down and was quiet for a moment. If I answer, will you promise you won't make fun of me? The super soldier and creation heiress were bemused by the Gravity Girl's request, but they unanimously promised. "Ooh, for the money." Midoriya and Yaoyorozu both blinked, not expecting that answer. However, given the look on Uraraka's face, they both discerned that it wasn't that simple. Midoriya glanced at the brunette. "Really? I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. Being a pro hero is still a job, but..." "No, it's not that." Uraraka looked down at her lap. "My parents, they have a construction company, but it's a very demanding job and they don't always get that many contracts. They're doing fine at the moment, but when I was growing up, they struggled to keep it afloat. They always made time for me." She looked at Midoriya and Yaoyorozu, who both listened with understanding looks in their eyes. She gave them both a grateful smile and continued, looking down again. "I know it sounds unheroic, but part of me wants to become a pro hero because it pays a lot. I want to give my parents the comfortable life they deserve." Uraraka looked back up, smiling bashfully. "I've always wanted to be a hero, ever since I was little, especially when my parents told me the bedtime stories of the captains saving all those poor people in the meta concentration camps, and then seeing a pro hero in action one time and how happy and safe he made everyone feel. I want to help people, yes. But I also want my parents to be happy, first and foremost. I know it seems a bit selfish and all," she said sadly. "No, not at all." Midoriya immediately responded. Uraraka looked at him in surprise. Midoriya had a serious look in his green eyes. "I think it's great that you want to take care of your family. I don't think it's selfish because you'll still be helping people and putting your life on the line. Besides, your parents are people too, right? Heroes help people." "Yes." Yaoyorozu chimed in. "It's very noble of you to sacrifice part of your future to help them. You shouldn't feel ashamed in the least, Uraraka-chan." Time seemed to pause as Uraraka simply stared at them with wide eyes, processing what they had told her. Midoriya and Yaoyorozu were concerned that they may have said something wrong until a big happy smile spread across Uraraka's face. "I've never thought of it that way before. I've always believed that I was greedy to become a hero for something like this. But you've both given me a new way of looking at it." She looked deeply at Midoriya and Yaoyorozu, her eyes shining with gratitude. "Thank you both. You've really made my day." Midoriya felt his face heat up and turned away in embarrassment. "I'm just happy I could help." PFT. Uraraka couldn't help but laugh. He's so strong and professional during training, but he's so cute when he gets all flustered like this. Yaoyorozu smiled at the display, but when neither were looking, she made a note on her phone to talk to her parents about possibly hiring Uraraka's family for any construction projects in the future. Both girls shifted their attention to the young man. "What about you, Midori-kun? Why do you want to be a hero?" Yaoyorozu inquired. Midoriya paused for a short moment. "It just felt right to me. I joined the army because I was given a chance there, and I genuinely wanted to give back to others." His expression fell a little. "I believe my mom inspired me to do that." Uraraka and Yaoyorozu looked at their friends sympathetically, already aware of his mother's passing. Many things were made possible in a world full of superpowers and advanced technology. In spite of those drastic changes though, cancer always seemed to be one step ahead. Uraraka, being the closest one to Midoriya, gently laid her hand on his shoulder. He looked up to see her and Yaoyorozu giving him soft, supportive smiles. The vedettes smiled wistfully at their compassion. "My father wasn't ever around." He continued. "It was just me and Mom growing up and we didn't have much money. She was a full-time nurse and worked a lot of hours. It was very stressful on her. Despite all that, she always had a smile on her face. Though there were heroes I loved throughout my childhood, my mom was my hero." Balling his right fist, a determined smile plastered across his face. "I want to be a hero because I love helping others. I want to honor my mom's memory too, and all the other people throughout my life who helped get me where I am today." There was a pause as both girls stared at the green-haired young man. Midoriya's expression slightly faltered, feeling himself get flustered from their stares. Before he could respond, Uraraka and Yaoyorozu both beamed at him. "You really are amazing, Midori-kun," Uraraka stated. Yaoyorozu simply nodded, the brunette already vocalizing her thoughts. Oh, thank you. Midoriya felt his face flush pink, quickly turning away. The two aspiring heroines couldn't help but giggle in amusement at their friend's flustered expression. Midori is so cool. I want to be a hero just like him. Uraraka internally decided. Yaoyorozu was having similar thoughts. He has such a pure, noble heart. A mental comparison between Midoriya and the captain immediately came to mind. They said there'd never be anyone else like him again, but maybe that's not the case. Yaoyorozu smiled warmly at him. As she gazed upon her green-haired companion further, she noticed something peculiar. His eyes are the same green as in the painting. The sun had set and Yaoyorozu had insisted that they stay for dinner. Like before, the meal was incredibly expensive, but it tasted amazing and nobody complained. Afterwards, they gathered their bags and prepared to leave. We should do this again soon. Yaoyorozu suggested while Midoriya and Uraraka put on their shoes. At the very least, we can have a good place to study for tests. Sounds good to me. Uraraka eagerly replied. Me too. Midoriya agreed. We could also invite the others as well if that's okay with you, Yamamo? The Ravenette vigorously nodded as her eyes sparkled. That's a wonderful idea. The more, the merrier. She'll definitely enjoy having more friends over. Just wait till they all see this place. He happily mused. By the way, Yamamo, Uraraka carefully placed a book in her bag. Thank you for letting me borrow this book on Shimura-san. I'll be sure to give it back soon. Yaoyorozu smiled. I hope you enjoy it. She turned to Midoriya. Did you get the link I texted you, Midori-kun? Midoriya nodded. Yeah. I'll start reading tonight and tomorrow, and give you feedback after. Sound good? Jay, just remember to be nice with your criticisms, okay? She said nervously. The super soldier grinned. Of course. He glanced at his watch. We should get going, Uraraka-chan. We don't want to miss our train. Waving goodbye to Yaoyorozu, the pair walked down the pathway to the main gate. After they left and the gate closed behind them, Yaoyorozu began walking back to her room. She'd had a fun day, but there was a chapter that she needed to finish reviewing and then post online. As the heiress walked, she pulled out her phone and added another reminder to bring up with her parents when they returned from their business trip. Ask mother and father about adamantium and vibranium. Meanwhile, upon leaving the Yaoyorozu estate, Midoriya and Uraraka proceeded down the sidewalk toward the train station. As the pair walked, Midoriya glanced at his brunette companion as a question came to mind. Hey, Uraraka-chan, could I ask you a question? She promptly gave him her attention. Sure. Well, I was curious why you were interested in reading Shimura-san's biography all of a sudden. This was your first time hearing about her too, right? Oh, well, from the way Yamamo talked about her, she sounded like an amazing pro-hero. It's honestly kind of confusing that she isn't more well-known these days, she commented. And as an aspiring heroine myself, I'd like to know a little more about her. Yano? Our quirks are kind of similar since I can make myself float too. Maybe I could learn something to help me when I use my quirk on myself. Midoriya smiled and nodded, satisfied with her response. That makes sense. Well, I don't think you'll be disappointed. Let me know what you think when you finish reading. Uraraka nodded before she looked forward. Also, if Shimura is the kind of woman you like, Izuku, then maybe I could learn a few things from reading about her. Her eyes then widened as her face turned red. Wait, what am I thinking? I shouldn't be thinking of him that way. He's my best friend. Everything okay, Uraraka-chan? Midoriya asked, concerned. You're getting really red all of a sudden. Why yeah? Uraraka stammered, waving her hands frantically. And nothing's wrong. Everything's fine. Heh. She looked away as her blush intensified. Midoriya was bewildered by her reaction. I'll have to keep my eye on her. Don't want her to overheat or anything. The super soldier serum had enhanced many aspects of Midoriya Izuku beyond his physical prowess and heroic heart. However, his denseness with the Pharisee had also been one of them, much to the amusement of others. Stepping into his apartment, Midoriya shut and locked the door behind him before setting down his yellow satchel by his desk. He had just returned from the train station with Uraraka and was preparing to get a head start on Yaoyorozu's story before turning in for the night. A phone call is here. A phone call is here. All Might's voice rang out. Midoriya nearly jumped from the sudden noise, but quickly calmed himself when he recognized the ringtone. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out his phone to see that it was Coulson calling him. Curious, he pressed the accept button and lifted the device up to his ear. "Coulson? It's kind of late," he said in English. "It's only 2100 hours, 9 p.m., he countered. "Besides, this couldn't wait, especially since you requested that we look into this matter." Midoriya realized what Coulson was referring to. Right? The incident with the press on Wednesday. "We analyzed all the footage we could gather," Coulson continued, "from both the members of the press there that day and from street cameras nearby." "Did you find anything?" He took a seat at his desk. "Yes and no. We didn't find the one responsible for destroying the gate. But we did discover that there's 10 seconds of footage missing from all the recording devices present in that area." Midoriya furrowed his eyebrows suspiciously. "Let me guess. The UA barrier was compromised in that 10-second blackout," he stated rather than asked. "Was it that obvious?" Coulson playfully replied. "UA and the local authorities have likely already noticed as well. What's even more baffling is that none of the media members who were arrested reported seeing anything suspicious before the gate was destroyed." He pinched the bridge of his nose and groaned. That's because they were so focused on trying to get an interview from All Might to notice anything else. His eyes shot open in realization. Wait, the press, could they have just been a cover? I'm willing to bet my autographed Captain America trading card collection that they were. Coulson said, half joking and half serious. It's no coincidence that after UA announced how All Might was starting as a faculty member on Tuesday evening that this whole incident occurred. He was right. There was definitely a connection. "None of the media members had a quirk that could destroy the gate?" the vedette asked. "Not even close." Midoriya hummed, processing the information. It all seems too elaborate to be some kind of prank from a school rival. Someone definitely took a shot at UA then. That does seem to be the case. Coulson agreed. Any leads or ideas on who did this? What their motivations could have been? He inquired further. A single person or maybe even a group? No, but UA has no shortage of enemies. There's plenty of people who jump at the opportunity to damage the school's reputation. There has to be more to it than that. Someone used the media as a cover to sneak in and somehow had the capability to temporarily disable all recording devices around the gate. Midoriya narrowed his eyes. They wanted something they could only get from inside the campus. "My thoughts exactly. Any clues on what it could be?" he asked. "None so far. Without an official investigation, there's only so much S.H.I.E.L.D. can do from the outside without violating international laws," Coulson replied. Midoriya rolled his eyes. "Like that's ever stopped them before. If I had to guess, it's likely that whoever was responsible could have been seeking direct access to the university's mainframe, or perhaps the plans for the upcoming sports festival." "Maybe," Midoriya said. "The agent's side on the other end. But I don't believe you need to stress too hard about it, Cap. Kind of hard not to since my friends and I attend UA." Midoriya retorted sardonically. "UA has already fully repaired the gate and significantly increased their security," Coulson mentioned. "They've even called upon underground heroes to guard the campus incognito. You think that will be enough? At the very least it should deter the ones responsible from returning to the scene of the crime," he pointed out. "Besides, UA's new security system is based on the Triskelions. No one is entering that campus unauthorized without tripping any alarms." He wasn't entirely convinced, but opted not to push the issue further. Getting worked up over a situation he had no control over wasn't going to do any good. The school was likely already in the process of making the necessary changes to upcoming events and increasing security as well. It should be fine then, right? He sighed heavily. "All right, guess we'll just have to trust that UA knows what they're doing here." You wouldn't be there if we didn't think they were competent. Coulson remarked, laughing a little. They're one of the 3 best hero academies in the world for a reason. Midoriya nodded, feeling himself ease up a bit from the agent's sound rationale. Yeah. You're right. Change of subject, but you said you were going to spend the day with those 2 girls today, weren't you? How'd that go? Midoriya pet an eyebrow. That seemed random. Yeah. Chaco and I went to Momo's house. And it was fun. Already on a first-name basis with them, huh? He could practically see Coulson's teasing smirk. He rolled his eyes. Smirking. No, I'm only using their first names with you. I don't think they're comfortable with that. I wouldn't be so sure. Coulson paused. For all you know, those 2 may be waiting for you to take that step. Keep at it, Cap, and you'll have 2 potential love interests. Midoriya felt his cheeks heat up, taken aback by the question. What? It's not like that. He stammered. Sure. The agent drawled, sounding unconvinced. It sounds like you're in denial right now. I'm sure you'll figure it out in time. The super soldier went beet red from his neck to the top of his head. He trailed off, his thoughts shifting to both young women. He'd be lying to himself if he tried to deny that the Gravity Girl and Creation Heiress had many qualities about them that greatly appealed to him. Obviously they were both very appealing, there was no disputing that. In their own unique ways they were strong, talented, driven, and supportive of others. Above all that, he greatly admired their earnest, altruistic reasons for pursuing the pro-hero career. He cared very much for them. Uraraka had a cheery, bubbly personality and, ironically, the girl-next-door vibe that warmed his heart. Yaoyorozu, meanwhile, had an elegant beauty about her that was unrivaled, and possessed a sharp, intelligent mind to back it up. Though she was prudent and dedicated most of the time, the bouncy and enthusiastic side of her personality that he and Uraraka had seen on multiple occasions was very endearing. However, as Midoriya tried to think of himself in a romantic relationship with either one, he felt guilt swell inside him. You there? Coulson called out. He must have been quiet for too long. Oh, sorry. He apologized. But I don't think I can date Ochako or Momo. Why not? Coulson sounded confused. They both seem like lovely young women. Why not give one of them, or heck, even both of them a chance? He was about to respond until he fully processed what Coulson had said. Did he hear that last part correctly? Did you suggest I date both of them? Sure. Don't get me wrong, it's not exactly common or anything. But it's not unheard of either, especially with some top heroes across the world. Coulson mentioned offhandedly. He blinked twice before shaking his head to dispel any inappropriate thoughts. Even so, I can't date them. Or anyone else for that matter. How come? Coulson asked, bewildered. Midoriya slumped his shoulders and deeply sighed. Think about it. How could I possibly date someone, civilians especially, without telling them who I am? I'd be keeping an important part of myself hidden away. That's not fair to them. I see. The American spy understood where the war veteran was coming from. Midoriya went on. I'm living a life of half-truths and lies. I couldn't date anyone in good conscience. There was a short pause on the line. Let's say hypothetically that you could share your identity with whoever you deem trustworthy. Would that be enough to get you out there? Midoriya furrowed his eyebrows as he considered the suggestion. On one hand, it would be much easier to date someone without having to worry about constantly blowing his cover at any moment. He could truly be himself. On the other hand, he feared if he told anyone who he was, if they believed him, they'd only be interested in dating Captain America and not necessarily Midoriya Izuku. Not that it mattered either way. There was still a big hurdle that stopped him from romantically opening his heart to another. Maybe, but I still don't think I could even then. His gaze fell to the floor. It's still too soon. A long pause followed his depressed words. Izuku. Coulson's voice came out gentler. She would have wanted you to be happy, you know? He sighed heavily. I know that. But... He pulled out a necklace with a pair of dog tags out from beneath his t-shirt. Taking one of the tags between his fingers, he gazed at the stamped name lamentingly. I'm not ready, Coulson. Not yet. Honestly, I dunno if I ever will be. He thought melancholically. After hanging out with Uraraka and Yaoyorozu at the latter's house, Midoriya spent Sunday mostly relaxing for the first time in a while. It felt kind of surreal to the super soldier, but he didn't dislike it though. He and Uraraka mostly hung out in her apartment studying together with him, aiding her in mathematics and English. After that, Uraraka sketched some drawings in her art book while Midoriya secretly worked on checking some items off his things to catch up on list while listening to popular music from the last 20 years. It wasn't bad per se, it was just different. Later on, Midoriya switched his focus to getting a head start on Yaoyorozu's story, Save the Date. Though Midoriya was still in the first few chapters that mostly consisted of character introductions and setup, he was really enjoying it so far. Yaoyorozu's writing was well detailed without dragging on, and concise in overall structure. It was beyond him why she was embarrassed about it. He had stopped at the part where the main character had been struck with the inspiration to investigate Captain America's mysterious death. Even though I already know the answer in real life, Yamamoto doesn't know that. So I'm curious to see what her take on it is. He mused. The weekend had taken its time to arrive and, as it always goes, it was over fairly quickly. Monday had started off like most mornings for Midoriya, with his sleep being abruptly interrupted by the same nightmares. He'd wake up early and headed out to train at Takoba Beach Park, working off his frustrations. It was a pattern he was growing very weary of at this point. He briefly considered seeking psychiatric help but dismissed the idea, believing that he just needed more time to move on from his personal issues. When he returned to his apartment later in the morning, Uraraka was waiting for him in front of his door wearing sleepwear that consisted of a sleeveless t-shirt and pink shorts that did little to hide her curvy figure. Midoriya's eyes quickly darted away and he was grateful that his face was still flushed from running earlier. Hey, I was about to call you. Were you out training at the beach again, Midori-kun? Uraraka asked. Oh, why yeah, I was. He nodded. Uraraka sighed. Training is good and all, but you don't want to overwork yourself either, Midori-kun. You could hurt yourself. You should know this stuff. Not likely with my enhanced healing and durability. Midoriya inwardly mused. Why yeah, he rubbed his neck sheepishly. I woke up early again. I needed to work off some stress, I guess. The brunette wasn't convinced, looking at him worriedly. Are you okay? Is something bothering you at night? Midoriya exhaled heavily. I'm fine, Uraraka-chan. Just working through some things. That's all. That statement wasn't untrue. You know you can talk to me and Yamamoto anytime, right? She offered. He smiled ruefully. I know. Trust me, it's not a big deal or anything. Okay. She still wasn't convinced, but Midoriya didn't seem like he was ready to talk, so she didn't push the issue further at the moment. Maybe she could talk to Yamamoto about it later and get her thoughts? Well, I guess we should get ready now. If she's free, maybe we can meet up with Yamamoto at that tea shop she likes? Midoriya suggested. Uraraka smiled, nodding. Yeah, sounds good. It was a normal, uneventful day so far. In foundational heroics, Aizawa gave a lesson on rescue procedures across various environments. Of the class was intrigued while the more battle-centric students, like Bakugo, were less interested. English and modern literature were mundane as most of the class counted down the minutes in anticipation for the foundational heroics field class in the late afternoon. After an hour-and-a-half intermission, the class 101 students were moving down the hallway towards their foundational heroics room. Midoriya, Uraraka, Yaoyorozu, Tokage, and Tsunatori were walking together after stepping out of the library. Finally, I was starting to think the field class would never get here. Tokage grinned to herself. Right. Tsunatori giggled. Our heroic classes are much more exciting than the other courses. Agreed. Uraraka sighed tiredly. Why does English have to be so challenging? It's such a dumb language. Midoriya and Tsunatori both flinched at that statement. Yaoyorozu smiled and supportively put a hand on her shoulder. Well, it is essentially 3 languages mixed together to make one language. But it'll become more clear with time and practice, Uraraka-chan. Yeah. Tsunatori added. Just keep at it and you'll be as fluent as me and Izuku one day. Uraraka's eye involuntarily twitched as the blonde said Midoriya's first name. She knew it shouldn't bother her, but it still did for some strange reason. If it helps, Midoriya chimed in, your speaking is steadily improving. So that's progress. Yeah, I guess. She relented. The group stepped into their heroics classroom and took their respective seats. I wonder what we're doing today. Uraraka said, laying her bag by her desk. Well, our class this morning was over rescue protocols in different settings. Midoriya pointed out. Maybe it's related to that. Very astute of you, Midoriya. The class froze in place as Aizawa lazily stalked into the room. No one had even heard him approach the door. If you would settle down, I might be able to explain that, or I can just deduct points from today's exercise. Everyone quickly settled down and sat with perfect posture. Better. Now, today's training will be different. You'll have 3 instructors. Myself, All Might, and another faculty member will be keeping tabs on you. Aizawa explained. His words mildly surprised the class. 3 pros, huh? I wonder if this is due to the break-in last week. Midoriya mused. Guess they really aren't taking any chances. Hey, Aizawa-sensei. Ashido raised her hand. Where is All Might? Aizawa sighed in exasperation. Too busy to be on time apparently. He should be present later on. Midoriya pet a brow. What could be holding Toshinori up? He's supposed to be taking it easy and focusing on teaching, isn't he? Aizawa pulled out a card and showed it to the class. Regardless, today you'll be doing rescue training to prepare you for floods, fires, shipwrecks, and other disasters. The card in his hand did indeed have the word rescue on it in bright blue letters. While not met with as much enthusiasm as combat training last week, many of the students broke out into excited murmurs, much to the perpetually exhausted instructor's irritation. Oh, I can't wait. Uraraka smiled brightly, making Midoriya's cheeks warm slightly. Rescue is what I plan to specialize in. Ochako really is cute when she's excited. Midoriya thought from seeing how bouncy the brunette was. He quickly shook his head and turned forward, trying to suppress his blush. Me too. Azui happily riveted. I'll be right at home in flood rescues. Yaoyorozu eagerly nodded. I'll be very useful in most rescue scenarios as well. Bakugo groaned and rolled his eyes. Boring. He muttered under his breath. Heck yeah. This is what separates the men from the boys. Kirishima grinned widely. I'm so pumped, let's do this. Pipe down, Aizawa commanded, his eyes flashing red and his hair levitating. The classroom immediately went silent again. Stop making me use my quirk. You're giving me dry eye. He grumbled out, clearly annoyed as he pulled out eye drops and applied them. Midoriya knitted his brows together. The erasure hero, Eraserhead. An underground hero. He can nullify someone's ability while staring at them. I can see why Aizawa wants to stay on the down low with a quirk like his. I need to thank Coulson later for finding that intel for me. Now, Aizawa continued, it's up to you to choose whether to wear your costume or not. Some of them may not be suitable for certain scenarios. Pressing a button, the wall shifted open to allow the classroom's costume cases to slide out. The location we'll be training at is a bit remote, so we'll be going by bus. When you're ready, come to the main parking lot and you'll see it. That'll be all. Get ready and don't waste time. He gave them a hard stare before grabbing his yellow sleeping bag from behind his desk and leaving the room. Rescue training. Midoriya murmured to himself, walking up to grab his costume and shield cases. The whole purpose for heroes. His gaze sharpened with determination as he headed for the locker room. Despite Ida's insistence on not running in the halls, Midoriya sprinted into the men's locker room to get a head start on changing into his costume. He managed to finish suiting up right as the other guys got their costumes on. Placing the shield on his HRs, he attached his helmet to his belt and closed his locker door. Hey, Midoriya. Zero clapped him on the padded shoulder as he walked past, his helmet tucked underneath his other arm. So, I tried out those suggestions you gave me over the weekend. Oh yeah, how'd it go? Zero's grin widened. Well, as it turns out I can shoot multiple strands of tape at once. 3, to be exact. Really? That's great, Tero. Midoriya said excitedly. Pretty crazy how I never thought to do that myself, huh? Tero rubbed his neck sheepishly. Although I found out I can only use that move a few times before I dehydrate faster, so I had the support guys add a water bottle to my costume. He motioned to the plastic white bottle attached to his belt. It should at least help stave off dehydration if I use it sparingly. Good thinking. Midoriya nodded in approval. Now that you have a baseline, you can work to improve from there. With more practice and finer control, you could be able to make nets or other objects in a single shot. Just propose if you love his quirk that much, Bakugo grunted as he stalked past them. Tero rolled his eyes when the ash blonde left the room. And Kirishima must be really brave or dumb to try and befriend him. Have you seen any progress on that front? Midoriya asked as they headed for the door. I saw them talking to each other in the library earlier. He paused and thought about it. Well, actually Kirishima was talking. Bakugo just looked grumpy. Isn't he always grumpy though? Midoriya and Tero stopped as Kaminari walked up behind them. I swear that scowl is permanently carved onto his face. He commented cheekily. You'd think he was designed that way or something. Speaking of design, did you make changes to your costume, Kaminari? It looks sick, dude. Tero praised his buddy. Though Kaminari's costume maintained the same theme as his first one, being mostly black, it had indeed been altered. For one, it wasn't as loose anymore, the jacket was noticeably padded and the whole costume was covered in thin silvery lines. On the blonde's hips were 2 metal batons, and a long, thin chain looped over a special holster to hold it. On his hands were fingerless gloves with studded metal knuckles, and he had a choker-like device around his neck with 3 small green lights on one side. He still maintained his radio device over his right ear for communication as well. Kaminari grinned. Thanks. I just got it back from the support department today. He turned to pat Midoriya on his shoulder. Thanks for the help, Midoriya-san. I incorporated your suggestions and added my own ideas. You're welcome. But what changes did you make? Midoriya asked curiously. Smirking, the electric blonde pointed to the metal-studded knuckles on his black fingerless gloves. The metal on my gloves not only pack more of a punch, but they conduct my electricity and act like tasers too. He then motioned to his batons and chain on his hip holster. I'll need more practice using them, but I can electrify these metal batons for an extra shock. The chain is lightweight, but I can use it to conduct my electricity onto a target at a distance. Bada! The tape user exclaimed. Kaminari continued. For my outfit, I've had it padded with Kevlar to make it bulletproof for small arms fire and cut-resistant for edged weapons too. These silver lines are basically the same stuff that they make electric fences out of. With a bit of power from me, the whole costume becomes a defensive piece of equipment. Midoriya gave a thumbs up. Nice work, Kaminari-san. You made some great changes to your costume. Seriously, dude. Your redesign is freaking awesome. Tero stated excitedly. Come on, it's not that amazing. Kaminari chuckled, rubbing the back of his head. I disagree. Midoriya retorted. You have more options in battle now, not being limited to just letting loose electricity everywhere. He then noticed the metal device with green lights on his neck. What about that thing on your neck? Oh, that. Kaminari pointed to the choker. This device operates like a breaker. It'll keep me from overcharging my brain. Thanks for suggesting that idea, Midoriya-san. Midoriya nodded, smiling. You're welcome. I'm glad you added that. No shame in having support gear to cover any weaknesses. Yeah, Tero chimed in. Good work, man. Kaminari chuckled sheepishly. Well, after getting embarrassed in combat training last week, I didn't want to risk becoming a liability in a real battle, ya know? That's good. Though I'll admit, I will miss seeing you go stupid again. Jiro commented as she and the other girls met up with the boys. Ha, I'll laugh it up. Kaminari said dryly. I will. By the way, Midoriya-san, the purplet shifted her gaze to the verdette. I took your advice from last week too. What advice did he give you? Kaminari asked, Curious. Jiro smirked while showing off 2 smartwatches on her wrists. I preloaded sounds on each watch. By plugging one jack into a watch and the other into my speaker boots, I can produce a highly amplified version of whatever sound I choose. I have high pitch, super low bass, and even messages to assist with evacuations and stuff. That's incredible, Jiro-san. Yaoyorozu smiled. Such a simple change, but it'll give you so many options moving forward. Midoriya-san is the one who suggested it. Jiro twirled one of her earlobes. Credit to him. I'm always willing to help in whatever way I can. By the way, you guys don't have to use formalities with me. Midoriya shrugged. Just call me Midoriya. Just Midoriya? Ashido feigned disappointment. So, we can't call you Midori-kun? I mean, how come Yamamoto and Uraraka get to call you that? Well, Midoriya looked away shyly. I mean, not saying you can't, but I've known Yamamoto and Uraraka-chan longer, so. He trailed off. Oh, I get it. Ashido squeezed between Yaoyorozu and Uraraka and placed her hands on their shoulders, grinning mischievously. You 3 are really close then, huh? How far have you each gone in your relationship? How far? Midoriya was confused. Yaoyorozu and Uraraka, however, caught on to what their pink friend was implying and blushed madly. No. Uraraka spluttered, turning beet red. It's not like that. Weiss. We are good friends, but it's nothing obscene. Shame on you for insinuating that, Ashido. Yaoyorozu admonished with a flushed face. Yeah, Ashido pulled away. I guess you're right. My mistake. Ashido was not apologetic though as she glanced back at Tokige, both of them sharing knowing grins. Teasing these 3 dorks is gonna be so much fun. They silently communicated with each other. Class 101. They arrived at the main parking lot where Aizawa was waiting for them by a bus. Ida tried to get everyone to sit in neat rows until he saw that the bus was an open seating type. Azui patted his back consolingly as he sat down next to her and everyone else quickly found their own seats. Midoriya sat between Yaoyorozu and Uraraka with Tokige and Tsunatori sitting on either side of them. Across from them, Ashido directed a sly grin at Yaoyorozu and Uraraka, who both looked away shyly. Mineta, meanwhile, was glaring daggers at Midoriya from his spot at the back of the bus. Lucky Bisudi. He clenched his teeth together. Ooh, I'm so excited. Getting over her embarrassment, Uraraka bounced in her seat next to Midoriya. I know, right? Tsunatori grinned. I'm so pumped to get started. Me too. Tokage pumped a fist, showing off her pointed teeth. I'm betting you and I will be pretty flexible out there, Tsunatori. She gently punched Yaoyorozu's shoulder. Although, I bet Yamamoto here will have way more options than anyone. Well, Yaoyorozu cutely blushed. My quirk does help me adapt to many situations. Which is a big advantage in rescue missions, Midoriya stated. Especially if you need specific tools or medical supplies to treat the injured. If we had someone with Yamamoto's ability during the war, it would have made our jobs so much easier. Midoriya thought offhandedly. Bakugo scoffed. All this rescue CRP is for heroes who just can't hack it fighting villains. Tokage turned to him with a knowing smirk. You lost during the battle trials, so what does that say about you? Watch your demon mouth, green beasts. Bakugo yelled. No one asked for your opinion. I know I wouldn't want someone like Bakugo rescuing me. Tero. Azui said matter-of-factly. Me neither. Kaminari said flippantly. I mean, we've only known the guy for a week, so it's pretty telling that we already know he has the personality of flaming garbage mixed with sewage. The veins on Bakugo's temples throbbed madly. You wanna go, Sparky? He stood up, his gloves popping with tiny explosions. You'll regret the day you ever applied for this school. As Bakugo continued to spout out cuss words at the lackadaisical Kaminari, Yaoyorozu groaned. This conversation is so disgusting. She covered her mouth with her hand. Yeah, but I like stuff like this. Uraraka replied cheerily. Midoriya chuckled. It does take me back. He said mostly to himself, reminiscing on 2 members of his old team who enjoyed bantering with each other. Alright, that's enough. Grow up and act like adults. Aizawa turned back, his eyes glowing. Don't antagonize your classmates, so consider that a warning. And Bakugo, don't forget what I said last week. Bakugo threw himself back in his seat, while the rest of the class sat in more subdued silence. With that, Aizawa slipped into his yellow sleeping bag to take a short nap. Midoriya, meanwhile, leaned his head back and closed his eyes, mentally preparing himself for the trial ahead. I've had my fair share of rescue missions, though most of those involved liberating prisoners, or pulling people out from burning buildings and rubble. He thought. I don't have any experience in other settings, so there's potentially a lot I can learn from this exercise. Uraraka and Yaoyorozu both noticed their friend leaning back with his eyes closed. The former gently nudged him in his side. That seemed to snap him out of his trance as he looked between both girls, who smiled at him. He blinked twice and then returned the smile, feeling his tension fade away. They're both so nice. Alright, we're here. Look sharp now. Aizawa slipped out of his sleeping bag with practiced ease as he stood up, leading the young adults off the bus. A few short minutes saw everyone off the bus and walking into the gigantic dome-shaped building. When they saw what was inside the facility, most of the students let out excited exclamations. Whoa! Midoriya looked around, impressed. How does UA afford all this? Holy Siri, are we at Universal Studios Japan? Kaminari questioned gleefully, making several others turn and deadpan at him. Not quite. A voice, one that sounded like it was coming through a speaker, called out to them. Uraraka let out a loud gasp as the group turned to face the speaker. There's the flood zone, the conflagration zone, the landslide zone, every disaster you can imagine. The woman speaking wore a very puffy astronaut-styled suit and yellow shoes. Her arms were held wide as if to welcome them all. Oh! Midoriya exclaimed, his eyes bright as he recognized the hero. It's the space hero, 13. She's one of the top-rated rescue heroes in Japan. I love 13. Uraraka was bouncing up and down in excitement, her brown eyes sparkling as she looked at the pro. Midoriya and Yaoyorozu looked at each other and smiled, already aware that 13 was Uraraka's favorite hero. This training ground that I created is the perfect site to put your heroism to the test. I call it the unforeseen simulation joint. 13 introduced with a flourish. Everyone could practically hear the smile in her voice, even with the speaker. IT really is USJ? Several of them exclaimed, comparing the two acronyms against each other. 13, where's All Might? I thought he was supposed to be meeting us here. Aizawa questioned his colleague. Well, 13 sighed, before subtly holding up 3 fingers. I'm afraid he got caught up in quite a few incidents on his way to the school this morning. He's exhausted himself. He's resting in the break room right now. Midoriya overheard 13 and tried to suppress a groan. Guess I shouldn't be surprised. He didn't get to be a great hero by ignoring calls for help. Still though, there had to have been other heroes around who could have covered for him, right? Aizawa shared the same sentiments as the super soldier. That man is the height of irrationality. At this point he should just move onto the campus already and be done with it. He sighed while pinching the bridge of his nose. Well, no point in wasting time, we'll start without him. Of course. But before that, I have 1 or 2 points. 13 said, before pausing. Or 3, maybe 4. Her voice started sounding a bit sheepish as she continued. Perhaps 5 or 6. The entire class deadpanned and sweat dropped. Well, as I'm sure many of you are aware, my quirk is called Black Hole. It draws in and breaks down everything. Uraraka was nodding along with their instructor, her eyes still sparkling. Midoriya and Yaoyorozu couldn't help but find her actions adorable. Guess this is what I'm like when I'm fanboying. Midoriya inwardly chuckled. Yeah. You've used it to save countless numbers of people in almost every disaster imaginable. You break down debris and free trapped civilians, even clearing roadways for medical vehicles, police, firefighters, and everything else. Uraraka was doing her best Midoriya impression without even meaning to. That's right. Indeed, my power is capable of saving many lives. but it would also be incredibly, frustratingly easy to use it to kill. That put a damper on the excited mood of the students, bringing down the intensity so they were all paying attention. Just as I'm sure it would be uncomfortably easy for some of your own quirks to take a life. In our superpowered society, the usage of quirks is heavily restricted and monitored. It may seem like a stable system, but never forget that it only takes one wrong move with an uncontrollable quirk for people to die. 13 warned the hero students. Midoriya nodded in agreement, frowning soberly. She's not wrong. I could easily kill people if I didn't pull my punches in a fight. Not to mention that the shield can cut through anything with enough force. During Aizawa's assessment test, you were able to touch upon the true power of your quirks. With All Might's person-to-person hero scenarios, you experienced the danger of using your quirks against other people. Today will be a different story. Today you shall learn how your powers can be used, not in combat, but how they can be used to save lives instead. 13 had her arms spread wide, as if to indicate the whole of the behind her. Before the space-themed hero could continue, the lights all over the dome began to flicker strangely. Everyone looked around in confusion at the odd phenomenon. Kaminari blinked and tilted his head, recognizing the signs of fluctuating electrical output after all. What's going on? Aizawa questioned as he took charge. His students were his first priority in the event anything unplanned happened. Has something's gone wrong with the power? 13 sounded confused as she looked up at the flickering lights. Midoriya frowned as a familiar uneasy feeling arose in the pit of his stomach. Something's wrong. His attention was drawn by a small distortion forming down in the plaza. The super soldier glared at the anomaly as he reached down to unclip his helmet off his belt, securing it on his head. Aizawa had also noticed the distortion and reached into his scarves to pull up his golden goggles. A black, smoke-like hole tinged with dark purple had formed in the center of the plaza. Two glowing yellow eyes appeared and seemed to glare at the surroundings for a moment. The smoky mass expanded outwards, swirling wider and wider before a hand emerged from within. Another hand joined the first, acting almost like they were pulling apart a curtain. What emerged was a man's head, but there was nothing normal about it at all. He had what appeared to be severed hands covering his body. On his arms, around his neck, and even on the front and back of his head. The one on his face was acting as a macabre version of a mask. Between the fingers of the hand mask a demented red eye glared hatefully at them all. Then, before the eyes of both teachers and all 20 Hero Corps students of Class 101A, more and more people started coming through the black-purple smoke. The malice in the gazes of everyone emerging from the portal was palpable. Midoriya instinctively reached for his shield and mounted it on his left forearm. This isn't part of the class, is it? Kirishima questioned as they beheld the large group coming from the smoke-like portal. No, the captain stated flatly, his tone dead serious. Those are villains. The USJ invasion had begun.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.